on Blue Star in the state of Xianyangzhou, Jianghai City. Inside a cramped and shabby apartment, Chen Yuan bolted upright from his bed, his head spinning and reeling. Fragments of memories that did not belong to him suddenly flooded into his mind, leaving him stunned for a moment. I am transmigrated. Chen Yuan rubbed his aching head. A life path that did not belong to him now clearly emerged in his mind. This was a parallel world called Blue Star. A century ago, countless mysterious heavenly chasms suddenly erupted all over the globe, spewing out monstrous alien races that slaughtered living beings, pushing human civilization to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at the same time the heavenly chasms appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to revive. A portion of humanity awakened their cultivation talents and embarked on the path of martial arts. Becoming martial artists with terrifying individual power, they resisted the alien races and held an exalted status. The original owner of this body was also named Chen Yuan, a solitary young man with the same name and surname, his parents long dead. He barely survived in this city called Jianghai on a meager inheritance. His martial arts talent was also mediocre. To this day, he was still a loser, not even qualified as a quasi-martial artist. Spiritual energy, revival, heavenly chasm, invasion, martial artist respected above all. Isn't this a perfect setup for a power fantasy novel? After digesting the memories, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. But soon cold reality doused him. It was indeed a power fantasy, but it seemed he was not the protagonist. Right now he was just an ordinary person, the kind who could barely defend himself. The situation on Blue Star was dozens of times more dangerous than Earth. An ant like him, not even a quasi-martial artist, would kick the bucket with one wrong move. He didn't even have the right to yell how terrifying. On the sidelines when experts fought. Can you send me back? I don't want to transmigrate. Chen Yuan felt like crying, but had no tears. An ordinary person was truly too dangerous in this world. Just then a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The infinite sign-in system has been officially activated. System function: the host can sign in once per month, at any location, randomly obtaining rich rewards, such as cultivation level techniques, martial skills, treasures, and more. This month you can perform the first sign-in. Do you wish to sign in now? System. Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. As an experienced web novel reader, he was extremely familiar with this system cheat, and it was one of the more impressive sign-in systems. Then why go back? Without any hesitation, Chen Yuan mentally chanted system sign-in. Ding! First sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Martial Saint Peak Realm Infusion, including complete realm enlightenment, physical reinforcement, spiritual energy resonance, full comprehension of the Saint Grade technique, Hunyuan Saint Canon, full mastery of the Saint Grade martial skill, Holy Ruins Suppression Fist, and an infinite storage space X1. Boom. The moment the system's voice fell, an immeasurable, terrifying energy beyond imagination surged into Chen Yuan's limbs and bones like a raging Milky Way. There was no pain. Only a feeling of transformation from marrow to soul. Every inch of his flesh rejoiced, every cell reorganized, blood surged like rivers, bones took on a jade-like luster. His internal organs were wrapped and reshaped by the purest spiritual energy. His rank soared upward. In his mind, the essence of the Hunyuan Saint Canon was imprinted on his soul. This technique was supremely domineering, refining spiritual energy at a speed far surpassing peer-level techniques. It integrated offense and defense, and could condense saintly might for protection, killing enemies across realms as easily as chopping vegetables. The Holy Ruins Suppression Fist was even more ferocious and unparalleled. One punch could shatter mountains and split the earth. All below the Saint Realm were ants. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. The trajectory of every speck of dust in the air was within his perception. The heartbeats, conversations, and even the flow of blood of pedestrians on the street below were all clearly distinguishable. He raised his hand and lightly clenched his fingers. The surrounding air suddenly twisted, and the invisible pressure made the walls emit groans of stress. If he hadn't retracted it in time, the entire building would have collapsed in an instant. So this is the Martial Saint Peak. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, then the corners of his mouth lifted into an utterly irrepressible smile. He silently retracted his earlier words. Sorry, he had spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Now he loved transmigration. According to this world's martial arts system, the martial artist levels were divided into Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Venerable, and Martial Saint. Each major realm had 4 minor stages: initial, middle, late, and peak. Just as he was adapting to his new power, an anomaly occurred. The gray clouds in the sky above suddenly began to rotate, forming a vortex several kilometers in diameter. Lightning flashed at the vortex's core, and the scale was expanding at an astonishing rate. The terrifying spiritual pressure caused the protective shield of the entire Jianghai city to violently fluctuate. All martial artists in Jianghai city felt their hearts tremble with fear. They looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror. What kind of aura is this? How terrifying. Since when did Jianghai city have such a powerful martial artist? I feel it's even stronger than the inspector. Quick, notify the Dragon Martial Bureau. An unknown terrifying martial aura has appeared in Jianghai city, suspected to be someone breaking through to the saint level. Even the top martial artists of Jianghai city paled under the pressure of this saintly might and frantically contacted their superiors. The entire city was shaken by Chen Yuan's breakthrough. Yet the vortex dissipated the next second because Chen Yuan had withdrawn all his leaked aura and returned to an ordinary human appearance. This was deliberately controlled by him. The cultivation infusion given by the system was absolutely perfect, granting him micro-level control over his power, able to release and retract at will. Martial Saint Peak standing at the very top of Blue Star in one step. This beginning truly befits my identity as a transmigrator. Currently, even the strongest of the Great Xia Nation is only at the late Martial Saint stage. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the balcony overlooking the city, about to study the Hunyuan Saint Canon and Holy Ruins Suppression Fist in depth. But just then a piercing alarm blared across the entire city. Woo, woo, woo. An emergency broadcast followed. Attention, all citizens. A heavenly chasm entrance has appeared on the western outskirts and an insect race invasion has begun. Garrison martial artists have been dispatched to intercept. Non-combatants, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Chen Yuan frowned. From his memory, heavenly chasms were spatial tiers connecting to other worlds that would spew various dangerous alien races. The insect race was one of the most common. Their individual strength wasn't high, but their numbers were terrifying. Once they formed an insect tide, they could drown an entire city. He walked to the west side of the balcony, his gaze piercing through several kilometers. He saw the scene in the western suburbs. A pitch-black crack hung in midair about 10 meters in diameter, with countless hideous black beetles pouring out. Each one was the size of a hunting dog. Their mandibles were ferocious, their carapaces gleamed with a metallic luster, and they moved extremely fast, madly biting everything around them. The garrison martial artist forces had already arrived. Due to the proximity to the city, heavy ordnance could not be used. Several hundred of the first arriving martial artists had to form battle formations, sending blade light and sword chi slashing into the swarm. The leader was a grand martial master. One slash of his blade could shatter 3 or 4 insect beasts, but the swarm's number was too great, and the cracks still spewed them out endlessly. Within just a few seconds, some martial artists were already injured and fell. The defense line began to contract. Worse still, the crack was slowly expanding, from 10 meters to 11-12. At this rate, within half an hour at most, the heavenly chasm would expand to an uncontrollable extent. Then even more powerful insect race units would cross over, and the entire city might fall. On the other side, within the residence of the inspector in Jianghai city, the atmosphere had grown oppressively heavy. Lord Inspector, something terrible has happened. The number of insectoid creatures pouring out from the Tiankue in the western part of the city has far exceeded our estimates. Our martial battalions rush to engage, but the casualties are disastrous, and we are being pushed back step by step, a warrior reported anxiously. The middle-aged man seated in the chief position suddenly rose to his feet. The aura of a mid-stage martial king erupted uncontrollably from his body, shaking the tables and chairs throughout the hall. His name was Zhao Shanhe, the inspector of Jianghai city, appointed by the Longwu division of the Daxia nation, a man of great authority tasked with guarding the city. Mobilize all station martial warriors. Have the 2nd and 3rd legions move up in full force. Tell every soldier that behind them lies their home. They must not retreat a single step. Yes. The reporter had just withdrawn when another monitoring officer tumbled in, half rolling and half crawling. Lord Inspector, the energy level of the Tiankue has been confirmed as medium grade. Deep within the rift, we have detected the energy fluctuations of a 7th-rank insectoid, at least one insect emperor. It is estimated that in 10 minutes the Tiankue will expand to a stable state, and that beast will charge out. The hall instantly fell into dead silence. A 7th-rank insect emperor corresponded to a human powerhouse of martial emperor level. Yet Zhao Shanhe was only at mid-stage martial king. Within the entire Jianghai city, there was not even a single peak martial king, let alone a martial emperor. Damn it. Zhao Shanhe's expression turned as dark as ink, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles creaked. This was already beyond the scope of what he could handle. He did not dare delay any longer. He immediately connected to the emergency communication line to request aid from the higher authorities of the provincial administration. 30 seconds later, the message that came from the other end was even more despair-inducing. Due to the sudden outbreak, the nearest martial emperors were all engaged in handling other Tiankuei, and the fastest among them would still need an hour to arrive and support. Jianghai City would have to hold on whether it could or not. 1 hour. Once the insect emperor emerges, it would be a miracle if Jianghai City can last half an hour. Zhao Shanhe let out a bitter, despairing laugh. Hanging up the call, he took a deep breath, when suddenly a gleam flashed through his eyes. Right. That burst of sacred might that had just soared into the sky. That terrifying vortex of spiritual energy. The aura had unmistakably been that of a martial saint, and it did not seem to belong to someone who had only just stepped into the saint realm. As long as that mysterious expert was willing to act, the crisis in Jianghai City would be resolved at once. Wu Feng, Zhao Shanhe roared. A trusted Grandmaster-level subordinate instantly flashed to his side. My lord, quickly, gather all citywide surveillance footage and activate the aura detection system. Search with everything we have for that martial saint senior. At all costs invite him to take action. Even if I, Zhao Shanhe, must kneel before him, it does not matter. Yes. Wu Feng accepted the order and shot out of the residence like a fading afterimage. Zhao Shanhe seized his battle blade and armored battle suit, cast one last look at the photograph of his wife and daughter on the wall, then turned and rushed toward the front line. Senior, I beg of you. The battlefield on the western outskirts had become a living hell. Piles of insect corpses formed mountains, and warriors' blood stained the earth a deep crimson. More than 1,000 warriors had formed a circular battle formation that teetered on the verge of collapse under the relentless impact of the surrounding insect tide. Hold the line. Behind us is the city. Reinforcements will be here any moment. Amid the shouts, a figure descended from the sky, the oppressive might of a martial king exploding outward. Zhao Shanhe swung his blade down in a cleaving strike. A 10-tang-long arc of blade chi swept out like a crescent moon, instantly clearing all insectoids within 30 meters ahead. The inspector has arrived. Brothers kill. Morale surged in unison. Zhao Shanhe led more garrison troops into the core of the battle formation, his blade light like a dragon. With every strike, dozens of insectoids fell lifeless. Yet the insect tide was simply too vast, and the rift continued to expand. Its diameter had reached 15 meters. He could feel deep within the fissure a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble, slowly awakening. That insect emperor was about to emerge. We must hold on. Zhao Shanhe gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure, praying in his heart that the mysterious martial saint would arrive in time. At the same time, in an old residential compound 5 kilometers away, Chen Yuan stood on his balcony, clearly able to see the entirety of the battlefield. He could see the blood-soaked Zhao Shanhe, and even those few massive insect emperors deep within the rift stretching their bodies as they impatiently prepared to burst out. Chen Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Not because he possessed some lofty desire to save the world, but simply because it was far too noisy. The screeching of the swarm, the clash of weapons, and the rising screams overlapped endlessly, so loud that he no longer had the mood to study cultivation arts and martial techniques. Noisy. Chen Yuan uttered the single word lightly. He did not even raise his hand, only his gaze sharpened slightly. A formless sacred might wrapped in the pure spiritual energy of the Hunyuan sacred Canon pierced through several kilometers of space, like a sword heading straight for the western Tiankuei. In that instant, the swarm slaughtering the warriors froze in place. A second later, they all exploded into bloody mist without leaving a single scrap behind. The dense carpet of insect corpses covering the ground vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Nor was that all. That terrifying force pierced through the swarm and plunged straight into the pitch-black fissure of the Tiankuei. On the other side of the Tiankuei, in the insect world, 6 7th-rank insect emperors, each several zhang long, with black glossy carapaces, lay in wait for the spatial channel to stabilize. Sensing the feeble auras of the warriors outside, their hearts were filled with savage bloodlust. They were only waiting a few more moments before charging out of the Tiankuei to bathe Jianghai in blood. But suddenly, a power so terrifying it made their very souls tremble descended upon them. They did not even have time to struggle before their massive bodies were crushed into heaps of meat. All the surrounding insectoids were likewise swept away, leaving the interior of the Tiankuei in sudden deathly silence. On the western front line, every warrior stood frozen, where they were staring blankly at the empty battlefield. Where's the swarm? The swarm that was packed so densely just now. How is it gone? Even the Tiankuei before them no longer spewed out any creatures. Zhao Shanhe's pupils contracted sharply. He jerked his head up toward the city, feeling that fleeting yet terrifying aura, his entire body trembling. It was not fear but sheer excitement. Such a terrifying strike could only have been unleashed by that martial saint senior. The staff responsible for real-time monitoring of the Tiankuei repeatedly replayed the footage of what had just happened. Yet all they saw was the sudden disappearance of the swarm and the Tiankuei. There was no figure nor any trace of energy fluctuations. Quick, send the surveillance recording just now to the Longwu division at once. And those detection data regarding that terrifying aura. We must find out this powerhouse's identity as soon as possible. The person in charge finally reacted, his voice trembling with excitement as he shouted to his subordinates. The Longwu Division was the highest martial management institution established by Huaxia Nation since the revival of spiritual energy. And the instigator behind all this, Chen Yuan, was at this moment standing on his own balcony, calmly withdrawing his gaze as he rubbed his ears. Finally, with that casual strike, he had not even used 1/5 of its strength, yet had effortlessly pacified a medium-grade Tiankuei. At the peak of the martial saint realm, on this planet he could do as he pleased. Just as Chen Yuan was savoring the surging power within his body, the smile at the corner of his lips growing ever brighter, the system's notification chime suddenly sounded. Detection: the host has made a first move, triggering a hidden achievement, first kill. Extra reward: obtained saint-grade movement art, Jiqi, Tianya, mastered to perfection. Explanation: with a single step, one may traverse to any point within the field of vision. When cultivated to the extreme, one can step through the void and roam the sea of stars. There are hidden achievement rewards as well. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Yuan's face. The system had brought him yet another pleasant surprise. Claim it immediately. He then closed his eyes, rapidly digesting and comprehending the movement art. A few minutes later, everything settled. Just as Chen Yuan opened his eyes, no longer paying any attention to the situation on the western battlefield, and happily studying the new movement art, his brows suddenly lifted. Someone was coming. The approaching aura was at the Grandmaster level, moving extremely fast, sprinting full tilt toward the residential compound where he lived. However, there was no malice emanating from this person. Tisk, seems they're here for me. Chen Yuan curled his lips, but did not hide. He wanted to see just how the official organization of Daxia Nation intended to treat this mysterious martial saint. Downstairs, Wu Feng had just received the latest orders from Zhao Shanhe regarding the current situation on the battlefield in the west of the city. Following the monitoring footage, he finally looked up in awe at a certain balcony on the 3rd floor. After adjusting his robe, he knelt down with a thud and said loudly, "I, Wu Feng, have come at the command of Jiang Hai's inspector to pay my respects to the esteemed saint. 300 million citizens of Jiang Hai thank you for your great kindness in saving our lives." His voice was filled with utmost respect, echoing throughout the entire community. A playful smile crept across Chen Yuan's lips from behind the curtain on the balcony. Interesting. He stretched his muscles slightly, his voice calm as he said, "Come up. Remember to take the stairs, the elevator is broken." Wu Feng trembled all over, nearly brought to tears by excitement. This senior, with just a wave of his hand, had quelled a medium-sized heavenly abyss. Wished to meet him. He quickly got up, but dared not use his movement technique, instead taking one careful step at a time, properly ascending to the 3rd floor. He stood in front of an ordinary security door. Nervously adjusting his appearance, 3 times Wu Feng gently knocked on the door. It opened automatically. A young voice came from inside. "Come in, no need to change your shoes." Wu Feng cautiously entered the room, and upon seeing the surroundings, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Wow, is this where the martial saint lives? Isn't it too frugal? Is it a unique preference? It's really different from other martial saints." Then, upon seeing the young man standing on the balcony, who looked to be only in his early 20s, he was completely stunned. So young. He almost thought he had mistaken the person. But in the next second, when he felt the unfathomable aura emanating from the young man, all his doubts vanished. Thud. Wu Feng knelt again, forehead touching the ground. "I, Wu Feng, pay my respects to the saint." Chen Yuan turned around and looked at him. "Speak, what brings you to me?" The senior quelled the heavenly abyss with a wave of your hand, saving 300 million soldiers and civilians of Jiang Hai from peril. This kindness is as heavy as a mountain. The inspector has prepared a modest banquet in the residence, and I earnestly request that you grace us with your presence, giving us a chance to express our gratitude in person. He spoke with extreme humility. Before the martial saint, a grandmaster was no more than an ant. Simply having this senior willing to meet him was an immense blessing. Chen Yuan did not respond. He cast a faint glance towards the west of the city, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "No rush, there are others coming." Wu Feng was taken aback. Just as he was about to cautiously inquire further, he sensed an aura far surpassing his own, rapidly approaching, fast and very familiar. It was Zhao Shanhe. Having ensured the battlefield in the west of the city was secure and confirming that the heavenly abyss was completely silent, with even the bug emperors slain, Zhao Shanhe was filled with excitement. After giving instructions for the follow-ups, he rushed straight over. His heart was filled with reverence. This senior was not only powerful, having annihilated the bug tide with a single blow, but could also strike into the heavenly abyss from afar to eliminate the alien creatures. Seems quite urgent, Chen Yuan thought. The appearance of a newly promoted martial saint was enough to shake the entire Great Xia kingdom. The inspector had personally hurried over. Perhaps he wanted to forge connections, seek protection, or at the very least become familiar. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and Zhao Shanhe pushed the door open after receiving Chen Yuan's consent. When he saw the young man in his 20s on the balcony, he froze in place, his face filled with astonishment. He had originally thought the martial saint was an old monster who had been hidden away for years, but unexpectedly, he was a young talent. Doubts rose in his heart similar to those of Wu Feng. Is this young man the son of the martial saint? But in the next second, feeling the vast pressure emanating from the young man, all of Zhao Shan's doubts were instantly shattered. Absolutely no mistake. Thud. Zhao Shanhe knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. Senior, with a wave of your hand you quelled the medium-sized heavenly abyss and annihilated 6 bug emperors. Such divine might is something I have only seen once in my life. The entire Zhanghai city will forever be grateful. Chen Yuan waved his hand. It's a small matter, just too noisy. Zhao Shanhe was even more astonished. Slaying 6 bug emperors and clearing out hundreds of thousands of bug tides was merely too noisy in this senior's eyes. What a level of mastery. He steadied himself and respectfully said, Senior, according to the regulations of the Dragon Martial Division, quelling a medium-sized heavenly abyss is a great achievement. I have already prepared a banquet in the residence, and I earnestly invite you to honor us with your presence. A special vehicle is waiting downstairs. It would be our Zhanghai's fortune if you would go. Chen Yuan glanced at him. Since he had nothing to do anyway, it would be fine to go. His peak martial saint cultivation was his greatest assurance. Lead the way. The 3 words instantly filled Zhao Shanhe and Wu Feng with immense joy. Please, Senior. The 2 hurriedly stepped aside to guide the way. However, Chen Yuan did not move, but silently thought to himself, just right to try out the newly acquired saint-level movement technique within reach of the horizon. He took a step forward. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or distortion of space. Zhao Shanhe and Wu Feng only felt a blur before their eyes, and the surroundings instantaneously changed from the narrow living room to the street by the entrance of the community. A black luxury vehicle was parked right in front of them, with the driver respectfully standing by the side waiting. And the 3 of them were already standing beside the car. Zhao Shanhe was flabbergasted. He hadn't even felt any process of movement. Wu Feng's legs went weak. Oh, what kind of method was this? Shrink the distance. Spatial transfer. Chen Yuan felt secretly pleased. Truly a saint-level movement technique, arriving in an instant without even disturbing the wind. Zhao Shanhe regained his senses. He hurriedly stepped forward to personally open the rear door, bowing deeply, his posture humble to the extreme. Senior, please get in. Chen Yuan calmly sat inside the car. Only then did Zhao Shanhe cautiously enter from the other side, while Wu Feng smartly climbed onto the guard vehicle in front. The convoy slowly departed from the community. The road was smooth and unobstructed. All intersections had been cleared in advance, with martial artists lined up along the way for vigilance. This was the highest standard reception that Zhao Shanhe had urgently arranged before coming. Inside the car, Zhao Shanhe, sharing a vehicle with a martial saint, dared not even breathe, loudly, cautiously attempting to engage in conversation. Senior, the residence has prepared Zhanghai specialty dishes, as well as a spirit wine I have treasured for many years. Although it cannot compare to the delicacies of Luo City, it still has its unique flavor. If the senior needs anything, please do not hesitate to command. I will certainly do my utmost to arrange it. He spoke with extreme caution. Each sentence was delivered while observing Chen Yuan's expression. Chen Yuan closed his eyes to recuperate, occasionally responding lightly, but Zhao Shanhe, as if receiving a reward, became even more respectful. And he learned Chen Yuan's name. Not long after, the convoy entered a tranquil garden area, stopping in front of an ancient and elegant residence. Inspector's residence. Although it was in a small city like Zhanghai, the mansion was quite impressive, covering dozens of acres with pavilions, towers, and flowing water exuding a certain charm. Zhao Shanhe rushed to get out of the car. He quickly walked around to the back seat, personally holding the car door open for Chen Yuan, bending low, not daring to make direct eye contact. Senior, please. This scene was witnessed by the martial artists on duty at the entrance of the mansion, who were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide open. Who is Zhao Shanhe? The Zhanghai inspector, a powerful martial king, a big shot, whose every stomp could shake the entire Zhanghai city. Yet at this moment, he was so humble before a young man. What kind of person is this young man? The martial artists guarding the area, unaware of the situation, dared not make a sound. Even their breaths lightened their curiosity about Chen Yuan's identity, reaching a peak. The banquet was set in the most luxurious banquet hall in the residence. The table was filled with top-grade spiritual materials beneficial for body enhancement, the aroma wafting in the air. The 2 took their seats. Wu Feng and the other confidants stood by. Zhao Shanhe personally poured wine for Chen Yuan. Senior, this is the Qixia brew that I have cherished for decades. It is slightly beneficial for martial artists to nourish their meridians. Please have some. Chen Yuan picked up the wine cup and took a sip. The taste was acceptable, but the spiritual energy contained within was negligible for him. After 3 rounds of drinks, having enjoyed the food and drink, Chen Yuan glanced at Zhao Shanhe and suddenly spoke. You've been stuck at the mid-martial king stage for at least 5 years, right? Zhao Shan's hand trembled, spilling a little of the wine he was pouring towards Chen Yuan. He quickly said, Senior's insight is remarkable. I have indeed been stuck for 5 years and 3 months. Chen Yuan nodded slightly and casually pointed out, it seems I was not mistaken. Your foundation is solid, but you are too obsessed with brute force. The path of the martial king requires both hardness and softness. Maintaining a calm heart is the key to breaking through. These words fell like a nectar pouring from heaven. Balance of hardness and softness, maintaining a calm heart is the key to breaking through. Zhao Shanhe trembled all over, his mind suddenly clearing, the barrier he had been stuck at in the mid-martial king stage crumbling. Boom. The surging spiritual energy surged within him. His aura climbed steadily, and the pressure of the late martial king instantly erupted, sweeping across the entire banquet hall. The spiritual energy roiled, and the tables and chairs trembled. Wu Feng and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. One sentence actually led the inspector to break through a small realm. This is the vision of a martial saint. Zhao Shanhe felt the surging power within him, his eyes turning red. He trembled with excitement. I've broken through. I've actually broken through to the late martial king stage. He suddenly stood up, kneeling down, tears brimming in his eyes as he heavily bowed to Chen Yuan. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Your words awakened me from my dream. This kindness will be remembered for. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, get up, it was just a casual remark. To him it was indeed just that. With his peak martial saint perspective, he could easily discern the issues with Zhao Shan's body, a mere martial king. The saturation of energy had reached its limit, but could not break through, which was merely a matter of mindset. Yet these words sounded profoundly mysterious to Zhao Shanhe. A casual remark that could help him break through his long stagnant bottleneck. What level has the senior reached? Was he truly just recently promoted? Zhao Shanhe stood up respectfully, his attitude even more humble than before. The banquet continued. However, Zhao Shanhe dared not speak further, serving carefully, afraid that any words might offend this unfathomable saint. In the Daxia Kingdom, Suzushi Luodu. At the top floor of the Longwu Division headquarters building, in the emergency meeting room, several high-ranking officials dressed in black and gold dragon pattern uniforms were gravely watching a surveillance video repeatedly. It was the footage of the sudden disappearance of the Sky Cave in the west of Jianghai City. The insect tide was instantly obliterated. The Sky Cave was flattened. Even the insect emperor deep within the fissure vanished. Based on the residual energy analysis, the assailant must be at least in the mid-martial saint stage, or even higher. What terrifying power is such a formidable being hiding in Jianghai City? The high-ranking officials exchanged shocked glances. Immediately relay this confidential report to all martial saint elders and the division master stationed outside. Understood. The order was given, and the encrypted information was transmitted with the highest priority to various locations across the Daxia Kingdom. Northwest front Jimal Fortress. This was a super fortress built to suppress a large sky cave with walls reaching 100 meters high, constructed entirely from special alloys and bristling with numerous technological weapons on the parapets. In the command room at the top of the fortress, a middle-aged man in a simple gray robe stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the pitch-black fissure spanning the heavens several dozen miles away. His face was resolute, his gaze deep as an abyss, and he exuded not a trace of aura, causing everyone in the command room to instinctively hold their breath. Zhou Qing, the division master of the Longwu Division, the foremost among the 12 martial saints of the Daxia Kingdom, was in the late martial saint stage and had guarded the underworld sky cave in the northwest for over a decade. Ding! The communication ring on his wrist vibrated gently. Zhou Qing raised his hand to activate the holographic screen, and the encrypted message from the Longwu Division headquarters popped up, accompanied by the surveillance footage. He quietly watched it through. Once, twice, thrice. In the command room, the sound of a pin drop could be heard as the others did not dare to breathe. After a long while, Zhou Qing slowly exhaled, his eyes bursting with brilliance. With a single thought, the insect tide was annihilated, the residual might entered the sky cave, and 6 insect emperors were severed. This is not something a newly promoted can achieve. The control over power has reached an exquisite level, at least in the mid-martial saint stage, or possibly late stage. He clenched his fist, a storm surging within his heart. Currently, there were only 12 martial saints surviving in the Daxia Kingdom, counting him, each one he was well aware of. But the person in the footage was definitely not any of them. A hidden powerhouse. Or someone who just broke. Zhou Qing turned to his loyal deputy, standing behind him. Zhanghai City, when did such a figure emerge? The deputy quickly bowed. Master, according to the subsequent report from the inspector of Zhanghai City, Zhao Shanha, that senior appears very young, about in their early 20s. Early 20s. Zhou Qing's pupils contracted. At that age, even a peerless genius would find it astonishing to break through to Martial King. Martial Saint. Or at least midstage. Interesting. A slight smile crept onto Zhou Qing's lips as he looked back at the holographic screen, the image frozen at the moment the insect tide was obliterated. That clean and decisive technique, the effortless posture. A thought slowly formed in his mind. If they could recruit this mysterious powerhouse into the Longwu division, the pressure currently faced by the Daxia Kingdom would surely lessen significantly. Send the order. Zhou Qing's voice suddenly turned solemn. The deputy straightened up. Please give your instructions, master. Zhou Qing removed his gray robe, revealing a black combat suit. Notify the third elder to temporarily take my place, guarding the underworld sky cave for 3 days. The division master will personally head to Zhanghai City. The deputy was taken aback. Master, you want to go personally? Although that individual possesses considerable strength, having an elder go to make contact would already show our respect. You don't understand. Zhou Qing interrupted with a wave of his hand. He walked to the window, looking at the swirling black mist in the distance, and slowly said, in the past 10 years the number of large sky caves has increased by 30%, and us old fellows along with the newly emerged youngsters are nearing our limits. The southeast Bloodsea Sky Cave requires 2 martial saints on rotation to guard, and the southwest Lava Sky Cave just erupted last week. Old Li is still lying down to recover, and Yang fell in the Linlong Sky Cave 3 years ago. The Daxia Kingdom needs new martial saints, especially of this caliber. The deputy fell silent, a deep sense of helplessness surging within. In recent years, the sky caves have wreaked havoc with the danger level of large sky caves extremely high, each one requiring a martial saint to oversee. However, the number of martial saints in Daxia is scarce, already stretched thin. Some have even fallen. This has made the already urgent defense lines even more critical. Zhou Qing, his eyes flickered with a decisive light. The Zhanghai Sky Cave erupted, and this person made a move without hesitation to suppress it, obviously having no malice towards Daxia, and may even have good intentions. Such a person deserves to be treated with the highest courtesy by us in Daxia. Prepare the aircraft, I will depart immediately. Yes. The deputy did not dare to say more, and quickly stepped out to convey the order. 10 minutes later, a streamlined black warplane took off from the Jinma fortress, breaking through the clouds and speeding toward Zhanghai City in the southeast. Inside the cockpit, Zhou Qing closed his eyes to rest. However, his mind was repeatedly running through every detail of that footage. Across dozens of miles, a single strike to obliterate the enemy, the control of power was flawless. Such a technique, even I could not achieve such effortless mastery. Zhanghai City. Chen. He opened his eyes and looked out at the rapidly retreating sea of clouds. If he could successfully recruit this individual, the martial defense line of Daxiao would surely gain an indestructible barrier. At the Zhanghai City inspector's residence in the banquet hall, Zhao Shanha had just broken through to the late Martial King stage and was extremely excited. He respectfully poured tea for Chen Yuan. I will never forget the guidance of the senior. If there is anything you need, please feel free to command me. Chen Yuan waved his hand lightly. No need, I have nothing I require. He spoke the truth. With the peak martial saint cultivation sacred level techniques and movement methods along with infinite storage space, the items provided by the system were more than sufficient for him to roam freely on this planet as long as he did not seek death. While Zhao Shanha was speaking, the communication ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated. After taking a glance, his expression slightly changed, and he cautiously said to Chen Yuan Sr., "It's an urgent communication from the Longwu Division headquarters. I need to take this." "Go ahead." Chen Yuan was unconcerned. Zhao Shanha stepped aside and activated the call. The next second, a holographic screen popped up and a stern voice came through. "Zhanghai Inspector, Zhao Shanha, heed my command. The division master has personally set out to your city to meet with that senior named Chen. Before the division master arrives in Zhanghai City, you must ensure that all of Chen's needs are met and receive him with the highest standards. If there is any mistake, you will be dealt with under military law." Zhao Shanha trembled all over. Zhou Master Zhou is coming personally. He was the #1 martial saint of the Daxia Kingdom. Having guarded the underworld sky cave in the northwest for over a decade, he was an unparalleled powerhouse that made the internal alien races tremble in fear. Now he is actually coming to Zhanghai City personally. "Yes, I understand. I will ensure the task is completed." Zhao Shanha immediately stood upright and saluted. The communication ended. He turned to look at Chen Yuan with eyes full of deep reverence. To have Master Zhou come personally. What kind of background does this senior Chen have? Zhao Shan's voice was somewhat dry. Senior, I just received news that the Lord of the Dragon Martial Division is on his way to Jianhai City, saying that he wishes to meet you. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had just heard Zhao Shan's conversation clearly. Searching his mind for information about the other party's reputation, he realized he was a well-known figure throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. The Lord of the Dragon Martial Division. The #1 Saint Zhou Qing of the Great Xia Kingdom. Precisely. Oh, then let him come. Chen Yuan took a sip of tea, displaying an indifferent expression. Having anticipated this encounter, Zhao Shanhe was not surprised by the visit. He swallowed hard. That was the towering pillar of the martial arts world in the Great Xia Kingdom. Among all saint-level martial artists worldwide, he ranked among the top. Yet in the mouth of this senior, he sounded like a mere ordinary visitor. He dared not ask further, and could only stand respectfully. Chen Yuan had already risen. That's enough, I should be heading back now. They'll see you out. No need. With a single step, Chen Yuan vanished instantly. Only Zhao Shanhe and a few trusted aides remained exchanging glances. After a while, Wu Feng whispered, Sir, the Lord of the Dragon Martial Division has personally come to Jianhai City. Shouldn't we prepare something? Zhao Shanhe took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Send the order down, raise the alert level for the entire city to the highest. Mobilize all available forces to ensure the absolute safety of the area where Senior Chen is located. Also, although the Heavenly Cave has been suppressed by Senior Chen, we must not let our guard down. Dispatch personnel to monitor constantly to prevent any further anomalies. Understood. The command was swiftly conveyed. The entire martial artist system of Jianhai City began to operate silently and efficiently. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had returned to his living room. Just as he lay down on the sofa, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's influence is spreading, triggering hidden achievement, initial reputation spread. Gained additional reward, entry-level comprehension of the Saint-Grade Ultimate Defensive Technique, Indestructible Golden Body. Note, a Saint-Grade body refining technique. Once perfected, the body will be impervious to blades and fire, immune to attacks below the Saint-Grade. Should the host claim it immediately? Is this even possible? Chen Yuan's eyes brightened with joy. He hadn't expected that merely showcasing a bit of skill would intimidate the high-ranking officials of Jianhai City and the upper echelons of the Dragon Martial Division and trigger a hidden achievement. This system was truly generous. In the Blue Star, items like weapons, techniques, and elixirs are uniformly classified from low to high, from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Each tier can further be categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and ultimate quality. Tier 9 is also referred to as Saint Grade due to its equivalence to Saint-level martial artists. Claim. As Chen Yuan's words fell, a profound understanding surged into his mind. The cultivation method, operation route, and spiritual energy refining techniques of Indestructible Golden Body became clear to him. The only regret was that this reward was only an entry-level comprehension, unlike the previous first kill achievement, where he had gained complete mastery. However, Chen Yuan was already quite satisfied to acquire a Saint-Grade technique without any cost. One must understand that in this high martial world, Saint-Grade techniques are truly rare treasures. The entire Great Xia Kingdom has only about 20 to 30 publicly known Saint-Grade techniques, and they are all held by the Dragon Martial Division and a few martial families that rose after the emergence of the Heavenly Caves. Ordinary martial artists have never even seen them. Moreover, the indestructible golden body provided by the system, just by its name one could tell its defensive power, is absolutely terrifying. To achieve complete understanding, I suppose I need to spread my influence even further. Chen Yuan mused, attempting to inquire about the system. System, could you tell me the trigger conditions for hidden achievements? Sorry, host, but that is not possible. Hidden achievements can only be triggered passively and cannot be queried actively. Chen Yuan clicked his tongue, unwilling to give up, and tried to coax the system. Yet the system remained resolute in its refusal. All right, no wonder it's called a hidden achievement. Chen Yuan had to give up. He then settled down, sitting cross-legged, and began to digest the entry-level comprehension of Indestructible Golden Body. The spiritual energy within his body flowed along a specific route, slowly refining every inch of flesh, bone, and organ. After a few minutes, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a faint golden sheen flickering over his body before vanishing. It worked. He felt the surging power within him, as well as the defense of his body that was several times stronger than before, causing his lips to involuntarily curl upward. Though it was merely an entry-level comprehension, even if he stood before the 6 insect monarchs within that heavenly cave, allowing them to strike at will, those creatures' attacks would not breach his defense. Let's test the effect. With a thought, Chen Yuan activated Indestructible Golden Body. A solid layer of golden light instantly enveloped his entire body, the glow subdued, yet emanating an indestructible heaviness. He casually picked up a fruit knife from the table and gently sliced it across his arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The blade shattered into pieces, leaving no mark on his arm. Not bad. Chen Yuan dispersed the technique, feeling quite pleased. He then attempted to continue understanding, hoping to elevate indestructible golden body to minor completion by his own efforts. However, after over an hour of minimal progress, his excitement quickly faded. It seems that to achieve rapid improvement, I still need to rely on system rewards. Chen Yuan lay back on the sofa, no longer pressing himself. Outside the window, the sky darkened and night fell. A black warplane broke through the clouds, arriving over Zhanghai. Inside the cabin, Zhou Qing slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the brightly lit city below. Within, I hope to persuade this Saint Chen. If I can recruit him into the Dragon Martial Division, the pressure on the Great Xia defense line will significantly lessen, and more martial artists and citizens can be spared from the slaughter by other races. The emergence of heavenly caves worldwide occurs completely erratically, making it impossible to predict. Even with ample precautions, unexpected events can still arise. Take Zhanghai City, for instance. If it weren't for Chen Yuan stepping in to suppress it, a calamity would have been unavoidable. Lord, we are about to arrive at the inspector's mansion. A trusted aide reported respectfully. Zhou Qing nodded slightly, his aura retracting, appearing like an ordinary middle-aged man. Zhao Shanha had already brought several core senior members to wait, not making a grand display, as he knew this lord of the Dragon Martial Division disliked ostentation. Upon seeing the warplane land, everyone was taut with excitement, their eyes filled with awe and worship. To see two saints in one day was a tremendous honor. Saints in the Great Xia are more radiant than any celebrity or wealthy magnate. As the cabin door opened, Zhou Qing emerged in simple yet powerful attire, his posture tall and imposing, with two aides exuding powerful auras following behind him. Zhao Shanha quickly stepped forward, leading everyone in a respectful bow. I am Zhao Shanha, welcoming the Lord to Zhanghai. Zhou Qing nodded calmly. A gentle force of saintly power lifted everyone. No need for such formalities. He wasted no time and went straight to the point. How is the situation at the medium heavenly cave in the west of the city? Where is that Saint Chen right now? Have you been negligent? Zhao Shanha hurriedly replied. Reporting to the Lord, the heavenly cave has been subdued by Senior Chen in a single strike, with heavy casualties among the insect race, so there is no immediate threat. Senior Chen is currently resting at home. I would never dare to be negligent. After the banquet, the senior left. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. At home? Where? In the Unju community, a low-rent housing community built by the government. The environment is rather simple. Zhao Shanha added somewhat awkwardly. Zhou Qing's face revealed an unusual expression. A figure suspected to be a latest-stage saint lives in a low-rent housing community. How peculiar. His interest in Chen Yuan grew even stronger. The more low-key, the more profound the foundation. Lin Xiao Lu Yu. Zhou Qing looked at the two aides behind him. Yes. The two bowed. You two will handle the follow-up at the Western Heavenly Cave, ensuring all hidden dangers are eliminated. If conditions permit, try to transform it into a controllable resource point. Understood. The two accepted the orders, their formidable saint-level auras erupting, and in a flash they vanished from sight. Zhao Shanha and the others were shaken to the core. Two saints. Truly the Lord of the Dragon Martial Division, the strongest saint in the Great Xia Kingdom, travels with aides of such caliber. Zhou Qing looked at Zhao Shanha. You all remain here on standby. No one is to approach the Unju community without my orders. Understood. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Qing stepped out. Without a sound or shadow, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Shanha and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. How did the Lord and the other two leave? It's completely unfathomable. Is this the means of high-level martial artists? How terrifying. Night draped the city in profound stillness. Within Unju residential complex, rows of aging corridor-style apartment buildings glowed under dim yellow streetlights. Homes reserved for families of modest means. Inside the living room, Chen Yuan lounged lazily on the sofa watching television. The screen replayed the evening's emergency broadcast. The anchor's voice trembled with excitement as he announced the mysterious cessation of the West City Tianku Rift. The footage showed only chaos, shattered ground, and martial cultivators trembling with residual shock. Yet no one could explain what had truly transpired. Bored, Chen Yuan casually switched channels. At that very moment, he sensed something, an almost imperceptible shift, and his brows lifted faintly. Here he is. This must be Zhou Qing, latest-stage martial saint. His strength is indeed formidable, yet alas, not as formidable as mine. Almost simultaneously, a figure materialized soundlessly in the shadowed corner of Unju residential complex. Zhou Qing, clad in simple functional attire, his aura suppressed to absolute stillness, he appeared utterly ordinary. A middle-aged man passing unnoticed through life. Yet only he knew the truth. His heart now hammered uncontrollably. Since his aircraft entered Shanghai airspace, he had deliberately dampened his presence, even invoking secret techniques to veil his trail. Logically speaking, even a late-stage martial saint should not have detected his arrival. Yet the instant his foot crossed into Unju residential complex, a crushing pressure descended, so immense it made his very soul shudder. Zhou Qing jolted violently, his pupils contracted sharply. This aura, peak stage martial saint. He could not possibly be mistaken. That overwhelming mountainous oceanic force, capable of subduing heaven and earth itself, was the unmistakable hallmark of one who had reached the absolute zenith of the martial saint realm. How is this possible? A storm raged within Zhou Qing's mind. Before arriving, he had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps his target was mid-stage, or at most like himself late-stage. But peak stage? Not a single martial saint across Blue Star had ever attained such a pinnacle. Chen Yuan was the first. Zhou Qing whirled abruptly, gaze locking onto an unremarkable third-floor window. He felt it then, a calm, unwavering gaze emanating from within fixed upon him. What unsettled him most was this. The moment that gaze settled upon him, an involuntary tension coiled through his limbs, as though scrutinized by a being of infinitely higher existence. He had fought countless life-or-death battles over decades, faced terrifying alien races without flinching, yet never, not once, had he felt such utter exposure. Before this person, he stood stripped bare, no secrets left to hide. I thought I'd been cautious enough, yet. Zhou Qing drew a slow, steadying breath, forcibly suppressing the seismic tremor within his spirit. Fortunately, that gaze held no malice. Only when its owner withdrew his attention did Zhou Qing feel the oppressive weight lift, his muscles relaxing, breath returning. He composed himself, a wry smile flickering across his lips. When did Da Xiao produce such a transcendent master? Peak stage martial saint, and so young. According to Zhao Shanha's description, this senior Chen appeared barely 20 years old. If that were his true age, Zhou Qing dared not dwell further. In a blur of motion, he reappeared before the third-floor door. Straightening his robes, he discarded every pre-prepared offer, designed for a mid-stage martial saint, and rewrote them entirely in his mind. An ordinary martial saint and a peak-stage martial saint belonged to entirely different orders of reality. The former warranted alliance. The latter could sway the fate of nations, and deserved any price paid to secure his favor. Zhou Qing stilled his pulse, then knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Qing of Longwu Bureau here to pay respects to Senior Chen. A calm, youthful voice replied from within. The door is unlocked. Please enter. Zhou Qing stepped inside. His eyes fell instantly upon the young man reclining lazily on the sofa. Barely 20, features refined, gaze serene as a bottomless still lake. And that awe-inducing, soul-shaking aura of peak-stage martial saint radiated unmistakably from this very youth. Truly, so young. His last sliver of hope shattered completely. He saw clearly no ancient master masquerading behind illusion, no arcane disguise. Just raw, undeniable bonage. 20 years. A peak-stage martial saint at 20. What did that even mean? Da Xiao's youngest ever martial saint had broken through at 53, 5 decades after spiritual energy resurgence, hailed as a millennium-born prodigy. And this man before him, Zhou Qing found no words. Only the dizzying collapse of every worldview he'd ever known. Sit, Chen Yuan said, gesturing toward the sofa opposite. Zhou Qing complied immediately, posture respectful, bearing none of the arrogance expected of Da Xiao's foremost saint. He clasped his fists respectfully, voice sincere. Senior Chen, your suppression of the Tianku Rift saved millions in Shanghai. Zhou Qing on behalf of Da Xiao offers deepest gratitude. Your mastery defies comprehension. You extinguished the swarm with a single thought. Your lingering aura shook the rift itself. Such power I have never witnessed in my life. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, merely a trivial matter. It was too noisy. Zhou Qing's lips twitched slightly. Trivial. Annihilating 6 emperor-level insect sovereigns, sweeping away endless hordes, erasing an entire mid-tier Tianku. That was trivial. But he knew, now was not the time for astonishment. Gathering himself, he continued earnestly. Such cultivation at so tender an age is humanity's greatest fortune. With alien races surging and Tianku rifts erupting across the land, Da Xiao's martial cultivators fight valiantly, yet remain outmatched. Chen Yuan listened patiently, recognizing the flattery as preamble to the real request. As expected, Zhou Qing's shifted tone, expression turning solemn. I come today representing Longwu Bureau to formally invite Senior Chen to assume office. Longwu Bureau hereby confers upon you the title of Guardian Saint of the Nation, and appoints you Honorary Director General, equal in rank to myself, answerable to no one. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered faintly. Honorary Director General. That title held unexpected intrigue. Seeing Chen Yuan's subtle interest, Zhou Qing's heart leapt. and pressed on swiftly. Moreover, Senior Chen shall enjoy Longwu Bureau's highest tier privileges. First, unrestricted access to all official secret realms and Tianku rifts across Daxia. Should you wish, you may enter any realm. Priority, granted no limit on frequency. Secret realms and Tianku rifts refer to locations already pacified and transformed by state authority into controlled resource nodes, abundant with rare herbs, spirit minerals, celestial treasures, and even ancient legacies. Second, authority to command any regional garrison or surveillance force within Daxia's borders, and in emergencies, direct authorization to deploy Longwu Bureau's strategic weaponry. Third, a personal estate and elite guard detail, monthly stipend of 1 spirit crystals as guardian saint honorarium plus 2 billion Daxia credits. Every cultivation requirement met without delay or restriction. And whatever else you desire, if it exists in this world, Longwu Bureau will procure it for you. Fourth, full access to the Scripture Pavilion. Unrestricted study of all non-senior cultivation arts and martial techniques. Select saint-tier texts may also be reviewed and comprehended provided they are never copied or shared. Lastly, and most crucially, you shall hold one of the highest decision-making authorities within Longwu Bureau while retaining complete personal autonomy. Except during full-scale alien invasion or catastrophic Tianku eruption, Longwu Bureau shall never interfere in your private affairs. Zhou Qing rose and bowed deeply before Chen Yuan. His bow was profound, lower than protocol demanded. For the sake of Daxia's billions, for humanity's survival, Daxia's first martial saint surrendered every trace of pride. Chen Yuan studied Zhou Qing. Faint surprise gleamed in his eyes. These terms were extraordinarily generous. Most critically, Zhou Qing had grasped one essential truth. With his peak stage martial saint strength, Longwu Bureau could never constrain him. So instead, they offered supreme dignity and boundless benefit, simply to forge a bond of goodwill. Director, Zhou possesses remarkable courage, Chen Yuan remarked with a light smile, reaching to lift him upright. But Zhou Qing remained bowed, voice fervent. Your power merits nothing less. Chen Yuan paused in quiet contemplation. To an ordinary martial saint, these conditions represented the apex of earthly reward. To him, however, their allure was muted. With his current strength, he needed no stipend. Any resource he desired, he could claim directly from Tianku rifts. Yet joining Longwu Bureau held no disadvantage. An official title would simplify future endeavors. And most importantly, the clause requiring intervention only at critical moments remained deliberately vague, granting him full control over timing and scope. Very well, I accept, Chen Yuan nodded. Zhou Qing snapped upright, eyes blazing with incredulous joy. Senior Chen, do you truly consent? Not to mention one condition, even if it were 2 or 3 as long as we can bring this peak martial saint into the Longwu division, it would be worth it. Chen Yuan smiled. It's not a difficult matter. The public ceremony for me to become the holy sovereign of the nation must be grand enough, preferably something the whole world can witness. Is that too much to ask? For example, asking for a number of sacred-level techniques, a quantity of heavenly materials and treasures, or even demanding the relinquishment of certain benefits. He didn't expect it was merely a request for a more splendid ceremony. And this just happened to align perfectly with his intentions. They had originally planned to use this opportunity to showcase that the Great Xia had gained another top powerhouse to intimidate the restless foreign tribes and certain ill-intentioned countries. But given Chen Yuan's living environment, Zhou Qing feared that he might not appreciate ostentation like some high-ranking figures. It now seemed that this senior Chen Yuan had been low-key for so long only to make a stunning entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qing returned to his senses, beaming with joy, and said, not difficult at all. Not difficult at all. Rest assured, Senior, not only will it be broadcasted nationwide, but we'll also invite delegations from various countries to witness, ensuring your name spreads throughout the world. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, then, it's settled. His request was naturally purposeful. It was to maximize the spread of influence, to trigger the system's hidden achievements, and to gain a complete understanding of the immortal golden body. As for other conditions, he couldn't think of any at the moment. Anyway, with his current strength and the series of generous conditions offered by Zhou Qing, he could simply take what he needed later. Does Senior have any other requests? Zhou Qing asked tentatively. Chen Yuan shook his head. None. Zhou Qing's smile became even more pronounced. He immediately took out a purple gold token from the spatial ring on his finger. The token shimmered with light, and the front was intricately carved with a vivid dragon, while the back remained blank. Zhou Pan explained, this is the highest level holy sovereign token of the Longwu division. The purple gold color represents a status above the 12 martial saint elders, and is on par with me. As he spoke, he concentrated a pure strand of spiritual energy at his fingertip and inscribed 4 powerful characters onto the back of the token Honorary Division Master. With this token, Senior can mobilize all official forces within the Great Xia, access any secret realms, and call upon any strategic resources. The communication function is also bound to the highest authority channel of the Longwu Division. Should Senior need anything, you can contact headquarters or any Martial Saint Elder at any time using this token. Zhou Qing presented the token with both hands. Chen Yuan accepted it. It felt warm to the touch with a unique material and moderate weight. He weighed it in his hand, and a thought crossed his mind. This thing is quite sturdy, it should be handy for cracking walnuts. He casually tucked the token into his waist. Zhou Qing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, but dared not say anything more. Use it however Senior likes. And this. Zhou Qing handed over a black gold card, its edges inlaid with intricate dark golden patterns exuding luxury and nobility. This is the highest level supreme card of the Great Xia Longwu Bank, with an initial credit limit of 1 billion and a monthly offering subsidy of 100 million will be deposited regularly. Furthermore, this card allows for a 40% discount on all expenditures in industries under the Longwu Bank. Chen Yuan took the card, and without even looking at it, pocketed it. Zhou Qing added, additionally, the exclusive residence prepared for Senior has already been selected. It is located on Longyuan Mountain near Ledu, covering an area of 300 acres with Zhou Qing added, additionally, the exclusive residence prepared for Senior has already been selected. It is located on Longyuan Mountain near Ledu, covering an area of 300 acres with denser spiritual energy than the outside world and equipped with dedicated servants. If Senior has no objections, shall I have someone begin the arrangements? Chen Yuan nodded sure. He hadn't lived in a villa before crossing over. If he didn't spend some time enjoying a luxurious life in a villa, wouldn't it be a waste of his crossing? Zhou Qing suggested, if it's convenient for Senior, why not come with me to Luodu now? I just need to return to the Netherworld secret realm to continue overseeing things, and it would be on the way to take Senior there. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly and glanced at Zhou Pan with amusement. As far as he knew, the Netherworld secret realm was located in the northwestern region of the Great Xia, while Lu was in the central region of the country. What kind of route was that? Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to gain more favor and build goodwill with him. However, Chen Yuan didn't expose him. After all, he wouldn't have to travel himself, or why not enjoy it? He glanced at his old house, which was bare and had nothing worth packing, locked the door, and said, all right, let's go then. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan lightly stepped forward, activating the technique of the inch from heaven, and his figure instantly vanished. So fast. Zhou Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized that Chen Yuan's technique was extraordinary and hurriedly followed. At the inspectorate's residence in the back courtyard, Zhao Shanhe and the others were respectfully waiting when suddenly they felt a blur before their eyes. Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing had already appeared before them. Greetings, Division Master. Greetings, Senior Chen. The crowd hurriedly bowed, their hearts filled with shock. These two moved like the wind, and they couldn't even see their shadows. What shocked them even more was that the Division Master treated Senior Chen with clear equality, even showing some respect. No need for excessive formalities. Zhou Qing waved his hand and looked at Chen Yuan. Senior Chen, please wait a moment. Oh, I still need to explain some follow-up matters regarding the secret realm in the west of the city. Chen Yuan didn't mind and nodded, no problem. This title once again left Zhao Tianhe and the others astonished. It seemed that Senior Chen's background was far greater than they had imagined. While they were speaking, 2 figures rushed in. It was Lin Xiao and Lu Yu, who had gone to handle the secret realm in the west of the city. They first bowed to Zhou Qing, then respectfully clasped their fists to Chen Yuan. Greetings, Senior. Then they reported, Division Master, the secret realm in the west of the city has been completely cleared. No 8th-tier insectoids were found inside, and the remaining insectoids are less than half and no longer pose a threat. It is expected that it can be completely transformed into a controllable resource point within 3 months. Good. Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with joy. Another medium-sized resource point has been added, strengthening the foundation of the Great Xia. He looked solemnly at Chen Yuan and said, this is all thanks to Senior Chen's intervention. Chen Yuan chuckled. It was just a small effort. After Zhou Qing instructed Zhao Shanhe about a few follow-up garrison matters, he turned to Chen Yuan and said, Senior Chen, we can set off now. The two boarded a black aircraft. The hatch closed, and the aircraft slowly ascended, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the night sky, heading north toward Lu under autopilot. Inside the cabin, Chen Yuan leaned comfortably in his seat, chatting casually with Zhou Qing, with most of the conversation revolving around cultivation levels. Zhou Qing seized the opportunity to inquire about insights. Chen Yuan casually offered a few pointers, each one enlightening Zhou Qing, who felt he was gaining immensely from the experience. He was increasingly glad to have won over such a powerful figure. In the corner of the cabin, Lin Xiao and Lu Yu exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. From their conversation, they learned that this senior Chen was a powerhouse at the peak of the Martial Saint level. The peak of the Martial Saint realm. Even higher than the Division Master. No wonder the Division Master went out of his way to curry favor. At midnight, the fighter jet landed steadily at the headquarters of the Luo capital Longwu Division. The helipad was brightly lit, and dozens of senior officials in formal attire had been waiting for a long time. Each of them held a solemn demeanor, their expressions filled with respect, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the newly promoted Martial Saint at the pinnacle of power. As the cabin door opened, Chen Yuan stepped out first, followed closely by Zhou Qing. When the crowd saw Chen Yuan's remarkably young face, they were all stunned. This is the Martial Saint at the pinnacle. He looks too young, right? If it weren't for the purple gold Saint's order hanging at his waist, which represented the highest status in the Longwu division, no one would dare to believe that this young man, seemingly in his early 20s, would be an unparalleled powerhouse, exceeding the realm of Zhou Division Master. After a moment of shock, everyone hurriedly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to Division Master Zhou. We pay our respects to Division Master Chen. The voices were perfectly synchronized and their attitude was extremely respectful. Zhou Qing waved his hand, saying no need for formalities. He smiled at Chen Yuan, saying, Division Master Chen, the official crowning ceremony for your position as the Guardian Saint will be held today at noon sharp. It will be broadcasted nationwide and delegations from various countries will be invited to witness. We guarantee that the event will be grand enough to ensure your name spreads across the globe after today. Do you have any specific time requirements? We can prepare in advance. No problem, just arrange it as you see fit, as long as it's grand enough, that's all that matters. Chen Yuan nodded calmly, looking forward to maximizing the impact and unlocking achievements. Rest assured you will be completely satisfied, Zhou Qing replied with a smile. After a few hours of brief interaction, Zhou Qing had already grasped Chen Yuan's character. This young martial saint at the pinnacle was not as temperamental as some old monsters. Rather, he was quite easy to talk to. Of course, the premise was to not provoke him. Zhou Qing turned to the senior officials behind him, saying, Next, I will accompany Division Master Chen for a tour of the headquarters. You all should get back to your duties. The ceremony at noon must be flawless. Yes. The crowd responded, but many couldn't help but sneak glances at Chen Yuan. Zhou Qing paid, leading Chen Yuan towards the headquarters building. He introduced, This is the task hall where warriors in the training camp can accept missions. Over there is the scripture repository, which houses techniques and skills discovered from various heavenly caves and created by powerful warriors. Behind is the training area equipped with closed-door rooms specifically for high-level warriors. Chen Yuan listened with great interest. The scale of the Longwu Division headquarters exceeded his expectations, covering over 1,000 acres with all kinds of facilities. Rather than an official institution, it resembled a fully functional city of warriors. After a tour, Zhou Qing checked the time. That's enough, Division Master Chen, you should rest now. I also need to return to the Netherworld's heavenly cave to keep watch. Those old fellows inside may have been scared off last time, but I can't be sure they won't make trouble while I'm away. He waved his hand, calling over several senior officials who had been following from a distance for introductions. This is Minister of Foreign Affairs Qin Yu, this is Minister of General Affairs Lin Wei, and this is Minister of Resources Zhao Taizan. This ceremony will be fully managed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with cooperation from other departments. Division Master Chen, if you have any special requests, feel free to bring them up with them. Qin Yu hurriedly stepped forward, his face beaming with respectful smiles, his tone slightly tense. Division Master Chen, rest assured we will surely satisfy you. It's my first time meeting such a powerful figure like yourself, so I can't help but feel nervous. Please bear with me. In the martial arts world, age is irrelevant, only strength matters, and anyone strong is considered a senior. Chen Yuan chuckled. No need to be nervous, just follow the process. After Zhou Qing finished his instructions, he took Lin Xiao and Lu Yu to board the aircraft, reminding Qin Yu to take good care before leaving. Qin Yu smiled, ingratiatingly bowing and leading Chen Yuan to his residence. Upon arrival, he opened the courtyard gate, saying, Division Master Chen, we have arranged a quiet retreat for you at the headquarters with an elegant and luxurious environment. Please rest for now. I will come to invite you again before the noon ceremony. Chen Yuan looked up. The 3-story villa had a garden in front and a swimming pool behind, decorated luxuriously yet tastefully. Most impressively, the concentration of spiritual energy here was evidently much higher than outside, clearly arranged with a gathering array. Wow, this is really luxurious, Chen Yuan exclaimed. Qin Yu smiled, saying, This is just a temporary residence. Once you see your mansion at Longyuan Mountain, you'll see what real grandeur is. Please rest, and if you need anything, just use the saint's order to call me. I won't disturb you any longer. After sending off Qin Yu, Chen Yuan entered the villa. The interior was even more exquisite, with furniture from top brands. He walked straight to the master bedroom, comfortably lying on the large bed. This is what life is all about. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was morning approaching noon. The Lanwu Division's heavenly altar square had already been magnificently set up with fluttering banners and rows of cannons. Tens of thousands of warriors stood in formation, exuding a powerful aura. This was the venue for the public ceremony, with the global live broadcast signal already set up and delegations from various countries present. In the seating area, aside from the elders of the Great Xia Kingdom, who could not attend due to their positions in various heavenly caves, every seat was occupied. Even those countries that had always been at odds with Great Xia and were not on the invitation list. Upon learning that Great Xia had gained a new martial saint at the pinnacle, they all sent representatives squeezing into the corners, unwilling to leave, fearing missing crucial information. In the quiet retreat, Chen Yuan changed into a specially tailored ceremonial outfit, black as the base with golden threads embroidered into dragons with purple gold tassels hanging from the shoulders, both imposing and exquisite. Beside him, Minister of General Affairs Lin Wei, still possessing her charm and allure, looked at Chen Yuan with amazement, smiling as she praised, "Wow, Division Master Chen looks incredibly handsome in this outfit. Once you stand on stage, you'll surely command the respect of the entire audience, showcasing the might of our Great Xia Kingdom." Chen Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, his lips involuntarily curving upward. He did indeed look quite handsome. Seeing this, Lin Wei seized the moment, her tone carrying a hint of flattery. "Division Master Chen, you are such a rare talent. My daughter admires strong figures like you, and she is quite charming herself. How about introducing you two after the ceremony?" Chen Yuan glanced at her with a half-smile, saying, "Minister Lin, are you trying to play matchmaker for me?" "Not at all." Lin Wei quickly waved her hands. "It's just to get acquainted, just to get acquainted." Just then a staff member came in to report Minister Lin it's time. Lin Wei had no choice but to temporarily set that aside, immediately adopting a serious tone. "All right, I understand. Division Master Chen, please prepare, you'll be going on stage soon." She then smiled, leading Chen Yuan towards the heavenly altar square. At noon sharp, the auspicious hour had arrived. Minister of Foreign Affairs Chen Yu personally took on the role of host and began an enthusiastic opening speech upon learning that the main character was ready. "Distinguished guest colleagues, today we gather here to witness the crowning of an extraordinary powerhouse. He is only 20 years old and has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. With a mere thought, he can suppress heavenly caves and quell foreign tribes. He will be our Great Xia's new 13th guardian saint, and will concurrently hold the honorary position of Division Master." As his words fell, Chen Yu turned and deeply bowed towards the backstage. "Now let us welcome the pride of Great Xia, the martial saint at the pinnacle, Chen Yuan, Division Master Chen, to the stage." The entire audience fell silent, all eyes focused on the entrance to the podium. How can Great Xia have such a young saint? Who would dare covet Great Xia now? Those who dared to provoke Great Xia previously, like the Eastern Japan country, must be losing sleep now. The comment section of the live stream exploded, shaking the nation. Chen Yuan stood on the high platform, his robe billowing, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with indifference. The pressure was palpable, exuding an overwhelming aura. The public ceremony officially concluded at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Representatives from various countries left in succession. However, unlike usual, those countries that had always maintained tense or even hostile relations with the Great Xia were now surrounding Foreign Minister Chen Yu. The smiles on their faces were increasingly ingratiating. "Minister Chen, some misunderstandings from before were due to the ignorance of my subordinates. I hope you can speak a few kind words on our behalf in front of Master Chen and Master Zhou. We are willing to cede 3 small resource points, just hoping that Master Chen can come to our country for a visit and guidance." Chen Yu wore a professional smile, yet inwardly he was sneering. "Weren't you all quite tough before? Didn't you always try to trip up the Great Xia at international conferences? Especially that detestable nation of Dongyan, which, backed by America, had often opposed the Great Xia. Now you know fear." Nevertheless, he still spoke politely. "Rest assured, both Master Chen and Master Zhou are broad-minded and will not hold grudges over these minor matters. From now on, peaceful coexistence and jointly resisting foreign races is the right path. Master Chen is busy, we can discuss meeting later." After dismissing these opportunists, Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. This time the Great Xia truly held its head high. A peak martial saint and national protector had directly shattered the balance of power in the global martial arts community. From now on, the Great Xia's influence in the international arena would reach a whole new height. In the Tranquility Courtyard, Chen Yuan had just returned to his residence, feeling quite pleased. Although the grand event was mainly to unlock system achievements, the feeling of being the center of attention, respected by all, was indeed exhilarating. He enjoyed it. Just then the purple gold holy token at his waist suddenly emitted a faint glow. Waves of messages flooded in. Master Chen, I am unable to personally congratulate you as I guard the northern ice cave. I hope you can forgive me. Should you come to Pingzhou in the future, I will certainly host you well. Master Chen, I guard the eastern seas by Pa Cave and regret not being able to congratulate you in person. Your achievements are well recognized and indeed a blessing for the great Xia. If you ever need assistance, I am willing to lend my humble strength. Congratulations on your coronation, Master Chen. Once my duty is over, I must drink with you and discuss the Tao. A total of 11 messages came from the other 11 martial saint elders of the great Xia. Although they could not attend in person due to their duties guarding major caves, they all sent their sincerest congratulations. Chen Yuan replied to each one politely. He understood very well that these old seniors were the true stabilizing force of the great Xia stationed at the front lines battling against foreign races and deserving of respect. Once he finished handling these matters, Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the system interface only he could see. Detected significant expansion of host's global influence, triggering hidden achievement renowned across the world. Received the highest reward for this achievement series, holy level defensive art, indestructible golden body, perfect comprehension. Does the host wish to claim it immediately? Claim immediately, Chen Yuan silently thought. The next moment a weighty understanding several times denser than before surged into his mind. All the mysteries and intricacies of indestructible golden body instantly became clear to him. If the previous entry-level comprehension was merely learning how to operate the technique, then the current perfect comprehension was a true understanding of the essence of this martial art. Minutes later, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in his gaze. With a thought, of faint jade-like sheen appeared on the surface of his skin, as if he had transformed into a glass statue. Indestructible golden body perfected. In ordinary circumstances, his defense was already unassailable. When fully activated, he could withstand peak holy level attacks. After using it, even if he stood there and allowed a martial saint in the early stages to attack him with all their might, they would not be able to break through his defense. Exhilarating. Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin. However, the system's notifications were not finished yet. Ding. Detected a change in host's identity, triggering hidden achievement. National Protector. Received additional reward, exclusive guard unit, Holy Dragon Guard package. Note bound to the host's soul, absolutely loyal. If the host dies, all will perish. Initial cultivation level of ordinary members, peak martial venerable. Initial cultivation level of the guard commander, early martial saint. All members' levels automatically increase with the host strength, equipment, techniques, martial skills, and other associated items will synchronously upgrade to corresponding levels, requiring no effort from the host. Does the host wish to claim it immediately? Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Such a good deal. Claim. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in the living room. 11 figures appeared out of thin air. The leader was clad in dark golden armor with a resolute face and an aura deep as the sea, clearly at early martial saint level. The 10 behind him were all in black armor, their auras refined, all at peak martial venerable. The 11 knelt in unison, their voices resonant. Holy Dragon Guard, at your service, Master. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Master, that title sounded a bit strange. You may rise. He waved his hand. From now on, don't call me Master, oh, just call me Boss. Yes, Boss. The 11 responded in unison, their voices echoing in the living room. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and asked, do you all have names? The guard commander respectfully replied. Returning to Boss, we do not have names. Please bestow us names. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, looking at the highest-ranked guard commander. From now on, you shall be called Chen Tianling. Then he pointed to the other 10. You will be named Chen 1 to Chen 10 in order. Thank you for the names, Boss. The 11 bowed again. Just then there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door. Master Chen, are you inside? It was Lin Wei's voice. Chen Yuan focused his thoughts, and the Holy Dragon Guard instantly retracted, their aura retreating to the sides, standing like sculptures. Come in. Lin Wei pushed the door open and upon entering was about to speak when she saw 11 figures with unfathomable auras in the living room. Especially the leading Chen Tianling, who, although he had restrained his aura, still exuded an invisible pressure of a martial saint, causing Lin Wei's heart to tighten. Having seen the world, she was nonetheless frightened, her legs shaking, not daring to breathe. As Chen Yuan walked out slowly, the pressure dissipated instantly. Only then did Lin Wei breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, gazing at the Dragon Guard with envy, and cautiously asked, Master Chen, who are these? Chen Yuan casually replied, my guard unit just formed from afar. They will handle the security at my residence and around me from now on. Dismissed the previous guard unit. They are sufficient. Lin Wei was shocked, but maintained her composure, quickly nodding. Okay, understood. She was perceptive and did not inquire further about the origins of these individuals. Moreover, Chen Yuan had that authority. By the way, Master, your exclusive residence at Longyuan Mountain has been arranged. A special car is waiting outside. Would it be convenient for you to go to the Longyuan Mountain residence now? Lin Wei returned to the main topic. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Let's go. Following what Chen Yu said last night, he had long wanted to see just how magnificent the exclusive residence prepared for him by the Longwu department was. The group exited the Tranquility Courtyard. Outside, a long black luxury car was parked, its streamlined design glimmering with a faint spiritual light. It was clearly a specially made vehicle for martial artists. Lin Wei personally opened the car door for Chen Yuan. Master Chen, please. Chen Yuan entered the car. Chen Tianling and the 11 others got into the 2 escort vehicles behind. The convoy slowly left the Longwu department headquarters, heading towards Longyuan Mountain outside the city. Inside the car, Lin Wei began to promote her daughter. Master Chen, my daughter Meng Yao really admires you. She is only 19 this year and is a sophomore at the Wu University in Lidu. Her talent is quite good. She is already a grandmaster. As she spoke, a hint of regret appeared on her face. If I had known, I should have brought her today. That girl looks just like me, absolutely stunning, and has a great figure. Chen Yuan found it both amusing and exasperating. This Minister Lin was truly going to great lengths to climb up this branch. However, he wasn't displeased. After all, although Lin Wei was nearing 40, she was extremely well-preserved, still charming and alluring, needing no makeup at all. If the mother was so beautiful, the daughter would likely not fall short. Minister Lin, I am currently focused on martial arts and have not considered such matters for the time being. Chen Yuan politely declined. Lin Wei did not feel discouraged and smiled. That's fine, it's only right for young people to prioritize their careers. However, if Master Chen ever wants to meet her, just let me know and I will arrange it. In her heart, she secretly lamented. She really should have brought her daughter over to meet Chen Yuan. A young man of Chen Yuan's age was just in his prime. He might be moved by her daughter's beauty. If she could establish a connection with Chen Yuan, the Lin family would soar to great heights. After all, Chen Yuan was a peak martial saint at 20, the honored chief of the Longwu department, handsome and powerful, holding significant influence in the court, a match unlike any other in Blue Star. Many would line up from Lidu to Jianghai to try to climb this branch. Missing this opportunity would mean no. As they spoke, the convoy departed from the urban area of Lidu City and soon arrived at the Longyuan Mountain area on the outskirts. This place is a high-end residential zone specially built for the martial saints, elders, and senior officials of the Longwu division, surrounded by high walls. The entrance is heavily guarded by martial artists, preventing ordinary people from even approaching the foot of the mountain. This ensures the safety of the residents. The vehicles passed smoothly through layers of checks and wound their way up the mountain road. The higher they went, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became. Chen Yuan could clearly feel that the spiritual energy here was at least 3 times more intense than that of the outside world. Lin Wei explained at the right moment. There is a spiritual vein buried underground in Longyuan Mountain, excavated from the Tian Cave's secret realm, which is why the concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than that of the outside world. Most of the residents here are family members of senior officials from the Longwu division. After all, powerful individuals like Master Chen, who are all alone in the world, are not numerous. She spoke delicately, but Chen Yuan understood. This was a family courtyard exclusive to the powerful, considered one of the perks for the high-ranking officials. The vehicle finally stopped in front of a massive bronze door. In front of the door, 2 rows of people stood neatly arranged, with men in black suits on the left and uniformed maids on the right. All of them were at the peak of martial apprentice cultivation, working much more efficiently than ordinary people. At the forefront was a middle-aged butler wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor with a cultivation level at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Behind them, the original security team was orderly retreating, clearly having received Chen Yuan's orders in advance from Lin Wei. Upon seeing the convoy stop, everyone bowed in unison. Welcome back to the residence, sir. Their voices were in perfect harmony and their attitudes were exceedingly respectful. Lin Wei was the first to get out of the car, opening the door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stepped out, followed closely by the 11 members of the Holy Dragon Guard, who took on the role of bodyguards, flanking him on both sides. The butler quickly approached and bowed deeply. Master Chen, I am Zhao Wen Yuan, appointed by the General Affairs Department to manage your residence. There are currently 28 dedicated staff members, all having undergone strict scrutiny, loyal and reliable. From now on, please feel free to give any instructions to me. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. All of them had their heads down, but one could see the excitement and nervousness in their eyes. Serving a peak martial saint is something one can boast about for a lifetime. Lin Wei timely introduced. Master Chen, these 28 individuals are carefully selected talents proficient in cooking management and various chores, dedicated to attending to your daily needs. Their monthly salary will be dispersed on time by the General Affairs Department, so you need not worry. If you feel the number is insufficient, the department will immediately dispatch more. Enough, Chen Yuan waved his hand, his gaze already fixed on the grand entrance of the residence. Zhao Wenyuan immediately understood and turned around, calling out loudly, "Open the gates and welcome the sir." The heavy bronze door slowly opened inward. When the scene behind the door was fully revealed, even Chen Yuan, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What greeted his eyes was a classical garden covering hundreds of acres. Pavilions and towers, small bridges, and flowing water, exotic flowers, and rare plants were everywhere. The spiritual energy mist enveloped the area like a fairyland. At the center stood a 3-story main hall with flying eaves and ornate brackets, resplendent and magnificent. On both sides were several side halls, each fully functional. The most extravagant aspect was that the backyard had a shimmering artificial lake with a cultivation tower built on an island at its center, reaching straight into the clouds. This is a residence. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. The scale of it could easily convince anyone it was a palace. He suddenly felt like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Having never seen such grandeur in his previous life, he nearly revealed his astonished expression on the spot. He quickly forced himself to maintain composure. Lin Wei smiled sweetly. "Master, this is the most prestigious residence on Longyuan Mountain, covering hundreds. Moreover, with special approval from Master Zhou, National Treasury resources were used to complete the construction in 12 uninterrupted hours. All the furnishings inside are of the highest quality, and the cultivation tower has been arranged with the highest level of gathering formations, making the concentration of spiritual energy twice that of other areas in Longyuan Mountain and several times that of the outside world. It is also equipped with a specially designed convoy." "Thoughtful of you." Chen Yuan nodded, his satisfaction nearly overflowing. This treatment was already quite extravagant. One could only say that the perks of being a peak martial saint were indeed terrifying. Lin Wei keenly sensed Chen Yuan's emotions and took out a 0.5% high metal box from her spatial ring. She placed it on the ground and opened it. The rich spiritual energy instantly spread out. Inside the box were neatly arranged over 10,000 crystal-clear spirit crystals, each the size of an egg, shimmering with colors obviously of extremely high quality. "This is your offering supplement for this month, 100,000 spirit crystals. Please accept it," Lin Wei said respectfully. Chen Yuan glanced over and was delighted once again. He had learned about spirit crystals before. These are natural energy crystals formed after the revival of spiritual energy, serving as cultivation resources for high-level martial artists and also as top-tier hard currency. Their status is roughly equivalent to gold before his transmigration, or even higher. An ordinary spirit crystal is worth 10,000 daxiao coins. In the black market, they double in value. The better the quality, the higher the price, and only martial artists above the Grandmaster level are qualified to access them. The ones in front of him were clearly of superior quality, with even more outrageous prices in the black market. 100,000 spirit crystals are equivalent to at least 1 billion daxiao coins. And this is just the monthly salary. Then I won't be polite. Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the entire box of spirit crystals instantly vanished into his limitless storage space. A hint of envy flashed in Lin Wei's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Now that everything was settled, she no longer lingered, reluctantly bidding farewell. "Master, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Zhao the butler is familiar with everything in the residence, and if you have any needs, feel free to contact me using the Holy Master token." She paused and added, "unwilling to give up about my family's Mengyao. Could you consider it again?" Chen Yuan was amused. "All right, Minister Lin, take care." After sending Lin Wei away, Chen Yuan, accompanied by Zhao Wenyuan, toured the entire residence, inside and out, growing more and more satisfied. The main hall's living room was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, and the bed in the bedroom was made of millennium warm jade excavated from the Tian Cave's secret realm. The study was filled with ancient books. There was even a dedicated alchemy area and a forging area. In the backyard's artificial lake, rare spiritual fish were raised. The cultivation tower on the island at the center of the lake stood at 9 stories high, each level arranged with different supportive formations. This is what life is about. Chen Yuan stood on the terrace of the 3rd floor of the main hall, overlooking the entire luxurious residence, sighing in his heart. Before his transmigration, he had to repay a 30-year loan for a house of just a few dozen square meters, and now he was living in a palace covering over 300 acres. "Boss." Chen Tianling appeared behind him at some point, respectfully saying, "The defensive formations of the residence have been fully taken over by us and have been strengthened. Without your consent, no one can intrude silently, and it can withstand the assaults of mid-martial saint-level strongholds." Chen Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." With the Holy Dragon Guard present, there was indeed no need to worry about safety. Moreover, Longyuan Mountain was also an officially protected area, deterring any petty criminals from approaching. In the following days, Chen Yuan enjoyed the most leisurely life since his arrival in this world. The Sacred Master's residence on Longyuan Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, and had a beautiful environment with 28 carefully selected staff members from the Longwu division attending to him meticulously. He woke up naturally in the morning with a breakfast of spiritual food prepared by top chefs. In the afternoon, he comprehended the Chen Yuan sacred canon in the training tower, steadily advancing his cultivation, and in the evening, he would either browse ancient texts in the library or take a stroll by the artificial lake to enjoy the moonlight. Sometimes he would also visit the headquarters of the Longwu division and the treasury or the scripture pavilion. Occasionally, he would have Zhao Wenyuan prepare a carriage to explore the most prosperous shopping district in Ludu. The feeling of using that black gold supreme card was truly exhilarating. The Longwu division strictly adhered to their promises. Other than the daily intelligence briefings delivered through the purple gold token, they never disturbed his quiet cultivation. Chen Yuan enjoyed his leisurely life, living like a retired old cadre, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. However, the winds of change were stirring. 2 weeks later, in the eastern district of Ludu, at the residence of the martial arts family, the Lu family, an angry roar erupted from the main hall, shaking the doors and windows. Outrageous! How can this be? Inside the hall, a middle-aged man in a black Longwu division uniform was livid, his face turning pale as he slammed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. He was Lu Tsang, the minister of the People's Affairs Department of the Longwu division, and also the current head of the Lu family, one of the 9 major martial arts families in Ludu aside from the martial saint family. Just moments ago, he received news that a bottle of Holy Spirit liquid which had been gathered months ago was taken by the newly appointed sacred master Chen Yuan under the pretext of needing it for cultivation. That is a priceless treasure that can increase the probability of a martial venerable breaking through to martial saint by 30%. My Lu family has waited for 20 years, looking forward to using it for our ancestors' imminent breakthrough to the sacred realm. Lu Tsang's eyes turned red with rage, his chest heaving violently. The Holy Spirit liquid was extracted from the core area of the large heavenly cavern known as the Life Forbidden Zone, and it took 20 years to condense just a small bottle. Moreover, due to the extremely high danger of this heavenly cavern, taking it out after collection was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, its value could not be measured in monetary terms. It was truly something of great value, yet rarely seen. His ancestor, who was also his father, had been stuck at the peak of martial venerable for nearly 50 years, and due to his injuries, his lifespan was coming to an end. This bottle of Holy Spirit liquid was obtained by the Lu family through exhausting their family contribution points and leveraging countless relationships to secure a preparation for exchange qualification. If they could just wait 3 more months, once enough contribution points were accumulated, they could officially exchange it, allowing their ancestor to make a last-ditch effort. It was a fight to break into the sacred realm, or they would face backlash and accelerate their downfall. But now, it was gone. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. Lu Tsang gritted his teeth. As a peak martial saint, what use do you have for the Holy Spirit liquid? You are clearly leveraging your position to seize what belongs to others. What grievance does my Lu family have against you? I am furious. I am filled with hatred. Father, please calm down. Lu Tsang's eldest son Lu Yunlia cautiously spoke. After all, Chen Yuan is at the peak of martial saint, and he was personally awarded the title of honorary master by the master of the division. Oh, we can't provoke him. Can't provoke him. Be cautious. Lu Tsang suddenly turned his head, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. What if he is at the peak of martial saint? My Lu family has served the great Xia for generations. Our ancestors were founding heroes before the heavenly cavern disaster. Our ancestor has contributed greatly to the great Xia today. Chen Yuan has only just arrived for a few days, and he dares to act so unscrupulously. Go. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to Longyuan Mountain and demand an explanation in person. Father, think twice. Lu Yunlai hurriedly advised. Chen Yuan is unfathomable, and even the master of the division treats him with respect. If we confront him like this, what if? There are no what ifs. Lu Tsang interrupted. Lu Tsang act with reason. If Chen Yuan truly dares to bully the weak, even if I have to risk my cultivation, I will demand an explanation in front of the master of the division. Having said that, he waved his sleeve and left. Lu Yunlia, unable to stop him, watched his father's retreating figure and shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew his father was blinded by anger. After all this, concerned whether the Lu family could rise to the next level, leaping from the bottom of the 9 major martial arts families in Ludu to become a martial saint family. He had originally hoped to make the Lu family great again, but now that step to the heavens was unexpectedly pulled away by Chen Yuan. What was even more critical was that the Lu family was already in a precarious situation, with only the ancestor holding on at the peak of martial venerable, barely maintaining the family. The strongest among the rest, Lu Tsang, was only at the mid-level of martial venerable. There were indeed many direct descendants and elders at the early level of martial venerable, but they were of no use. If their ancestor could not break through to martial saint in time, and his lifespan was exhausted, the Lu family would inevitably decline, and their situation would only worsen. On Longyuan Mountain at the Sacred Master's residence, Chen Yuan was lounging on a deck chair by the artificial lake, basking in the sun, playing with the bottle of Holy Spirit liquid he had just acquired. Inside the crystal-clear jade bottle, the milky white liquid flowed slowly, exuding a rich life aura. What a good thing! Chen Yuan exclaimed in wonder. He truly had no use for this item. As a peak martial saint, the effect of the Holy Spirit liquid was minimal. Mainly, he had inadvertently triggered a hidden achievement. Collect 10 types of sacred-grade heavenly materials and treasures to trigger the hidden achievement treasures. I have 210, with a reward of complete comprehension of sacred-grade alchemy. This bottle of Holy Spirit liquid happened to be the second type. Once I gather enough, refining a few sacred pills would also be nice, Chen Yuan thought contentedly. At that moment, Chen Tianling silently appeared beside him and said, "Boss, there is someone outside the residence seeking an audience, claiming to be Lu Tsong, the Minister of the People's Affairs Department of the Longwu Division." Lu Tsong. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had some impression, as he seemed to have seen him when he first arrived in Luodu. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, he saw the middle-aged man outside the gate radiating anger. His expression and aura looked as if Chen Yuan had killed his entire family. What does he want? Chen Tianling paused before adding, "He says he is here for the Holy Spirit liquid and wants an explanation." Chen Yuan smiled. An explanation? He casually stored the Holy Spirit liquid in his infinite store. Let him in. A few minutes later, Lu Tsong strode into the garden, guided by Zhao Wenyuan. When Lu Tsong saw Chen Yuan lounging in the chair leisurely like a retired old cadre, the anger that was already boiling inside him surged to his head. He was furious to the point of exploding, and the other party was actually sunbathing. "Master Chen." Lu Tsong forcibly suppressed his anger and cupped his fist, his gesture as perfunctory as swatting a fly. "I am Lu Tsong, the Minister of the People's Affairs Department of the Longwu Division." Chen Yuan did not even lift his eyelids. "What is it?" This indifferent attitude made Lu Tsong's forehead twitch. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "May I ask, Master Chen, is that bottle of Holy Spirit liquid in the treasury taken by you?" "Yes." "Are you aware that the bottle of Holy Spirit liquid was a treasure my Lu family had already reserved months ago? Our ancestors' lifespan is running out, and we depend on it to break through to the sacred realm and revitalize our family in the Great Xia." Chen Yuan finally lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "So what? So what?" Lu Tsong's chest heaved violently. As the sacred master of the Great Xia Master, Chen should prioritize the bigger picture. Immediately return the Holy Spirit liquid. Chen Yuan sat up, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Minister Lu, are you teaching me how to do my job?" "I wouldn't dare." Lu Tsong, under the faint pressure, enunciated deliberately, but Master Chen's behavior seems somewhat bullying the weak. As soon as the words fell, the temperature in the garden plummeted. The smile on Chen Yuan's face vanished. He slowly stood up, and an invisible pressure spread out. "Bullying the weak." Chen Yuan's voice was light, yet it made Lu Tsong tremble all over. "Lu Tsong, do you know that anything I need for cultivation can be prioritized?" This was said by the master of the division himself. "I act according to the rules. How can it be considered bullying the weak? On the contrary, you, a mere minister, dare to come and question me." With each word he spoke, the pressure increased. Lu Tsong's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his legs began to weaken. The pressure of a peak martial saint. How could he, a mid-level martial venerable, endure this? Logically, he should have retreated at this moment, but remembering the effort the entire Lu family had put into that bottle of Holy Spirit liquid. "Master Chen, the Longwu division has its own rules. I, Lu Tsong, am a minister appointed by the master of the division, and during my term I have been diligent and have never made an error. If you are dissatisfied with me, you may impeach me according to the rules. But today I came according to the rules to inquire about the whereabouts of public property, and you threaten me with pressure. If this were to spread, it would damage your reputation as the sacred master of the Great Xia." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Oh, so you're lecturing me on the rules? Are you implying that I should lower myself and explain things to you properly?" Lu Tsong, under pressure, struggled to straighten his back. "I only remind Master Chen that the Longwu division prohibits internal strife. If you lay a hand on me, it would be a violation of the iron law set by the master of the division." After saying that, he provocatively glanced at Chen Yuan, his eyes clearly saying, "Try to touch me." Chen Yuan was amused by the opponent's foolishness. This was a world where the strong were revered. His peak martial saint cultivation was the rule. "Minister Lu." Chen Yuan took a step forward, and the pressure suddenly multiplied several times. Lu Tsong's knees buckled, and with a thud he knelt on the ground, yet he still stubbornly held his head high, showing defiance. "Master Chen, you are bullying the weak. I will go to the master of the division to report you. You, as sacred master, are bullying an old minister who bled for the country." "Bullying? Then let me ask you what punishment should be given for defying authority." Lu Tsong's pupils dilated. Chen Yuan was an honorary master, his status equivalent to that of the master of the division. and Lu Tsang was merely the Minister of the People's Affairs Department, a full 3 ranks lower. I. Lu Tsang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I only came to demand an explanation, not. When you entered, you referred to yourself as a subordinate, yet you spoke to me with disrespect and arrogance. Chen Yuan counted slowly. Is this called defying authority, or is it great disrespect? Or are you questioning the master of the division's decision? Lu Tsang's face turned completely white. Lu Tsang was struck as if by a heavy blow. His entire body flew out and landed awkwardly on the bluestone road 100 meters away. Lu Tsang was struck as if by a heavy blow. His entire body flew out and landed awkwardly on the bluestone road 100 meters away. A wet spurt of blood left his mouth and his breath sagged as if a wind had been knocked from him. Chen Yuan did not spare him a glance. He turned to Chen Tianling and ordered the guests to be shown out. Moreover, inform Zhongwu Department Minister Lin Wei and Minqing Department Minister Lu Tsang that for openly offending our chief, they are suspended pending investigation. The entire Lu clan is barred from redeeming any national treasury resources for 3 years. Do not be fooled by the fact that Lu Tsang and Lin Wei both hold ministerial posts. Their real powers are worlds apart. Lin Wei commands the Zhongwu Department, the true nerve center of Longwu, and every major office answers to her temper. By contrast, Lu Tsang's Minqing Department is marginal and obscure. His authority is negligible. Chen Tianling acknowledged the order, lifted the limp Lu Tsang like a sack, and strode away. The garden fell back into silence. Chen Yuan reclined once more in his chair and closed his eyes. They gave him face, and he was spurned. That night in the Lu residence's ancestral hall chamber, the old patriarch raged. Foolish, he barked, trembling with fury as he pointed at the kneeling Lu Tsang. How could he have produced such a fool? He thundered, lacking martial talent, and yet stupider still. Who is Chen Yuan? A martial saint at the pinnacle, the honored chief. Even Chief Zhou must treat him with respect, the patriarch spat. And you went in person to confront him and demand justice. Do you want the old man to die a slow death? Lu Tsang's face was ashen and he dared not speak. Lu Yunlai hurried to placate the patriarch, insisting that his father had been swept away by impulse because the Shengling liquid mattered so greatly to their house. The patriarch glared at him, furious at his own blood. Calmed down, he sneered, as if he had forgotten there was such. Are you dead to the world? He roared. When your father lost his head, did you not seize him and stop him? He acts like a fool, and you follow suit. Whatever happened to the restraint I taught you? Lu Yunlai turned pale and bowed in apology, admitting his fault, and claiming he had tried to stop his father, but that his father had been clouded by rage and would listen to nothing. Let him be allowed to go to his death, because reason failed, the patriarch thundered. Is the Shengling liquid more important than a life? That Chen Yuan did not slaughter you on the spot is only out of deference to Longwu. See, the patriarch growled. The noble houses who long to curry favor with such a martial saint have always lacked openings to attach themselves. If word of this spreads, they will pounce on the Lu family at once, eager to trample them and offer the spoils to Chun Shengzuan as a boast. The patriarch drew deep breaths to steady himself. Issue my order, he said. From this moment, Lu Tsang is to be stripped of the family headship and seclude himself in repentance. All members of the Lu clan shall prepare rich offerings and accompany me tomorrow to Longyuan Mountain to plead for forgiveness, he declared. Lu Yunlai gasped and asked if the patriarch would go in person. If I do not go, the Lu family will be finished, came the bitter answer. He sighed, eyes full of pain. When a martial saint at his peak grows angry, corpses can lie for miles. Our family cannot gamble on that, he muttered as he staggered to the window. Staring into the heavy night, he murmured with a tangled look, this Chun Shengzuan cannot truly be short of that bottle of Shengling liquid. He is plainly using this incident to hammer down the old martial families entrenched in Luodu. When he wondered had they offended him, he had no idea that Chen Yuan sought the Shengling liquid merely to complete a hidden achievement. Convinced they had been targeted, the patriarch was full of humiliation and dread. The ancestral hall pressed down with suffocating tension. The Lu patriarch Lu Zhenyue, once a thunderous presence on the battlefield, now looked 10 years older overnight. He sat in the grand chair with hands trembling when the sound of measured footsteps thundered outside, a forceful presence sweeping straight toward the ancestral hall. Commands rang out. The Zhongwu department on duty bystanders step aside. Where is Lu Tsang? They called. By order of Chief Chen, bring him for inspection. Lu Zhenyue sprang up, stunned at how quickly they had arrived. He hurried out to see Lin Wei entering the Lu forecourt, flanked by a detachment of Zhongwu department elites. They were all in black uniforms embroidered with the Longwu insignia, their auras heavy. Even the weakest among them were of martial king cultivation. Lin Wei led them at the front. Dressed in a deep purple professional suit that traced an elegant silhouette, makeup immaculate, and eyes cold as she inclined her head in a curt greeting to old Lu. By order of Chief Chun, she announced, Minqing Minister Lu Tsang has openly offended the revered saint and is suspended for investigation. Moreover, the entire Lu clan is immediately forbidden from redeeming any national treasury resources for 3 years. All Lusians serving within Longwusi are to be temporarily reassigned to idle posts, pending further. Her tone sharpened like a blade as she continued. Emergency audits by the Zhongwu department have uncovered tax evasion, hoarding of celestial materials, and multiple violations across all martial shops and spirit material mines under the Lu banner. From today, they will be closed for rectification, sealed, and liquidated, she declared. What cried the patriarch Lu Qingtian, his face blanching as fury trembled through him. Which family has no dirty dealings in its enterprises, he seethed inwardly. Why search now and make this about Chen Yuan unless they mean to single us out deliberately? Those words drained color from the faces of the Lu household. The punishment was devastating. 3 years without access to treasury resources would set the Lu family's cultivation progress far behind the rival houses. Heirs reassigned to idle posts severed the family's roots, their enterprises sealed and audited. With these 3 penalties, unless a remedy surfaced swiftly, the Lu household would be crippled and its foundations shaken. Worse still, Lin Wei intended to take Lu Cong away. Once in the hands of the Zhongwu department, those eager to flatter Chen Yuan would seize the chance to kick him while he was down. If he lived, he would hardly be whole. The Minqing ministership was effectively lost. Lu Jinyue forced down his anger and offered a humble smile as he pleaded with Minister Lin, asking if there might be some misunderstanding. He reminded her that their families were sworn comrades who once guarded the southern rift together and begged for leniency, promising to have his son personally apologize to Chen Xingzuan. Lin Wei laughed lightly, a smile that did not reach her eyes, and asked plaintively why he had acted as he did if he foresaw such consequences. She put it bluntly and realistically, who could dare offend Chief Chen's authority? She had already worked out the calculus in her mind. An opportunity to curry favor with a martial saint at his peak was rare as a comet. Offending the Lu family was a small price to pay. The Lin family ranked 3rd among the 9 great martial houses of Luodu. Their strength already surpassed the Liu's. If they could use this chance to crush the Lu family and climb into Chen Yuan's good graces, the Lin house would be certain to rise into the very top. Old ties between the families, she implied, meant nothing before absolute interest. Lu Jinyu's face turned ashen as he accused her of heartlessness. This was the cruelty of the martial clans, he thought bitterly, comrades when times were good, quick to heap misery on a fallen house and tear at what remained. Lin Wei shook her head and called her actions impartial. Chief Chen is the nation's revered saint of Daxia, she said, and to offend the revered is to offend the dignity of the realm. The severity of such an offense, she warned, depends entirely on the offended martial saint's mood. Yet this was an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Chen Yuan, and she would not let it be diminished. She signaled, instructing her men to search and bring Lu Cong at once. Her subordinates surged through the Lu estate, overturning chests, bumping into clan members with deliberate provocations and hurls of insult. Their intent was plain: to enrage Lu Jinyue. A middle-aged Lu man could not hold back and shouted that this was their household, and the intruders had no right. His protest cut off as a martial emperor peak fighter from behind Lin Wei stepped forward and unleashed a withering aura. The middle-aged man's grandmaster cultivation could not withstand it. He stumbled back, pale and shaken. Lin Wei did not bother to look at him, and said icily that obstructing the Zhongwu department's enforcement would add another crime. Old Lu, she warned, surely did not wish to expand his family's list of offenses. Out of regard for the old friendship between their grandfathers, she conceded this man need not be taken this once, but she expected no further unpleasantness during the process. Lu Jinyu's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He realized then that Lin Wei had acted deliberately. Her aim was to provoke the Liu's so that any reaction could justify escalating the affair. He sensed at least 3 concealed martial lord auras surrounding the courtyard, one of them reaching the very pinnacle of martial lord. The cold realization tightened his chest. He sensed at least 3 concealed martial lord auras surrounding the courtyard, one of them reaching the very pinnacle of martial lord. The cold realization tightened. How cunning he was, instantly discerning Lin Wei's designs. She watched the patriarch's anger with unruffled composure, calculation glinting behind her eyes. If that old man dared to strike, it would only play into her hands. She had already summoned the Lin patriarch and several martial lord elders to lie in concealment nearby. At the first sign of violence, they could seize Lu Jinyue and brand him as resisting Longwusi, eliminating the Lu family altogether while dividing its assets and currying favor with Chen Yuan. It was a perfect twofold gain. Whether the old patriarch would bite the bait remained the only uncertainty. Well played, he thought bitterly of the Lin family. Lu Jinyue forced a bitter laugh and clenched his fists until his whole body shook, restraining himself. He understood that if he moved, the Lu family would be cast into ruin in an instant. This humiliation must be swallowed, he resolved, feeling his strength drained. In a hoarse voice he ordered that Lu Tsang be brought out. The household cried out at the command. "Do it," he said, closing his eyes. Minutes later Lu Tsang was led forth by two Lu martialists. His face was pallid, and his energy sapped, clearly not recovered from Chen Yuan's earlier assault. At sight of Lin Wei and the murderous Zhongwu fighters behind her, his pupils shrank and his voice trembled as he protested that he had only been suspended. Lin Wei calmly ordered his hands to be bound, surprised that the patriarch had been able to hold his temper and thereby foiling part of her scheme. Two Zhongwu department martialists stepped forward and fitted him with specially made spirit manacles, and the devices were pitch black and etched with dense runes. Once fastened, they could seal a warrior's major acupoints and reduce him to a common person without cultivation. Lu Tsang struggled in terrified protest, insisting he was not a criminal and begging his father for seeing his son's ruined state tore at Lu Jinyue like a blade, but he knew he must not act in haste. "Kinger," he said softly, "cooperate with the investigation." Lu Jinyue rasped. "Go to the Zhongwu department," and explained everything he instructed. Father Lu Tsang gasped, incredulous. Lu Tsang stared at him in disbelief as Lin Wei ordered them to take him away. Two martialists dragged him from the estate, his desperate cries of "father" echoing into the night. The shouts faded and died. Inside the Lu residence, a death-like silence settled. The clan bowed their heads, afraid to look at Lu Jinyue. A few of the younger scions furtively wiped away tears. They all understood that from this day on the Lu family would truly begin its decline. What a cruel fate! Lu Jinyue sighed, his frame stooped. He knew in his heart that his eldest son was ruined. Though not destroyed, the Lu house had been grievously wounded. When a new head must be chosen, he vowed to pick someone with sound wit, even if their cultivation were lower, so they would not be foolish enough to provoke great enemies and drag the family to annihilation. Lu Jinyue regained his composure with only a burning urgency in his eyes. Without a moment's delay he shouted, "Quick! Pack all the treasures our clan has saved up into the spatial rings. Prepare generous gifts. I shall go to Longyuan Mountain tonight to plead for forgiveness. Ancestor, these are the foundations accumulated by the Lu family over many years." An elder of the Lu family showed a troubled expression. Lu Jinyue felt a deep sense of helplessness upon hearing this. How could no one in the Lu family apart from him see the situation clearly? He then shouted angrily, "What are you holding on to those dead objects for when your life is almost gone?" Chen Yuan may have intended to just issue a warning, but the Lin family, those wolves and tigers, truly wants to take advantage of this opportunity to devour the roots of the Lu family. "Now, immediately, go do as I say." "Yes." The members of the Lu family hurriedly took action, illuminating the entire mansion. Everyone was in motion. Lu Jinyue stood still, his fists tightly clenched as he gazed at the direction of Longyuan Mountain in the night sky. He understood. If Chen Yuan truly wanted to annihilate the Lu family, he would not have sent Lin Wei, a mere administrative minister, but would have acted personally. With a single blow capable of flattening a medium-sized heavenly cave, it would take mere moments to eradicate the Lu family. The fact that only Lu Tsang was punished and property sealed off was most likely a gesture of mercy towards the Lu family. That detestable Lin Wei wants to take the opportunity to wipe my Lu family out completely. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jingyu's eyes, which quickly transformed into deep powerlessness. The Lin family was powerful, and now they were about to ascend the heights with Chen Yuan. What could the Lu family fight back with? Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Lu family, the prepared generous gifts filled 3 spatial rings consisting of various heavenly materials, rare minerals, spiritual herbs, countless high-grade spirit crystals, and property deeds. Each item was enough to incite competition among martial artists in the outside world. "Ancestor, this. Is it too much?" An elder's voice trembled with pain. "Too much." Lu Jinyue forced a bitter smile. "If Chen Yuan refuses to accept these, they will become spoils for the Lin family tomorrow. Take them and go." He stopped saying more, waved his hand, and donned the 3 spatial rings, hurrying away from the mansion towards Longyuan Mountain. Longyuan Mountain, the Holy Lord's mansion. In the 9th floor of the training tower, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged with spiritual energy surging into his body like a tide. With the doubled concentration of spiritual energy, the operation of the mixed origin holy scripture became increasingly smooth, and he could feel his cultivation steadily improving. The techniques provided by the system were profoundly mysterious. Every bit of practice made his control over power even purer. As for the chaos he had caused outside, he was completely unaware. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't care. It was purely Lu Tsang's own doing. Perhaps he could have negotiated calmly, as he was not someone unreasonable, yet they came to confront him without courtesy. Wouldn't it be a mistake not to teach them a lesson? The more he wanted the Holy Spirit liquid, the less it would be given. In the dead of night, Longyuan Mountain was heavily guarded. When Lu Jinyue arrived at the bronze gates of the Holy Lord's mansion, he was drenched in sweat, but dared not slack off. He gently knocked on the door to inform the steward of his intention. His demeanor was humbly submissive to the core. After a moment, Chen Tianling appeared with Chen Yi to Chen Shi, clad in armor of the 11 Holy Dragon guards, their presence restrained, yet exuding a chilling aura. Standing before the door like 11 cold statues, an overwhelming pressure swept over. Lu Jingyu's pupils constricted, his heart shook. He was at the peak of martial sovereign with an exceptionally sharp eye, and he could tell at a glance that this group of people was anything but ordinary. The leader Chen Tianling, though suppressing his aura, emitted a faint pressure that made Lu Jingyu's heart race. He was evidently at the early stage of martial saint. The remaining 10 were all at the peak of martial sovereign. Each one's strength was on par with his own. This is Chen Yuan's personal guard. Lu Jingyu's heart erupted with waves of shock. Such strength could crush the Lu family as easily as squashing an ant. No wonder that detestable Lin Wei was so eager to curry favor. Chen Yuan's foundation far exceeded what these aristocratic families could imagine. A powerful being of the martial saint realm, actually willing to be merely a guard captain. This is Lu Zhengyue of the Lu family, here with a humble gift, seeking an audience with Master Chen to plead for forgiveness. Lu Zhengyue bowed and clasped his fists, bending so low that he nearly touched his knees, his tone respectful to the point of not daring to breathe loudly. Chen Tianling glanced over Lu Zhengyue, his expression devoid of emotion. Wait here. He turned to enter the mansion and soon returned coldly, instructing, "The master wants you to enter." Lu Zhengyue hurriedly followed Chen Tianling into the mansion. As he walked through the pavilions and towers surrounded by an ethereal aura and rich spiritual energy, he felt both comfort and alarm. It was not until he reached the artificial lake that he saw Chen Yuan still reclining on a lounge chair, bathed in moonlight, his serene demeanor radiating supreme pressure. "I am Lu Zhengyue of the Lu family, here to pay my respects to Master Chen. I beseech you for mercy." Without a second thought, Lu Zhengyue dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead nearly touching the ground. His humble posture was a stark contrast to Lu Cong's previous arrogance. Chen Yuan quietly watched him from the lounge chair without speaking. An invisible pressure began to envelop the surroundings. Lu Zhengyue felt a constriction in his breathing, as if a great mountain were pressing down on his heart. After a long while, Chen Yuan slowly spoke. "Lu Zhengyue, your Lu family has such audacity." A single short sentence caused Lu Zhengyue to tremble all over. "Master Chen, please forgive me," he hurriedly replied. "My son is ignorant and unaware of his arrogance, daring to offend the master, a grave sin. I have already punished him severely, and today I leave him to Minister Lin's handling with no complaints." He raised his hand to remove the 3 spatial rings from his fingers and presented them to Chen Tianling with both hands, respectfully saying, "This is a humble token from the Lu family. Please have the captain inspect it. There are absolutely no hidden dangers." Chen Tianling stepped forward to receive the rings, his brow slightly furrowing as his divine sense entered to examine them carefully. Confirming they contained only heavenly materials and treasures with no malicious intent, he turned around and presented them to Chen Yuan. "Boss, the inspection found nothing wrong." Chen Yuan raised his hand to take the rings, his divine sense sweeping through to see all the treasures within. The rings were filled to the brim with various heavenly materials, some of the Lu family's treasured techniques, high-grade spirit crystals, and property deeds. A significant outpouring. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Lu family was indeed willing to spend. "Do you think I lack these things?" He toyed with the spatial rings, his tone indifferent. Lu Zhengyue quickly bowed his head. "I wouldn't dare. This is the Lu family's intention to atone. From now on, the entire Lu family will follow the master's lead. If the master gives an order, we will not hesitate to die." Chen Yuan looked at the old man kneeling on the ground, understanding that the Lu family's crimes did not warrant extermination. Keeping them might be more useful than their destruction. "Get up." Lu Zhengyue felt as if he had received a great pardon, but dared not rise. "If the master does not forgive the Lu family, this old man shall kneel here forever. I will only say this once." Chen Yuan's voice turned cold, his pressure suddenly increasing. Lu Zhengyue trembled all over and hurriedly got up, bowing and standing still, not daring to breathe. "The matter of Lu Cong ends here." Chen Yuan slowly spoke, each word a decree. "However, the Lu family has not been strict in their discipline, offending the holy authority, so punishment is unavoidable. First, the Lu family must submit 50% of all profits to the Longwu division for 10 years. Second, the Lu family must send 10 martial emperors and 100 martial kings to serve at the front lines of the Northwest Netherworld Cave for 3 years without rotation. Third, you must personally go to the administrative department to receive 10 soul-taming whips as a warning to others." With each punishment pronounced, Lu Jingyu's complexion paled further. 50% of profits would cripple their financial resources, sending strong fighters to serve would harm their foundation, and the soul-taming whip was an excruciating punishment that could drain half a life with 10 strikes. Yet he did not dare refuse even a bit, gritting his teeth and bowing. This old man accepts the orders. Thank you, master, for your mercy. To be able to save the Liu family from extermination was already a tremendous grace. Chen Yuan waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Leave the rings, you may go. Remember, this is the last time. If you dare to cause trouble again, the Liu family will be eradicated. Yes, yes. Liu Zhengyuan nodded, repeatedly retreating, while bowing, not daring to raise his head. It was not until he exited the territory of Lonyuan Mountain that he let out a long sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his legs felt weak, yet he was filled with gratitude. The Liu family had finally been preserved. Liu Zhengyuan left. Chen Yuan toyed with 3 spatial rings. Inside were 1,000,000 high-grade spirit crystals piled up, like a small mountain worth tens of billions in Dang currency. In addition, various alchemy materials filled the rings, including Millennium Spirit Ginseng, Ice Lotus, and Red Flame Fine Sand. There were also many rare stones, each a precious find rarely seen on the market. Moreover, there were the 8th-tier martial arts techniques comparable to those of martial sovereigns preserved by the Liu family, as well as some spiritual mines and shop leases from the Lidu business circle. Chen Yuan casually took out a lease and handed it to Chun Tianling, who was standing by. Send someone to take over. Those who should operate will operate, and those who should collect rent will collect rent. Also spread the news that I have forgiven the Liu family. Understood, Chun Tianling replied respectfully, turning to make arrangements. Chen Yuan stowed away the rings. His figure flashed back to the cultivation tower, continuing to meditate and cultivate. As spiritual energy surged, he awaited the gathering of materials to unlock the insights of holy-level alchemy. The night deepened. Dragon Abyss Mountain was silent, yet the martial world of Lidu was in uproar. Lu Cong offended Master Chun, and later that night the Liu family's ancestor knelt to beg for forgiveness, offering up most of their wealth to barely save their family's reputation, like a whirlwind spreading among all martial families. I've long seen Lu Cong as a fool seeking death, and almost dragging the entire Liu family down with him. It's a pity he was forcibly saved by that old ghost Liu. Liu Zhengyuan is quite clever, knowing when to cut losses. If it were someone else, they might have already gone down the wrong path. Lin Wei has scored a huge advantage this time, pleasing Master Chen while suppressing the Liu family. The Lin family is likely to advance further. People mocked the foolish Lu Cong, envious of Lin Wei for seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Chen Yuan. No one dared to target the Liu family anymore, only able to sigh in regret. That night, all the ancestors of the martial families urgently summoned their clansmen for a lecture, sternly warning. The Liu family is a cautionary tale. Whoever dares to offend Master Chen will be expelled from the family on the spot, without exception. Everyone be on your best behavior, don't go causing trouble for me. The clan members repeatedly agreed in fear. No one dared to joke with their family's fate. The next morning, Chen Yuan, using the Edict of the Holy Sovereign, directly submitted a request to the Longwu Division's treasury for the extraction of 8 additional holy-level treasures. In less than half an hour, Lin Wei personally brought a delicate jade box to the Holy Sovereign's residence. Master Chen, everything you requested is here. Lin Wei had dressed up for the occasion, her light green qipao accentuating her graceful figure, her makeup exquisite, and her smile charming. She presented the jade box with both hands. The esteemed head of the General Affairs Department now appeared like a servant. Yet Lin Wei felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, she was filled with honor. To personally serve Chen Yuan was an opportunity that countless people sought but could not attain. Just like the Resources Minister Zhao Tieshan, whom she had intercepted. Chen Yuan took the jade box, opened it, and found 8 neatly arranged treasures: dragon blood grass, Bodhi heart, cloud pattern, spirit mushroom, and so on. Each item was an extraordinarily rare, holy-level spiritual object. Even the treasures stored at the Longwu Division's treasury were the best of the best. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Lin. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. You flatter me, Master. It is my honor, Lin Wei replied with a radiant smile, her mind racing with calculations. What did Chen Yuan intend to do with so many holy-level treasures at once? Was he planning to advance his cultivation again? Chen Yuan glanced at her and suddenly said, the position of the Minister of Civil Affairs is vacant. We can't leave it without someone in charge. Who do you think would be suitable for the position, Minister Lin? Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. This was an opportunity to install one of her own in the Civil Affairs Department. Although the Civil Affairs Department wielded little power, it was still one of the 12 major departments of the Longwu Division. If she could gain control, the Lin family's influence would rise to a new level. More importantly, Chen Yuan's question clearly acknowledged her performance yesterday. With your trust, I will surely do my utmost. Lin Wei suppressed her excitement. My nephew Lin Yuan, the current head of the Civil Affairs Department, is familiar with the processes and handles matters prudently. He is more than capable of the task. Then it's settled. Just like that, Chen Yuan said casually. With such enthusiastic flattery, it was fine to give a little reward. If any problems arose later, he could always find an excuse to dismiss him. Thank you, master. Lin Wei deeply bowed, her heart overflowing with joy. With these two positions secured, the Lin family's foundation in the Longwu division would stabilize to an unprecedented degree. Chen Yuan smiled, stowing the jade box into the infinite storage space before taking it out again. Detected that the host has successfully collected 10 kinds of holy level treasures. 1010, the hidden achievement. I have the treasures has been completed. Gained extra reward, complete comprehension of holy level alchemy. Boom. A wealth of alchemical knowledge, experience, techniques, and tricks surged into Chen Yuan's mind in an instant. Mastery over alchemical flames, identification of medicinal materials, perfect compatibility of ingredients, timing for pill formation, and the condensation of pill patterns. Countless profound alchemical techniques seemed to be imprinted deep within his soul, as if he was born to know them. After a few breaths, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a flicker of golden alchemical flame flickering in his gaze. He had become a holy level alchemist capable of refining 9th-tier pills. Chen Yuan's lips curled up in a broad smile. In Blue Star, someone capable of refining 3rd-tier pills on par with a great master is called a junior alchemist. Those who can refine 4th to 6th-tier pills are intermediate alchemists, while 7th to 8th tier are called advanced alchemists. Only the 9th tier is designated as a holy level alchemist. Lin Wei, seeing this, curiously asked, Master, why are you so happy? Is there some good news? Good news. Naturally there is. Chen Yuan stood up with a playful tone. I'm in a good mood today, let me show you something. Show something. Lin Wei looked confused. Just as she was about to ask, Chen Yuan waved his hand, and one of the holy level alchemical furnaces fell to the ground. Various 8th-tier alchemy materials appeared out of thin air, filling a table. Lin Wei's pupils contracted. Master, you can refine pills. Chen Yuan smiled without speaking. At this moment he was more than capable. He was practically a master among masters, surpassing any holy level alchemist in Blue Star. After all, other alchemist skills are improved through continuous accumulation and learning, and no matter how skilled they are, they have flaws. He, however, had mastered it all at once through the system with techniques etched into his very soul. The difference was clear. Subsequently, Chen Yuan planned to refine some 8th-tier pills to practice his skills. With a flick of his fingers, a wisp of pale golden flame rose in his palm, enveloping the alchemical furnace. This was the primordial holy fire, cultivated from the primordial holy Canon, which had an extremely high temperature and excellent controllability, making it the perfect ignition source for alchemy. Then he systematically added the 8th-tier materials from Lu Jinyu's spatial ring. The temperature was precisely controlled, and the spiritual energy was adjusted at will. His movements were fluid, as if they were born of nature. In less than half an hour, the alchemical furnace hummed, and the fragrance of the pills soared into the sky. Open! Chen Yuan called out lightly, and the furnace lid flew open, dozens of gleaming pills leaping out. Spiritual light radiated everywhere, and the medicinal fragrance was rich. 8th-tier pills, and all are of the highest quality. Lin Wei exclaimed in shock, her entire being stunned. The appearance and purity were superior even to those made by the top alchemist in Lidu. Chen Yuan was unfazed, continuously opening furnace after furnace, his technique so skilled it was as if he was an ancient being who had refined pills for 1,000 years, each step precise to the millimeter, and the compatibility of the medicinal properties was flawless. 8th-tier pills piled up like a small mountain with a success rate of 100%, each one of the highest quality. Healing, body tempering, enhancing, cultivation. He had them all. In the blink of an eye, he had refined a full 100 pills. These I give to you. Chen Yuan waved casually, 10 freshly made top-grade dragon blood pills landing in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei caught them in a flurry, feeling the surging medicinal power within the pills, completely stunned. 10 8th-tier top-grade pills, just like that. Each pill could sell for thousands of high-grade spirit crystals, and even then they were hard to come by. Even in their Lin family, they were considered family assets that couldn't be used lightly. She pretended to be reserved, and quickly said this. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't want it. Then he'll feed it to the spirit fish in the artificial lake. With his perfected holy level alchemy, as long as he had the materials, he could refine as many 8th-tier pills as he wanted. To him their value was as cheap as cooked beans. I want it. I want it. Lin Wei dared not refuse further. She hurriedly stored the pills in her spatial ring, her pretty face slightly flushed. Thank you for the reward, master. Chen Yuan ignored her further. His gaze fell on the 10 holy level treasures. Next, this is the main event. His expression grew serious, and the color of the holy fire in his palm turned pure gold. Dragon blood, grass, Bodhi heart, cloud pattern, spirit mushroom. The 10 9th-tier treasures were added to the alchemical furnace one by one. This time the alchemical process was noticeably more challenging. The medicinal properties of the ninth-tier treasures were too aggressive. A slight misstep could cause an explosion. But for Chen Yuan, it was still well within control. The alchemical furnace shook violently. Chen Yuan focused, earnestly concentrating, fully maximizing his comprehension of holy-level alchemy. Half an hour later, the alchemical furnace trembled, and the rich scent of holy pills permeated the entire Holy Sovereign's residence, shooting towards the sky. It's done. Chen Yuan raised his hand and inhaled. 8 golden-hued pills surrounded by spiritual mist flew into his palm, their pill patterns clear and their medicinal power terrifying. He had successfully refined 8 ninth-tier holy pills at once. Lin Wei had long since collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the 8 holy pills. The peak cultivation of a martial saint coupled with mastery of holy-level alchemy. How many more hidden cards does this young sovereign of the nation possess? The alchemy furnace gradually cooled, and the holy pills glowed radiantly. Chen Yuan held 8 glimmering ninth-order holy pills in his palm, each emanating a staggering medicinal power that sent a shiver down his spine. The fragrance of the pills wafted through the air. It was as if the spiritual energy in the entire Holy Master residence had been purified, becoming even more pristine. His gaze fell upon one pill, entirely translucent white, with golden patterns on its surface. This was a holy pill crafted primarily from sacred spirit liquid supplemented with other 8th-grade spiritual materials. The only regret was that due to the auxiliary materials being of an inferior rank, it was not of the highest quality. It was only of medium quality. Breakthrough pill. Chen Yuan softly uttered the name, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Even though the effects of this pill were not top tier, they were still potent. For those at the martial saint level, it could increase the probability of breaking through the minor realm by 40%. For martial master peak warriors, the success rate of breaking through to martial saint was as high as 60%. What does 60% mean? For ordinary martial master peak warriors attempting to break through to martial saint, even with monstrous martial talent and ample preparation, the success rate was at most 50%. Few warriors exceed a 50% success rate. Otherwise, martial saints would not be so rare. Even with the aid of sacred spirit liquid, they would only gain an additional 30% assurance. This pill was enough to drive any warrior stuck at the martial master peak into madness. Minister Lin, Chen Yuan casually tossed the breakthrough pill over. This one is for you. The pill arced gracefully, landing steadily in Lin Wei's hands. She instinctively caught it. It felt warm to the touch with an intoxicating fragrance. She looked down, and upon seeing the clear golden patterns on the pill's surface, she felt as if struck by lightning. What is this? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief. As the head of the Lin family, she was well aware of this pill's immense value. Grandfather Lin Ziao had been stuck at the martial master peak for nearly decades. The Lin family had exhausted all its resources to find auxiliary treasures with only a 20% chance of breakthrough. Yet this pill offered a full 60% assurance. It was almost equivalent to having 1 foot firmly in the martial saint realm. Breakthrough pill, when consumed by a martial master peak, has a 60% chance of breaking through to martial saint. Chen Yuan said indifferently, "It should be somewhat useful for your ancestor." Somewhat useful? This was an incredible opportunity. Lin Wei felt as though the pill in her hand weighed 1,000 pounds, her breath quickening. Ecstasy, shock, gratitude. The mix of emotions nearly caused her to lose composure. "Sir, this is too precious." She choked on her words, her eyes glistening with tears. "What merit do I have?" Chen Yuan waved his hand. "It's a reward from me to you, just accept it. As for whether your Lin family can seize this opportunity, that depends on your own fortune." His tone was casual. If the ancestor of the Lin family could not break through to the martial saint realm with this breakthrough pill, then that was simply their fate. She carefully stored this pill, which could change her Lin family's fortunes, into her personal storage ring, then deeply bowed. "Thank you, sir. The Lin family will forever remember this kindness. From now on, the Lin family will look to you as our leader, and we will never refuse your orders, not even in the face of fire and water." Chen Yuan nodded and put away the remaining 7 holy pills. Each of these pills had marvelous uses, including healing pills, body-tuning pills, and soul-nourishing pills. Each one was a priceless treasure. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. I need to focus on alchemy and require a few days of quiet." He waved his hand, casually providing a reason. "Yes, I take my leave." Lin Wei did not dare to linger, respectfully retreating. As she exited the Holy Master residence, her steps were so light that she felt she might float, her face radiating with uncontainable joy. This time, pleasing Chen Yuan brought rewards beyond her imagination. Not only had she secured control over the Ministry of Civil Affairs for the Lin family, but she had also obtained this 9th-order holy pill that could help her grandfather break through to martial saint. "Lutsong, oh Lutsong, you truly are the blessing star of my Lin family. Lin Wei chuckled, inwardly wishing she could fly back to the Lin family, right now, and present this holy pill to her grandfather. Inside the Holy Master residence, Chen Yuan stretched lazily. Refining ninth order holy pills indeed consumed a lot of mental energy, especially when refining 8 at once along with 108th order elite ones. If it weren't for his peak martial saint cultivation supporting him, an ordinary holy level alchemist would have long since collapsed, for other holy level alchemists did not possess his martial saint capabilities. He then casually collected the remaining alchemy materials and holy level alchemy furnace, feeling that today had been quite satisfying. Chen Tianling Zhao Wen Yuan, Chen Yuan called out. Here. The two appeared immediately. I will be in seclusion for a few days. You will oversee the matters of the residence. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Chen Yuan instructed. Yes. The two bowed in acknowledgement. Chen Yuan vanished in a flash, returning to the 9th floor of the cultivation tower to sit cross-legged. Before him lay a plethora of freshly refined 8th and 9th order pills, from which he selected those that could enhance cultivation. After a moment's thought, he took out 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals, piling them around him like a small mountain. Let me try to break through in one go. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chen Yuan's eyes. Even though he was already the strongest in the Blue Star at the peak of Martial Saint, he was not satisfied and wanted to grow even stronger. With a thought, a 9th order holy pill containing pure energy flew into his mouth. Boom. The overwhelming medicinal power instantly surged into his limbs and bones. Chen Yuan operated the primordial holy cannon, opening every pore on his body, while the surrounding 100,000 spirit crystals burst forth with radiance, and a massive wave of spiritual energy surged in like a tide. Inside the cultivation tower, the spiritual energy was so dense, it was almost liquid. Time quietly flowed by during his cultivation. 3 days later, the martial world of Ludu erupted once more following the Lu family incident. Lin family ancestor Lin Zuyao. The news of his impending breakthrough to the martial saint realm in 3 days struck everyone like a heavy bomb, leaving them stunned. What was even more shocking was that the source of the news revealed that Lin Zuyao's confidence stemmed from receiving a holy level breakthrough pill gifted by Chen Yuan. Holy level breakthrough pill. What is that? It is said to be a holy pill personally refined by Holy Master Chen, which has a 60% chance of a martial master peak breaking through to martial saint. 60%. My heavens. Does that mean the Lin family is about to produce a martial saint? Not just that. Lin Wei has truly clung to Holy Master Chen's thigh this time. The Lin family is likely to soar to greatness from now on. Various families were buzzing with discussion, some envious, some jealous, and many hurriedly preparing lavish gifts to visit the Lin family. In an instant, the Lin family residence was bustling with visitors, carriages, and horses coming and going. Even several major families that had once been on par, or even stronger than the Lin family, lowered their status to personally congratulate them. Brother Lin, congratulations. Don't forget to take care of your little brother once you break through to martial saint. Head of the Lin family, this is a little token from my Wang family. Oh, I hope you will accept it. If the Lin family needs anything in the future, my Zhao family will definitely offer our full support. Lin Xiao sat in the main hall, gazing at the guests filling the room, feeling a surge of emotions. He had always considered himself a genius in the martial world, yet had been stuck at the martial master peak for decades, thinking he would never reach the sacred realm in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, his granddaughter Lin Wei's decisive allegiance had brought such an earth-shattering opportunity to the Lin family. All of this is a gift from Holy Master Chen. Lin Zuyao thought silently. He looked at Lin Wei sitting at the lower seat, his eyes filled with gratitude. After losing his eldest son in the heavens, he insisted on allowing this granddaughter to take over as the head of the family against opposition, which he now saw as the most correct decision of his life. In stark contrast to the Lin family's revelry was the desolation of the Lu family. Inside the Lu family residence, a heavy cloud of sorrow hung in the air. Lu Jinyue lay on his sickbed, his face pale. The 10 whips of the soul-restraining whip had damaged his soul, leaving him severely injured. He would need months of quiet recovery, and still wouldn't be able to recover fully. Hearing the butler report the news of the Lin family about to produce a Saint, Lu Jinyue let out a bitter smile, his eyes filled with bitterness. Soaring to greatness. Stepping onto my Lu family's path to greatness. If it weren't for that fooled song, this opportunity should have belonged to my Lu family. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. The members of the Lu family stood at the foot of the bed, all with their heads bowed in silence. They knew that the Lu family was truly finished. Having lost over half of their assets, mid-level experts were sent to the front lines. The former head of the family was imprisoned in the Ministry of General Affairs, and the ancestor was nearing the end of his life, while also receiving the punishment of 10 consecutive draws. In the near future, after Lu Jinyue passes away, not only would the Lu family be unable to retain their position among the 9 major martial families of Lidu, but they would likely fall to the bottom of the first-rate families. Top-tier families have martial saints, first-rate families have martial masters, and the 9 major families are the strongest of the first-rate families. Second-rate families do not even have a martial master. Lu Jinyue weakly spoke. Send my orders. From today onward, the Lu family will close its doors to guests, and all disciples will focus on cultivation and act discreetly, prioritizing the revival of our Lu family, and must not provoke any trouble again. Yes. The crowd responded, their voices filled with sorrow. Lu Jinyue gazed at the ceiling, his heart filled with endless regret. If time could turn back, he would have slapped that fool awake before Lu Tsang went out. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The decline of the Lu family had become a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Chen Yuan, remained in the cultivation tower, oblivious to the storm brewing outside. At the peak of martial saint, a holy-level alchemist, his level had long surpassed the conflicts of these martial families. On the 9th floor of the cultivation tower, spiritual energy surged. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing through his gaze. My cultivation has improved yet again, but I am still far from that realm, he murmured to himself. Noticing that the 100,000 spirit crystals had been nearly exhausted, he summoned another 100,000. Then he closed his eyes once more. As several days passed in the depths of the highest-level cultivation secret chamber of the Lin family mansion in Liu City, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, surrounded by an array of rare treasures accumulated over decades to break through to the martial saint realm. 3,000-year-old snow ginseng, 2 dragon-scale fruits. Each item was a treasure he had painstakingly sought after exhausting the resources of his entire family. Lin Xiao sighed with a bitter smile. These only add up to a mere 30% chance. His gaze then heatedly fixed on the jade box in his hand, which held the key to whether he could successfully break through to the martial saint realm. The jade box opened. A pill completely white with golden patterns shimmering on its surface lay quietly inside. The fragrance of the pill filled the air, dispelling some of the fatigue from his recent days of seclusion. Breakthrough pill. 60% probability. Lin Xiao's fingers trembled slightly as his voice choked with emotion. I will never forget this grace from Master Chen. With the combined probabilities reaching a terrifying 90%, if he failed to break through, he might as well die by crashing his head against the wall. It must succeed. No longer hesitating, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and placed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that surged through his limbs. At the same time, Lin Xiao activated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the pure energy from the rare treasures before him. Inside the secret chamber, spiritual energy surged like a tide. Half a month later on this day, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Lidu City. Strangely golden rays of light pierced through the clouds, cascading in layers and forming visible whirlpools of spiritual energy. All the martial artists in Lidu were stirred. Is someone breaking through to martial saint? Heavenly phenomenon. It's a heavenly phenomenon. Our great Xia will have another martial saint. Look in that direction. It's the Lin family. The ancestor of the Lin family has succeeded. Countless people rushed out of their homes, looking up at the sky. The golden rays grew more intense, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Lin family mansion, sweeping across the entire city. The might of the martial saint overwhelmed all. Although it was far less grand than the phenomenon, when Chen Yuan broke through, it was enough to rouse the hearts of all martial artists in the city, igniting their blood. Martial saint. It truly is a martial saint. Our great Xia has gained another martial saint. Those alien races in the heavenly caves will suffer. The Lin family is about to rise. The crowd cheered, and the martial artists were invigorated. Meanwhile, countless faces in the major family mansions showed complex expressions, some envious, some jealous, but more importantly filled with awe. From this day forth, the Lin family would no longer be merely one of the 9 top families, but a true holy clan. Even if he was only at the initial stage of martial saint, he would be able to crush all martial lords. In the Lin family mansion's cultivation secret chamber, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with golden light, and his aura was as vast as the sea, as if he were a different person from half a month ago. He had achieved the initial stage of martial saint. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao laughed towards the sky, his laughter releasing decades of pent-up frustration. 40 years. 40 years. I have finally taken this step. The laughter reverberated, causing the secret chamber to buzz. He stood up and pushed open the door where the members of the Lin family had been waiting for a long time. Leading the way, Lin Wei's eyes were slightly red as she bowed and said, "Congratulations, Grandpa, on breaking through to martial saint." Congratulations, ancestor. Behind her, over 100 Lin family members shouted in unison, their voices filled with joy and excitement. Lin Xiao stepped forward, raising his hand to support them. Get up, get up. He looked at his descendants and the familiar mansion, feeling a myriad of emotions. When his gaze fell on Lin Wei, a deep sense of comfort flashed in his eyes. Wire, Lin Xiao said softly, you have done well. If not for your decisive support of Master Chen, and if not for Master Chen bestowing that breakthrough pill, I would have had no hope of reaching the Saint Realm in this lifetime. Without the aid of the breakthrough pill, only he knew how difficult it was to break through to the martial Saint Realm. Lin Wei hurriedly replied, everything is due to the ancestors' deep blessings, who I have merely. No need to be modest, Lin Xiao waved his hand. Go prepare a generous gift. I want to personally go to Longyuan Mountain to thank Master Chen. Yes. Lin Wei, who shared the same intention, took her leave to arrange it. Lin Xiao raised his head, looking towards the direction of Longyuan Mountain, his expression solemn. Master Chen. This grace the Lin family will remember it for generations. Just at that moment, as Lin Yaozu broke through to the martial Saint Realm. At Longyuan Mountain, in the 9th floor of the Saint Master's cultivation tower, Chen Yuan was immersed in his training with spiritual energy surging around him. Over 1 million top-grade spirit crystals had already been consumed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a mechanical sound from the system echoed in his mind, abruptly waking him from his training state. Ding! Detected that the host has granted a treasured item to aid another in breaking through. The hidden achievement, giving Rose's hands retained fragrance, has been completed. Obtained additional reward, 1000 top-grade spirit crystals. Rewards have been issued to the infinite storage space. Please check host. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across them. Why did I suddenly achieve a hidden achievement? He extended his divine sense, instantly sensing the newly formed heavenly phenomenon in Ludu City and the nascent martial Saint Aura. That old man from the Lin family really broke through. Chen Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a hint of surprise. The breakthrough pill he had bestowed was purely because he found Lin Wei pleasing to the eye and had done it casually. He didn't expect it to trigger a hidden achievement. Is that even possible? Chen Yuan chuckled, his thoughts moving as his divine sense entered the storage space. In one corner of the space, a total of 10,000 fist-sized top-grade spirit crystals, sparkling and translucent, seemingly containing flowing star rivers, were neatly stacked. Each one exuded a heart-pounding pure energy. Top-grade spirit crystals. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. In this world, spirit crystals are divided into 4 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Low-grade spirit crystals are common, mid-grade are precious, and high-grade are rare. But top-grade spirit crystals, they are the rarest of the rare. Their numbers are extremely limited and hardly circulate in the market. Ordinary martial artists may not see one in their lifetime. Even martial saint powerhouses might not possess many. Because the value of top-grade spirit crystals far exceeds that of high-grade ones. The spiritual energy contained in a single top-grade spirit crystal is equivalent to that of 100 high-grade ones. Moreover, their purity is extremely high. After absorption, there are almost no impurities, which greatly benefits cultivation. Most importantly, top-grade spirit crystals can be used to set up holy-level formations, forge holy-level divine weapons, and serve as the medicinal ingredients for holy-level pills. Each one is a strategic-level treasure. The Dragon Martial Division's treasury has only accumulated a little over 30,000 top-grade spirit crystals over several decades. Even with his authority, he could only withdraw several thousand at a time. Yet he had just received 10,000. I've struck it rich. Chen Yuan grinned widely. His thoughts moved, and he took out 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals. With a clatter, 1,000 sparkling top-grade spirit crystals appeared out of thin air, piling up into a small mountain on the 9th floor of the cultivation tower. In an instant, the spiritual energy concentration in the entire cultivation tower surged tenfold. The energy emanating from those top-grade spirit crystals was as pure as the most concentrated spiritual energy in the world. Merely breathing in a mouthful made one feel utterly refreshed. This feeling is too exhilarating. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, feeling as if his pores were opening. After some thought, he took out another 1,000. With 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals piled together, the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost became substantial, forming a faint mist of spiritual energy within the tower. If the martial saints outside saw this, they would surely feel heartache to the point of vomiting blood. Top-grade spirit crystals are meant for setting up formations, forging tools, and refining pills. Who would be willing to use them for direct absorption? It's too extravagant, too wasteful. But Chen Yuan didn't care. He had 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals. Would he just save them for future use? Continue cultivating. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged, activating his technique. 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals simultaneously radiated light and a massive amount of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, like rivers converging into the sea. This time his cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Chen Yuan became immersed in it, forgetting the passage of time. Before long, two figures stood side by side outside the Sacred Lord's residence. Lin Xiao had just broken through to the martial saint realm, and his aura was still somewhat unstable, but the pressure of a sacred-level powerhouse had already taken shape. Before long, two figures stood side by side outside the Sacred Lord's residence. Lin Xiao had just broken through to the martial saint realm, and his aura was still somewhat unstable, but the pressure of a sacred-level powerhouse had already... Why do you think Sacred Lord Chen will meet us? Lin Xiao asked, feeling a rare sense of nervousness. As a newly promoted martial saint, he felt no arrogance in the presence of the unfathomable national Sacred Lord, only deep reverence. After all, a significant part of the reason he had come this far was due to the breakthrough pill given to him by Chen Yuan. Lin Wei gently replied, "Grandpa, rest assured, although Commander Chen holds a high position, he is not an arrogant person. He received me warmly the last time I came." Lin Xiao nodded and gently knocked on the bronze door. Moments later, the door slowly opened. Chun Tianling, dressed in dark golden armor, appeared behind the door. He glanced at Lin Wei and slightly nodded, "Minister Lin." His gaze then fell on Lin Xiao, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. This should be the newly promoted martial saint. "Who is this?" Chen Tianling asked knowingly. Lin Wei hurriedly introduced, "Commander Chen, this is my grandfather Lin Xiao. We came specifically to thank Commander Chen for the pill." Then she turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Grandpa, this is Commander Chen Tianling, the one I told you about, responsible for protecting Commander Chen's safety, and is very powerful." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly scanned Chen Tianling with his gaze. He had heard Lin Wei mention that there was a guard commander beside Chen Yuan who was suspected to be a martial saint. This skin startled him. Not suspected, but genuinely a martial saint. Early stage, and with an exceptionally solid foundation. Stronger than him, who had just broken through. "Commander Chen, I've long admired you." Lin Xiao hurriedly clasped his fists, his attitude amiable, without a trace of the arrogance typical of a martial saint. "I apologize for intruding," he said, his heart filled with shock. The fact that there was even an early-stage martial saint serving as a bodyguard under Chen Yuan was astonishing. Chen Tianling didn't look very old, and he appeared unfamiliar. Lin Xiao had never heard of this figure in the martial world. This indicated that he was also a hidden powerhouse. Chen Tianling didn't look very old, and he appeared unfamiliar. Lin Xiao had never heard of this figure in the martial world. This indicated that however, he also knew better than to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. He merely politely stated his intention. Chen Tianling's expression remained stern, but his tone was relatively polite. "Senior Lin, you're too kind. It's just that my lord is currently in closed-door cultivation and might not be disturbed." Closed-door cultivation. Lin Xiao paused, then a wave of regret flashed in his eyes. He genuinely wanted to thank Chen Yuan in person. But given that the latter was in closed-door cultivation, he didn't have the courage or face to interrupt his training. "That is truly a pity." Lin Xiao sighed with a wry smile, but did not press the issue. He took out a spatial ring from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "If that's the case, please pass on my regards to Commander Chen. This humble gift is just a token of my appreciation, and I hope Sacred Lord Chen will definitely accept it." Lin Wei sighed in disappointment beside him. She had originally planned to invite Chen Yuan to the Lin family after her grandfather met him, hoping to have her daughter Lin Mengyao meet him, as they were a match made in heaven. What if they hit it off? Now that plan had fallen through. Chen Tianling accepted the ring, and as his divine sense swept through it, his brow furrowed slightly. Inside the ring were various 8th-tier low-grade to 8th-tier top-grade materials, along with 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Though this generous gift was worth less than the compensation offered by the Liu family to save their lives, it was still quite valuable. "Senior Lin, you are very considerate." Upon accepting the gift, Chen Tianling's demeanor became even friendlier. "Once my lord exits his seclusion, I will certainly convey your words honestly." "Thank you, Commander Chen." Lin Xiao clasped his fists again and took a deep look into the depths of the residence before departing with Lin Wei. Once they exited Longyuan Mountain, Lin Xiao let out a long breath. "Sacred Lord Chen is truly unfathomable," he murmured. "To have a martial saint willing to act as a bodyguard under him, such depth is unparalleled in the entire Daxia." Lin Wei softly said, "Grandpa, I feel that Commander Chen's background is far from what we see on the surface. Naturally, it is not simple." Lin Xiao nodded. "However, these are not matters for us to worry about. Wire, remember, from now on the Lin family must follow Sacred Lord Chen's lead. He leads us east, we shall not go west." "Understood, granddaughter." The two figures soared into the sky, turning into streams of light that vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the northwestern front, the demon Suppression fortress. In the command room, Zhou Qing was staring intently at the holographic projection before him, his brow slightly furrowed. The projection displayed the real-time monitoring footage of the hellish abyss. The dark fissure that spanned the heavens seemed to be showing signs of expansion in recent days. It's becoming restless again, Zhou Qing murmured. At that moment, the communication ring vibrated. After opening it and reading the encrypted report, he was momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao broke through. Then a burst of joy ignited in his eyes. He suddenly stood up and began pacing back and forth, a broad smile on his face. Great. Wonderful. Daxia has gained another martial saint. The addition of 2 high-level combatants in a short period was one of the few joyful events in recent years. Although it was only the early stage, having one more martial saint meant an increase in the power to guard the abyss and more confidence against foreign races. His deputy respectfully said, Commander, according to reliable sources, Lin Xiao was able to break through thanks to a sacred-level breakthrough pill given by Commander Chen. Breakthrough pill, eh? Zhou Qing's eyes flickered with surprise. Commander Chen also knows alchemy. The deputy quickly detailed the information that had come from the capital. Breakthrough pill, eh? Zhou Qing's eyes flickered with surprise. Commander Chen also knows alchemy. The deputy quickly detailed the information that had come from the capital. No wonder he withdrew so many sacred-level materials from the national treasury before, Zhou Qing murmured. So that was for alchemy. Suddenly a thought struck him. There were nearly 100 martial artists in Daxia who had been stuck at the peak of martial venerable for many years and could not break through. If Chen Yuan could produce more breakthrough pills, even if only half of them succeeded in breaking through, that would be nearly 50 martial saints. 50. At that time, Daxia's defenses would be as solid as a rock, and what foreign races lurking in the great abyss could still be feared. Zhou Qing grew more excited the more he thought about it, but soon calmed down. He sighed, shaking his head. First, he didn't dare to force Chen Yuan to refine pills. Secondly, sacred-level alchemists expend an immense amount of mental energy when crafting sacred pills. A furnace of sacred pills often requires months, if not half a year of preparation, during which they cannot be disturbed. Even with Chen Yuan's top-tier strength, it would be impossible to produce them in bulk. Furthermore, the materials needed to refine breakthrough pills are all rare treasures. The national treasury likely cannot gather enough for even 10 furnaces. Forget it, I was thinking too much, Zhou Qing sighed, having never witnessed Chen Yuan's outrageous alchemical methods. Having one more martial saint is already a tremendous opportunity. Forget it, I was thinking too much, Zhou Qing sighed, having never witnessed Chen Yuan's outrageous alchemical methods. Having one more martial saint is already a tremendous opportunity. How could I ask for more? He turned to his deputy and instructed, send out my orders, promote Lin Xiao to the position of Elder of the Dragon Martial Division and grant him the treatment of a Martial Saint-level Elder. Additionally, send 5 elders to congratulate him and handle this matter with full authority. Then retrieve a high-quality sacred-level spiritual herb from the treasury to help Lin Xiao stabilize his realm. Understood. The deputy took the orders and left. Lin Xiao was originally high-ranking in the Dragon Martial Division, so there was no need to recruit him. He could be promoted directly. Zhou Qing gazed out the window again. The dark fissure spanning the heavens still hung silently, with faint chilling roars of foreign races emanating from within. If only I could invite Chen Yuan to take action, he murmured. But recalling the promise he had made when trying to recruit Chen Yuan, he shook his head. He couldn't afford to do that yet. He couldn't disturb this trump card unless it was a critical moment. Zhou Qing gathered his thoughts and continued his duties in guarding the fortress. However, he had already raised Chen Yuan's status in his heart significantly. Time quietly passed during the cultivation. During this period, what he did was quite simple: burning resources. He completely absorbed 110,000 high-grade spirit crystals. All the 8th and 9th grade pills he refined to enhance his cultivation were consumed without exception. He even absorbed half of those 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals, a full 5,000. If the martial saints outside were to know about Chen Yuan's extravagant behavior, they would surely drool with envy. But Chen Yuan didn't care. Resources are meant to be used right. However, just as he was about to continue absorbing the remaining 5,000 top-grade spirit crystals, he suddenly sensed something was off. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows and stopped cultivating. This feeling. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing his internal condition, and indeed found that his cultivation had improved significantly compared to before his seclusion. The accumulation of energy had reached an unprecedented state of saturation, the limit of the peak martial saint. The spiritual power within him was filled to the brim, with every inch of flesh, every bone, and every cell packed with energy. But then the problem arose. It was full. It was like a large water tank filled to the brim. Pouring more water would only cause it to overflow without enlarging the tank. So, this is the limit of the peak martial saint. Chen Yuan opened his eyes deep in thought. He attempted to break through that invisible barrier, wondering if he could take that step. Boom. The spiritual power within surged, launching a full-force assault. Yet that barrier remained unmoved, like an invisible wall firmly blocking his path. After several attempts, Chen Yuan stopped. No good. He shook his head and didn't force it. After pondering for a while, he gradually understood. To break through to the realm beyond the peak martial saint, merely accumulating energy was futile. At this level, energy accumulation was just the foundation, or what was truly needed were other factors: a certain opportunity, a kind of insight, or specific conditions. As for what those were, Chen Yuan had no clues at all. System, can you reveal how to break through? He tentatively asked in his heart. Sorry host, I cannot disclose that. Please explore on your own. Great, it's still the same routine. Chen Yuan wasn't disappointed. He never expected the system to tell him directly. He thought for a moment. Taking out the purplish golden holy decree from his infinite storage space, he directly contacted the Longwu Division headquarters. Help me check if there are any records about the realm beyond the martial saint in the core secret library. Half a minute later, a respectful reply came. In response to Chief Chun, after investigation, the core secret library contains no relevant records. Currently, no martial artist in Blue Star has broken through to beyond the martial saint, so there are no related documents to be found. Chen Yuan nodded, ending the contact without much surprise. This was expected. If there were indeed related materials, that guy Zhou Qing would have long since brought them up for discussion with him, and he wouldn't still be stuck at the late stage of the martial saint. Alright, I'll just explore on my own. Chen Yuan stood up, glancing at the remaining 5,000 top-grade spirit crystals beside him. If he couldn't break through, absorbing more would only be a waste. With a wave of his hand, he recalled them all into his storage space. Looking up at the dome of the cultivation tower, he could feel that it was already daytime outside. I've been in seclusion for almost a month. It's time to go out. Chen Yuan stretched lazily, and the bones in his body crackled. With a single step, he exited. His figure vanished from the cultivation tower. In front of the Holy Decree Palace, sunlight poured down warm and bright. Chen Yuan appeared out of nowhere, standing on the steps, squinting comfortably at the sun. It's still more comfortable outside. Staying in the cultivation tower with such dense spiritual energy for too long felt stifling. Just a few seconds after he stood still, a figure silently appeared beside him. Chen Tianling. Boss, you're out of seclusion. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Tianling's eyes. Then, sensing the deeper aura emanating from Chen Yuan compared to 3 months ago, he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations, boss, on your further advancement." Chen Yuan waved his hand, a faint smile on his face. I've improved a bit, but not much. This was the truth. His cultivation had indeed progressed, and his energy accumulation had reached its limit, but what he wanted was to break through beyond the martial saint. That would be the true progress. Chen Tianling was unaware of Chen Yuan's inner thoughts. In his eyes, the boss had been in seclusion for over half a month, and his aura was stronger than before, which signified progress. Boss is being modest, he respectfully said. Chen Yuan didn't elaborate further, but instead asked, has anything happened in the outside world while I was in seclusion? In response to the boss, indeed some events occurred during your seclusion. The most important one is that the elder of the Lin family, Lin Xiao, successfully broke through to the martial saint realm. Thanks to the breakthrough pill you granted, Lin Xiao entered seclusion for half a month and smoothly broke through to the early stage of martial saint. On the day of the breakthrough, a phenomenon appeared in Luodu, shaking the entire city. The 5th elder of Longwu Division personally came to congratulate him. Now the entire Great Xia knows that the Lin family has gained another martial saint, elevating the Lin family status from a first-class family to a holy clan. Chen Yuan nodded. He was already aware of this matter when an unexpected hidden achievement was triggered during his cultivation. What else? After Lin Xiao's breakthrough, once his realm stabilized slightly, he and Minister Lin Wei personally visited to thank you for your gift of the pill. As Chen Tianling spoke, he took out a space ring from his pocket and offered it with both hands. At that time, I didn't disturb you during your seclusion. Lin Xiao left this gift saying it is to thank you for your great kindness. Please be sure to accept it. Chen Yuan received the ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside were 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals, along with a pile of 8th grade and higher materials, various rare spiritual materials. Though it wasn't the kind of life-saving great expense from the Liu family, it was certainly a generous gift filled with sincerity. This Lin Xiao. Chen Yuan smiled and stored the ring away. He had a good impression of this elder of the Lin family. Even though his breakthrough wasn't entirely due to him, he was still the first to personally come to thank him after the breakthrough, not the kind of use and discard ingrate. Most importantly, this old man unexpectedly triggered a hidden achievement for him. For that reason alone, Chen Yuan had to regard him more highly. Okay, I understand now. Chen Yuan said. Go tell Steward Zhao to prepare lunch, something delicious. With his peak martial saint cultivation, he had long since ceased needing food for energy. But the food containing spiritual energy on Blue Star tastes far better than the so-called delicacies of his past life. Spirit beast meats, spiritual vegetables, spiritual fruits. Any one of them was better than Michelin-starred dishes. But the food containing spiritual energy on Blue Star tastes far better than the so-called delicacies of his past. Watching Chen Tianling's departing figure, Chen Yuan turned his gaze to the system page, noting that there were only 3 days left until the next sign-in. In the following 3 days, Chen Yuan had a very leisurely time. On the first day, he visited the Longwu Division headquarters and headed straight for the core secret library. He personally reviewed all the records regarding cultivation realms from Martial Apprentice to Peak Martial Saint. All kinds of materials were available. However, the section about Beyond the Martial Saint was completely blank. Not to mention the cultivation methods, there wasn't even a record of what this realm was called. It seems there really is none. Chen Yuan closed the last ancient book, shaking his head as he left. On the second day, he stayed in the mansion and went nowhere. He woke up naturally in the morning, enjoyed a spiritual feast prepared by Zhao Wenyuan at noon, strolled by the artificial lake in the afternoon to fish, and in the evening lay in bed browsing various information in the Holy Decree. On the night of the third day, Chen Yuan lay on the big bed in the main palace's bedroom, closing his eyes to rest, when suddenly the Holy Decree at his waist gently vibrated. He casually opened it. Longwu Division Headquarters notification: this month's 20 billion Great Xia coins for Chief Chen have been credited. Please check. Additionally, 100,000 spirit crystals will be delivered to the Longyuan Mountain residence tomorrow. Please be informed. Chen Yuan glanced at it and casually closed it. 20 billion credited. Oh, 100,000 spirit crystals are coming tomorrow. Oh, to be honest, he no longer felt anything about these numbers. He still had 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals and 5,000 top-grade spirit crystals lying in his infinite storage space. A mere 100,000 was just a drop in the bucket. However, a smile still appeared on Chen Yuan's face, and it was the kind of smile that couldn't be suppressed. Not because of the salary credited, but because midnight had passed and the sign-in count for this month had reset. Finally here, Chen Yuan flipped over and sat up, his eyes filled with anticipation as he silently recited system sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Holy Grade Top-Tier Celestial Armor, Holy Grade Top-Tier Dawn Spear, Early Stage Martial Saint Void Beast Mount. Celestial armor can change shape at the host's will in its normal state, as close-fitting inner armor expanding into full body armor during combat. Its defensive power is astonishing, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a peak martial saint without damage. Dawn Spear, a cold weapon long spear crafted from void meteorite. The spear tip can tear through space. It includes a complete understanding of the accompanying Holy Grade Top-Tier Spear technique, Dawn 9 styles, each style stronger than the last, with the 9th style capable of killing enemies beyond one's rank. Early Stage Martial Saint Void Beast Mount can conceal itself within the void, regularly moving at nearly 1,000 meters per instant, and can burst to that speed in an instant. Bound to the host's soul, it is absolutely loyal, perishing if the host dies, and its level rises automatically with the host's strength. Host, would you like to claim these rewards immediately? As the system's prompt faded, Chen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment for 3 seconds. Then, holy crap, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. Each of the 3 rewards was more outrageous than the last. Holy Grade Top-Tier Defensive Battle Armor. Holy Grade Top-Tier Offensive Weapon. Accompanying Holy Grade Top-Tier Spear Technique. And even a Void Beast Mount at the early stage of Martial Saint. System, you are too awesome. Chen Yuan was so excited that he paced back and forth in his room, his smile impossible to contain. Last month was already impressive, but this month was even crazier. He knew precisely what it meant to possess a holy grade top-tier item. It was a rarity beyond compare. There were scarcely a few such items visible throughout the entire Daxia Kingdom. Chen Yuan remembered that Zhou Qing possessed a battle knife of holy grade top-tier quality, one of the few publicly known holy grade weapons in Daxia Kingdom. With this knife, Zhou Qing was capable of unleashing a combat power greater than that of an ordinary late-stage martial saint, despite being at the late stage of martial saint himself. And now, he possessed 2 items at once. A defensive armor and an offensive weapon, both holy grade top tier. Not to mention a mount in the form of a void beast at the initial stage of martial saint. Collect them all, Chen Yuan declared without hesitation. Ding. Rewards have been issued to the infinite storage space. Please check host. As soon as he finished speaking, a flood of information surged into his mind. The Dawn 9 style spear technique, 9 moves in total, each stronger than the last, with the 9th move capable of defeating enemies beyond one's level. Chen Yuan closed his eyes to quietly comprehend. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within. Great spear technique. With a thought, he retrieved the 2 items from the storage space. With a flash of light, a long spear and a piece of armor appeared before him. First he examined the spear. The spear was approximately 12 feet long, entirely black as ink, yet adorned with specks of starlight. The spear tip was so sharp it seemed capable of piercing through the void. Merely gazing at it sent chills down his spine. Chen Yuan reached out to grasp it. It felt slightly heavy, yet exquisitely balanced. He casually shook it. Buzz. The spear tip trembled, distorting the surrounding air, and a minute spatial rift flickered and vanished. Goodness! A look of surprise crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. He had barely exerted any effort, just a casual shake had actually managed to tear through space. What kind of power would it unleash if he were to thrust it with full force? Then he looked at the accompanying Dawn 9 styles. First style, Break Army, an unwavering frontal assault. Second style, Meteor, fast as lightning, impossible to defend against. Third style, Piercing Cloud, penetrates defenses, specifically breaking through protective barriers. Fourth style, Shattering Void, shakes the void, inflicting area damage. Fifth style, all the way to the ninth style, Dawn, consumes spiritual energy, unleashing a strike that surpasses one's own limits and can defeat enemies beyond one's level. Every style was exquisitely crafted with astonishing power. The more Chen Yuan looked, the more satisfied he became. He casually stowed the Dawn spear back into the storage space and picked up the armor. Celestial Holy Armor. Entirely silver-white, thin and soft, it felt like the highest quality silk, yet carried a hint of warm metallic texture. The surface shimmered with a faint starlight. With a thought from Chen Yuan, the armor automatically unfolded. As the silver-white light flowed, it transformed into a complete set of armor wrapping around his body. It conformed to his shape with smooth lines. Not bulky or cumbersome, it exuded a sense of sharp beauty. The most astonishing part was that wearing it, he felt no weight, moving freely without any sense of restriction. Not bad. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Holy grade, top tier indeed, lived up to its reputation. With a thought, the armor automatically shrank to become a layer of close-fitting inner armor, entirely unnoticeable, yet providing a sense of security. Wearing the celestial holy armor, even if he stood still and let a peak martial saint strike him with full force, he would remain unscathed. You may strike me, but you cannot breach my defense. After handling the two pieces of equipment, Chen Yuan suddenly recalled something. System, what about my Void Beast mount? Ding! Summoning the Void Beast mount. Summon successful. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted above the mansion. Chen Yuan looked up. He saw a pitch-black rift several hundred meters long tearing open in the night sky. The edges of the rift flickered with electric light, and chaotic currents of space surged as some colossal creature was about to break free from the void. Immediately after, a gigantic head poked out from the rift. It was a beast entirely black, adorned with flowing dark starry patterns. It had spiral horns, and its vertical pupils were as captivating as an abyss. A pair of enormous dark purple energy wings sprouted from its back, capable of slicing through the void when flapped. It resembled the legendary divine beast, yet bore an aura of chilling ferocity. The void beast let out a roar. The gigantic beast let out a long howl. Its roar resounded like thunder, shaking the heavens. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure of an initial stage martial saint erupted. Transforming into visible waves of energy, it swept out in all directions. The entire Longyuan mountain trembled. Inside the mansion, the servants on night duty were so frightened their legs went weak. What kind of monster is this? An invasion by alien races? Are aliens coming out from the celestial caves? It's over. This aura is so strong. It's terrifying. The pressure weighed heavily on their hearts, making it impossible to even stand, let alone resist. At this moment, outside Longyuan Mountain, the entire Lidu city was in an uproar. At the headquarters of the Longwu division, alarms blared sharply. Warning. Detected unknown Holy Realm energy fluctuations. Source: Longyuan Mountain direction. Energy level initial stage Holy Realm. Target characteristics: non-human. Suspected 9th tier alien. The monitor technician on duty in the military control room changed their expression drastically, frantically pulling up surveillance footage. On the screen, a terrifying beast 300 meters long hovered in the air above Longyuan Mountain, howling to the sky. Aliens. Are aliens infiltrating Longyuan Mountain? Quick. Activate the city protection array. Sound the highest alarm. In just a few seconds, the entire Lidu city was in chaos. Buzz. The shrill alarm tore through the night sky, echoing throughout the city. The city protection array outside Lidu city was instantly activated, enveloping the entire city in a massive light dome. Chen Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the imposing and majestic beast outside, a hint of surprise curling his lips. This is quite the commotion. He could sense that the entire capital city had been stirred. If this continued, something big was bound to happen. Chen Yuan shook his head, took up the Holy Master token, and sent a message on the highest authority channel of the Longwu division, Don't panic, it's my pet. Ooh, let it go. What the hell? Keeping a martial saint level alien beast as a pet. This is too. This Chief Chen truly played by his— What the hell? Keeping a martial saint level alien beast as a pet. This is too. This Chief Chen truly played by his own rules. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan sent out a strand of divine sense to reassure everyone in the mansion. Don't be afraid, that's my pet. Oh, just carry on as usual. The voice directly echoed in Zhao Wenyuan's and the other servants' minds. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds, then released a long breath. So it's the Holy Master who raised it. I was so scared, I thought it was aliens breaking in. The Holy Master is so amazing, he can even raise such a creature. Chen Yuan withdrew his divine sense and took a step forward. The distance to the horizon movement technique activated instantly, placing him before the void beast. The beast, which had originally been howling to the sky, striking a pose of, I am the greatest in the world, instantly deflated upon seeing Chen Yuan. The fierce and imposing gaze transformed into one of utter docility, resembling a large cat. Woo! The beast lowered its enormous head, gently rubbing against Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan reached out to stroke its nose, feeling a slight chill. Its scales were smooth, but not sharp. Goodness, you're really handsome. He looked the beast up and down, growing more satisfied. How impressive would it be to ride this out? Unique across the entire blue star. All right, tone down the pressure, you'll scare the people. Chen Yuan patted its head. Upon hearing this, the beast immediately restrained its aura. That terrifying pressure vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Understood, master. The beast suddenly spoke, its voice deep and rich, yet tinged with a hint of servitude. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. You can talk. Yes, master. The beast nodded. I am of the Void Beast tribe, naturally able to speak. Chen Yuan was delighted. This mount was not only impressive, but could also chat. All right, from now on you'll stick with me. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Let's give you a name. The beast's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. This creature was entirely black and could hide in the void. Calling it Little Black felt too mundane, unworthy of its aura. How about Nightshade? Sounds a bit ordinary. Void Overlord. Too cringy. He thought for a moment, suddenly struck with inspiration. Let's call you Shadow Whisper. It hides in the void, coming and going like a shadow. How does that sound? The beast's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Shadow Whisper. Sounds nice. Thank you for the name, master. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, no need to call me master. Oh, just call me boss. Yes, boss. Shadow Whisper responded cheerfully. Chen Yuan looked at its massive body and suddenly felt a bit restless. Let's go take boss for a ride. He stepped forward and sat directly on Shadow Whisper's back. Shadow Whisper's back was broad and flat, its scales warm and smooth, making it quite comfortable to sit on. Hold on tight, boss. Shadow Whisper reminded, its wings flapping. Whoosh! Chen Yuan felt a blur in front of him, and the surrounding scenery instantly became a blur. So fast. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. Although this speed did not surpass his, Shadow Whisper could conceal itself in the void. While moving, it made almost no sound. It was not merely flying, but traversing through the void. Sitting on its back felt exceptionally stable, with no sensation of turbulence. Boss, I can go faster. Shadow Whisper exclaimed excitedly. Let's go. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Boom. Shadow Whisper's wings flapped again, and its speed soared once more. Its body transitioned between reality and illusion, each flap crossing thousands of meters. Longyuan Mountain, Luodu City, the surrounding mountains, distant lakes. All the scenery rushed by in a blur. In just a few minutes, Chen Yuan had flown a large circle around Luodu City. At this moment, in the military control room of the Longwu Division, several technicians were staring at the screen in shock. On the screen, a red dot was moving through the air at a terrifying speed. That speed was on par with the most advanced SS-class aircraft on Blue Star. Moreover, the trajectory was bizarre. It flickered in and out of visibility, alternating between rapid and slow, completely unpredictable. What? What kind of speed is this? It's too fast. We can't capture it at all. Wait. There seems to be a person on that red dot. The image zoomed in again and again. In the blurry footage, one could vaguely see a figure leisurely sitting on the back of that massive beast. Is that Chief Chen? Chief Chen is really riding on that alien beast. My heavens. What exactly is this alien beast? How come I've never seen this kind of alien before? The scan results are out. There's no record of this kind of alien in the entire Blue Star database. It's completely an unknown species. Where on earth did Chief Chen acquire such a mount? The few of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and envy. A martial saint-level alien beast obediently serving as a mount. Only Chief Chen could achieve this among all the martial saints on Blue Star. Such a level of alien simply wouldn't be so docile. Chen Yuan rode on Yuying, wandering for a good half an hour before he returned to the sky above Longyuan Mountain, feeling quite satisfied. Refreshing. He jumped down from Yuying's back, unable to hide the smile on his face. In the future, riding Yuing to handle affairs is far more impressive than taking a warplane ride. However, Chen Yuan looked at Yuing's massive body that was 300 meters long and suddenly felt a bit troubled. Yuing, your size is a bit large, isn't it? He pointed to the Saint Respect mansion below. It occupied over 300 acres, which sounded vast, but it was designed for humans. Could a 300-meter-long giant beast fit inside? Not to mention living there, just landing would probably flatten the backyard. Though my mansion is large, it may not be able to accommodate you. Chen Yuan scratched his head. How about I have someone expand it? Or I could prepare a special den for you. Yuing tilted its head. Boss, I can shrink. Moi. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He watched as Yuing's enormous body began to shrink rapidly. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In the end, it transformed into a little fellow, about 3 meters long. Its wings folded in and its body shrank. The once majestic giant beast now resembled an oversized black dog. Boss, how's this size? Yuing flapped its smaller wings, hovering in front of Chen Yuan with a hint of pride in its tone. I can shrink even smaller, down to the size of a palm. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. It can do that? You can grow and shrink. Yes, boss. Yuing nodded. Our void beasts are born with the ability to control spatial power. Enlargement and reduction are just basic applications. Chen Yuan was pleased. This function is great. Riding out looks impressive, and it doesn't take up space at home. He looked at the 3-meter-long Yuing in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. All right, let's stick with this size. Yuing exclaimed happily. Boss, you really have good taste, or I think this size is the most handsome too. Let's go back to the mansion. Chen Yuan waved, leading Yuing into the mansion. As they landed, he saw Zhao Wenyuan and a group of servants standing at the main hall entrance, all looking at him with eager eyes. Their eyes held admiration, curiosity, and a hint of fear. After all, that 300-meter-long giant beast was truly terrifying. Chen Yuan smiled, pointing to the 3-meter-long Yuing behind him. Don't be afraid, this is Yuing, and it will live in our mansion from now on. You can treat it as just a pet. Yuing complied and squatted down, blinking its deep, vertical pupils, trying hard to appear harmless. Zhao Wenyuan and the servants exchanged glances. A pet? This thing is a pet. Did you forget the terrifying pressure of that 300-meter-long body at the initial stage of martial saint? Yes, sir. Zhao Wenyuan swallowed hard, casting a respectful glance at Yuing. Then, should I prepare a room for Lord Yuing? Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead, arrange a spacious one. Zhao Wenyuan quickly nodded and respectfully said to Yuing, Lord Yuing, please follow me. Yuing tilted its head at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Go with Steward Zhao, get familiar with the home environment first, and he'll take you out to play tomorrow. All right, boss. Yuing scampered after Zhao Wenyuan. Its 3-meter-long body swayed, losing any trace of the imposing martial saint presence, resembling a big dog taking its owner out for a walk. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at its retreating figure. This creature is truly a lively treasure. He turned around and returned to the main hall, lying down on the warm jade bed. Sleeping until naturally waking up, that is the essence of life. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Sleeping until naturally waking up, that is the essence of life. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Chen Yuan opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. Refreshing. After getting up and washing, he arrived at the dining area of the main hall. Zhao Wenyuan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast when a shadow darted in beside him. Chen Yuan laughed. What do you want to eat too? Yuing nodded hurriedly. Boss, these spiritual dishes are beneficial for me too. Though it's not much, it can still satisfy my cravings. Chen Yuan laughed. What do you want to eat too? Yuing nodded hurriedly. Boss, these spiritual dishes are beneficial for me too. Though it's not much, it can still satisfy my cravings. Chen Yuan casually tore off a piece of spirit beast meat and tossed it to Yuing. Yuing caught it in one bite, chewing with delight. Delicious. Boss, food is truly the best. Chen Yuan looked at its sycophantic demeanor and couldn't help but laugh and scold. All right, stop flattering me and eat your food. Not long after, Chen Tianling appeared at the dining room door. Boss, Minister Lin Wei and Elder Lin Ziao have come to visit, saying they are here to deliver this month's spiritual crystal offerings. What do you think? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao. They came quite early. He scanned the area with his divine sense, instantly covering the entire mansion and seeing two figures standing outside the bronze gate. Lin Wei was still dressed in an elegant qipao with a gentle smile on her face. Beside her stood a sprightly old man whose aura was calm. It was Lin Ziao, who had just broken through not long ago. The two were respectfully waiting outside for passage. Chen Yuan retracted his divine sense and said to Chen Tianling, let them in and bring them straight here. Understood. Chen Tianling complied and left. Outside the bronze gate, Lin Wei and Lin Ziao waited quietly. Though with their status they could walk through the entire Lidu with pride, they did not dare to act arrogantly in front of especially Lin Ziyao. He personally experienced last night's accident. He was stationed at the Dragon Martial Department headquarters when he suddenly received an alarm that there was an otherworldly race in the direction of Longyuan Mountain. Without a second thought, he prepared to rush over to confront it. However, just as he stepped out, he received a message from Chen Yuan, leaving him dumbfounded. "Wire when you see Chief Chen, be sure to be respectful," Lin Ziyao cautioned in a low voice. "Don't lose your manners." Lin Wei nodded. "Grandfather, don't worry, I understand." Just as they were speaking, the bronze gate slowly opened. Chen Tianling appeared behind the door, giving a slight nod to the two. "Minister Lin, Elder Lin, the boss invites you in." They quickly expressed their gratitude and followed Chen Tianling into the mansion, passing through pavilions and arriving at the garden behind the main hall. In the distance, they saw a young figure sitting in a pavilion, holding a piece of spirit beast meat, teasing a half-meter-sized black dog. "No way." Lin Ziyao's pupils constricted. "What kind of dog is that?" Although it had shrunk to half a meter, the dark purple star patterns, the spiral horns, and the faintly visible energy wings were clearly the otherworldly beast from last night. And at this moment, this terrifying giant beast was eagerly gazing at the piece of meat in Chen Yuan's hand, wagging its tail like a puppy, if it could be considered a tail, making woo-woo sounds as if trying to please. Lin Wei also recognized it, and was left stunned. The contrast is just too great, right? Last night, that 300-meter-long beast which caused the entire Lidu to activate the city protection formation is now acting cute for food. Chen Tianling brought the two to the pavilion and respectfully said to Chen Yuan, "Boss, the guests have arrived." Chen Yuan nodded, casually tossing the piece of meat to Yuying before looking up at the two. "Minister Lin, Elder Lin, please have a seat." He gestured to the stone bench in the pavilion. The two quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We greet Chief Chen. We greet Saint Respect Chen." Chen Yuan waved his hand. "No need for excessive formalities, please sit." Only then did the two carefully take their seats on the stone bench. Lin Wei spoke first, taking out a specially designed metal box about half a person's height from her spatial ring and placing it on the stone table. "Chief Chen, this is your offering for this month, 100,000 premium spiritual crystals. Please accept it." Chen Yuan glanced at the metal box and waved his hand. The metal box instantly vanished, absorbed into the infinite storage space. The entire process was so smooth that he didn't even look at it twice. His energy accumulation had already reached the peak of Martial Saint, and absorbing any more spiritual crystals would be pointless. The value of spiritual crystals for him was now only for use as fuel in alchemy or for arranging formations. "Chief Chen," Lin Ziyao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I came here not only to accompany Wire to deliver the offerings, but also to personally thank you for the pill you provided." He stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Yuan. "If it weren't for the breakthrough pill you bestowed, I would likely have no hope of reaching the Saint Realm in this lifetime." Chen Yuan looked at the respectful elder in front of him and smiled faintly. "Elder Lin is being too modest. Your breakthrough is also due to your own efforts. That pill merely provided you with an opportunity, and it was you who seized it." This sentiment made Lin Ziyao even more grateful. If it were any other powerful figure, they would likely take all the credit for casually giving out a pill, making the other party feel indebted for life. But Chen Yuan did not. This level of composure and vision far exceeds that of ordinary people. "Chief, your generosity humbles me," Lin Ziyao said respectfully. Seeing this, Lin Wei seized the opportunity to speak. "Chief Chen, actually, we also have a humble request this time." "Oh." Chen Yuan looked at her with interest. Lin Wei hurriedly said, "The favor you have done for my Lin family is immense, and we have always wanted to find an opportunity to express our gratitude to you. Today is just right. We would like to invite you to the Lin family mansion for a meal at noon. Grandfather has personally prepared treasured spiritual wine collected over the years along with rare spiritual materials from various places. Although it can't compare to the delicacies in your mansion, it is a token of our appreciation." She finished, her eyes filled with anticipation and sincerity. Lin Ziyao quickly added, "If the chief can honor us with your presence, it would be a great honor for the Lin family." Chen Yuan looked at the grandfather and granddaughter, pondering for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in such matters. With his current status and strength, many people would line up in Luodu to curry favor with him. If he were to meet them all, he wouldn't have to do anything else. However, he did have a good impression of Lin Ziyao. He was grateful, knew how to interact, and it could be considered that he had gained 1,000 premium spiritual crystals for free. For that reason, he could give them some face. "All right," Chen Yuan nodded. "Since Elder Lin is so sincere, I will visit for a bit." Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao were overjoyed at his words. "Thank you, Chief, for your favor." "Don't worry, Chief, we will make sure you are satisfied." The two were so excited they nearly jumped up. Having Chen Yuan personally visit was an immense honor for the Lin family. With this news, the Lin family status would surely rise another level, becoming a holy clan closely connected with a peak martial saint. Having Chen Yuan personally visit was an immense honor for the Lin family. With this news, the Lin family status would surely rise another level, becoming... The frequency of the tremors was extremely fast and continuous. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. This tremor frequency indicated that something very urgent was happening. Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao were also stunned. As high-ranking members of the Dragon Martial Department, they naturally knew the tremor patterns of the Saint Order indicated that something very urgent was happening. Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao were also stunned. As high-ranking members of the Dragon Martial Department, they naturally knew this is the highest level of emergency distress signal. Lin Ziyao's expression changed slightly. Lin Wei also grew tense, not daring to make a sound. Chen Yuan raised his hand to activate the Saint Order. A light curtain appeared, showing the figure of Zhou Qing. However, at this moment, Zhou Qing looked completely different from usual. His hair was disheveled, his expression grave, and his eyes showed clear anxiety. What caught Chen Yuan's attention even more was the backdrop behind Zhou Qing, which was the command center of the Northwest Demon Suppression Fortress, and the dark chasm outside that spanned the heavens was surging violently. Black mist rolled, and lightning flashed. Chief Chen. Zhou Qing spoke hoarsely. A major incident has occurred in the underworld cavern. Chen Yuan maintained his composure. Speak. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and quickly said, 3 days ago that 9th-tier latest-stage underworld demon lord deep within the cavern suddenly surged in power. Just now it broke through to the 9th-tier peak, equivalent to the peak of a martial saint among humans. Now it is frantically trying to break the seal of the cavern and cross over. The monitoring data from the Demon Suppression Fortress indicates that in at most 5 hours it will tear open a crack in the seal. At that time a 9th-tier peak otherworldly being will step into the Great Xia. Zhou Qing said this with a tone filled with helplessness and pleading. Chief Chen, I know this isn't your responsibility, but I truly have no way out. The underworld demon lord is already stronger than other tier martial artists. Now that it has broken through to the 9th-tier peak, I won't be able to stop it even if I risk my life. Only you can stop it in the entire Great Xia. So, I humbly request Chief Chen to lend a hand. He bowed deeply towards Chen Yuan through the light curtain. This bow was very low. The Supreme Martial Saint of Great Xia was now like a helpless elder, placing all hope on Chen Yuan. Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao stood nearby, not daring to breathe. They could naturally tell how serious the situation had become. A 9th-tier peak otherworldly being. That was an existence even more powerful than Zhou Qing. If it were to successfully cross over, the entire western region's defense line of Great Xia would collapse. Countless martial artists would die and countless civilians would suffer. And the only one who could stop all of this was Chen Yuan, who stood before them at the same level as the underworld. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment after listening to Zhou Qing's words. Yet his mind was racing with calculations. The peak of the 9th tier. That would be equivalent to a peak martial sage among humans, wouldn't it? What a coincidence. He was also at the peak of martial sage. Moreover, he had just acquired the superb holy-level celestial garment and the Dawn Spear and was eager to find a place to showcase them. Additionally, over the past month he had enjoyed the offerings from the Dragon Martial Department, lying down to cultivate and relax, so it was time for him to contribute. The most crucial part was that he would be facing elite opponents. If an ordinary foe were to appear, he wouldn't even bother to engage. With a decisive thought in his heart, Chen Yuan maintained a calm demeanor and said to Zhou Qing through the light screen, I understand. Short and concise words that made Zhou Qing tremble all over. Director Chen Yu. Stay strong. Chen Yuan interrupted him. I will set off now, arriving before the seal of the underworld demon lord is completely broken. Zhou Qing was stunned. Chen Yuan could have easily refused. Although the Holy Venerable enjoyed the offerings from the Dragon Martial Department, that was merely an agreement to act when necessary. What constituted a crucial moment was entirely up to Chen Yuan's discretion. Now, without hesitation, Chen Yuan agreed, even voluntarily indicating his intent to arrive before the seal was broken. Zhou Qing made a mental note of this favor. Thank you, Director Chen. Thank you. Zhou Qing repeatedly expressed his gratitude through the light screen. Chen Yuan waved his hand. As previously agreed, I will intervene during the large-scale cave riot. No need to thank me. No, I must thank you. Zhou Qing shook his head, quickly recalling something, and said, Director Chen, the journey from Ludu to the western region is long. There are 3 SS-level warplanes in the National Treasury. I'll arrange for someone to have you take the fastest one. The SS-level warplane is currently the most advanced aircraft on Blue Star. If no unexpected circumstances arise, it can reach the destination in no more than 4 hours, ideally within 5. Because the size of Blue Star has significantly increased due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, Chen Yuan merely smiled lightly and said there's no need. I have my own ways to arrive before the underworld demon lord seal is broken. Zhou Qing was taken aback. No SS-level warplane. The distance from Lidu to the western region was nearly 10,000 kilometers. How could he arrive without a plane? But he didn't press further, simply stating seriously then, I will be waiting for Director Chen at the Demon Suppression Fortress. The communication ended. Chen Yuan put away the holy venerable order and glanced down at the obediently crouching Yuying beside him. Yuying was blinking its deep, vertical pupils, watching him intently. It had heard all of the earlier conversation. Boss, are we going to fight? Yuying's voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind, filled with obvious excitement. Chen Yuan gently asked, what do you also want to move around? Of course. Yuying jumped up. Boss, you have no idea. Our Void Behemoth clan is a born warrior race. Chen Yuan chuckled. This fellow was quite combative. All right then, this time I'll let you experience some real action. He stood up and said to Yuying, go wait up there. Yuying's eyes lit up. Understood, boss. With that, it leaped into the air. The moment it flew above the man, its half-meter-sized body began to swell crazily. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, a colossal beast 300 meters long loomed above the Holy Venerable's mansion. Dark purple star patterns flowed under the sunlight with spiral horns pointing to the sky and massive dark purple energy wings spread out obscuring the sun. The entire mansion was shrouded in its shadow. The pressure of an early-stage martial sage was unleashed without reservation. That terrifying oppressive feeling made the air around Longyuan Mountain seem to freeze. Although they had witnessed it once last night, at this moment under the sunlight, Yuying was even more shocking than at night. The servants in the mansion were once again astonished, but this time they did not panic. Instead, they looked up in awe, for they knew that it was the mount of the Holy Venerable, not an enemy. Chen Yuan stood in the pavilion looking up at the imposing beast above, nodding in satisfaction. This was more like it. This was the kind of presence he wanted. With a single thought, his divine sense instantly covered the entire mansion. Shun Tianling, bring everyone over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 11 figures rushed in from various parts of the mansion. Leading was Chun Tianling, followed by Chun Yi to Chun Shi, responsible for the mansion's security. The 11 appeared before Chen Yuan, kneeling on one knee. Boss. They were in perfect unison, crisp and efficient. Chen Yuan nodded and pointed to the sky. Go wait on Yuying's back, prepare to depart. The 11 looked up at the beast that obscured the sky without any hesitation. Yes. Chun Tianling waved his hand, and the 11 soared into the air, landing steadily on Yuying's broad back. On the back of a 300-meter-long Yuying, standing 11 people was more than sufficient. Only then did Chen Yuan turn around to look at Lin Wei and Lin Ziyao in the pavilion. The two were still standing, but their expressions were completely dazed. Especially Lin Ziyao. Although he had broken through to the martial sage, feeling the pressure from Yuying up close still made his heart race and blood surge. Is this a pet? Is this a mount? If this thing were released, how many novice martial sages could it crush? Chen Yuan looked at the shocked expressions of the two and smiled lightly. Minister Lin, Elder Lin, an urgent matter has arisen. I must set off to the underworld cave immediately. We'll discuss the visit another time. Lin Wei finally came to her senses and hurriedly said, Director, the urgent matter is crucial. It's of utmost importance. Although her plans had fallen through again, she understood the gravity of the situation. The underworld cave riot with 9th-tier peak foreign beasts about to cross over was indeed a matter concerning the fate of the Great Xia. That Chen Yuan could personally go to provide assistance was a great fortune for the Great Xia. What was a mere invitation from her worth? Chen Yuan nodded, preparing to set off. At that moment, Director Chen, please wait. Lin Ziyao suddenly spoke up. Chen Yuan turned to look at him. Lin Ziyao's eyes flashed with determination as he leaped into the air, directly reaching Chen Yuan's side. Director Chen, I wish to join as well. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Ziyao said solemnly, although I am merely at the early stage of martial sage, and cannot contend with the 9th-tier peak underworld demon lord, I can handle other foreign beings. In the underworld cave riot, there will definitely be more than just the underworld demon lord. Those 7th and 8th-tier nuisances also need to be dealt with. At the very least, I am a martial sage and my presence will be of help. He spoke with conviction, his eyes filled with determination. Chen Yuan looked at the old man before him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This old fellow had a sense of responsibility. All right then, let's go together. Chen Yuan nodded, come aboard. Lin Ziyao was overjoyed, quickly cupping his fists. Thank you, Director Chen. He landed on Yuying's back. Standing on the back of such a giant beast for the first time, Lin Ziyao felt both nervous and curious. Beneath his feet were the warm, dark purple scales, hard yet resilient. Surrounding him were the massive energy wings, gently flapping and slightly distorting the surrounding space. This is a 9th-tier exotic beast. Lin Ziyao was stunned. Chen Yuan stood in the pavilion glancing at Lin Wei, who was still in a daze below. Minister Lin, we are leaving now. Lin Wei quickly bowed. Director Chen, safe travels. Take care, Grandpa. Chen Yuan nodded. He vanished from sight, appearing at the very front of Yu Ying's back. He leaned down and gently patted Yu Ying's scales. With a flick of his divine sense, he directly transmitted the specific coordinates of the underworld cave into Yu Ying's mind. Yu Ying, let's set off. Target underworld cave. A glint of excitement flashed in Yu Ying's eyes. Understood, boss. Just watch. With that boom, Yu Ying's wings flapped violently, and its massive body instantly vanished into the void. Lin Wei stood below, feeling as if her eyes had blurred, and the giant beast that obscured the sky had simply disappeared into thin air. Sunlight fell upon her once more, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Yet the faint spatial fluctuations lingering in the air reminded her that everything that had occurred was real. Lin Wei looked at the sky, her hands tightly clenched, silently praying. Director Chen, Grandpa. Her strength was only at the mid-stage of martial venerable. Although not weak, it was insufficient on a battlefield where ninth-tier peak foreign beings roamed. Remaining behind to do what she was good at was the most appropriate thing for her to do. In the void, Yu Ying unleashed its full power. Its massive body continuously switched between reality and the void, crossing thousands of meters with every flap of its wings. Incredible speed. Standing at the front of Yu Ying's back, Chen Yuan's robes were billowing wildly from the incoming fierce wind, yet his figure remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Behind him, Chun Tianling and the other 11 stood on either side, their breath steady and their gazes sharp. Further back was Lin Ziyao. At that moment, he was wide-eyed, staring in shock at the rapidly retreating scenery around them. No, to be precise, he couldn't see the scenery at all. Everything around was a blur. Only the occasional flashes of light represented that they had crossed countless distances. What speed is this? Lin Ziyao couldn't help but exclaim. He had lived for so many years without experiencing such a level of movement. It was too fast. So fast that even he, as a martial sage at the early stage, could barely respond. Chen Yuan glanced back at him. Yu Ying is a void behemoth naturally capable of controlling the power of space. Traversing the void is its instinct. Lin Ziyao was left dumbfounded. Traversing the void? Even an expert like Director Zhou can only briefly tear apart space and cannot traverse freely like Yu Ying. Incredible, so incredible. This speed is definitely faster than an SS-level warplane. Lin Ziyao grew more excited as he spoke. If this speed could be maintained, they would undoubtedly reach the underworld cave before the underworld demon lord completely broke the seal. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with awe and admiration as he looked at Chen Yuan. A holy-level alchemist and a peak martial sage were impressive enough, but now there was even a ninth-tier mount capable of traversing the void. Where on earth did he find and subdue this ninth-tier exotic beast? Chen Yuan, listening to Lin Ziyao's amazement, felt a small sense of pride in his heart. This round of showing off was quite well executed. The shadow in the void shuttled with all its might. Chen Yuan stood at the forefront of its back, his robe billowing, yet as steady as a mountain. This speed was even faster than he had anticipated. At this pace, it would take at most an hour and a half to reach the western region state, far quicker than the 5 hours Zhou Qing mentioned. There's still time. Chen Yuan felt a sense of stability within. He relaxed and leisurely enjoyed the scenery along the way. The size of Blue Star was several times larger than the Earth of his past life, and traveling from Luo City to the northwest western region state required passing through several large states. The mountains and rivers below rushed past, and occasionally, he could see cities along with the striking high walls and defensive structures surrounding them. These were built to guard against the alien races from the abyss. In the distance, one could occasionally glimpse some pitch-black rifts hanging in the air. These were the various abyssal portals. Some had already been pacified and transformed into resource points for secret realms with martial artists active around them. Others were still in a state of activity, surrounded by defensive lines with martial artists stationed inside. After more than an hour, the speed of the shadow gradually slowed. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. Very far away, a gigantic silhouette spanning the heavens appeared on the horizon. It was a super fortress. The city walls rose to a height of over 100 meters, cast entirely from special alloys stretching for dozens of miles, enclosing the entire area tightly. On the city walls, various technological weapons were densely mounted, and countless martial artists were moving to and fro patrolling the walls. This was the Demon Suppression Fortress, a super defensive line built by the Daxia Kingdom to suppress the abyssal portals. Even further from the fortress was a more shocking sight, a pitch-black rift stretching across the sky. The size of that rift was simply beyond description. It looked as if the sky had been torn open with swirling black mist and flashing lightning. Its width alone was several thousand meters. The edges of the rift twisted and shattered continuously, yet were also healing. Even from such a distance, Chen Yuan could clearly sense the nauseating evil aura emanating from the depths of the rift. The abyss of the undead. Chen Yuan squinted. This was one of the largest abyssal portals in the Daxia Kingdom, and it truly lived up to its reputation. Boss, the aura of those monsters is really disgusting. The voice of the shadow resonated in his mind, carrying a clear sense of disgust. Chen Yuan nodded. It was indeed nauseating. That aura was cold and decayed, imbued with a strong sense of death instinctively, making one feel uncomfortable. At the demon suppression fortress, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Countless martial artists stood ready, their gazes fixed on the increasingly unstable rift in the sky. The alarm had been sounding for a full 3 days, and everyone knew that a great battle was imminent. Everyone stay alert. The rift may expand at any moment. A leader, a peak martial artist, shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the entire wall. Suddenly his brows furrowed, and he turned sharply to look behind, sensing a powerful and unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching. And it was moving extremely fast. Something's coming. His pupils constricted as he unleashed his divine sense, instantly locating the source of the unmasked aura, a terrifying beast over 300 meters long. Initial stage of the 9th rank. Enemy attack. The leader's face changed dramatically as he shouted frantically. An alien race is approaching from behind. Initial stage of the 9th rank. Prepare for battle. The entire wall erupted into chaos. All martial artists turned simultaneously, weapons aimed at the rear as spiritual energy surged violently. How could there be 9th rank aliens coming from behind? Could it be that other alien races from the abyss have circled around to our rear? Quick! Notify Master Zhou. The message raced to the core of the fortress. In the command center, Zhou Qing stood before the holographic projection, staring intently at the real-time monitoring of the abyssal rift. The edges of the rift were expanding at a visible speed, the black mist growing denser and the terrifying aura intensifying. We have at most 4 hours left. Zhou Qing clenched his fists. At that moment, the communication ring vibrated violently. Chief, we have detected 9th rank aliens approaching from behind, moving at an extremely fast speed. Suspected enemy attack. Zhou Qing's expression changed dramatically. What? 9th rank aliens approaching from behind? Could it be that other abyssal races want to take advantage of the chaos working from the inside out? Seeking death. Zhou Qing's eyes burst with a sharp, killing intent. Just a mere initial stage 9th rank beast dares to cause trouble at such a critical time. Just as he was about to deal with this unruly creature before the abyssal demon lord completely broke the seal suddenly. A familiar aura swept in from that direction, carrying an unparalleled sense of pressure. Peak martial saint. Zhou Qing froze this aura. It was Chen Yuan. Chief Chen. How did Chen Yuan arrive so quickly? Hasn't it only been a little over an hour? How did he cover nearly 10,000 kilometers from Luo City to the northwest so fast? Wait. Zhou Qing's divine sense swept over, instantly capturing the scene of the initial stage 9th rank beast. On the broad back of the giant beast stood dozens of figures. The foremost person stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing. It was Chen Yuan. Behind him, 11 powerful figures with composed auras flanked him on both sides, and further back was a familiar figure, Lin Xiao. Zhou Qing's mind went blank. Chen Yuan rode in on a 9th rank initial stage beast. What the hell is this operation? But there was no time to think further. He immediately communicated with the fortress through divine sense. Everyone pay attention. That beast from behind is a friend, not an enemy. Attack is strictly prohibited. I repeat, attack is strictly prohibited. That is Chief Chen's mount. The command rapidly spread throughout the fortress. On the walls, the martial artists who were ready to fight to the death were all stunned upon hearing the order. That terrifying 9th rank giant beast was Chief Chen's mount. After a few moments, the massive body of the shadow floated majestically above the demon suppression. The 300-meter-long body blocked out the sun, its dark purple energy wings gently flapping, casting the entire fortress in its shadow. The martial artists on the walls looked up at this colossal creature, their eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens! What species of beast is this? Shock, envy, admiration. Various emotions spread among the crowd, but more than anything there was a sense of relief. Chief Chen has arrived. The only peak martial saint of Blue Star has come. With him here there is hope for this battle. At the entrance of the command center, Zhou Qing hurriedly walked out to greet him in person. He looked up at the giant beast hovering in the air, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this what Chen Yuan meant by having a way? Riding in on a 9th rank beast directly, this is too ridiculous. But he quickly restrained his emotions and cupped his hands toward the sky, loudly proclaiming, I Zhou respectfully welcome Chief Chen's arrival. As his words fell, Chen Yuan on the beast slightly nodded. Everyone saw Chen Yuan step forward, his figure instantly appearing on the ground. Behind him, Chun Tianling and the other 11 followed closely, landing in unison. Lastly, Lin Zuyao floated down as well. The 300-meter-long giant beast quickly shrank in size, in everyone's astonished gaze. 300 meters. 100 meters. 10 meters. 1 meter. Finally transforming into a 3-centimeter-tall mini-figurine. It flapped its tiny wings and wobbled its way to Chen Yuan's shoulder, obediently squatting down. It looked just like a delicate black ornament. The entire place fell into silence. The martial artists on the wall stared as if their eyes were about to pop out. The terrifying giant beast that just blocked the sun had now turned into a small ornament perched on Chief Chen's shoulder. Zhou Qing was also dumbfounded, but he quickly reacted, hastily stepping forward, his face filled with surprise and gratitude. "Chief Chen, you arrived so quickly. It's only been a little over an hour." Chen Yuan replied casually, "I didn't delay on the way, I came directly." Zhou Qing then noticed the aura around Chen Yuan, which was even more profound and restrained than a month ago. "Chief Chen, your aura has advanced again." Zhou Qing couldn't help but ask. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and said, "I've made some progress during my retreat." Zhou Qing was even more shocked upon hearing this. A peak martial saint could still advance further. What kind of talent was this? But he knew it wasn't the time for idle chat, and shifted his gaze to the people behind Chen Yuan. He recognized Lin Ziyao, a newly advanced martial saint, who was currently standing respectfully to the side. As for the other 11, led by Chen Tianling, all were clad in black battle armor, their auras solemn. The weakest among them was a peak martial honor. The leader was even. At the initial stage of the martial saint, Zhou Qing's pupils slightly constricted. This is Chen Yuan's elite guard. A martial saint as the captain and peak martial honors as the regular team members. This team's configuration is simply lavish to an absurd degree. He even entertained the thought, if only he could recruit that martial saint captain to the Longwu division. But reason quickly dispelled this notion. How could those who follow Chen Yuan be someone he could recruit? "Chief Chen, these are your holy dragon guards, right? Truly live up to their reputation," Zhou Qing said, politely cupping his hands. Chen Tianling and the others slightly nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Chen Yuan waved his hand. "We are all on the same side, no need for formality." "Zhou Chief, what's the situation now?" Zhou Qing's expression became serious as he quickly said, "Please follow me. Let's go to the command center for a detailed discussion." In the command center, a massive holographic projection clearly displayed the real-time image of the abyss of the undead. The pitch-black rift was expanding at a visible speed. The black mist surged even more violently, and the frequency of the flashing lightning increased. In the depths of the rift, a gigantic figure could be seen writhing, its terrifying aura causing heart palpitations even through the screen. Zhou Qing said in a deep voice, "The situation is worse than we expected. 3 days ago, that abyssal demon lord's aura suddenly surged, directly breaking through to the peak of the 9th rank. Since that moment, it has been frantically attacking the seal. We have tried various methods to reinforce the seal of the abyss, but it was utterly useless. Its power is too strong, and the seal won't hold for long. According to the monitoring data, at most we have 4 hours left before the rift expands to a degree where it can break through. At that time, that creature will emerge." The atmosphere in the command center was tense. The high-ranking officials present at the Demon Suppression Fortress lowered their heads, looking grim. Zhou Qing paused, looking at Chen Yuan. "Seriously, Chief Chen, once that creature emerges, it will undoubtedly lead the monsters to assault the Demon Suppression Fortress, slaughtering our human martial artists. With its strength, even if we fought to the death, we would not be able to stop it." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Yuan. Leaning back against his chair, Chen Yuan appeared calm after listening to Zhou Qing's words. He glanced at the menacing figure in the holographic projection and said lightly, "Understood." Just 3 simple words. Zhou Qing was taken aback. The other attendees were also stunned. Understood. Was it that simple? Zhou Qing couldn't help but ask, "Chief Chen, do you mean?" Chen Yuan stood up, walking to the window and gazing at the pitch-black rift spanning the heavens. He turned back, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What I mean is to leave the abyssal demon lord to me. You all continue with your duties, ensure that other alien races do not get the chance to slip out amidst the chaos." His nonchalant tone rang in the ears of those present like a calming mantra, instantly easing the tension in their hearts. The meeting concluded. With Chen Yuan's confident promise, the heavy atmosphere in the command room dissipated. Everyone gradually dispersed to return to their posts, ready to face the imminent battle. Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing walked side by side out of the command room. They made their way along the fortress corridor, ascending to the highest section of the city wall. Standing atop the 100-meter-high city wall, the distant scene unfolded before their eyes, and the dark chasm that spanned the sky was now surging violently. The edges of the chasm were continually expanding, slow, yet visible to the naked eye. "There are at most 3 more hours, Zhou Qing said solemnly. "The ceiling formation is about to collapse." Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the distant chasm. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak up. Master Chen, I know you are powerful, but I still have to remind you, do not be careless. He paused, then continued. The Lord of the Underworld Demons is the master of the Underworld Abyss, having survived in that realm of demons for countless years. Its power is not as simple as just its realm. It wields a strange power of the underworld that can erode a warrior's protective aura and even contaminate their spiritual energy. If one gets touched by that power, it will be extremely troublesome. Moreover, its recovery ability is exceptionally strong, as long as it is not a fatal injury, it can heal in a remarkably short time. After breaking through to the 9th tier's peak, I estimate these abilities will only become stronger. Zhou Qing finished speaking and looked at Chen Yuan, evident worry in his eyes. Although Chen Yuan was at the peak of martial saint, the Lord of the Underworld Demons was also at the peak of the 9th tier, possessing strange abilities. Chen Yuan turned his head to glance at Zhou Qing, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Understood. It was still just those few words. Zhou Qing was taken aback. Chen Yuan had already shifted his gaze back to the distant chasm. It has its means, and I have my trump card. Just watch for now. Lin Xiao stood not far away, though nervous, his eyes were resolute. This was his first battle after breaking through to martial saint. While he couldn't deal with the Lord of the Underworld, time passed second by second. The atmosphere on the city wall grew increasingly tense. All the warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed on the ever-expanding chasm in the distance. Lin Xiao stood not far away, though nervous, his eyes were resolute. This was his first battle after breaking through to martial saint. While he couldn't deal with the Lord of the Underworld Demons, he could certainly contribute against ordinary demons. 2 hours later. Boom. The dark chasm spanning the heavens suddenly shook violently. The edges of the chasm expanded wildly, its original width of hundreds of meters skyrocketing to nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. Black mist erupted like a volcano from the chasm, instantly filling half the sky. Thunder exploded and the space twisted. Immediately after, an overwhelming demonic aura surged from the depths of the chasm, causing the entire demon suppression fortress to tremble slightly. Countless warriors turned pale, their hands clutching their weapons, trembling. It has come out, Zhou Qing said in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, a massive figure slowly stepped out from the depths of the chasm. It was a terrifying demon creature, standing 100 meters tall. Its body was pitch black, surrounded by thick black mist. It had 2 horns on its head, a hideous face, and a pair of blood-red eyes that emitted a chilling light. It was a terrifying demon creature, standing 100 meters tall. Its body was pitch black, surrounded by thick black mist. It had 2 horns on its head, a hideous face. Their levels ranged from the 1st to the 8th tier, and their numbers were simply beyond counting. Amidst the countless demons, 2 exceptionally powerful auras stood out, belonging to 2 early-stage 9th tier demon warriors. One resembled a giant wolf engulfed in ghostly green flames, while the other resembled a giant python wrapped in pitch-black chains. They had also just recently broken through. They followed closely behind the Lord of the Underworld Demons, their eyes filled with excitement and bloodlust. Ha ha ha! The Lord of the Underworld Demons laughed towards the sky, its laughter echoing across the heavens. 300 years. A full 300 years. This Lord has finally broken through that layer of shackles. Weak natives of this land, are you ready to face my wrath? Kill! 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 The army of demons behind it let out excited roars, their voices shaking the heavens. The Lord of the Underworld Demons' arrogance grew even stronger upon hearing this. Overlooking the distant demon suppression fortress, its blood-red eyes were filled with disdain. A mere peak martial saint dares to block me for years. Today, I will flatten this fortress and slaughter all the humans here. As it spoke, its demonic aura surged violently, ready to lead the army towards the demon suppression fortress. At that moment, a faint voice came from the direction of the fortress. Finally come out. The Lord of the Underworld Demons' pupils constricted as it abruptly turned its head. There atop the highest section of the city wall stood a young figure with its hands behind its back. The figure looked like a young man in his early 20s. His robe fluttered, his expression calm. However, what unsettled the Lord of the Underworld Demons was that it couldn't fathom this young man's depths in that moment. This is... Before it could react, Chen Yuan on the city wall smiled faintly. I was almost asleep. As his words fell, he concentrated his mind. Buzz! A silvery light suddenly burst forth from within, enveloping his entire body, transforming into a complete suit of battle armor. Chen Yuan casually grasped. A long spear as black as ink appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spear was 2 zhang long, adorned with sparkling stars. Zhou Qing, standing beside him, was stunned at the sight of Chen Yuan's transformation. This is a holy grade supreme item. As the #1 martial saint of the Great Xia, he understood too well what a holy grade supreme item meant. His own Zhantian Dao was a holy grade supreme weapon, but that was an offensive weapon. He actually had a defensive holy grade supreme battle armor, but it was treated as a trump card for critical moments. Yet the long spear in Chen Yuan's hand. Zhou Qing's divine sense swept over it again, and he was shocked. It was also a holy grade supreme item. 2 holy grade supreme items. He hadn't recovered from his shock when Chen Yuan spoke again. Chen Tianling hold the line. Chen Tianling and the others responded in unison yes. Chen Yuan glanced at the shadow on his shoulder, and the shadow instantly understood. Got it, boss. With that it leaped into the air. At the moment it soared into the air. Boom. A mini figurine of 3 centimeters in size instantly expanded wildly. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. Dark purple star patterns flowed spiraling upwards towards the sky. Massive dark purple energy wings unfurled, blocking out the sun. The pressure of an early-stage martial saint erupted. Roar. The shadow howled towards the heavens, its roar shaking the skies. The sound filled with excitement and battle intent echoed across the entire battlefield. Chen Yuan took a step forward, instantly appearing on the broad back of the shadow, overlooking the lord of the underworld demons and the countless demons below. At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were focused on that figure. Countless warriors on the walls of the demon suppression fortress felt their blood boil. Master Chen is making his move. With Master Chen here we will surely win. Meanwhile, on the demon's side, the previously arrogant atmosphere instantly froze. The smile on the lord of the underworld demon's face completely stiffened. It stared fixedly at the silvery figure in the distance, and fear appeared for the first time in its blood-red eyes. Peak martial saint. Moreover, it was the kind that brought it immense pressure. What was even more terrifying was the immense beast beneath that human, which was also early-stage 9th tier. This meant that at least 3 9th tier powers existed in the opposing faction at this moment. The 2 early-stage 9th tier demon warriors were also completely stunned. Master, what's going on? The demon wolf stuttered. Weren't we told there was only 1 peak martial saint? How did a peak martial saint appear? The demon snake was also flustered. Master, the intelligence was wrong. The lord of the underworld demon's face turned ashen, and its demonic aura surged violently. It now had only one thought. The intelligence was wrong. It had been tricked. But now that it had emerged, could it retreat in disgrace? That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, would that human martial saint let it go? Certainly not. They would surely chase it down during its retreat, making it even worse. They'll fight. The lord of the underworld demons gritted its teeth, a fierce look flashing in its eyes. I am also at the peak of the 9th tier. Why should I fear him? Human, state your name. I do not slay nameless beings. The lord of the underworld demons roared towards Chen Yuan in the distance. Standing on the shadow's back, Chen Yuan smiled faintly upon hearing this. There's no need for a dying person to know. The lord of the underworld demons was enraged, arrogant. Its demonic aura surged, ready to strike. However, Chen Yuan was faster. He simply clenched his right fist and casually waved it forward. Saint's Desolation Fist. Boom. A terrifying fist intent burst forth instantly. That fist intent was like a falling meteor carrying the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, heading straight for the lord of the underworld demons. Wherever the fist intent passed, space shattered and the void twisted. The speed was at its peak. The lord of the underworld demon's pupils constricted, unable to evade in time, and could only brace itself. Boom. The fist intent exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings, instantly turning the nearby demons into powder. Meanwhile, the massive body of the lord of the underworld demons was directly shattered on one side by this punch. The entire upper half of its body above the waist exploded into a mist of blood. Only the lower half remained standing in the air. The lord of the underworld demons let out a piercing scream, its voice filled with fear and disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this happen? It was at the peak of the 9th tier. The opponent was also at the peak of the 9th tier. Why could one punch shatter half of its body? The power gap was too immense, wasn't it? Everyone on the walls of the demon suppression fortress was dumbfounded. One punch had reduced the lord of the underworld demons to such a state. Lin Xiao trembled all over, his eyes filled with fervor. Was this the true strength of Master Chen? Too powerful. Ridiculously powerful. The ordinary warriors were now completely riled up. Master Chen is magnificent. The lord of the underworld demons frantically burned its life, forced the shattered half of its body, visibly reassembling at a rapid pace. However, its arrogance had completely vanished, cleared by Chen Yuan's punch. The human in front of it was simply not someone it could contend with. Retreat. Quick retreat. It roared madly, turning to flee back into the chasm. That punch shattered its ambitions built over 300 years. Now it only desires to survive. A chilling voice echoed from behind. Trying to run. Chen Yuan wielded the dawn spear and had already closed in. He stood atop the shadowy figure clad in silver battle armor that shimmered like starlight, the spear's tip gleaming coldly, aimed directly at the heart of the Nether Demon Lord. Second form of the Dawn Technique's meteor. Quick as lightning, impossible to defend. The spear's brilliance tore through the void, instantly piercing towards the Nether Demon Lord. The Nether Demon Lord's pupils constricted in shock, having no time to evade. It could only frantically gather demonic energy, forming a thick barrier in front of itself. Boom. The spear's light struck the barrier, shattering it instantly. The residual force did not diminish, tearing a massive wound into the Nether Demon Lord's body. Black blood gushed forth. The Nether Demon Lord screamed in agony, but dared not stop, desperately fleeing towards the direction of the crack. But the shadow's speed was even faster. Roar! The shadow howled at the sky, its massive dark purple energy wings suddenly surged. It did not pursue directly, but opened its massive mouth, sucking violently towards the Nether Demon Lord. The Void Beast's innate ability, Void Devour. Buzz! The space ahead twisted instantly, forming a gigantic vortex. A terrifying suction force surged from the vortex, wildly pulling at the Nether Demon Lord's body. The Nether Demon Lord's fleeing form suddenly stalled, unable to resist the suction. It turned back in terror, only to see the massive beast with its mouth wide open, eyes filled with mockery. Chen Yuan praised the shadow. Well done. He stepped forward, leaping off the shadow's back, the dawn spear thrusting out once more. Third form, piercing clouds, specifically for breaking defenses. Fourth form, shattering space, shaking the void. Both techniques unleashed. The spear light poured down like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing the Nether Demon Lord. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosions continued. The Nether Demon Lord's body was blasted to pieces, blood and flesh flying. But after all, it was at the peak of the 9th tier, with frighteningly resilient life force. After a few breaths, it regained its original form. But its aura was clearly weaker than before. The Nether Demon Lord panted heavily, fear evident in its eyes. It understood. The human before it, along with that damned beast, were completely toying with it. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Not in a hurry to kill, but slowly torturing it first. Damn it. Damn it. It roared to the heavens in anger, but felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two 9th tier early-stage demon wolves and serpent, witnessing their master being humiliated like this, were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing. Lord Demon. The demon wolf exclaimed, wanting to rush over to help, but three figures had already blocked its path. Where do you think you're going? Zhou Qing, wielding the heaven-cutting blade, unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a latest-stage martial saint. His eyes were cold, but a smile tugged at his lips. The power displayed by Chen Yuan in that punch had once again shocked him. But now was not the time for reflection, or first deal with these two small nuisances. Lin Zuyao stood nearby, spiritual energy surging around him. Though only at the early stage of martial saint, his momentum was not any less. Today I will use you to offer a sacrifice to my blade. He had waited decades for this moment. When he was young, he had witnessed the alien race slaughtering his fellow humans. That scene still vivid in his mind. Since then he vowed that one day, after breaking through to martial saint, he would personally slay the alien race. Today that moment had finally come. Shen Tianling's expression was grim as he spoke lightly. You two's opponents are us. The demon wolf and serpent exchanged glances, despair filling their eyes. 3 against 2. Moreover, those 3 humans included 1 latest-stage martial saint and 2 early-stage martial saints. How the hell can they fight? But at this moment they had no choice. Let's fight. The demon wolf gritted its teeth. Killing 1 breaks, even killing 2 makes a profit. The demon serpent also revealed a fierce expression, the chains around its body rattling. Go! The 2 9th tier early-stage beasts lunged toward Zhou Qing and the others. The battle erupted instantly. In the main battleground, the Nether Demon Lord's aura grew weaker and weaker. It had been shattered by the combined forces of Chen Yuan and the shadow 5 times. Each time it reformed required an enormous amount of life force. After 5 times, its aura was nearly unable to maintain the peak of the 9th tier. Human. What exactly do you want? The Nether Demon Lord panted heavily, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Chen Yuan stood atop the shadow, looking down at it. I don't want anything, I just want to see how many times you can resurrect. Upon hearing this, the Nether Demon Lord was nearly driven mad with rage. Playing. It was truly toying with it. You are too much. Its entire body surged with murderous intent, eyes filled with crazed light. You forced me to this. It howled to the heavens, its demonic energy burning wildly. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from within it. Zhou Qing's expression changed from afar. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a peak 9th tier demon would be powerful enough to destroy half of the demon suppression fortress. Be careful, Master Chen. But Chen Yuan merely glanced over, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his lips. Self-destruction. Who gave you the chance? As soon as the words fell, he thrust the Dawn Spear fiercely. Ninth form of the Dawn techniques, Dawn. Burning spiritual energy to unleash a strike that surpassed its own limits. Able to kill opponents of a higher tier. Though Chen Yuan and the Nether Demon Lord were of the same tier, the power of this technique was enough to annihilate any opponent of the same tier. Boom. The spear light shot forth like a pillar, piercing through heaven and earth. Tearing apart the void and shattering everything, it instantly pierced into the Nether Demon Lord's body. The self-destruction energy that the Nether Demon Lord had just begun to gather was directly detonated by this spear. Boom. The terrifying explosion swept outward, but the center of the explosion was the Nether Demon Lord itself. Its body was instantly blown to pieces, leaving not a trace behind. Boom. The terrifying explosion swept outward, but the center of the explosion was the Nether Demon Lord itself. Its body was instantly blown to pieces, leaving. He stood atop the shadow, watching the dissipating demonic energy in the sky. Next time you want to self-destruct, remember to do it quietly. Don't shout it out, as if you're afraid others won't know you're going all out. Fool. The shadow chuckled, its laughter reminiscent of a tractor. The boss is right. This guy is too. With the fall of the Nether Demon Lord, the entire demonic army collapsed in an instant. The Demon Lord is dead. Run. Countless demons screamed in terror, scrambling to escape into the fissure of the sky, cave the scene, descending into chaos. Chen Yuan paid no mind to those ants. His gaze shifted to another battlefield. The two 9th-tier early-stage demon wolves and serpent were currently being suppressed by Zhou Qing and the others. A silver-white light flashed. Chen Yuan appeared above the battlefield, holding the Dawn Spear, looking down at the two 9th-tier early-stage demons in a pitiful state. It's about time to end this. As soon as the words fell, the spear light flashed. The spear light instantly pierced through the demon wolf's skull. The demon wolf didn't even have time to scream before its body exploded. The demonic core flew out and was casually collected by Chen Yuan. The demon serpent, terrified, turned to flee, but the shadow had long been waiting for it. Roar! The shadow opened its massive mouth, activating the void devour once more, the immense suction pulling the demon serpent back with force. The demon serpent struggled desperately, but could not break free. Chen Yuan thrust the spear out, the spear light instantly piercing through the demon serpent's vital point. The demon serpent's body stiffened and then exploded. Another 9th-tier demonic core in hand. Chen Yuan stored the demonic core and clapped his hands. Done. At this moment, the fleeing demons had already been targeted by the shadow. Hee little treasures, don't run away. The shadow's enormous body charged through the crowd of demons, opening its massive mouth to swallow countless demons. Chewing and swallowing. The taste is average, but it fills the belly. Another bite. And another. In just a few minutes, over 1,000 demons were devoured. Those demons, terrified and in a panic, fled even faster. But the shadow's speed far surpassed theirs, traversing the void as if walking on flat ground, charging towards wherever demons were present. Chen Yuan glanced at it. Next time, for now, let's leave it at this. Upon hearing this, the shadow could only nod, regretfully shrinking back into a mini-figure. Chen Yuan glanced at it. Next time, for now, let's leave it at this. Upon hearing this, the shadow could only nod, regretfully shrinking back into a mini-figurine flying onto Chen Yuan's shoulder. The walls of the demon suppression fortress were deathly silent. All the warriors stared blankly into the distance. After a long while, it was uncertain who first let out a cheer. We won. We actually won. Master Chen is mighty. A thunderous cheer erupted, countless warriors filled with tears of joy, trembling with excitement. They had guarded the Nether Cave for so many years, and today they finally saw that demon being slain. Zhou Qing gazed at Chen Yuan's figure, his heart filled with countless emotions. He had lived for decades, seen countless geniuses and powerhouses, but he had never seen anyone like Chen Yuan. In his early 20s, at the peak of martial saint, wearing top-grade saint-level armor and wielding weapons plus a 9th-tier early-stage mount. What was even more terrifying was his strength. Although both were at the peak of martial saint, the Nether Demon Lord did not even have a chance to fight back before him. One punch left it severely injured, a few thrusts ended its life, a complete crushing. The disparity was absurd. Thank goodness. He is one of us from the Great Xia. Zhou Qing murmured to himself, a hint of relieved smile appearing on his face. If Chen Yuan were an enemy, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. Lin Zuyao trembled beside him, not from fear, but from excitement. After living all these years, he finally understood what a true powerhouse was. Master Chen. Truly terrifying. He muttered, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Chen Yuan stood atop Yuying, gazing down at the entire battlefield. All the demons had fled. The nearly 100-meter-wide rift in the sky was still there, but the overwhelming demonic energy from before had dissipated. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the lightning no longer flickered. The entire Yuming sky abyss resembled a beast stripped of its spine. Though still ferocious, it posed no threat. As Chen Yuan prepared to withdraw his gaze and return to the city wall, his brow furrowed suddenly. Just a moment ago he had felt a gaze upon him. It came from deep within the abyss, cold and sinister, bearing a hostility that seemed eager to crush him. The feeling lasted just an instant, almost like an illusion. But Chen Yuan was certain it was no illusion. He squinted, staring into the depths of the pitch-black rift. Is there something inside? His divine sense extended forcefully, trying to capture the source of that gaze, but it felt as if an invisible barrier separated his divine sense from the abyss. He sensed nothing at all. Chen Yuan remained silent for a moment, ultimately abandoning the thought of rushing in now. He had already killed enough today. The Yuming Demon Lord was dead, and 2 early-stage 9th-tier demons had perished as well. The demonic army was in disarray. This battle had been quite exhilarating. As for that gaze, no rush, Chen Yuan thought to himself. The Yuming sky abyss wouldn't run away, and whatever was inside wouldn't escape. It would be better to wait until he had signed in a few more times and become stronger before investigating. Charging in recklessly could lead to unforeseen dangers. It was wise to play it safe. He patted Yu. Let's go back, he said. Yuying nodded, flapping its wings, and instantly appearing above the city wall of the Jinma fortress. Chen Yuan stepped forward, landing on the wall, and the surrounding cheers grew even more fervent. Chen Siju. Chen Siju. Countless warriors excitedly waved their weapons, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Chen Yuan waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. He looked towards Zhou Qing, who was approaching, and said mildly, "The Yuming Demon Lord is dead, and the remaining demons are no threat. How you handle the aftermath is up to you." Zhou Qing nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Chen Siju, we will take care of the rest." He paused, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. "Today our great Xia has slain 3 9th-tier alien beings. This is an achievement not seen in nearly a decade." Several senior members of the Jinma fortress nearby echoed in excitement, their faces alight with joy. 9th-tier aliens were equivalent to human martial saints. Typically killing one is challenging, yet today, 3 fell in one go. Moreover, the most formidable among them, the Yuming Demon Lord, was at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. This record is unparalleled across the entire Blue Star. Chen Yuan simply smiled lightly upon hearing this. 3 9th tiers. It was nothing remarkable. He glanced at the distant rift, and suddenly asked, "Can that rift be sealed?" Zhou Qing's smile faded a bit upon hearing this, and he sighed. "Difficult. The Yuming Sky Abyss is one of the largest abysses in Great Xia. The rift has existed for decades, and has stabilized long ago, missing the optimal time for sealing. What we can do is reinforce the seal with formations to prevent a massive emergence of demons from within. It's currently impossible to close it entirely." Chen Yuan nodded, not probing further. He indeed knew nothing about formations. The system had provided him with martial arts techniques, movement skills, and alchemy, but nothing about formations. But that was fine. Every profession has its specialties, and such matters were best left to experts. Soon Zhou Qing began arranging personnel to clean up the aftermath. Some warriors went to reinforce the abyss seal, trying to close the rift as much as possible. Others began clearing the battlefield, collecting the corpses of the slain demons. Demons are treasure troves. Their blood can be used for medicine, their bones for forging, and their cores are invaluable cultivation materials that shouldn't go to waste. Unfortunately, most had already been consumed by Yuying, leaving little behind. Another group of warriors was responsible for vigilance, ensuring that no escaped demons returned. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Zhou Qing enthusiastically invited Chen Yuan into the fortress for a celebration banquet. Though it was called a celebration banquet, it was merely a table of food and drink set up in the command room. The Jinma fortress was always in a state of readiness, so there were no excessive formalities. However, Zhou Qing brought out his treasured fine wines, pulling out jar after jar and unsealing them with gusto. Chen Siju was so happy today. He filled a bowl for himself and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one go. Chen Yuan took a sip from his bowl. The wine was quite good, containing spiritual energy beneficial for nourishing the meridians of warriors. But for someone of his level, it was merely a taste. Zhou Qing finished drinking and wiped his mouth, his smile never wavering. "Chen Siju, you have no idea how long I've been burdened by the Yuming Sky Abyss. When I first took over here, the Yuming Demon Lord was merely at the late 9th tier. I could barely suppress him with my Zhantian blade to hold this place. It was only a few days ago that it broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. At that moment, I thought we wouldn't be able to hold the Jinma fortress. Thankfully you were here, Chen Siju. From now on, the Yuming Sky Abyss can remain peaceful for at least several decades, perhaps even 100 years. On behalf of all the soldiers of the Jinma fortress and countless citizens of the West region, I, Zhou Qing, express my gratitude to you." Several senior members of the Zhima fortress also raised their bowls. To Chen Siju, Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand, taking another sip of wine. You're too polite, Zhou Siju. The celebration banquet continued for nearly half an hour. Chen Yuan had a few bowls of wine and some spirit beast meat before he stood up to take his leave. Zhou Qing quickly rose to see him off. A group of them arrived at the city wall. Chen Yuan walked to the edge of the wall, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking once more at the distant rift in the sky. At this moment the rift was much quieter than before. The black mist had dissipated more than half, and the deep darkness within the rift could be faintly seen. The ceiling formation was being reinforced with beams of light circulating around the edges of the rift, slowly stitching the wound together. Chen Yuan watched quietly. This time, he did not feel that gaze again, as if everything that happened just now was merely an illusion. But he knew it was not an illusion. That thing was still there. Moreover, since he had killed its subordinates, it surely bore a grudge. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth. A grudge. Let it remember. He would eventually have to go in and take a look. He turned around to face the others behind him. Lin Xiao stood respectfully to the side, while Chen Tianling and the other 11 were lined up on both sides, their auras steady. Time to go, Chen Yuan said. Lin Xiao nodded eagerly. Zhou Qing stepped forward, clasping his fists solemnly. Chen Siju, safe travels. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Chen Yuan smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something. He raised his hand and waved. Buzz. 2,000 crystalline top-grade spirit crystals materialized out of thin air, neatly piled on the city wall, radiating a heart-stirring pure energy. The surrounding air instantly became incredibly fresh, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged. Everyone present was stunned. Zhou Qing's pupils shrank. This is top-grade spirit crystals. As the #1 martial saint of Great Xia, he certainly recognized top-grade spirit crystals. He had personally verified over 30,000 top-grade spirit crystals in the national treasury. But the 2,000 before him were purer than any he had ever seen. Moreover, there were a full 2,000 of them. Chen Siju, what is this? Zhou Qing's voice trembled. Chen Yuan replied casually. These spirit crystals are for you to reinforce the seal. Top-grade spirit crystals are far more effective than mid-grade ones, so using them to set up formations should make the seal more secure. He spoke as if giving away 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals was as trivial as tossing out a couple of cabbages. Zhou Qing was left dumbfounded. 2,000 casually waved away, and he spoke as if it were garbage. Chen Siju, this is too precious. Zhou Qing quickly waved his hand, saying, I can't accept this. Chen Yuan glanced at him. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Keeping it for myself is pointless. Indeed, while the total value of the 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals was immense, they were of no use to him. He couldn't break through, and absorbing any more would be a waste. Giving them to Zhou Qing to reinforce the seal would yield greater value. Of course, he also had his own ulterior motives. Reinforcing the sealing formation with the 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals could pose significant trouble for that entity inside, which harbored great murderous intent towards him. Zhou Qing was taken aback. The treasure people dream of was just useless in your hands. But he could tell Chen Yuan was not lying. But Zhou Qing still wanted to say something. Chen Yuan interrupted him. No, but just take it. If the seal of the Yuming Sky Abyss is reinforced, fewer people will die in the future. Consider it my small gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's heart warmed. He deeply bowed to Chen Yuan once again. Chen Sizu's righteousness, on behalf of the millions of citizens of Great Xia, I thank you. The senior members behind them also bowed in respect. To so easily give away 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals, they were in awe of his generosity and demeanor. Chen Yuan waved his hand. All right, enough of these formalities, we're leaving now. He glanced at Yuying on his shoulder, who understood his cue. In a leap it flew into the air. Boom. The mini-figurine, just 3 centimeters in size, instantly expanded into a towering beast over 300 meters long. Chen Yuan stepped forward and landed on Yuying's broad back. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed, and Chen Tianling and the other 11 also flashed, their figures standing steadily on Yuying's back, arranged on both sides. Chen Yuan at the front turned back to glance at Zhou Qing and the others on the city wall, giving a slight nod. Let's go. As the words fell, Yuying flapped its wings, and its massive form vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon, leaving Zhou Qing and the others standing in place, staring at the fading figure, speechless for a long time. After a while, Zhou Qing looked down at the 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals on the city wall, chuckling bitterly as he shook his head. This, Chen Siju, is truly, he didn't know how to describe it, magnanimous, generous. None seemed sufficient. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. Let's use all these top-grade spirit crystals to reinforce the sealing formation. Yes, A senior member beside him quickly accepted the order. Zhou Qing raised his head once more, gazing in the direction where Chen Yuan had vanished, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. The shadow in the void shuttled with all its might. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded while the land, mountains, and rivers below appeared as elongated shadows that flashed by. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged at the forefront of the shadow's back, eyes closed in meditation. Behind him, Lin Ziyao was similarly immersed in silent reflection on today's battle. This was his first battle after breaking through to Martial Saint. Although he merely played a supportive role, the experience was invaluable. Only the shadow whispered softly while flying. Those monsters are truly delicious, too bad they run so fast. Next time I need to let the boss leave more. Suddenly Chen Yuan opened his eyes. He sensed something and directed his gaze towards the distance below. Shadow stopped for a moment. Upon hearing this, the shadow's wings trembled and it halted in midair. Boss, what's wrong? Chen Yuan did not answer and instead looked down. Lin Ziyao quickly stood up and followed Chen Yuan's gaze. They had now arrived in Liangzhou, and below was a city within its borders. The city was quite large, spanning tens of miles with a population of at least 1 million. High walls were constructed outside the city, and one could vaguely see martial artists patrolling atop them. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the northern part of the city. A pitch-black crack hung in the air approximately 200 meters in diameter. A medium-sized rift. From the crack, a horde of alien creatures surged forth. These beings were grotesque, entirely covered in dark red scales, with 2 horns sprouting from their heads, bone spurs on their backs, long powerful limbs, and claws as sharp as knives. Each creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, numbering in the hundreds, as they violently assaulted the martial artists' defenses. Deep within the crack, 3 extraordinarily powerful auras were surging outward. One was at the peak of the 7th stage, and 2 were in the late 7th stage, equivalent to the peak of Martial Emperor and late Martial Emperor among humans. At this moment, 3 figures were fiercely battling those 3 7th-stage aliens above the city. The 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, were all at the Martial Emperor level. The leader was a middle-aged man at the peak of Martial Emperor, wielding a long knife as he engaged the 7th-stage alien in a fierce struggle. However, he was clearly at a disadvantage. The alien possessed immense strength and remarkable speed. Each strike left his palms numb. The other 2, one a late Martial Emperor, and the other a female late Martial Emperor, were entangled with the 2 late 7th-stage aliens, facing perilous situations as well. Countless martial artists below were engaged in combat with ordinary aliens. Yet the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, causing the defense to teeter on the brink of collapse. Numerous civilians in the city looked up at the sky in terror, praying for the martial artist legion to fend off these monsters. Chen Yuan observed everything. Medium-sized rift disturbance, 3 7th-stage aliens, he said flatly. Lin Ziyao's expression changed. Chen Si, Master, should we? Chen Yuan waved his hand to interrupt. This minor issue does not require my intervention. He turned to look at Chen Tianling. Tianling, take some people to handle this. Chen Tianling immediately bowed. Yes, boss. Then he turned to Chen Yi through Chen Shi. Follow me. All 11 simultaneously felt a surge of thought. Buzz. The dark golden battle armor instantly covered their bodies. Although Chen Yi and the others' battle armor was slightly inferior, it was still uniformly top-tier 8th stage. Fully armed, the 11 figures flashed and leapt directly from the shadow's back, diving towards the medium-sized rift below. Lin Ziyao watched the 11 figures plunge downward, feeling emotional. Chen Si, Master's Holy Dragon Guard. 1 Martial Saint at the initial stage and 10 peak Martial Kings. This configuration could dominate anywhere. At this moment, they were merely dealing with a medium-sized rift. Overkill, yet it felt exhilarating to witness. Below on the battlefield, the peak Martial Emperor middle-aged man was exerting all his effort to resist the attacks from the peak 7th-stage alien. His name was Li Chongfeng, deputy commander of the 3rd Legion of Liangzhou's armed forces, responsible for defending this city. Everything was normal today, and who would have known the rift would suddenly erupt with 3 7th-stage aliens simultaneously attacking. His task was to hold out until the Martial King commander arrived to assist. Just then a rumble. 11 terrifying auras descended from the sky. Martial Saint at the initial stage. Peak Martial Kings. Peak Martial Kings. Peak Martial Kings. A total of 11 individuals. Li Changfeng's pupils constricted as he thought. What is happening? Reinforcements. Before he could react, the 11 had already charged into the battlefield. Chen Tianling stepped forward, instantly appearing before the peak 7th stage alien. The alien had not yet reacted before a large hand grasped its head. What is this? Chen Tianling glanced at the struggling alien in his hand, frowning slightly. It looks truly ugly. He tightened his fingers. Crack. The head of the peak 7th stage alien was crushed with a pop. Black blood sprayed out, and the headless corpse fell feebly. At the same time, Chen Yi and the others also sprang into action. Chen Yi charged towards a late 7th-stage alien and threw a punch. Boom. The alien's body was smashed to pieces. Chen Air was even more decisive. With a palm strike, another late 7th-stage alien was flattened into mush. 3 7th-stage aliens. From the moment they attacked to their demise, took less than 3 seconds. Li Changfeng was stunned. It was resolved so quickly. He had fought desperately for a long time and nearly lost his life. And the ordinary aliens were utterly dumbfounded. Their strongest 3 leaders had just died like this. Chen Tianling remained expressionless as he scanned the still-dazed aliens. Clean them up. Yes. Chen Yi and the others received their orders and instantly charged into the alien horde. The pressure of peak martial kings erupted fully. Those ordinary aliens at most 6th stage had no qualifications to resist. A punch took out a group, a palm obliterated a pile. Wherever they passed, aliens fell in droves. In just 1 minute, the battlefield was littered with alien corpses. The remaining aliens finally regained their senses and screamed in terror, frantically fleeing towards the rift. But Chen Tianling had no intention of letting them escape. Chase them in. He led the charge, directly diving into the pitch-black rift. Chen Yi and the others closely followed. 11 figures instantly vanished into the rift. Inside the rift, a dark red world awaited. The sky was dark red, the earth was dark red, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur and blood. In the distance, one could see volcanoes erupting with rivers of lava flowing across the ground. This was the lair of these aliens. As soon as Chen Tianling entered, he sensed countless alien auras. The fleeing aliens were frantically retreating deeper, while deeper within lay several, even stronger auras. 2 were at the initial stage of the 8th level, equivalent to the initial stage of Martial King among humans. A cold smile appeared on Chen Tianling's face. Kill. The 11 dispersed like 11 killing machines rampaging through the lava demon domain. The fleeing aliens were caught by them, 1 punch for each, 1 palm for a group. Humans, how dare you come in? The 2 8th-stage aliens looked at them in terror, wanting to flee, but were blocked by Chen Tianling and Chen Yi working together. Chen Tianling smashed the head of 1 8th-stage alien. The other one was entangled by Chen Yi and met the same fate after a few exchanges. In just a few minutes, hundreds of aliens were slaughtered, and around the rift entrance blood flowed like a river. Just as Chen Tianling was preparing to delve deeper, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura from within that made him wary. That aura was at least at the peak of the 8th stage, possibly the 9th stage. Chen Tianling frowned. Although he was at the initial stage of Martial Saint, it was a system-bestowed power. His battle instincts and perception were top-notch. That aura instinctively made him feel danger. Retreat, he decisively ordered. Chen Yi and the others did not hesitate for a moment, immediately ceasing their pursuit and quickly following Chen Tianling's retreat. Just as they exited the rift, an angry roar sounded from within. Roar, humans. The roar shook the entire rift world, filled with rage and unwillingness. But Chen Tianling and the others had already left. Outside, Li Changfeng and the other 2 martial emperors stood dumbfounded on the city wall, gazing at the dark rift. Just moments ago, those 11 had rushed and followed by the sounds of booms and screams, and then Chen Tianling was the first to step out of the rift, followed by Chen Yi and the others. Their auras remained calm and collected. Not a drop of blood was even on their armor. Li Changfeng took a deep breath and quickly approached. He had received an emergency message from his superiors. A mysterious, powerful figure appeared in Liang's house, medium-sized rift 1 at the initial stage of Martial Saint, 10 at the peak of Martial King, suspected to be Chen Si Master's Holy Dragon Guard. Li Changfeng was instantly stunned. Chen Si Master. That was the one who had supported the Underworld Rift hours ago and easily killed the peak 9th stage Underworld Demon Lord. His guard. At that moment, he finally confirmed. The 11 before him were indeed Chen Si Master's Holy Dragon Guard. Li Changfeng hurried forward and deeply bowed to Chen Tianling. I am Li Changfeng, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Legion of Liangzhou's Armed Forces. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your rescue. The other 2 martial emperors also hurriedly bowed. Chen Tianling glanced at them indifferently. No need for formalities, we merely passed by and lent a hand. After saying this, he ignored Li Changfeng and the others, leaping into the high sky. Chen Yi and the others quickly followed. Li Changfeng looked up and saw a terrifying giant beast blocking out the sun, hovering in the sky. On the back of the giant beast stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back. Even from such a distance, the figure exuded a heart-pounding authority. Chen Si Master. Li Changfeng murmured, filled with awe. It turned out that Chen Si Master had been watching all along. However, such a level of battle was simply not worth his intervention. On the shadow's back, Chen Tianling and the others returned, kneeling on one knee. Boss, we dealt with it. There are deeper auras remaining at least at the peak of the 8th stage. To be safe, we didn't venture further and retreated directly. Chen Yuan nodded. Good decision, there's no need to take risks for such a minor issue. He was about to instruct the shadow to continue their journey when suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the forces under the host independently resolved a medium-sized rift disturbance for the first time, triggering hidden achievement, Holy Dragon Guard's Might. Received additional reward, complete comprehension of Holy Level Formation. Explanation contains all foundational formation knowledge methods for arranging and dismantling Holy Level formations and a complete inheritance of various practical formations. Upon receiving, the host will instantly master all existing formations in Blue Star and innovate based on that. Does the host wish to claim this immediately? Chen Yuan was taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Holy Level formations and a complete comprehension. He had previously been contemplating how he had no knowledge of formations and couldn't completely close the rift. Yet now the system had delivered it right to his doorstep. Claim it. Claim it at once. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. A thunderous surge erupted as a torrent of formation lore poured into his mind. Basic formations, advanced formations, saint-level formations, trap, arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, sealing arrays, spirit gathering arrays, teleportation arrays. Countless arcane formation sigils, foundation layouts, formation eyes, and pivotal nodes imprinted themselves deep within his soul. Even long-lost ancient arrays and methods to unravel all manner of formations were revealed. After only a few breaths, Chen Yuan opened his eyes. A faint phantom of formation patterns flickered across his gaze, and then vanished. A smile curved the corner of his mouth. Saint-level formation master, achieved. From now on, don't merely speak of bolstering seals. Given enough time, he could seal the Yuming Tianku shut entirely. A pleasant surprise. Chen Yuan was in high spirits. He had been deliberately trying to trigger a hidden achievement for some time, without success yet today, after casually sending Chen Tianling and the others to clear a mid-sized heaven cave, it had been triggered. What do you call that? When you try to plant flowers, they will not bloom. When you do nothing, the willow grows into shade. Seeing Chen Yuan suddenly smile, Lin Zuyao could not help but ask, Chief Chen, is there some happy news? Chen Yuan glanced at him and returned a faint smile. Nothing much, just recalling something pleasant. He patted Yuying on the head. Yuying, continue. Return to Luodu. Got it, boss. Yuying beat its wings, and its vast body sank back into the void. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the city. Half an hour later, the contours of Longyuanshan finally appeared in view. It was now afternoon, and Yuying slowed its pace. Its enormous form slowly materialized from the void and hovered above the mansion. Inside, Zhao Wenyuan stood in the front hall with a throng of servants awaiting their master. Word of their master's display of might in the Yuming Tianku, maiming the Yuming demon lord at the peak of the 9th rank with a single blow and dispatching it with a few spear strikes, had spread far and wide. The news had circulated through Longwu's official channels across the whole of Daxia. Master has returned. Zhao Wenyuan trembled with excitement at the sight of the sky-darkening beast. The servants behind him craned their necks to look up as well. Yuying descended slowly. When it was still dozens of meters above the ground, Chen Yuan stepped lightly onto the main hall steps. Chen Tianling and the others followed closely and landed steadily. Yuying contracted in midair until in the blink of an eye, it was the size of a small figurine fluttering to Chen Yuan's shoulder and perching there. Boss, we're home. Chen Yuan nodded and stroked its head. Zhao Wenyuan hurried forward. Sir, you have returned. He lifted his face all aglow with excitement. Sir, we've heard of your deeds in the Yuming Tianku. The entire Longwu Sea is speaking of you, calling you the guardian of Daxia. Chen Yuan offered a mild smile. It was nothing. No need to make a fuss. Nothing, he said. Zhao Wenyuan's mouth twitched. A 9th rank peak otherworldly being is nothing to you. He quickly suppressed his excitement and spoke with reverence. Sir, you must be weary. Afternoon tea has been prepared. Would you prefer to rest first? Chen Yuan waved a hand. No rush. There are matters to attend to first. He turned and looked toward Lin Ziyao behind him. Lin Ziyao hurried forward and cupped his fist. Chief Chen, to have accompanied you to the Yuming Tianku and witnessed you slay the demon lord with my own eyes is the honor of my life. Now that you have safely returned home, I will take my leave. He wore an expectant smile. About your earlier invitation to visit the Lin residence. Chen Yuan inclined his head. If I have time in the coming days, I will come by. Lin Ziyao rejoiced at this. Thank you, Chief Chen, for gracing us with your presence. The Lin household will await your honor. He saluted Chen Yuan again, then flashed into the sky and flew toward Ludu. Although Lin Zuyao had already broken through to Wuxing, he maintained proper deference before Chen Yuan. After sending Lin Zuyao on his way, Chen Yuan turned to regard his own estate. His gaze swept across the entire manor and fell upon the defensive formation enshrouding the estate. It had been laid by Long Wuxi as a top-tier defense and later reinforced by Chen Tianling, already very strong. But now Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. Through the vision of a saint-level formation, master the array was riddled with flaws. What a waste, he murmured. Such a fine estate paired with such a mediocre array, an egregious squander. Chen Tianling noticed Chen Yuan's gaze and spoke with respect. Boss, I have already reinforced this defensive array once. It can withstand attacks below mid-wuxing. Chen Yuan shook his head. Not enough. A smile twitched at his lips. Perfect, let me practice a little. Chen Tianling was stunned. Practice. The boss can lay arrays. He had no time to ask before Chen Yuan had already stepped forward and hovered above the estate. Surveying the grounds, Chen Yuan silently mapped the array's weaknesses. With his current mastery, every weak point in the formation lay bare to him. A formation I is missing here. The sigils are too loosely connected there. The core defense is far too thin. He nodded as he observed. Can be fixed. With a thought. 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals manifested before him. The translucent crystals exuded dense spiritual energy, glittering brilliantly beneath the setting sun. Chen Yuan lifted his hands, and as if guided by invisible palms, the crystals flew along some arcane trajectory toward the manor. Go, he called softly. The 1,000 top-grade crystals streaked toward the 8 cardinal and inter-cardinal directions around the estate. East, southwest, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest. Hundreds fell at each point. The high-grade crystals scattered like stars across every corner of the grounds. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and formed seals, hands moving ceaselessly. Arcane formation sigils flowed from his fingertips and merged with the void. They braided and intertwined in the air until a vast luminous dome took shape, enveloping the entire estate. Countless complex runes shimmered and cycled across the dome, emitting unsettling ripples of energy. The servants below watched in wonder. Though they did not understand formations, they could feel that the light dome above them was incomparably stronger than the previous one. Time ticked by. Chen Yuan hovered as the speed of his hand seals accelerated. To lay a saint-level array was no light task even for him. After 10 minutes, Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and clasped his hands sharply. Array complete. With a thunderous roar, the dome exploded into a blaze of brilliance. Moments later, the light subsided and the dome dissolved into the void. Chen Yuan descended slowly, a satisfied smile on his face. Done. Chen Tianling rushed forward, eyes full of awe. Boss, why you? You can lay arrays. Chen Yuan glanced at him and smiled faintly. Just learned. Chen Tianling's mouth twitched. To have learned and immediately lay an array of this caliber. Chen Tianling could not help but ask, Boss, what level of assault can this array withstand? Chen Yuan considered for a moment. Against a peak wuxing, a full-force assault should be held for the duration of an incense stick burning. Against opponents below late wuxing, it would not be broken in a day. Chen Tianling drew a sharp breath. The defensive strength was absurd, a several-fold improvement over before. Chen Yuan added, moreover, this array links to the spirit vein beneath Long Yuan Shan. As long as the vein endures, it will operate automatically. AI need not maintain it with spirit crystals. In other words, so long as the spirit vein does not run dry, this array will persist. Chen Tianling was completely convinced. Boss, you are truly formidable. Chen Yuan waved his hand and said nothing more. After completing the defensive array, he did not stop. His attention turned to the 9-story tower on the island in the backyard lake. Within the tower lay Long Wuxi's strongest spirit-gathering array, designed to draw the spiritual energy of Long Yuan Shan's vein to the utmost. To Chen Yuan's eye, however, that array too had room to be improved. In a flash, he stood before the training tower, stepped inside, and surveyed the place. The array is solid, but not sufficient. He concentrated his mind. Once more, 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 high-grade ones materialized. This time the crystals did not fly outside the tower. They hovered at positions throughout the interior. Chen Yuan formed hand seals, and new formation sigils rose up, more refined and intricate than before. A spirit-gathering array is more difficult to arrange than a defensive array. It required precise control over each crystal's placement and the trajectory of every sigil to gather spiritual energy with maximum efficiency. Time flowed on. Chen Yuan focused without the slightest distraction. Half an hour later, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted within the training tower. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and inhaled deeply. Done. He sensed the density of the tower's spiritual energy and nodded in satisfaction. It had doubled from before. Though only a doubling, the array had already been of top-tier standard, raising it another fold bordered on the utmost limit. A pity that the array's own grade limits its ceiling, Chen Yuan murmured. If I could obtain a higher grade formation diagram, it could be improved further. For now it was sufficient. He swept his hand and sat cross-legged within the tower. Spiritual energy surged like tides. Without actively drawing it, he could feel his cultivation slowly rising. Although he could not break through it once, the sensation was nevertheless exhilarating. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room where Chen Yuan was reclining on a chaise longue in the main hall, leisurely teasing the shadow on his shoulder. The shadow shrank to the size of a palm, flitting about on Chen Yuan's fingertips, playing joyfully. "Boss, do it again. Do it again." Chen Yuan chuckled and casually tossed the shadow into the air, which flipped several times before landing steadily on another fingertip. Just then, the purple gold sync command at his waist suddenly vibrated. 3 times. An important communication. Chen Yuan tapped it, and a holographic screen popped up revealing the figure of Minister Chen Yu from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Chief Chen, I apologize for the interruption," Chen Yu said respectfully, wearing a professional smile. Chen Yuan nodded. "Minister Chen, what is it?" "It's like this: the news of your magnificent display of power in the Netherworld cave yesterday, where you killed the peak Ninth Order Nether Demon Lord, has spread across the globe. Now the diplomatic missions from various countries stationed in the Great Xia are in an uproar. The United States, the Eastern Japan, the Western European Alliance, the Polar Bear Nation, the Indian subcontinent. Dozens of diplomatic personnel from various countries have united in a request to meet you. Their reason is to express their respect to the Saint of the Great Xia, but to put it bluntly, they just want to gauge your background and see if they can get closer." After finishing, Chen Yu cautiously looked at Chen Yuan. "What do you think? What is your intention?" Chen Yuan replied without a moment's thought, not meeting. Chen Yu was taken aback, then smiled wryly. As expected, he knew this would be the result. With Chen Yuan's current status and strength, how could he find time to chat idly with those diplomats? "All right, Chief, I understand," Chen Yu said respectfully. "I'll go reply to them right away." Chen Yuan simply grunted and ended the communication. At the headquarters of the Dragon Marshal Division in the reception hall of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dozens of diplomatic personnel from various countries were anxiously waiting. The American ambassador to Xia, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, was pacing back and forth. The ambassador from Eastern Japan, a short man with a goatee, was constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Chen Yu walk out from the inner hall, everyone immediately surrounded him. "Minister Chen, what did Chief Chen say? Is he willing to meet us?" "We came with sincerity." Chen Yu raised his hand to gesture for everyone to quiet down, smiling gently, yet maintaining a sense of distance. "Everyone, I sincerely apologize. Chief Chen is very busy and has just finished the battle at the Netherworld cave, requiring time for quiet cultivation, and cannot spare time to meet you all. Chief Chen asked me to convey his gratitude for your concern, and he hopes to gather with you all in the future." With that, he finished speaking. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Then various expressions appeared on the faces of the diplomats from different countries: disappointment, helplessness, unwillingness, and a hint of understanding. The American ambassador's face darkened, but he forced a smile. I understand. Chief Chen is indeed busy." The Eastern Japan ambassador quickly bowed high. "Chief Chen slayed powerful enemies for the Great Xia, and indeed needs rest. We shall visit another day." The representative from the Western European Federation elegantly nodded. "Then please convey our respects to Minister Chen, wishing Chief Chen further advancement in his cultivation." Other diplomats echoed their agreement, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. But while the appearance was harmonious, only they knew what was truly on their minds. Half an hour later, in the American embassy in a secret room, the ambassador, who had just been smiling, now had a grim expression. What are they so proud about? It's just a mere Marshal St. Peak. He slammed the table. Once our country's St. Smith breaks through to the peak, let's see if the Great Xia dares to be so arrogant. The advisor beside him cautiously said Ambassador St. Smith has been stuck at the late stage of Marshal Saint for 30 years, and the hope of breaking through is slim. The ambassador glared at him. Shut up. I know. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Regardless, this news must be sent back home. The strength of Chen Yuan from the Great Xia far exceeds our estimates, and our attitude towards the Xia nation must be adjusted accordingly. Understood. In the Eastern Japan embassy, the ambassador with the goatee was kneeling on the tatami, his face dark. Baka, this Chen Yuan has no respect for us at all. The military officer beside him whispered. Ambassador, our Marshal Saint is only mid-stage at best. The gap is too great. The ambassador fell silent for a moment, sighed. From today onward, our diplomatic policy towards the Great Xia must be comprehensively adjusted. We cannot afford to provoke that Chen Yuan. Other countries' diplomatic missions were also playing out similar scenes. Complaints, unwillingness, helplessness, but in the end they could only accept one fact. The Great Xia now had an unbeatable figure. At the Saint's residence, Chen Yuan, of course, was unaware of the reactions of those diplomats upon their return. Even if he knew, he couldn't be bothered. A group of clowns not worth his time. He picked up the sync command and sent a message to Lin Ziyao. I have free time at noon today, let's meet at your place. It was almost an immediate response. Lin Ziyao's voice came from the sync command, trembling with excitement. Chief Chen, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I await your arrival. Chen Yuan smiled and put away the sync command, glancing at the time. It was almost noon. Shadow, let's go to the Lin family for a meal. The Shadow's eyes lit up. Food. Boss, can I come too? Of course, he'll take you along for fun. The Shadow flapped its small wings excitedly, instantly expanding from palm size to 3 meters in size. Chen Yuan stepped onto its back, and Chen Tianling and the Saint Dragon guards quickly followed. The Shadow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Flying high, it expanded again, a 300-meter-long colossal beast looming over Lonyuan Mountain. Chen Yuan stood on the Shadow's back with his hands clasped behind him. This time he did not let the Shadow traverse the void, but instead flew directly towards Lidu City in its true form. Since he was going to visit, he might as well make it spectacular. Above Luodu City, a massive shadow swept over, causing countless people to look up in awe, and then, holy crap, that's Chief Chen's mount. That giant beast over 300 meters long. I saw it on the news yesterday. Chief Chen has emerged. Countless people on the streets waved excitedly. The patrolling martial artists all stopped, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Is that really Chief Chen? So cool. He easily exterminated a peak 9th order intent yesterday, which is equivalent to a peak martial saint of a different race. Chen Yuan on the Shadow's back heard the discussions below. His expression was calm, but he secretly pondered, with such a grand appearance, shouldn't the system grant a hidden achievement? After waiting for a few seconds, there was silence in his mind, nothing at all. Chen Yuan pouted. Looks like this level of showing off won't trigger an achievement anymore. Previously, when he first rode the Shadow to the Demon Suppression Fortress, it didn't trigger either. Now the second time still didn't. This indicated that the system had become immune to purely high-profile appearances. Alright then, I need to think of new tricks in the future. He no longer dwelled on it, and continued to admire the bustling scenery of Lidu City below. At the Lin family residence. At this moment, it was already brightly lit and bustling with activity. Lin Ziyao was personally standing at the door, eagerly awaiting. Behind him, Lin Wei was also elegantly dressed, her makeup exquisite, with an uncontainable excitement on her face. Further back were the core members of the Lin family, all spirited and neatly dressed, as if welcoming an emperor. At the very back of the crowd, a girl of 18 or 19 was secretly peeking out, gazing at the sky. The girl was wearing a light blue long dress, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, her features as delicate as a porcelain doll, with large eyes full of curiosity and nervousness. She was Lin Wei's daughter, Lin Mingyao. Mingyao, stand properly. Lin Wei whispered a reminder. Lin Mingyao quickly withdrew her head, standing obediently, but her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the sky. Having been forcefully pulled out of her retreat by her mother, she questioned in confusion, is Chief Chen really? She quietly asked the maid beside her. The maid quickly replied, Miss, you just ended your retreat, right? Chief Chen killed the peak 9th order Nether Demon Lord with just a few shots yesterday at the Netherworld Cave. That's a being even stronger than Chief Zhou. Lin Mingjiao's eyes widened. A few shots? He's that strong. Indeed. The maid lowered her voice, and I've heard Chief Chen is particularly young, only in his 20s, and exceptionally handsome. In her mind, a perfect male protagonist was forming in his 20s at the peak of martial saint, punching down a peak 9th order, and exceptionally handsome. Though she was a student at Luodu Martial University with decent talent, she had always been focused on her cultivation and rarely paid attention to the outside world. But recently, Chen Yuan's name was everywhere. Her classmates were discussing it, her teachers were discussing it, and even her mother kept bringing it up when she came home. Mingyao, Chief Chen is a rare genius, if you can meet him. Mingyao, will create an opportunity for you, you must seize it. Initially, she found it quite annoying, thinking her mother was too status conscious. But after hearing it so many times, her curiosity inevitably piqued. Just how powerful is this Chief Chen? Today she would finally see the real person. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive shadow enveloped the entire Lin family residence. Lin Mingyao looked up and was instantly stunned. A terrifying beast over 300 meters long was slowly descending from the sky, dark purple star patterns swirling, its massive energy wings gently flapping. His features were refined, his gaze calm as a deep, still pool. Though standing there casually, he exuded an aura of transcendent dominion over all mortal beings. Lin Mingyao lifted her eyes to that figure and froze, utterly spellbound. This is Director Chen. So young. He looks barely a year or two older than she. A grandmaster at the peak, truly prodigious among peers, yet less than an ant before true cultivators. Lin Mingyao suddenly felt those past dozen years had been lived in vain. He stands at the apex of martial saint cultivation in his early 20s, she at the grandmaster's zenith. Yet the gulf between them dwarfs even that between herself and an ant. Yet strangely gazing upon that figure she felt no envy, only an inexplicable surge of exhilaration as though a devoted fan beholding her idol. The colossal beast descended slowly. When still dozens of meters above ground, that figure stepped forward once and landed gracefully before the Lin family's main gate. 11 others followed in perfect unison, touching down with silent precision. The great beast meanwhile shrank swiftly midair into a three-meter-tall great dog, trotting eagerly behind Chen Yuan. Lin Xiao hurried forward. Honored welcome to Director Chen. Behind him the entire Lin clan bowed deeply as one. Honored welcome to Director Chen. Chen Yuan waved lightly, offering a faint serene smile. Elder Lin, you're too formal. No need for such grand ceremony. Lin Xiao straightened, his face blooming with radiant, almost floral delight. Director Chen's presence is our family's supreme honor. Pray come inside. He stepped aside, posture reverent to the utmost. Lin Wei also stepped forward, beaming. Director Chen, you finally arrived. I've longed for your coming as one yearns for stars and moon, until at last you graced us with your presence. As she spoke, she shot her daughter a pointed glance. Only then did Lin Mingyao snap back to awareness, and hurried forward to bow. I greet Director Chen. Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze lingering on her for but a moment. 18 or 19 years old, Grandmaster-level cultivation foundations, exceptionally solid. Truly exceptional for one so young. He remarked casually. Your foundation is sound, continue striving. Her heart leapt wildly at his words. Lin Wei watched her daughter's flustered state, amused yet exasperated. This girl was a legend at her martial academy, admirers lined up from classroom door to campus gate. So why now did she stand like some wide-eyed provincial maiden? Lin Wei flashed her daughter a subtle urgent signal. Don't just stand there. Speak with Director Chen. Lin Mingyao caught her mother's cue, but her mind went blank. She stood frozen, cheeks burning deep. Lin Wei, seeing her plight, interjected swiftly. Director, this is my daughter Mingyao. She has revered the strong since childhood. She heard you'd come and couldn't sleep a wink last night. Mother, I never. Lin Mingyao protested, only to meet her mother's sharp glare, and fell instantly silent. Chen Yuan observed the exchange quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged respectfully from behind Lin Wei, clasping fists in salute. I am Xin Qing, honored to meet Director Chen. Chen Yuan turned his gaze upon him. A man of scholarly grace, appearing 30 years of age, handsome and mild-mannered, his smile warm and perfectly measured. Clearly one gifted with eloquence and social acumen. Chen Yuan gave a slight nod. Mr. Xin, you're too kind. Lin Wei hastened to introduce Director. This is my husband. He possesses no martial aptitude, merely an ordinary man who manages our family enterprises. Xin Qing, unfazed, added with cheerful candor, indeed. I'm a man who lives off his wife's favor. I won Weier's heart solely with this face and this tongue. His tone held no shame, only quiet pride. A faint appreciative smile flickered across Chen Yuan's lips. This man was unexpectedly charming. Lin Wei rolled her eyes, but her eyes sparkled with affection. Chen Yuan noted it all, understanding instantly their bond ran deep. Though Xin Qing lacked martial prowess, winning Lin Wei, the Lin family's heiress, spoke volumes about his rare virtues, wit, authenticity, and unshakable equanimity, qualities inherently captivating. No doubt his strategic counsel had played no small part in Lin Wei's ascension to clan leadership, and so the group proceeded inward, conversing warmly. Though the Lin residence fell short of the Holy Sovereign's palace atop Longyuan Mountain, it occupied 100 mu within Lidu City. Pavilions, terraces, rockeries, and flowing waters whispering centuries of noble lineage. In the main hall, Chen Yuan took the seat of honor. The Holy Dragon Guard stood aligned on either side. Yu Ying, now shrunk to half a meter, crouched loyally beside his feet, eyes fixed longingly on the delicacies arrayed upon the table. Lin Zuyao and Lin Wei sat respectfully at lower seats. Core Lin clan members stood solemnly nearby. Lin Mingyao, drawn by her mother, sat close, glancing furtively at Chen Yuan, then swiftly averting her gaze. Chen Yuan withdrew an exquisite jade casket from his robes and placed it upon the table. A modest token. My first visit calls for courtesy. Lin Wei blinked hastily, waving her hands. Director, your very presence honors us beyond measure. How could we accept such generosity? Chen Yuan gestured dismissively. Take it. After brief hesitation, Lin Wei accepted the casket. Upon opening it, there rested a luminous white pill radiating rich medicinal fragrance, its surface adorned with 9 distinct golden circlets glowing with soft, steady light. 9th rank mid-grade healing pill. Even a single breath of life remained. It would sustain existence. Lin Wei's brows lifted, she recognized it instantly. The same furnace batch as the breakthrough pill. Director, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. Keep it. I refined it casually. It holds little value. Lin Wei knew his resolve was absolute. Further refusal would seem petty. Then, many thanks, Director Chen. I shall accept with humble gratitude. She secured the jade casket with reverent care, her awe of Chen Yuan deepening yet further. Lin Zuyao's smile widened immeasurably. That Chen Yuan offered so priceless a gift signaled genuine goodwill toward the Lin family. Moreover, he'd recently dismissed joint diplomatic envoys from multiple nations with a terse not receiving. And yet, he'd arrived here at their gates. Soon the banquet commenced, a massive rosewood round table laden with rare delicacies. Spirit beast meats, spirit vegetables, spirit fruits, and Lin Zuyao's treasured vintage spirit wine, each dish exuding intoxicating aroma. Chen Yuan presided at the head, Lin Ziyao, and Lin Wei sat beside him. Shun Qing poured wine with diligent warmth. Lin Mingyao sat beside her mother, eating daintily, glancing surreptitiously at Chen Yuan, while Yui had utterly abandoned restraint. Though reduced to half a meter, his appetite remained undiminished. A platter of spirit beast meat appeared. He devoured half in one bite. Had utterly abandoned restraint. Though reduced to half a meter, his appetite remained undiminished. A platter of spirit beast meat appeared, muttering around half-chewed morsels, his eyes already locked on the next course. The Lin household servants stared dumbfounded. Is this truly a ninth-rank hetero beast? Why does he eat like a starved ghost reborn? Lin Xiao, however, cared not. He laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. If Lord Yuying enjoys it, bring another feast. No, 10 feasts. With the Lin family's profound resources, Yuying could feast for days without depleting their stores. Yuying's eyes gleamed brighter. Old Master Lin, you've got guts. Next time you need help, just say the word. So long as boss approves, I'm yours. Lin Ziyao roared with laughter. Then many thanks, Lord Yuying. Watching the scene, even Chen Yuan smiled. This creature possessed uncanny charm. After a few rounds of drinks and delicious dishes, Lin Wei seized the opportunity to speak again. Master, besides expressing our gratitude, there is something else I would like to discuss with you. Chen Yuan put down his cup. Go on. Lin Wei glanced at her nervous daughter sitting beside her and smiled. This girl is studying at Ludu Martial University, currently in her second year. While she may not compare to an extraordinary talent like you, Master, she is still quite remarkable among her peers. In her second year, she ranks among the top 10, and in her class, she is definitely the first. Chen Yuan nodded. At 19, standing at the peak of the Master Realm, being in the top 10 of her second year, is indeed considered genius. Moreover, her foundation is incredibly stable. She can easily defeat Grandmasters. Lin Wei continued. In 7 days, the annual Great Xia Martial School League will take place. This girl is confident she can break into the top 5, and if she performs well, she might even reach the top 3. Beside them, Xin Qing quickly interjected. Yes. Meng Yao works exceptionally hard in her training. His eyes sparkled with pride. Lin Meng Yao's face turned red from her parents' praises, and she lowered her head, too shy to look at Chen Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Yuan murmur to himself, Martial School League, Lin Wei's eyes lit up. Is the master interested in this? She quickly explained, since the master just came out of seclusion, you might not be aware of this. The Martial League, officially known as the Great Xia Martial Arts School League, is an annual competition among all martial arts universities in Great Xia. A total of 76 martial arts universities across the country participate, first holding internal selections, and then each school sends their best students to compete in elimination rounds. Rewards are generous, distributed by the Longwu Division based on rankings including, but not limited to, training resources, martial arts techniques, rare materials, and opportunities to train in secret realms. Of course, the higher the rank, the more abundant the rewards. Lin Wei continued. If one performs exceptionally well, they may even be taken under the wing of a martial saint elder. She paused for a moment and added, each school sends out 10 students from each grade to compete in team and individual events. The league is hosted at the venue of the top 10 martial schools, and this year it just so happens to be Lu, specifically at Ludu Martial University, with half a month left until the competition starts. All the talented students from across the country will come, making it a very lively event. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Wei's eyes as she spoke. If the master is interested, you can come and watch. With your status, sitting at the main stage would surely excite those talented individuals from various states in Great Xia. Chen Yuan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Martial League, a grand gathering of martial talents across the country. Following the typical tropes from the novels he read before crossing over, such places often reveal hidden achievements. He had previously made a grand entrance without achieving anything, so perhaps he could trigger something new in such an... Seeing Chen Yuan seemingly in thought, Xin Qing perceptively spoke up. Master, originally the principal of Ludu Martial University, wanted to invite Lin Zhu to serve as the main judge for this league, but it seems that you, Master Chen, are the most suitable. He smiled and continued. You've been training all day, it's time to relax a bit and watch the competition among the young ones, right? Lin Zuyao nodded repeatedly, saying yes, yes. How could I with my mere skills dare to present myself before the master? This position of main judge is meant for you alone. He stroked his beard and laughed. Moreover, if you sit there, those young folks will surely put in more effort than usual. When I was young, if I knew a martial St. Peak expert was watching from the audience, I would have given my all. Perhaps we might discover some promising talents contributing to great Xia. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After all, he had plenty of time. It would be worth a shot, and if he could achieve a hidden accomplishment, it would be a bonus. All right, I will go and take a look. Lin Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this. Master, you agreed. That's wonderful. She jumped up excited. I will contact Principal Luo right away and make sure he reserves the main judge position for you. With your prestige and strength, you must take on this role. After saying that, she hurriedly rushed out, leaving Chen Yuan wanting to say something, but she had already vanished. Chen Yuan shook his head. This woman has such strong initiative. As soon as Lin Wei left, Xin Qing approached. He wore a smile, his tone respectful, yet filled with expectation. Master, I have a small request if it's not too much trouble. Chen Yuan glanced at him. Since you have already asked, isn't it obvious that you want to say something? Speak. Xin Qing quickly said. You see, Meng Yao will be participating in the league in half a month. Although she practices diligently, her horizons are limited. While her mother and I want to help, our abilities are limited, and we cannot provide much guidance. Although Lin Zhu has broken through to Martial Saint, he is still at the initial stage and cannot compare to your peak level. He rubbed his hands together. So, could you please give some guidance to this girl? Even just a few casual words would benefit her for a lifetime. After he finished speaking, he shot a meaningful glance at Lin Meng Yao. Only then did she come to her senses and quickly stand up. Please. Please, Master Chen, guide me. Her voice was a bit tense, but sincere. Lin Zuyao chimed in from the side. Master Meng Yao is indeed a good seedling. If she could receive your guidance, it would be her greatest fortune. Of course, if it's not convenient for you, then it's fine. Just meeting you is already a blessing for her. Chen Yuan looked at the nervous girl before him. At 19, she was at the prime of her youth. If Lin Wei represented that mature and charming beauty, then Lin Meng Yao embodied a pure and lively beauty. Both had their own merits, captivating to the eyes. Chen Yuan had made up his mind. All right, let's see. Lin Meng Yao's eyes brightened, and she quickly stood up as well. The two of them walked to the martial arts arena outside the main hall. It was a square area of blue stone specifically used for training by the Lin family disciples. Chen Yuan stood at the edge of the arena and said to Lin Meng Yao, show me your most skilled martial arts techniques. Lin Meng Yao took a deep breath and nodded. She walked to the center of the arena and assumed her stance. In the next moment, her figure moved and a set of sword techniques unfolded. The sword light was like a rainbow, and her posture was as graceful as a swallow. Every strike was clean and precise, with each movement executed perfectly. It was evident that her fundamentals were very solid. However, Chen Yuan noticed a problem after just one glance. After finishing the set of sword techniques, Lin Meng Yao stood still with her sword, retracted, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds and spoke lightly. Your sword technique is well practiced, and your fundamentals are solid. Lin Meng Yao's face just started to show a smile upon hearing this. Chen Yuan shifted his tone. Lin Meng Yao was taken aback, and Chen Yuan continued. Every move you make is strictly following the routine. The standards are there, but it lacks flexibility. Sword techniques are dead, but people are alive. In real combat, your opponent won't follow your routines. This style of yours is fine against weaker opponents, but when faced with equals or even stronger foes, you will be firmly suppressed. Lin Meng Yao listened dumbfounded. Throughout her life, all her teachers praised her sword techniques for being standard and her fundamentals solid. No one had ever told her she was too rigid. But after Chen Yuan's words, she suddenly realized something. She had always followed the routine in her sparring. As long as she won, it was fine, but once she encountered an opponent who didn't play by the rules, she would become flustered. Chen Yuan continued. In the move you just used, flying swallow returning flight, you were a beat slow when you turned. That flaw is enough for an opponent to land 3 strikes on you. And in the move long rainbow through the sun, the angle of your strike was too precise. If you had deviated just a little, you could have restricted your opponent's evasion more. Lin Meng Yao was increasingly shocked as she listened. She had never noticed these details before. Even the martial arts master at the school had never pointed them out. You cultivate a water attribute technique, and your sword technique should be more agile. However, your style is too stiff and lacks the softness of water. Stiffness is prone to breaking, while softness can overcome stiffness. You should understand this principle. After saying this, Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Meng Yao stood frozen in place, her mind echoing Chen Yuan's words. Stiffness is prone to breaking, while softness can overcome stiffness. Sword techniques are dead, but people are alive. A beat slow. She closed her eyes, repeatedly recalling the sword techniques she had just executed. Suddenly she opened her. A glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. So that's how it is. So her long-standing problem lies here. She drew her sword again and re-executed that set of sword techniques. This time was different. The sword light was still like a rainbow, but now it carried more agility, and her posture still maintained its vigor while adding a touch of flexibility. After finishing the set of techniques, she stood, her breathing much steadier than before, because she no longer wielded her sword with brute force, but allowed the sword to move with her intentions. Lin Mengyao turned to Chen Yuan and deeply bowed. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. The few words Chen Yuan casually spoke were more beneficial than everything she had learned in a year at Kyoto Martial University, even deeper than the guidance from their family ancestor. Is this the strength of someone standing at the peak of Blue Star? Lin Mengyao lifted her head, gazing at this young man in front of her who was only a year or two older than her, with eyes full of admiration. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mengyao stood with her sword, breathing steadily, her eyes shimmering with spiritual light. She appeared much more agile than before. Lin Ziyao looked on in astonishment. Did she just improve? In just a few sentences, this girl's swordsmanship has directly ascended to a new level. Master, your talent is remarkable. I am in awe. Lin Ziyao stepped forward, solemnly cupping his fists towards Chen Yuan, his voice filled with admiration. I have taught Mengyao for so many years and have never noticed these issues before. Master saw it at a glance. This level of insight is beyond my reach. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Elder Lin, you are too modest. It's merely a matter of observation. He glanced at Lin Mengyao and said calmly, if you practice this way, you should be able to advance a few ranks in the upcoming tournament in half a month. Lin Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Advance a few ranks. Could it mean she might have a chance to break into the top 3 of her grade? This would be the top 3 in the tournament, not just at Luodu Martial University. She quickly bowed again. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. I will practice diligently. Chen Yuan nodded, choosing not to say more. At that moment, Lin Wei entered, her face beaming with a smile. Before she arrived, her voice could be heard. Master, it's done. She hurried to Chen Yuan, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Principal Fong was so excited to hear you would be watching the competition that he nearly jumped out of his seat. He asked me to convey that you must serve as the chief referee for this tournament. He said it would be an honor for Luodu Martial University and for all the martial arts talents of the Great Xia. Lin Wei spoke with pride in her eyes. I told him that Master Chen's attendance is already a favor for them, but the position of chief referee must be yours. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, let's do it that way. He glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting and the afternoon was nearly over. It's getting late, we should head back. Lin Wei's face flashed with reluctance upon hearing this, but she did not dare to hold him back. Then, may I escort you, Master? Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need, you all are busy. With a thought, an invisible intent instantly enveloped the entire Lin family residence. The shadow which had been devouring food in the banquet hall suddenly stopped. It lifted its head, a hint of reluctance flashing in its eyes. Did the boss call for me? It glanced at the half plate of spirit beast meat left on the table, then sensed the sweat-drenched chefs in the Lin family's kitchen and hesitated. Forget it, the boss is more important. It flickered and vanished from the banquet hall. At the same time, Chun Tianling and others who had been quietly standing outside the main hall moved and appeared behind Chen Yuan. The Lin family's chefs watched the direction where the shadow had disappeared, collectively letting out a sigh of relief. Finally gone. A young chef wiped the sweat from his brow. What kind of pet is this? It's practically a reincarnation of a glutton. Half of our food supply for the next half-month was devoured in a single day. Enough complaining, an older chef said with a wry smile. Being able to serve Master Chen's mount is a blessing for us. Besides, if this beast had a different master, it might not have been able to afford its upkeep. The young chef pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. A beast at the early stage of martial saint must consume a lot of food each day. Outside the Lin family gate, the shadow had expanded to dozens of meters in size, hovering in midair. Chen Yuan stepped onto its back, followed closely by Chun Tianling and the others. He turned back to glance at Lin Ziyao, Lin Wei Shinqing, and the blushing Lin Mengyao standing at the back. His gaze landed on Lin Mengyao. I look forward to your performance in half a month. Lin Mengyao's heart raced, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I will definitely not let Master down. Lin Wei quickly added, perform well, and don't embarrass Master Chun. Lin Mengyao nodded again, her eyes filled with determination. Chen Yuan slightly nodded. Let's go. The shadow flapped its wings and soared into the sky, expanding again as it flew high. Chen Yuan stood atop the shadow, hands clasped behind his back, heading towards Lonyuan Mountain. This time he still flew with a swagger, not hiding his form. The Lin family members stood at the gate, gazing up at the increasingly distant figure, unable to retract their gazes for a long time. It wasn't until the shadow completely vanished into the clouds that Lin Wei turned her head to look at her daughter. Silly girl snapped back to reality. Lin Mingyao finally came to her senses, her face reddening again. Seeing her like this, Lin Wei gently held her daughter's hand and said softly, "Sweetie, I'm creating opportunities for you. You must seize them. A man like Master Chen is rare to find anywhere in the Blue Star." Lin Mingyao lowered her head, muttering softly, "He's so impressive. How could he possibly like me?" Lin Wei patted her shoulder. "How do you know if you don't try? Besides, you're not lacking. You're beautiful and talented. Practice hard and aim for a good ranking in the tournament. When Master Chen comes to watch the match, if you perform, well, who knows, you might get to talk to him a bit more." Lin Mingyao nodded vigorously. I will work hard." She raised her head, looking towards Longyuan Mountain. A powerful figure like Master Chen, which talented young girl wouldn't adore him? Since there's a chance to get close, she must seize it. Chen Yuan rode the shadow back slowly, still attracting countless gazes and cheers from martial artists and citizens along the way. With a calm expression, Chen Yuan was lost in thought. He hoped the martial arts tournament in half a month would yield some hidden achievements. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the embassies of various countries, the well-informed diplomats had already learned of Chen Yuan's whereabouts. At the American embassy, Chen Yuan went to the Lin family as a guest today. The American ambassador's face turned ashen. Didn't he say he was busy and needed to meditate? How does he have time to dine with the Lin family? A nearby counselor cautiously said, "Ambassador, according to reliable information, Chen Yuan indeed went to the Lin family this afternoon and didn't leave until later in the day. Moreover, he flew over the capital on that 9th-grade colossal beast, and many citizens witnessed." The ambassador slammed his hand on the table. "This is outrageous. This is deliberately humiliating us." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Go contact people from other countries, especially from the East, as they are the most troublemakers. Have them confront Chen Yu for an explanation." "Yes." Meanwhile, at the East Embassy, the ambassador with a goatee looked even worse than the American. "Baka. This Chen Yuan is too disrespectful." He gritted his teeth. "It's one thing not to meet us, but then he turns around to dine with the Lin family. Isn't this outright looking down on us?" A nearby military officer whispered, "Ambassador, should we go find Chen Yu for clarification?" The ambassador squinted. "Ask. Of course we should ask. Not just us, bring in people from other countries too. Let Great Xia see what happens when they treat foreign embassies this way." An hour later, at the headquarters of the Longwu Division in the reception hall of the Foreign Affairs Department, Chen Yu was handling documents when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He looked up to see a group of diplomatic personnel storming in aggressively. Leading them was the ambassador from the East, followed by envoys from the United States, Western European Alliance, India, and representatives from over a dozen countries. Chen Yu frowned, yet maintained a professional smile. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" The ambassador from the East interrupted him directly. "Minister Chen, we need an explanation." His face was pale, and his tone was aggressive. "Master Chen said he was busy and needed to meditate, having no time to meet us. Yet in the afternoon, he casually rode that colossal beast to visit the Lin family. What does this mean? Is he looking down on us in the East?" The American ambassador coldly added, "Minister Chen, we from the United States came with sincerity. Master Chen's attitude has greatly disappointed us." A representative from the Western European Alliance also spoke up. "Minister Chen, although we understand Master Chen's esteemed status, treating us differently like this may not be favorable for the friendly relations between our countries, right?" Other country envoys chimed in, each expressing their opinions, creating a chaotic scene. Chen smile gradually faded from his face. He looked at this group of people, mocking inwardly. Did they think Great Xia was still the Great Xia of 10 years ago? They were still trying to put on airs, thinking they were so important. He stood up and said lightly, "Have you all finished speaking?" The ambassador from the East was taken aback. "You?" Chen Yu waved his hand, interrupting him. "Since you want an explanation, I will provide one for you. Master Chen is indeed busy with affairs. He has to cultivate, comprehend martial arts, and deal with various emergencies, such as slaying 9th-grade peak beasts in the Netherworld cave a few days ago. As for today's visit to the Lin family, that's because Elder Lin is a martial saint elder of the Longwu Division, and Minister Lin is the minister of the General Affairs Department. They have official business to discuss with Master Chen. As for you all," Chen Yu's lips curled into a smirk. "What are your statuses? What gives you the right to have Master Chen abandon his cultivation to meet you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. The ambassador from the East's face turned red, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. The American ambassador's face darkened, but he didn't dare retort. Chen Yu continued, "You all have been in Great Xia for so many years, you should know our customs. Strength is revered. Master Chen is the only martial saint peak in the Blue Star, It's his freedom to choose whom he wishes to meet or not. If you feel wronged, you can return home. No one will stop you. After he finished, he scanned the crowd. Is there anything else? The hall was filled with dead silence. Those diplomats who had just been aggressive were now all looking down, not daring to utter a word. The ambassador from the East's face changed colors, and he finally threw down his sleeve. Farewell. He turned and left. The American ambassador also snorted coldly and took his people away. The envoys from other countries also left dejectedly. Chen Yuan watched their retreating figures and coldly scoffed. Do they really think of themselves as important guests? They should check their own worth. He shook his head and returned to his chair to continue handling documents, not taking this small matter to heart. However, whether those envoys would be so angry they couldn't sleep after returning was no longer his concern. The shadow slowed its descent, its massive form gradually lowering from the clouds. The outline of Longyuan Mountain became increasingly clear. Suddenly Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. From a great distance he saw 3 figures standing in front of the Holy Master's residence. All 3 appeared to be mid-age, their auras not weak. 1 at the peak of martial sovereign and 2 at the late stage of martial sovereign. Dressed elegantly, exuding a refined aura, it was clear they were not ordinary people. Are there guests? Chen Yuan pondered as he did not recognize these individuals. However, since they could stand at the entrance of the Holy Master's residence waiting, it was evident they had reported to the Dragon Martial Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten past the heavily guarded perimeter of Longyuan Mountain. The shadow continued to descend, its large form hovering above the residence. Chen Yuan took a step forward and landed at the entrance. The shadow quickly shrank down to the size of a 3-meter-tall big dog, happily trailing behind. The 3 men watched in amazement as the shadow rapidly shrank. However, they quickly composed themselves and hastened forward. The middle-aged man at the forefront, a peak martial sovereign, wore a respectful smile as he bowed deeply to Chen Yuan. I am Fang Wenshan, the principal of Kyoto Martial University. It is an honor to meet you, Master Chen. The 2 men behind him also quickly bowed. I am Vice Principal Zhou Yuanli. I am Vice Principal Chen Ming. We pay our respects to Master Chen. Chen Yuan nodded. The principal of Kyoto Martial University. They arrived quite promptly. Principal Fang, you are too kind. Let's speak inside, he gestured invitingly. Fang Wenshan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and the 3 followed Chen Yuan into the residence. The main hall side room was where Chen Yuan usually received guests. It was elegantly decorated with several grandmaster chairs surrounding a redwood coffee table. Zhao Wenyuan personally served the tea and respectfully withdrew. Fang Wenshan and the others sat in a lower position, their demeanor respectful, even their sitting posture was proper. Fang Wenshan picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. This is excellent tea, he exclaimed. In truth, he couldn't really tell how good the tea was, but complimenting it was the right thing to do. Being able to drink tea from Master Chen's residence was a tremendous honor. Zhou Yuanli and Qian Ming also quickly raised their teacups, following suit with praises. Indeed, it is excellent tea. The fragrance is captivating, and the aftertaste lingers. The tea from Master Chen's residence is truly extraordinary. Chen Yuan smiled inwardly, but did not expose the flattery. Principal Fang, let's discuss the Fang Wenshan quickly set down his teacup and spoke earnestly. Master Chen, we have come uninvited this time, firstly to thank you for agreeing to serve as the chief referee for the upcoming Martial Academy League. Secondly, we are concerned that you may not be very familiar with the league's procedures, so we specially came to explain the specific schedule and rules to you. He said, his smile growing even brighter. To be honest, when Minister Lin told me you were willing to serve as the chief referee, I could hardly believe it was true. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. Principal Fang, it's not that exaggerated, is it? Fang Wenshan waved his hands repeatedly. No, it is indeed very much so. When you sit on the podium, those youngsters will definitely work 10 times harder than usual, he said, feeling secretly pleased. Kyoto Martial University was originally the top-ranked traditional martial school among the 76 martial schools nationwide. Now, having successfully invited Chen Yuan, the only peak martial saint of Blue Star, to serve as the chief referee for the league they hosted, how could other martial schools compete with this? Just thinking about it made him elated. Of course, while he thought this way in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. Fang Wenshan composed himself and began to explain in detail. Master Chen, the schedule for this league is as follows. The competition will last for 7 days, with the first 2 days for team competitions and the last 5 days for individual matches. The team competition will be organized by school, with each school sending out 10 participants to compete in a knockout format to determine the top 10. The individual competition will involve a free-for-all among all schools. There will be preliminary rounds to select the top 32, followed by single elimination until a champion is determined. Fang Wenshan explained in detail, while Chen Yuan listened attentively. Although he didn't care much for these rules since he had agreed to serve as the chief referee, he at least needed to know the general process. After Fong Wenshan finished, he added, "The deputy referees will be me, Elder Lin Zuyao, and the principals of several other key martial schools. Of course, the final decision-making authority is in your hands. What you say goes." Chen Yuan nodded. "Alright, I understand." Seeing that everything was clearly explained, Fong Wenshan felt it was inappropriate to linger further, so he stood up to take his leave. "Master Chen, we will take our leave now. In half a month, Kyoto Martial University looks forward to your arrival." Chen Yuan stood up to see them off. At the entrance of the residence, Fong Wenshan and the others once again clasped their hands in salute before turning to leave. Chen Yuan stood at the door. Watching their retreating figures, he felt a sense of emotion. In reality, the specific schedule and rules of the Martial School League could have been conveyed to him through the Holy Master's order. Yet Fong Wenshan, a person of high rank and authority, personally made the trip. Many wished to curry favor with him, but he chose to visit in person. This is the respect that comes from power. When you are strong, you will find that everyone around you treats you kindly. This saying is indeed true. Chen Yuan shook his head and turned back into the residence. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has taken on the role of a mentor, guiding martial geniuses to achieve significant progress, triggering hidden achievement. Careful guidance. Awarded additional reward. Saint-level Spirit Gathering Orb Fragment 1. Note: a fragment of a top-grade Saint-level Spirit Gathering Orb. 5 fragments are needed to synthesize a complete Spirit Gathering Orb. Wearing a complete Spirit Gathering Orb can enhance cultivation speed by 30%. The effect is better in areas with denser spiritual energy. Does the host wish to claim it now? Chen Yuan was taken aback. A mentor? Careful guidance. Is this referring to Lin Mingyao? He was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to his senses. Claim it. With a thought, a crystal-clear shard appeared in his hand. The shard was roughly the size of a thumb, radiating a faint glow, and when held it felt warm to the touch, with a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. Chen Yuan examined it repeatedly. So this is a Spirit Gathering Orb fragment. He sensed it carefully. Indeed it was. Since it was just a fragment, it had no effect. He needed to collect 5 fragments to synthesize a complete Spirit Gathering Orb to gain a 30% increase in cultivation speed. A 30% increase in cultivation speed. That was no small benefit. Especially for martial artists stuck at a bottleneck, every bit of progress was extremely precious. But suddenly Chen Yuan thought of a question. System, why did this hidden achievement trigger only now? I guided Lin Mingyao this afternoon. The system did not respond. After pondering for a while, Chen Yuan roughly guessed the reason. It should be that Lin Mingyao's cultivation results have already manifested. After she followed my guidance, her progress became significant, reaching a certain threshold, so the system assessed that the preliminary guidance was successful. He nodded, feeling that this explanation was reasonable. Looking at the shard again, it was crystal clear, resembling a miniature crystal ball fragment, looking like 1/5 of a complete Spirit Gathering Orb. So I still need 4 more. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. This hidden achievement was similar to the previous growth type achievement, Renowned Reputation. Currently, he had only achieved a preliminary accomplishment, and to obtain the complete Spirit Gathering Orb, he needed to fully complete this achievement. So how could he continue to trigger it? Continue guiding Lin Mingyao. Chen Yuan stroked his chin. That doesn't seem too troublesome. Although he had already reached the peak limit of Martial Saint, the cultivation speed increase was temporarily useless for him. However, he couldn't let a hard-earned hidden achievement go to waste. What if he breaks through in the future? A 30% increase in cultivation speed is indeed a real benefit. It seems that I need to continue to deepen my guidance with Lin Mingyao. Oh, I just don't know how many interactions it will take to gather the remaining fragments. Chen Yuan played with the shard in his hand, muttering to himself. The following morning arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room, where Chen Yuan reclined on a lounge chair, idly turning over a fragment of the Spirit Gathering Pearl in his palm. The translucent trinket shimmered faintly in the sunlight. 1/5. For more remain. He murmured to himself. Given the system's nature, to fulfill this growth-oriented achievement, he would need to genuinely embody the title of mentor. Continuing to mentor Lin Mingyao was the most direct path forward. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yuan reached for the purple gold Saint Sovereign token at his waist and initiated a video call to Lin Wei. It connected instantly. A luminous holoscreen flickered into existence, revealing Lin Wei's mature, alluring face. Her makeup flawless, her smile radiant. Good morning, Director Chen. What a pleasant surprise to receive a call from you. Her voice brimmed with delight, her eyes sparkling. Chen Yuan replied calmly, Director Lin, I'd like to discuss something with you. She immediately straightened her posture. Please, Director, speak freely. The Martial Academy League begins in half a month. Since Lin Mingyao intends to compete, I wish to further guide her during this period. He spoke with effortless nonchalance. For the next fortnight, I'd like her to reside at my estate, where I'll devote time each day to mentoring her. Please ask whether she consents. Lin Wei froze, utterly stunned. Then burst forth, of course she will. Absolutely. It is an extraordinary honor for Director Chen to offer personal instruction to that girl. Her heart raced with exhilaration. Director Chen had volunteered to mentor Meng Yao. This was nothing short of a celestial blessing. Even if little were learned, merely sharing daily proximity with him was an opportunity countless others could only dream of. A shrewd glint flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. If these two young souls truly forged a deeper bond, then the Lin clan would ascend beyond all expectation. She hurriedly added, Director, please wait. I'll contact Meng Yao at once and reply without delay. Chen Yuan nodded and ended the transmission. Meanwhile, in Luodu Martial Academy, long revered as the nation's premier institution among 76 martial academies, its sprawling campus spanned thousands of mu equipped with every facility imaginable. It was mid-morning break. The campus bustled with students clad in martial uniforms crisscrossing its sunlit paths. At the second-year training ground, Lin Meng Yao had just completed a demonstration of her refined sword technique before her instructor. As she sheathed her blade and stood poised, her breathing remained steady, her gaze alight with spiritual brilliance. Before her stood a woman in her 30s, clad in sleek black combat attire, her figure graceful, features exquisite, her demeanor blending gentle warmth with quiet intensity. This was Su Wanqing, Lin Meng Yao's mentor. A nascent soul cultivator at the early stage, she held the rank of associate professor at Luodu Martial Academy, the youngest in her position, and was widely admired as the academy's most beloved goddess. Su Wanqing stared, wide-eyed disbelief etched across her face. Meng Yao, this sword art. She stepped forward, circling Lin Meng Yao slowly. How could you advance so dramatically in just 1 day? Lin Meng Yao's cheeks flushed faintly as she whispered, Teacher, yesterday I returned home and had the rare fortune to meet Director Chen. He offered me a few words of guidance. Su Wanqing froze. Director Chen, the sovereign saint who stands at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. Lin Meng Yao nodded. Su Wanqing drew a sharp breath. He guided you? Just a few words? Yes. And yet your sword art has transformed entirely. Yes. Su Wanqing fell silent, gazing upon her disciple with complex layered emotion. As a nascent soul cultivator herself, she had instructed Lin Meng Yao diligently for nearly 2 years. Yet Director Chen's casual counsel had elevated the girl's mastery in an instant. Awe and envy warred within Su Wanqing before she gently placed a hand upon Lin Meng Yao's shoulder. Meng Yao, this is your destiny. Cherish it deeply. Lin Meng Yao nodded fervently. Teacher, rest assured. I will. Her sentence trailed off as her wristcom chimed. A call from her mother. Excusing herself to her mentor, she swiftly accepted. The holoscreen bloomed, revealing Lin Wei's beaming, ecstatic face. Meng Yao? Tremendous news, she exclaimed. Director Chen contacted me moments ago. He wishes to personally mentor you for the next fortnight. You'll reside at his estate and undergo daily intensive training. So, would you accept? Lin Meng Yao stood speechless. Director Chen would personally mentor her for 2 weeks, every single day. Her mind went utterly blank. Even Su Wanqing stood frozen in astonishment. That Director Chen would personally mentor Meng Yao, and not merely once, but for 14 days, eh? Lin Meng Yao regained her composure. Ah yes, of course I will. Her voice trembled with emotion. Lin Wei nodded, satisfied. Excellent. I'll confirm with Director Chen immediately. Prepare yourself. The escort should arrive shortly. The call ended. Su Wanqing watched her disciple, her expression impossibly intricate. Equal parts wonder, reverence, and quiet resignation. Meng Yao, what is your relationship with Director Chen? Lin Meng Yao hastily waved her hands. No, we met only yesterday, and he offered brief guidance. Su Wanqing fell silent. One meeting, a few words, and the girl's sword art had been reborn. Now he would personally mentor her for 14 days. She sighed softly. Meng Yao, this is your celestial fortune. Seize it wholeheartedly. A martial saint at the peak of cultivation guiding you directly eclipses my own nascent soul expertise by 10,000-fold. Lin Meng Yao nodded vigorously. Teacher, I promise. I'll study with unwavering dedication. Meanwhile, at Longyuan Mountain within the saint's sovereign estate, Chen Yuan acknowledged Lin Wei's reply with a nod, then turned to Chen Tianling, standing vigil outside the door. Tianling, go to Luodu Martial Academy and retrieve someone. Chen Tianling bowed instantly. Understood, elder brother. Whom shall I fetch? Lin Meng Yao. For the next fortnight she will reside here for mentorship. Chen Tianling nodded, then glanced toward Yuying dozing in the corner. Yuying, accompany me. Yuying opened one eye and yawned. To fetch that beautiful young lady. Very well, let's go. In a flash its form swelled to full size. Chen Tianling stepped onto its broad back. Back at Luodu Martial Academy, morning sunlight bathed the campus. Students trained outdoors, sweat glistening on their brows, when suddenly the sky darkened. Heads lifted en masse. From the void above, a colossal beast, 300 meters long, materialized with slow sovereign grace. Its hide shimmered with deep violet star patterns, vast energy wings stirred, gently blotting out the sun itself. Holy, Director Chen's mount. That ninth-rank celestial beast. I saw it on the news yesterday. Has Director Chen come to our academy? Instantly, the entire campus erupted in feverish excitement. Students waved arms wildly, gazing upward in awe at the legendary creature. Even instructors paused mid-lecture, craning their necks skyward. Yu Ying hovered aloft, surveying the teeming crowd below, a flicker of smug satisfaction gleaming in its eyes. Heavenly to be revered like this. Chen Tianling stood impassive upon its back. No preening, descend. Yu Ying rolled its eyes and descended smoothly. When still dozens of meters above ground, Chen Tianling leapt down, landing squarely upon the central plaza. Yu Ying swiftly shrank beside him. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. That's Director Chen's Saint Dragon Guard commander. Rumored to be a martial saint at the initial stage. Incredible. Chen Tianling remained expressionless, ignoring the rapt attention. Then a figure hurried forward. Fang Wenshan, president of Luodu Martial Academy. He approached Chen Tianling with a broad, affable smile. Commander Chen, your esteemed presence honors us. We regret our tardy reception. As he spoke, his eyes darted behind Chen Tianling. Has Director Chen himself arrived? Chen Tianling shook his head. My elder brother sent me to collect someone. Fang Wenshan blinked in surprise. Collect someone? Chen Tianling continued. Second-year student Lin Mingyao. For the coming fortnight, she will reside at the Saint's sovereign estate for mentorship under my elder brother, with both her consent and her family's approval. Fang Wenshan's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Mingyao, the Lin clan's daughter. Director Chen, personally mentoring her, for 2 weeks. After confirming mutual agreement, he hastened. Understood. Absolutely understood. I'll have her brought to you immediately. Turning to his aides, he ordered, quickly, fetch Lin Mingyao from the second-year training ground. News spread like wildfire. Lin Mingyao, that second-year campus beauty. Director Chen will personally mentor her. For 2 weeks. What divine privilege is this? I'd laugh in my sleep if granted such an opportunity. Students buzzed with envy and admiration, but no one dared utter slander. Director Chen's authority brooked no challenge. Moreover, the Lin clan now ranked among the sacred clans, elevating Lin Mingyao's status accordingly. Soon a figure emerged from the crowd under countless gazes. Lin Mingyao wore a soft celadone martial uniform, her lustrous hair drawn high into a ponytail, revealing a slender ivory neck. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her eyes clear and bright, her frame elegantly poised. Bathed in sunlight, she seemed to glow. Many male students stared entranced. Senior sister Mingyao is breathtaking. She's always lovely on the training ground, but today even more so. Surely it's her talent that earned Director Chen's attention. Senior sister Mingyao is breathtaking. She's always lovely on the training ground, but today even more so. Surely it's her talent that earned. Chen Tianling nodded. Miss Lin, my elder brother has dispatched me to escort you. For the next fortnight you'll reside at the estate and receive daily mentorship. Lin Mingyao's cheeks warmed slightly, but she steadied her breath. Thank you, Commander Chen. Please convey my deepest gratitude to Director Chen. I vow to strive tirelessly, honoring his trust. Chen Tianling gave a curt nod. He turned to President Fang. President Fang, I'm taking her now. Fang Wenshan bowed deeply in return. Commander Chen, safe journey. Miss Mingyao, study well and bring glory to Luodu Martial Academy. Lin Mingyao nodded firmly. Chen Tianling raised his hand. Yu Ying instantly expanded to its full majesty. Chen Tianling stepped onto its back and effortlessly pulled Lin Mingyao up beside him. This was Lin Mingyao's first time standing upon Yu Ying's back. She felt the warm, smooth texture of its scales beneath her feet, and sensed subtle ripples in the surrounding space, filling her with quiet wonder. Steady yourself, Chen Tianling said, tone calm and neutral. With a powerful beat of its wings, Yu Ying surged skyward, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Below, students gazed upward, reluctant to lower their eyes. How extraordinarily fortunate Lin Mingyao is. To receive Director Chen's personal mentorship, that's a celestial chance many spend lifetimes seeking. Fang Wenshan stood rooted in place, watching Yu Ying's vanishing trail, his smile unwavering. Excellent, truly excellent. He murmured softly. With Director Chen's mentorship, Luodu Martial Academy's second-year champion in the upcoming league is secured. Nearby faculty members nodded in unison. With Director Chen's guidance, progress is inevitable. This league will again shine brightly for Luodu, especially with Director Chen serving as chief referee. What can Jingda or Muda possibly offer against us? Fang Wenshan's smile widened. High above Luodu City, Yu Ying glided serenely through the heavens. Lin Mingyao stood upon its back. no longer tense having released her grip on Chen Tianling's sleeve. He gazed ahead expressionless. Lin Mingyao asked softly, Commander Chen, is Director Chen stern in his daily conduct? Chen Tianling considered briefly. Elder brother. He's quite approachable. Lin Mingyao exhaled in relief. Yet her pulse quickened anew at the thought for the next fortnight. She would see Director Chen every day. She drew a deep breath and clenched her small fists tightly. I will excel. Ying quickly descended with Lin Mingyao at the St. Lord's mansion. Lin Mingyao dismounted from Ying's back, curiously surveying the luxurious residence. Pavilions and towers, small bridges, overflowing water. The spiritual energy here was thick enough to almost condense into mist, several times larger than her Lin family mansion and much more exquisite. As expected of the residence of Master Chen, she marveled quietly. Chen Tianling led her through the corridor to the garden behind the main hall. Chen Yuan was leisurely sipping tea in a pavilion. Upon seeing them arrive, he set down his teacup and nodded slightly. Chen Tianling stepped forward and bowed. Boss, I brought her here. Chen Yuan nodded. Chen Tianling discreetly withdrew. Lin Mingyao hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Master Chen. Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need to be so polite, sit down. He pointed to the stone bench across from him. Lin Mingyao obediently sat down, her hands resting on her knees, her posture as upright as a student. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Miss Lin, for the next half-month you will temporarily reside here. The room has been prepared, and later Butler Zhao will take you to have a look. Okay, thank you, Master Chen. Lin Mingyao quickly nodded. I am ready. Chen Yuan continued. Are you prepared? If so, we can start now. Lin Mingyao took a deep breath. I am ready. Chen Yuan nodded. With a thought, he executed the technique Zikitianya, and the two instantly vanished from the pavilion. In the next moment, they appeared in a spacious training room. The training room spanned several hundred square meters with a specially crafted lapis lazuli floor, and the surrounding walls were covered in reinforced formations. All sorts of training equipment were available. Lin Mingyao felt her surroundings shift dramatically. She was momentarily stunned. Then she quickly regained her composure, her eyes filled with astonishment. Master Chen, what kind of technique is this? Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, just a movement technique, nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Lin Mingyao was shaken inside. This was no mere movement technique, it was practically teleportation. But she quickly steadied her mind and looked at Chen Yuan earnestly. Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze scanning her. For the next half-month, I will provide systematic guidance based on your issues. You cultivate a water attribute technique, and your swordsmanship follows a flexible route. However, your issue lies in being overly fixated on moves, lacking an understanding of the intent. Swordsmanship has 3 layers. The first layer, the sword, is in hand. The heart has the sword. The second layer, no sword in hand, but the heart has the sword. The third layer, no sword in hand, and the heart also has no sword. Right now, you can barely be considered at the peak of the first layer with some distance to the second layer. Lin Mingyao listened intently, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Chen Yuan continued. During this half-month, I will not teach you new moves, but rather one thing: how to make the sword move with your intention. Once you truly comprehend this, your swordsmanship will naturally advance to a new level. Lin Mingyao nodded vigorously. I understand. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Let's begin. In the following half-month, Lin Mingyao completely entered into a devilish training mode. She woke up before dawn, every day wielding the sword thousands of times in the training room. In the morning, she received individual guidance from Chen Yuan, practiced her understanding in the afternoon, and reviewed her progress in the evening. Chen Yuan's guidance was incredibly detailed. He did not simply tell her, you are wrong here, but encouraged her to feel and comprehend for herself. When you thrust this sword, where is your heart? The sword is an extension of you, not just a tool. You must integrate with it rather than using it merely as a weapon. Imagine your spiritual energy as water and the sword as a fish in the water. The fish swims in the water pushes the fish, and the fish also moves the water. This is the true essence of water attribute techniques. Each of his words left Lin Mingyao with an enlightening sensation. Moreover, her progress was visibly notable. On the first day, her swordsmanship became more agile. By the third day, she could faintly sense the feeling of the sword moves with the heart. On the 7th day, her swordsmanship acquired an indescribable charm, as if it had come to life. On the 10th day, she successfully broke through her bottleneck, integrating her learned swordsmanship into a unique path of her own. Chen Yuan observed this with satisfaction, secretly nodding in his heart. This girl indeed had talent and understanding. No wonder she could reach the peak of a master in her second year. As Lin Mingyao progressed, Chen Yuan's system notifications sounded repeatedly. On the 5th day, ding. Significant results detected from the host's guidance, triggering hidden achievement. Careful guidance 2. Received additional reward, Holy Grade Spirit Gathering Pearl Fragment, X1. On the 9th day, ding. Significant results detected from the host's guidance, triggering hidden achievement, careful guidance 3. Received additional reward, holy grade spirit gathering pearl fragment, X1. On the 13th day, ding. Significant results detected from the host's guidance, triggering hidden achievement, careful guidance 4. Received additional reward, holy grade spirit gathering pearl fragment, X1. Each time Chen Yuan received a notification, a smile would appear on his face. Only one more left. Almost there. Time flew by, and it was the 14th day. Tomorrow marked the official start of the Daxiao Martial Arts Association competition. At noon, Lin Mingyao was practicing swordsmanship alone in the training room. The sword light shone like a rainbow, her figure as graceful as a swallow. After completing a set of sword techniques, she stood still, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, but her eyes sparkled with spirit. In this half-month, she felt as if she had been reborn. Not only had her swordsmanship improved, but her understanding of the techniques had deepened as well. Though her cultivation level remained at the peak of a master, her combat power had at least doubled. At this moment, Chen Yuan, who was sitting in the pavilion sipping tea, heard the familiar mechanical voice in his mind. Ding! The host's efforts to teach a martial arts genius have yielded significant progress, triggering hidden achievement, careful guidance 5. Received additional reward, holy grade spirit gathering pearl fragment, X1. Detected that the host has gathered 5 spirit gathering pearl fragments. Would you like to fuse them immediately? Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. Finally complete. With a thought, he commanded, begin. Buzz. 5 fragments flew out from his storage space, hovering in front of him. The crystal-clear fragments emitted a soft glow, looking as beautiful as artworks under the sunlight. In the next moment, the 5 fragments began to slowly converge, attracting and merging with each other, their light growing brighter and more dazzling. After several breaths, a complete crystal ball appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. The crystal ball was roughly the size of an egg, entirely transparent, with what seemed like a galaxy flowing inside. Holding it in his hand, he could distinctly feel a warm energy slowly flowing into his body, nourishing his meridians and flesh. Ding! Holy grade premium spirit gathering pearl fusion successful, has automatically recognized its master. Wearing effect, cultivation speed increased by 30%. The denser the spiritual energy, the better the effect. Chen Yuan played with the spirit gathering pearl in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. A 30% increase in cultivation speed. If this were given to those stuck at their bottleneck, it would definitely be a coveted treasure. Though he couldn't use it for now, it was still a remarkable treasure. He casually hung the spirit gathering pearl at his waist as an ornament. The sunlight shone upon it, refracting a faint rainbow glow, which looked quite pretty. Chen Yuan stood up. With a flash, he instantly appeared in the training room. Lin Mingyao was resting nearby, and upon seeing Chen Yuan, she quickly stood up. Teacher Chen. Over the past half-month, the two had become much closer, and her address had changed from Master Chen to Teacher Chen. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this title. Teacher Chen. He actually had a day of being a teacher. However, he quickly grew accustomed to it. He looked at Lin Mingyao with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Over the past half-month, you have made significant progress. Lin Mingyao's face flushed slightly, but her eyes sparkled with joy. It's all thanks to Teacher Chen's excellent guidance. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Your own efforts are also very important. He paused and continued, tomorrow is the Martial Arts Association competition. You have learned enough, so you can go back today, rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's match. Lin Mingyao felt both anticipation and reluctance upon hearing this. She was eager to finally showcase her achievements from the past half-month on the competition stage. Yet she was reluctant because the days of seeing Chen Yuan every day for the past half-month were coming to an end. Moreover, she secretly glanced at Chen Yuan. In these past months, she sensed that Chen Yuan was very attentive in his guidance, but it seemed to be limited to just that. There seemed to be no romantic intentions. Thinking of this made her feel a bit down, but she quickly perked up. Yes, Teacher Chen, don't worry, I will definitely perform well. Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Let Tianling and Ying take you back. A moment later, Ying carried Lin Mingyao into the sky. Chen Tianling still stood expressionlessly to the side. Lin Mingyao stood on Ying's back, looking back at the increasingly distant St. Lord's mansion, secretly vowing. She must secure first place in this competition, to show Teacher Chen that his guidance was not in vain. In Luodu Martial University, Ying's massive form descended onto the campus once more. After the previous experience, the students had grown accustomed to it. However, many still looked up in awe, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Mingyao dismounted from Ying's back, and after bidding farewell, Chen Tianling hurried toward the training ground. Having already received the news, Su Wanqing was waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao, her eyes lit up. Mingyao, you're back. She looked Lin Mingyao up and down, her eyes full of admiration. Let me see. This aura, this presence. My goodness, what have you gone through in this half-month? Lin Mingyao smiled. Teacher Chen has guided me for half a month. Su Wanqing gasped stunned. Could a person really undergo such transformation in just half a month? That was terrifying. She couldn't help but ask, what is your current strength? Lin Mingyao pondered for a moment. If I go all out, I have no opponents in my second year. Su Wanqing was taken aback. No opponents. If anyone else said this, she would definitely not believe it, but coming from Lin Mingyao she did, because she trusted her disciple's strength and Chen Yuan's ability the strongest in the Blue Star. Great. That's wonderful. Su Wanqing excitedly patted her shoulder. Tomorrow is the competition, so rest well. Lin Mingyao nodded vigorously. Back in the dormitory, it was a double room, neat and tidy, fully equipped. Lin Mingyao's roommate, a cute girl with a round face, was lying on the bed playing with a communication ring. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao return, she immediately sat up. Mingyao, you finally came back. She widened her eyes, examining Lin Mingyao. My goodness, why do I feel like you've become a completely different person? What on earth did you experience in this half-month? Her roommate leaned over, her face full of envy. Let me see how strong you are now. Can you defeat me in an instant? Lin Mingyao laughed, gently pushing her away. Stop it, we have a competition tomorrow. Let me rest a bit. As the two were talking, someone knocked on the door. Is Lin Mingyao here? Lin Mingyao opened the door to find a female teacher standing outside the grade director. Lin Mingyao, Principal Fong wants to see you in his office. Lin Mingyao nodded and followed the female teacher to the principal's office. Fong Wenshan was sitting behind the desk. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao, his eyes brightened and a warm smile appeared on his face. Mingyao, you're here. Please sit. Principal, did you need something? Lin Mingyao sat down, feeling puzzled. Fong Wenshan nodded with a smile. It's like this, for tomorrow's team competition, I would like you to be the captain. Lin Mingyao was taken aback. Captain. Although her strength was good, she was not the strongest before her second. There were a few classmates with higher cultivation levels and more combat experience, so logically the captaincy would not fall to her. Fong Wenshan noticed her confusion and smiled. I know what you're thinking. But you must know that cultivation does not equate to strength. You have been personally guided by Master Chen for half a month. You know best what level you are at now. I believe you are definitely qualified to be the captain. Lin Mingyao fell silent. She indeed had confidence. She was fully aware of her progress over the past half-month. Not to mention the second year, even against older students, she felt confident to fight. Okay, I accept. She nodded. Fong Wenshan's smile widened. Good. It's settled then. Tomorrow in the team competition, you lead the team to show the strength of our Luodu Martial University. Lin Mingyao stood up and nodded solemnly. Principal, don't worry, I will give it my all. After leaving the office, she looked up towards the direction of Longyuan Mountain. Teacher Chen, tomorrow. Will you come to watch? The next day, just at dawn, Chen Yuan was awakened from his dreams by the commotion outside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw a long black luxury car parked at the entrance of the mansion, with Fong Wenshan standing respectfully by its side. Behind him were several teachers from Luodu Martial University, all dressed neatly and looking spirited. Chen Yuan shook his head. This old Fong is too enthusiastic. He got up and washed up his celestial saint garb, transforming into ordinary attire with the spirit-gathering pearl hanging at his waist as an ornament. As he stepped out of the main hall, Fong Wenshan had already come to greet him. Master Chen, good morning. His face beamed with a brilliant smile, displaying utmost respect. The competition officially starts today, and I am here to take you there. Chen Yuan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He glanced at the shadow creature Yuying, who was dozing in the corner. Yuying, let's go. Yuying opened its eyes, yawned, and instantly swelled to its original size. Chen Yuan stepped onto its back, followed closely by Chen Tianling and the other Saint Dragon Guards. Fong Wenshan hurriedly followed, filled with excitement, as he sat on Yuying's back. This is Master Chen's mount, a 9th-tier early-stage exotic beast. It's his first time riding one in this lifetime. Yuying flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye, while the teachers and vice principal, who didn't ride Yuying, went back in the black luxury car with envy. Luodu Martial University. At this moment it was already a sea of people. The competing teams from 76 martial schools across the country had long since arrived. Students in various martial arts outfits entered the outdoor venue in an orderly manner under the guidance of their teachers. The audience seats were completely full. There were parents of students watching the competition, reporters from various media outlets, high-ranking officials sent by the Longwu Division to observe, and martial arts enthusiasts who had come from all over the country. The tickets for each martial school league in the Daxia Kingdom sold exceptionally well, and the entire venue was bustling with excitement. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone looked up and saw a colossal beast 300 meters long slowly materializing from the void. It's Master Chen. Master Chen has arrived. The crowd erupted in an instant. Countless people excitedly waved their arms and the cheers were deafening. Yu Ying slowly descended, hovering above the venue as Chen Yuan stepped out and floated down. Behind him, Chen Tianling and the other 11 landed neatly. Yu Ying quickly shrank down, turning into the size of a palm, and perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Wearing a silver-white outfit with the translucent spirit-gathering pearl hanging at his waist, he refracted a faint rainbow glow under the sunlight. He looked like a god descending to the mortal realm. Master Chen! Master Chen! The cheers grew even more fervent. Chen Yuan maintained a calm expression, giving a slight nod as a greeting. Fang Wenshan, with a broad smile, stepped aside to lead the way. Master Chen, this way please. The principals and teachers from various martial schools around also came forward to greet him. Greetings, Master Chen. I am the principal of Modu Martial University. Master Chen, I have long admired your name. I am the vice principal of Shangjing Martial University. Master Chen, I am from Jinling Martial University. I am from Lingnan Martial University. Each person displayed utmost respect and wore beaming smiles. Chen Yuan nodded in response. He scanned the group silently, noting a few names in his mind: Modu Martial University, Shangjing Martial University, Jinling Martial University, Lingnan Martial University. These are all ranked among the top schools in the country. Fang Wenshan was grinning from ear to ear. Did you see? Master Chen personally came to Luodu Martial University to serve as the chief judge. Other schools can only envy. He felt proud in his heart, yet maintained a humble demeanor. The group surrounded Chen Yuan as they walked towards the podium. On the podium, several figures had been waiting for a long time. The leader was Lin Xiao, who immediately stood up and bowed respectfully upon seeing Chen Yuan's arrival. Master Chen. Several vice judges also stood up. We have met Master Chen. Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need for formalities, everyone. He walked to the chief judge's position and sat down with Fang Wenshan and Lin Xiao, taking their seats on his left and right. The other vice judges also took their seats. Chen Tianling and the other 11 stood respectfully behind Chen Yuan, lined up like statues. Their imposing aura was overwhelming. Several vice judges exchanged glances, silently amazed. Master Chen's presence was indeed extraordinary. Fang Wenshan leaned in and whispered, Master Chen, the competition starts in a quarter of an hour. Please have some tea and take a break. Chen Yuan nodded. He picked up the teacup prepared in front of him and took a sip. His gaze swept across the entire venue. In the audience, it was a sea of people with no empty seats. It could accommodate at least 50,000 people. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on the podium, gazing at the young figure of Chen Yuan. His expression remained calm. Yet in his heart, he was secretly muttering. In novels from his past life, the most iconic scenes often occurred in popular places. Surely, he could unlock a hidden achievement here. He swept his divine sense across the venue, quickly capturing a familiar aura. Lin Mingyao. She was standing among the competing team from Luodu Martial University, dressed in a light blue martial arts outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her eyes filled with anticipation. A slight smile crept onto Chen Yuan's lips. This girl looks in good spirits. A quarter of an hour later, the sounds above the outdoor venue began to close. A host in formal attire stepped onto the stage, his voice booming. Guests and viewers, good morning. Welcome to the 72nd Martial Arts Academy League of the Daxia Kingdom. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The host continued, since the resurgence of spiritual energy martial arts in our Daxia Kingdom have flourished. Over the past 72 years, the Martial School League has witnessed the rise of countless talents and the passing down of generations in Daxia martial arts. This year's league is different from previous years. He suddenly raised his voice. We are honored to have invited the National Saint of Daxiao, the only peak martial saint of the Blue Star, Master Chen Yuan, to serve as the chief judge for this league. The spotlight instantly shone on Chen Yuan. The host's voice was passionate. Master Chen Yuan, at the young age of 20, has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He is the guardian of our Daxiao and a model for all martial artists. 300 adjectives omitted here. Finally, let us welcome Master Chen Yuan with the warmest applause. Boom. The crowd erupted. Applause thundered, cheers shook the sky. Countless people stood up, wildly applauding. The applause lasted a full minute. No one dared to withhold their applause, as while Master Chen might not notice who clapped, he would certainly know who did not. Chen Yuan sat on the podium, momentarily unsure of what to say. Why does it feel like a general playing a single-player game? He glanced at Fang Wenshan, who was clapping the loudest beside him. Fang Wenshan's face was filled with smiles, clearly saying, Master Chen, surprised. Do you like it? Chen Yuan shook his head. This old Fang really went to great lengths. But to be honest, this feeling is quite enjoyable. He stood up and slightly nodded to the crowd, causing the applause to grow even more fervent. Chen Tianling, standing behind Chen Yuan, couldn't help but smile. The boss' presence is indeed impressive. As the applause gradually subsided, the host continued, next I announce The 72nd Martial Arts Academy League of the Daxia Kingdom officially begins. First up is the individual pre-selection from the first grade. Each match will have opponents randomly matched by the system, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. The big screen flickered, names rolling quickly. Soon the first group of opponents appeared. Yangzhou Martial University Luo Feng first year versus Jiangzhou Martial University Li Yao first year. Two young figures leaped out from their respective schools' teams onto the arena. Chen Yuan glanced at them. Both were first-year freshmen, their cultivation at the peak of Grand Martial Masters. That was quite commendable for their age. But that was about it. The match began. The two exchanged blows for 3 minutes. In the end, Luo Feng from Yangzhou Martial University won by a narrow margin, and the audience erupted in polite applause. Chen Yuan remained expressionless. Too weak. Really too weak. Such a level of battle in his eyes was no different from children playing house. The second match. The third match. The fourth match. A whole morning quickly passed. Chen Yuan sat on the podium from initially being intrigued to later being expressionless and finally feeling drowsy. He finally understood what it meant by the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He had thought the Martial School League would gather national geniuses and surely have some highlights. But what was the result? Most of the competitors were from lower-ranked schools, the contestants' strengths varied, and the battle processes were unremarkable. Not to mention surprises, they didn't even make a splash. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair silently complaining. A group of Grand Martial Master-level kids seemed no different from chicks pecking at each other in his eyes. He just wanted the league to end quickly, hoping to see if he could unlock a hidden achievement. But the question was, how many days was the league supposed to last? He looked at Fang Wenshan beside him. Principal Fang, how many days is the league in total? Fang Wenshan quickly replied, Master, it lasts for 7 days in total. The first 2 days are for the individual pre-selection from the first grade to the fourth grade to determine the top 32. Then there are 2 days of elimination rounds to determine the top 8. Next are 2 days of semifinals and finals, with the last day being the team competition. After hearing this, Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. 7 days. He had to sit through 7 days of this chick-pecking competition. Alright, he would endure it. For the hidden achievement, he would bear with it. He sighed in his heart and looked back at the arena. 2 first-year freshmen were fiercely battling, each move precise. But in Chen Yuan's eyes they were full of flaws. He yawned in boredom. Lin Ziyao beside him noticed and quietly asked, Master Chen, do you find it too boring? Chen Yuan nodded. A bit. Lin Ziyao chuckled. This is just the beginning, the matches ahead will get more exciting. By the time we reach the third and fourth grades, there will be more to see. Chen Yuan merely replied with an and said no more. His gaze swept across the entire venue. In the audience it remained a sea of people with enthusiasm undiminished. Among the competing teams from various schools, some were nervous, some were eager, and some were ready to take action. Lin Mingyao stood in the crowd looking up toward the podium. When their eyes met, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Chen Yuan smiled. This girl is quite cute. Forget it, he would consider this as coming to watch her compete. He withdrew his gaze and continued to endure. The competition continued below while Chen Yuan maintained a blank expression on stage. Yet in his heart there was only one thought. Hidden achievement. You must come to me. Time slowly passed in the dull competition. The first-year individual battles ended and the second-year individual battles began. But for Chen Yuan there was no difference. The battles on stage remained fierce, the contestants worked hard, yet in his eyes it was still akin to chicks pecking at each other. The only difference was that due to his presence, all the students who took the stage put in extra effort. Even a few words of guidance would suffice. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan remained expressionless. These so-called geniuses were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Even a few words of guidance would suffice. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan remained expressionless. These so-called geniuses were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, listlessly watching the matchups displayed on the big screen. Suddenly a name caught his eye. Second-year group, Luo City Martial University, Lin Mingyao versus Magic City Martial University, Zhao Jingming. Chen Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. It was finally the turn of this girl. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the arena. On the stage, Lin Mingyao, dressed in a light blue martial arts uniform with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, stood quietly holding a long sword. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the arena. On the stage, Lin Mingyao, dressed in a light blue martial arts uniform with her long hair tied in a high, ranked third in the second year. His strength was impressive. Lin Mingyao, I heard you were personally guided by Master Chen for half a month. Zhao Jingming grinned. I want to see just how formidable the results of Master Chen's guidance are. Lin Mingyao did not respond. She took a deep breath, her gaze passing over Zhao Jingming, looking towards the familiar figure at the judge's table. Teacher Chen was watching her. That was enough. Begin. With the referee's command, Zhao Jingming struck instantly. His long knife slashed towards Lin Mingyao's face, swift and fierce. Many spectators gasped. However, Lin Mingyao merely tilted her body slightly. The blade grazed her clothing without touching even a strand of hair. What? Zhao Jingming's pupils constricted. His strike was clearly aimed at a vital point. How could it be avoided? Moreover, the opponent dodged so effortlessly as if she had known exactly where he would strike. Come again. He gritted his teeth and swung the long knife again. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The blade light surged like a tide. Yet Lin Mingyao's figure moved effortlessly like a fish in water, weaving through the blade light. The audience watched in astonishment. What kind of movement technique is this? So ethereal. Zhao Jingming couldn't even touch the corner of her clothing. At the judges' table, Chen Yuan's lips curled slightly. This girl had learned well. What he taught her was not techniques, but intent. The sword moves with intent, and the body flows with intent. He aimed to make the body an extension of the consciousness, allowing actions to become instinctive responses. Clearly she had achieved that. On the stage, Zhao Jingming grew increasingly frantic and anxious. He exerted all his strength, yet couldn't even touch the corner of her clothing. All right. In the next moment, she drew her sword. 1 strike. A simple strike. No flashy. All right. In the next moment, she drew her sword. 1 strike. A simple strike. No flashy moves or unnecessary actions. But this strike was as swift as lightning. Zhao Jingming didn't even have time to react before he felt a chill at his throat. A long sword was already pressed against his windpipe, the tip just a millimeter from his skin. Zhao Jingming froze, and the entire audience went silent. 1 move. Just 1 move. Instant kill. Lin Mingyao sheathed her sword and nodded slightly at Zhao Jingming. Thank you for the lesson. Then she turned and walked off the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Mingyao, Lin Mingyao, Lin Mingyao. Countless people stood up clapping wildly. So strong. Truly so strong. They were all second-year students, all geniuses. How could the gap be so vast? At the judges' table, Fang Wenshan was so excited that his face turned red. Master Chen, did you see that? Mingyao won. 1 move. Just 1 move. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Master Chen's proper guidance. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his lips. Although the battles remained dull, this girl had indeed not embarrassed him. He raised his hand and lightly applauded. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked towards the figure clapping at the judges' table. Master Chen was applauding. He personally applauded for Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao stood below the stage, a surge of indescribable joy welling up in her heart. Teacher Chen was satisfied. In the following days, the competition continued. First year, second year, third year, fourth year. Individual battles, elimination rounds, semifinals, finals. Chen Yuan still sat at the judges' table, expressionless, watching one battle after another. But he watched every match of Lin Mingyao's intently, and she did not disappoint him. She cut through opponents like a hot knife through butter. In the finals, she crushed her opponent with absolute dominance, claiming the championship for the second year. When the referee announced the result, the entire venue erupted. Lin Mingyao, champion. Luo City Martial University, champion. Lin Mingyao stood on the stage looking up at the judges' table, her eyes filled with excitement. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, a smile on his lips. 2 more days passed. Team competition. The second-year team from Luo City Martial University, led by Lin Mingyao, surged forward. In the semifinals, they defeated Shangjing Martial University. In the finals, they faced Magic City Martial University. This battle was much more intense than the individual matches. After all, it was 10 against 10. But Lin Mingyao's performance was still eye-catching. She was not just the captain, but the core. In every battle, she led from the front, commanding with poise, advancing and retreating with precision. Her teammates coordinated seamlessly, pushing back the equally matched Magic City Martial University. In the end, Luo City Martial University claimed the team championship with a score of 7-3. We won. We won again. Double champion. Lin Mingyao is a double champion. The audience erupted once more. Lin Mingyao stood among her teammates, her face beaming with joy. She looked up at the judges' table again. Chen Yuan was still watching her. As all the competitions concluded, the closing ceremony began on the last afternoon. The host stepped onto the stage, his voice passionate. After 7 days of intense competition, the 72nd Martial Arts Academy League of the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully concluded. Next, we invite the chief referee of this league, Master Chen Yuan, to present awards to the winning contestants. The audience erupted in warm applause again. Chen Yuan stood up and walked onto the stage. Behind him, Chun Tianling and others carried trays containing the rewards from this league. There were spirit crystals, pills, techniques, and weapons. Each was a fine item specially supplied by the Dragon Martial Department. Chen Yuan picked up the first medal, looking at the champion in front of him. It was a third-year male student who was trembling with excitement at that moment. Master Chen, he stammered. Chen Yuan nodded, hung the medal around his neck, and handed him a spatial ring containing cultivation resources. Well done, keep it up. The boy's eyes shone with admiration. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. He was overjoyed. Master Chen praised him. Master Chen personally awarded him. This scene was seen by countless people, making the contestants behind even more excited. One by one, they stepped in front of Chen Yuan. He awarded them one by one, casually offering a few encouraging words. Not bad. Keep it up. The future is promising. Every contestant who received encouragement was so excited they nearly fainted, while those who did not receive individual encouragement looked on with envy. Finally, it was the turn of the second-year group. Lin Mingyao stepped forward, standing before Chen Yuan. She looked up at this young man who was only a year or two older than her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Chen Yuan hung the medal around her neck, and after handing over the spatial ring, he rarely said an extra word. You performed very well, you didn't embarrass me. Lin Mingyao's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Chen Yuan nodded and turned to continue awarding. But this moment was already witnessed by everyone. Countless people below began to discuss fervently, especially those few outstanding female prodigies who were filled with envy and resentment. Countless people below began to discuss fervently, especially those few outstanding female prodigies who were filled with envy and resentment at this moment. Why? Why does Master Chen only praise her? We're not bad either. Our figures are better than hers and our talents are no lower. Why doesn't Master Chen even glance at us? Unfortunately, they could only think this in their hearts. No one dared to speak it out loud. After the awards, Chen Yuan returned to the judges' table, preparing to announce the closing. Suddenly, a long-lost mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host was present throughout the 72nd Martial Arts League and successfully fulfilled the duties of chief referee, triggering hidden achievement, presiding over the event. Awarded additional reward, Premium Spirit Vein 1. Description: the Premium Spirit Vein contains massive amounts of pure spiritual energy and can be buried underground to continuously nourish the surrounding land. Once buried, the spiritual energy concentration within 100 miles increases 3 to 5 times and cultivation speed is greatly enhanced. The spirit vein can be placed or retrieved at the host's will, and it will never deplete. Does the host wish to claim it immediately? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. It came. Indeed it came. He was overjoyed but maintained a calm facade. Claim. With a thought, an invisible spirit vein appeared instantly in the infinite storage space. It was a river that was entirely crystalline, formed entirely from the purest spiritual energy, flowing quietly within the infinite storage space. Chen Yuan could feel the terrifying amount of spiritual energy contained within. Premium Spirit Vein. He felt a surge of excitement within. The spirit vein buried beneath Longyuan Mountain was only of high quality and had already increased the spiritual energy concentration of the entire mountain 3 times higher than the outside world. Now he held a Premium 1. Once buried, the spiritual energy concentration would increase 4 to 6 times within 100 miles. How much would the cultivation speed increase in conjunction with the gathering spirit orb at his waist? Although he couldn't use it now, it would definitely be of great use after he broke through. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. It was not the time to study it. He would think about it when he returned. He looked down at the crowd. It was still a sea of people. Applause thundered. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Where would be the best place to bury this premium spirit vein? Longyuan Mountain. Or somewhere else. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to set aside this thought for now. No rush. He would ponder it slowly when he returned. As the award ceremony concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Xiao brought Lin Mingyao before Chen Yuan, respectfully clasping his fists. Lin Mingyao stood behind her great-grandfather, her eyes secretly glancing at Chen Yuan, filled with reluctance. Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze resting on Lin Mingyao. He had observed the girl's performance, which indeed did not embarrass him. Lin Mingyao, he suddenly spoke. Here. Chen Yuan, who was in a good mood after acquiring an exceptional spirit vein, said, You performed well this time. If you encounter any bottlenecks in your cultivation or have any questions, feel free to come to my residence anytime. Lin Mingyao was stunned. Anytime. She could go find Teacher Chen. Her mind went blank, and then a wave of ecstatic joy surged within her. This made her even happier than winning double championships. Thank you, Teacher Chen. She quickly bowed. Lin Xiao watched with delight from the side, feeling overjoyed. Although he had always hoped his great-granddaughter could develop a relationship with Chen Yuan, he knew such things were hard to come by. However, if she could become the first disciple under Chen Yuan, that would be a tremendous blessing. He promptly pulled Lin Mingyao aside to express his gratitude again, and then tactfully took his leave. As soon as they left, Fong Wenshan approached with a beaming smile. Master Chen, thank you for your hard work over the past 7 days. I've prepared a modest banquet at the academy, and would like to invite you to grace us with your presence. Chen Yuan waved his hand. No, I have matters to attend to. Fang Wenshan was not disappointed and quickly nodded. All right, you focus on your affairs. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Chen Yuan nodded to summon Yuing. Yuing instantly expanded, carrying Chen Yuan and his companions into the air. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the clouds. Fang Wenshan stood there watching the vanishing figure, filled with emotions. At Longyuan Mountain Sacred Master's residence, Yuing slowly descended before the residence. Chen Yuan dismounted, and Yuing quickly shrank, becoming the size of a palm, and perched on his shoulder. Chen Tianling and others followed closely behind. Chen Yuan did not rush to enter the residence, but stood at the entrance, probing into the storage space with his divine sense. The exceptional spirit vein was quietly suspended in the space. It was crystal clear, resembling a flowing galaxy, emanating a heart-stirring wave of spiritual energy. Good stuff, Chen Yuan praised inwardly. He pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. It would be buried beneath the residence. Longyuan Mountain already had a superior spirit vein, making the spiritual energy concentration 3 times higher than the outside world. If this exceptional spirit vein were buried as well, the effect would be explosive. Without further ado, Chen Yuan moved his divine sense, instantly covering the entire residence. Zhao Wenyu, bring everyone out. Zhao Wenyu, busy inside the residence, was startled by the voice in his mind, then quickly summoned all the servants. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone out. The master has commanded. A group of people hurriedly ran out of the residence, standing at the door with puzzled expressions. Zhao Wenyu quickly walked to Chen Yuan and respectfully bowed. Master, everyone is out. What are your instructions? Chen Yuan nodded. You'll know in a moment. Zhao Wenyu was even more puzzled. But the next moment his eyes widened in disbelief as Chen Yuan raised his hand to grasp the air. Boom. The entire Sacred Master's residence, a vast architectural complex covering hundreds of acres, slowly lifted off the ground. Pavilions, main halls, side halls, artificial lakes, and cultivation towers. All were raised by an invisible force floating in midair. Zhao Wenyu and the servants were left trembling at the sight. This. They gaped, unable to speak. It was too shocking. The hundreds of acres of residence were just lifted like that. Moreover, what was even more miraculous was that those buildings were stable, not swaying at all. Even the water in the artificial lake did not spill a single drop. Chen Yuan remained calm. His control over power had long been meticulous. To lift a residence was merely a trivial matter for him. The residence ascended, revealing the foundation and soil below. With a thought, the exceptional spirit vein flew out from the storage space. Boom. A brilliant light fell deep into the foundation, merging with the earth. The next moment, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, the richness beyond description. Zhao Wenyu felt as though with one breath every pore in his body opened wide. The servants behind him directly collapsed to the ground, dizzy from the sudden surge of rich spiritual energy. Chen Yuan nodded, quite satisfied. He raised his hand to press down, and the floating residence slowly descended. Boom. The entire residence landed back in place, fitting perfectly, as if it had never moved. As everything settled, the spiritual energy concentration at Longyuan Mountain began to change dramatically. The spiritual energy, already 3 times denser than the outside world, was now skyrocketing. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Especially in the location of the Sacred Master's residence, the spiritual energy seemed almost tangible. Taking a deep breath, he could feel his cultivation slowly increasing. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the residence, feeling the changes around him with a content expression on his face. Now this feels proper, he murmured. Zhao Wenyu and the servants were in utter shock. That scene had been nothing short of miraculous. Zhao Wenyu stuttered, "And Master, did you just bury a spirit vein under the residence?" Chen Yuan nodded. Yes. Zhao Wenyu swallowed hard. May I ask, Master, what grade of spirit vein was that? Chen Yuan glanced at him and calmly said, Exceptional. Exceptional. Zhao Wenyu felt his mind go blank. An exceptional spirit vein. Originally, there was only one superior spirit vein at Longyuan Mountain, making it the top residential area in Daxia. Now the master buried an exceptional spirit vein beneath the residence. How grand an undertaking could that be? He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. And Master, what should we do now? Chen Yuan waved his hand. It's fine, everyone go inside. Zhao Wenyu quickly nodded and led the bewildered servants inside the residence. With each step they took, they could feel the surrounding spiritual energy nourishing their bodies. This feeling was simply like a dream. Just as Zhao Wenyu and the others entered the residence, a sudden rush of breaking air sounds came from afar. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking in the direction of the sound. He saw a team of elite warriors swiftly rushing from the outskirts of Longyuan Mountain. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and imposing, exuding a heavy aura, clearly a mid-level martial sovereign. Behind him were 10 warriors, all peak martial emperors moving in sync, well trained. They quickly arrived at the door of the sacred master's residence. The middle-aged man stopped upon seeing Chen Yuan, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. "I am Zhao Cheng, the director of the Longyuan Mountain Defense Office, greeting Master Chen." The 10 warriors behind him also bowed in unison. Chen Yuan nodded. "Director Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Cheng quickly replied. "Reporting to Master Chen, I was patrolling nearby when I suddenly sensed a violent energy fluctuation here, thinking the residence was under attack, so I rushed over with my men to check." He secretly felt lucky. Thankfully, Master Chen was unharmed. If Master Chen's residence had truly been attacked, he, as the director of the defense office, wouldn't just lose his position, he would be lucky if he wasn't held accountable. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. "It's nothing, just buried a spirit vein beneath the residence." Zhao Cheng was taken aback. Buried a spirit vein. Upon realizing it wasn't an attack on Chen Yuan's residence, he instinctively nodded. "Oh, so it was just burying a spirit vein." Suddenly, he froze mid-sentence. "Wait, a spirit vein? What grade of spirit vein could cause such a massive energy fluctuation?" And, feeling the surrounding rich spiritual energy, his pupils constricted. The concentration of spiritual energy had at least doubled from before. No, not just double. Moreover, the closer one got to Chen Yuan's residence, the denser the spiritual energy became. As a mid-level martial sovereign, he was highly sensitive to spiritual energy. This was definitely not the effect an ordinary spirit vein could achieve. "Master Chen, may I ask what grade spirit vein you buried?" Zhao Cheng asked the same question as Zhao Wenyu. Chen Yuan glanced at him, still wearing a calm expression. "Exceptional, Zhao Cheng." The 10 warriors behind him. The entire scene fell silent. An exceptional spirit vein, the one rumored to turn a land into a sacred cultivation ground, just like that, was buried beneath Master Chen's residence. Zhao Cheng felt his mind go blank. He had managed the Longyuan Mountain defense for many years and was well aware of the spirit veins here. Originally, there was one superior spirit vein at Longyuan Mountain, which made it the top residential area in Daxiao, where countless nobles sought to live. Now, with Master Chen burying an exceptional spirit vein, what level of spiritual energy concentration would that reach? He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. I've understood. Since Master Chen is fine, I shall take my leave now." Chen Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Cheng quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. It's my duty." After bowing again with his subordinates, he turned to leave. As he walked away, he could still hear the whispers of the warriors behind him. Exceptional spirit vein. No wonder the spiritual energy here surged suddenly. Now it makes sense. I've seen something extraordinary today. Zhao Cheng left in silence, but his heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. An exceptional This matter should be reported to the Longwu division. Inside the demon-sealing fortress of the western region, Zhou Qing received an official report from the Longyuan Mountain Defense Bureau. Director Chen has embedded a supreme-grade spirit vein beneath his residence. Zhou Qing paused after reading the message, stunned. A supreme-grade spirit vein. He took a deep breath and reread the report carefully. The more he read, the more his heart raced. Spiritual energy density increased sixfold beyond ambient levels. The entire Longyuan mountain range now radiates with its resonance. Personally installed by Director Chen. Zhou Qing set the report aside, speechless. A supreme-grade Across the entire blue planet, only one known supreme-grade spirit vein existed, within the territory of America. Their discovery was sheer fortune, an unoccupied celestial rift realm wherein this rare vein lay buried. Thanks to that single vein, America had cultivated numerous formidable cultivators over the years. Even before Chen Yuan's formal emergence, it had quietly eclipsed all other nations in martial supremacy. And what of Daxia? Its strongest known spirit vein ranked merely as upper grade. Yet now, Chen Yuan himself possessed a supreme-grade spirit vein. Granted, it belonged to him personally, not to the Longwu Bureau, but was he not also its honorary director? Wasn't what was his effectively theirs? Well, perhaps not quite. Zhou Qing chuckled wryly and shook his head. Still, having a supreme-grade spirit vein embedded within Longyuan Mountain meant it remained firmly within Daxia's borders. That was infinitely preferable to its falling into foreign hands. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Qing activated his communication ring and sent a reply to the Longyuan Mountain Defense Bureau, acknowledged. No interference with Director Chen's affairs is required. Merely fulfill your duties diligently. In the days that followed, Chen Yuan resumed his tranquil lifestyle, waking naturally each morning, then strolling through Lu City's most opulent commercial district, indulging freely with his black gold supreme card. Or he would visit the city's most exclusive massage pavilion, where skilled practitioners infused his body with refined spiritual energy during therapeutic needing. Occasionally, Lin Mingyao would seek his guidance on cultivation matters, and he would offer casual, incisive insights. Life flowed smoothly, serenely. Yet across Daxia, unrest simmered. That afternoon, just after stepping out of a newly opened spirit-infused restaurant, Chen Yuan turned toward home. Suddenly, the Saint Sovereign token at his waist pulsed. He activated it to reveal an intelligence bulletin from the Longwu Bureau. A massive celestial rift has manifested in the East Sea. Initial readings indicate early-stage 9th-rank heterospices emanating from within. Heterospices forces have already engaged the naval fleet. Senior Elder Lin Xiao has deployed to oversee operations. The battle is fierce. Chen Yuan arched a brow. Trouble in the East Sea. He scarcely gave it a second thought. Early-stage 9th rank. No trivial matter, yet Lin Xiao, though recently ascended, was a bona fide martial saint. With the Longwu Bureau's naval might, the situation should be well contained. He stowed the Saint Sovereign token and continued flying toward Longyuan Mountain. Upon returning to his residence, dusk descended. After dinner and a brief play session with Chen Yuan retired for rest. At midnight, precisely 0 hour, he snapped awake, eyes alight with exhilaration. Not because his monthly stipend had arrived, but because his monthly sign encounter had reset. At last, he sat upright in bed, anticipation blazing in his gaze. Silently he intoned, "System, sign in." Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, Sovereign Host. You have received the following rewards: perfect mastery of the Saint-level Supreme Martial Art 9 Netherworld Clone Technique, 1 Saint-level Supreme Soul Refining Pill, 1 Saint-level Supreme Spirit Fruit, the 9 Tribulation Thunder Fruit. 9 Netherworld Clone Technique. Upon activation, up to 9 autonomous clones may manifest, each possessing 70% of the host's combat capacity and capable of sustained independent engagement. Soul Refining Pill ingestion significantly fortifies soul strength and enhances spiritual 9 Tribulation Thunderfruit consumption triggers 9 successive tribulation lightning strikes to temper the physical body, dramatically augmenting corporeal resilience. Uses strictly caution for cultivators below early-stage martial saint. Mortality risk is extreme. Shall the Sovereign Host claim these rewards immediately? Chen Yuan's eyes widened, then erupted into unrestrained elation. Damn! 3 exceptional treasures, again. The 9 Netherworld Clone Technique could generate 9 near-perfect replicas, each wielding 3 times less power than himself. Henceforth, enemies confronting a single Chen Yuan would despair, facing 10 would shatter their will entirely. His gaze shifted next to the Soul Refining Pill. The enhancement of soul strength, though imperceptible in daily life, proved vital in crisis. Certain heterospices wielded abilities that bypassed physical defenses, entirely striking the soul directly. Victims bore no external wounds, yet their souls dissolved utterly. Conventional healing arts proved wholly ineffectual. Thus, spirit herbs and cultivation methods capable of reinforcing soul integrity commanded extraordinary value across the blue planet. As for the 9 Tribulation Thunderfruit, though perilous, its benefits vastly outweighed its risks for him. Claim them, all of them. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan affirmed. A thunderous surge flooded his consciousness. Every principle, method, and nuance of the 9 Netherworld Clone Technique imprinted instantly upon his very soul. He closed his eyes, absorbing the revelation in silent contemplation. Moments later he opened them, sharp light flickering across his irises. An extraordinary art. He focused his intent. A soft hum resonated, and 9 identical figures materialized beside him, each mirroring his presence aura and wielding 70% of his full might. Yet his own combat capacity remained utterly unaffected. Chen Yuan nodded, satisfied. Return. Instantly the 9 clones dissolved into shimmering motes. He stretched his limbs. Everything felt perfectly aligned. Efficient expenditure. Sustainable in prolonged combat. Having mastered the technique, he turned his attention inward, to his spatial storage. There rested 2 objects, a golden pill radiant with gentle luminescence, and a fruit wreathed in violet lightning. Soul Refining Pill and 9 Tribulation Thunderfruit. Which to consume first? After brief deliberation, he chose the Soul Refining Pill. Strengthening the soul was foundational, prudent, and secure. In a flash he appeared atop the 9th tier of the cultivation pagoda. Seating himself in lotus posture, he retrieved the pill. Roughly the size of a dragon-eye fruit, it glowed with a warm golden radiance, and when held emitted a soothing, soul-nourishing energy. He placed it upon his tongue. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle, warming current that flowed through his meridians, converging finally upon the deepest recesses of his mind. Boom! A profound resonance reverberated within his skull, and he slipped effortlessly into a sublime, transcendent state. The world sharpened into crystalline clarity. Every dust mote traced its precise arc, every filament of spiritual energy spiraled with visible grace. Even the patrol guards' breaths and heartbeats echoed distinctly across Longyuan Mountain. Time ebbed silently. Chen Yuan immersed himself wholly in the metamorphosis of his soul. unaware, unbothered, untouched by the passage of the outer world. 3 days later, torrential rain lashed the land outside the cultivation pagoda. The sky churned with bruised clouds, thunder rolled ceaselessly, and jagged lightning rent the heavens, illuminating Longyuan Mountain in stark electric brilliance. Within the 9th tier, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, brilliance flashing once, then receding into calm depth. He rose and stretched his frame. My soul strength has at least doubled, he murmured, awash in exhilaration. This sensation was unparalleled. His prior sensory radius, hundreds of kilometers, now extended effortlessly beyond 1,000. His command over energy grew exquisitely precise, his comprehension of martial principles profoundly deeper. Satisfied, he nodded, then turned his gaze once more toward his spatial storage. Toward the second treasure, the 9 tribulation thunderfruit, its violet lightning coiling serenely within the void. Chen Yuan paused, then strode to the pagoda's window, gazing outward at the storm-racked sky. Lightning cracked, a wind howled, rain drummed like war drums. The atmosphere suits perfectly. He smiled faintly. Consuming the 9 tribulation thunderfruit would summon 9 tribulation lightning strikes, each exponentially stronger than the last. The final bolt could threaten even a martial saint's life. To ingest it within his residence would surely reduce his estate to rubble. In a blink, he vanished from the Longyuan Mountain's rear slopes, a desolate, uninhabited expanse some 10 li from the saint's sovereign residence. Chen Yuan stood atop a small hillock face uplifted toward the tempestuous heavens. Rain fell in relentless sheets, lightning fractured the sky. He summoned the 9 tribulation thunderfruit. It filled his palm fist-sized, and deep violet, its surface alive with writhing filaments of lightning. Its pulse thrummed violently in his grip, a wild, untamable force humming with raw primordial. Chen Yuan stood atop a small hill holding the 9 calamity thunderfruit, feeling the violent thunderous power, within it a slight smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 9 calamity thunderfruit in one gulp. Boom. At the moment the fruit entered his mouth, a terrifying energy erupted explosively. The energy was wildly chaotic, like a runaway wild horse rampaging within his body. Immediately after, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that something had locked onto him. That feeling was akin to being targeted by a natural enemy with no escape. Looking up, the originally overcast sky was now churning violently. Lightning danced through the clouds, growing denser and more ferocious. Strikes of lightning tore through the heavens, illuminating the entire Longyuan Mountain. At the center of the thickest dark clouds, a purple light was gathering. That was the calamity thunder. The first calamity thunder was taking shape. Chen Yuan could clearly feel that the power of this calamity thunder was at least 10 times stronger than ordinary lightning. Moreover, due to today's heavy rain, the thunderous power received a natural amplification. Interesting, he muttered. Yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. The effect of the 9 calamity thunder fruit was to temper the body with calamity thunder, so he could only endure it without any means of resistance. If he resisted, the body-tempering energy of the calamity thunder would not be absorbed and the effect would be wasted. Chen Yuan understood this. With a thought, his silver attire, transformed from the celestial garment, instantly changed. The attire shrank rapidly, transforming into a pair of shorts. Yes, just a pair of shorts. The silver shorts barely covered the crucial parts. What remained was a well-proportioned and muscular physique with smooth lines, not exaggerated, but full of strength. Six-pack abs of line latissimus dorsi. The only flaw was that it was too perfect. Chen Yuan moved his shoulders, feeling the cool raindrops hitting his body. This will do. He leaped into the air, instantly suspended, gazing at the purple lightning gathering above. Come on, don't stall. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous boom. The first calamity thunder crashed down. That bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm, entirely purple, carrying an earth-shattering might, striking Chen Yuan fiercely. The entire Longyuan Mountain was illuminated by this bolt of lightning. In the distance within the sacred lord's manor, Zhao Wenyuan was watching the rain with several servants under the corridor when he suddenly saw a flash of purple light in the direction of the back mountain, followed by a deafening thunder. What the hell? A young servant was so frightened he sat down on the ground. What kind of thunder is this? Why is it purple? Zhao Wenyuan was startled as well, but quickly regained his composure. Don't panic. It might be the master cultivating. He said this, but in his heart he was also worried. This commotion was too great, wasn't it? In the air above the back mountain, as the first calamity thunder struck, Chen Yuan's body shimmered with lightning. But in the next second, a look of comfort appeared on his face. That feels good. It really felt good. The calamity thunder striking him was indeed a bit painful, but more so it felt numb and tingling. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the energy contained within the calamity thunder was being absorbed by his flesh, tempering every inch of muscle and every bone. The effect was immediate. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He looked up at the sky, where the second calamity thunder was already taking shape. Boom. The second struck down thicker than the first with even greater power. Chen Yuan remained unmoved, enduring it heat in. Continue. Boom. The third one. Boom. The fourth one. Boom. The fifth one. Each one was stronger than the last, more ferocious than the last. By the time the sixth one came down, that calamity thunder was already as thick as an adult's arm, and as it struck, the entire Longyuan mountain trembled. But Chen Yuan still hovered in the air, unwavering. Only his skin began to slightly redden. In the Longyuan Mountain Defense Department, in the monitoring room, Zhou Cheng was sitting in a chair drinking tea when suddenly alarms blared. Warning. Intense energy fluctuations detected. Source Longyuan Mountain back mountain area. Energy level rising. Exceeded martial sovereign level. Still rising. Zhou Cheng's expression changed, and he stood up instantly. What's going on? He quickly walked to the monitoring station, pulling up real-time footage from the back mountain. In the next second, he was stunned. The screen showed torrential rain and flashes of lightning. Amidst the rain and lightning, a figure with a bare upper body was hovering in midair. Strikes of purple thunder were landing on him furiously, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Is this Chen Siju? Zhou Cheng's eyes. The nearby warriors also gathered around, and upon seeing the footage, they all expressed surprise. What is Chen Siju doing? Being struck by lightning. Still enjoying it. No, look, that lightning is purple. It's not ordinary lightning. A young warrior watching this scene suddenly had a thought flash through his mind. Director Chen Siju can't possibly be crossing the tribulation, right? He said excitedly. Is it possible that Chen Siju is about to break through beyond Martial Saint and ascend? What? Zhou Cheng felt a headache coming on and slapped him on the back of the head. What tribulation? What ascension? Stop reading those ridiculous cultivation novels. But it really looks like it. The young warrior covered the back of his head, feeling aggrieved. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to respond, continuing to stare at the footage. As he watched, he suddenly frowned. This scene seemed a bit familiar. He quickly searched his mind. Suddenly, a few years ago, he had seen a confidential report. A peak martial sovereign from the United States had somehow obtained a rare treasure, which triggered a thunder tribulation upon consumption. As a result, when the fifth bolt of lightning struck, that guy was instantly turned to charcoal, and his defensive armor was shattered. He died without a doubt. The monitoring footage from that time was almost identical to this scene. The only difference was that the guy from the United States died at the fifth bolt, and Chen Siju was already enduring the sixth one. Moreover, it seemed he was completely fine. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath. He turned to the young warrior with a serious expression and said, Xiao Zhang, I often tell you to read more, but you prefer to feed pigs. Chen Siju is obviously consuming some extremely rare treasure and is currently attracting lightning to temper his body. Judging by his condition, he should be fine. The young warrior replied. Director, I haven't fed pigs. Zhou Cheng waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Notify the brothers to maintain order and prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching the back mountain. If anyone asks, just say Chen Siju is cultivating. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Understood? In the air above the back mountain, the seventh bolt of lightning fell. Chen Yuan trembled, and his skin began to show signs of charring. But he still wore a smile. Refreshing. The eighth bolt fell. Boom. This bolt was already as thick as a bowl. Striking Chen Yuan, it directly sent him plummeting down for over 10 meters. But he quickly stabilized himself and soared back into the air. His charred skin became even darker, and his hair started to smoke. But his breath remained steady. Just one more to go. Chen Yuan looked up at the sky. At this moment, the dark clouds were churning wildly, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, purple lightning was gathering its brilliance, illuminating the entire sky. The ninth calamity thunder. The energy contained in this bolt far exceeded the sum of the previous 8. Even from such a distance, one could feel the earth-shattering pressure. In the monitoring room, Zhou Cheng watched the screen, his palms sweating. The ninth one. Can Chen Siju withstand it? The nearby warriors were also extremely tense. This power is too terrifying. Is there something wrong with Chen Siju? Should we contact the medical department to prepare a stretcher? Zhou Cheng shot them a glare. Shut up and watch. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous roar. The ninth calamity thunder crashed down, the lightning as thick as a barrel. It was entirely purple, carrying an earth-shattering might, striking Chen Yuan fiercely. Boom. The entire Longyuan mountain trembled violently. Within the sacred lord's manor, several servants were directly knocked to the ground. In the monitoring room, the screen shook violently, almost losing signal. And the most terrifying part was that after this bolt of lightning struck, it did not dissipate immediately, but continued to strike relentlessly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It lasted for a full minute. Within that minute, the purple lightning rained down upon Chen Yuan like heavenly punishment. Zhou Cheng watched the screen, his heart in his throat. Chen Siju, please don't get into trouble. He regretted not contacting the medical department in advance. With a lightning strike of this level, if it were him, he would have been turned to ashes. Even if Chen Siju was at the peak of martial saint, what if? 1 minute later, the lightning gradually dissipated, and the footage of figures still hovered in the air. However, that appearance was charred black with not a single intact piece of flesh from head to toe. His hair, standing on end, exploded into a big ball. His face was as black as coal with only a pair of bright eyes remaining. And a large set of white teeth. Chen Yuan grinned. Those white teeth stood out against his charred face, resembling a bulb in the night. Refreshing. He took a deep breath, feeling the changes within his body. The strength of his physique had at least doubled. Every inch of flesh and every bone had been tempered by the thunder, becoming incredibly resilient. If he unleashed the indestructible golden body and combined it with the defenses of the celestial garment, his defense would reach an extremely abnormal level. With full defenses, even an attack from the peak of martial saint would probably feel no more than a tickle against him. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire body. The charred skin began to peel away, revealing the new skin underneath, and his hair quickly returned to its original smooth state. After a few breaths, the handsome Chen Yuan reappeared in midair, wearing silver shorts, showcasing his perfect muscles and handsome face. Except for a bit of steam still rising from his body, everything else was as usual. In the monitoring room, Zhou Cheng let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Phew. I told you, how could a mere thunder tribulation possibly threaten Chen Siju? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The nearby warriors nodded in agreement. Right, who is Chen Siju? He's the strongest in the Blue Star. A mere thunder tribulation is nothing. I said there was no need to worry. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to listen to their chatter, picking up a communication ring to send a message to Chen Yuan. Chen Siju, are you alright? Do you need to contact the medical department? Almost instantly replied. Chen Yuan's voice came through relaxed. I'm fine, feeling great. By the way, the back mountain has been quite devastated by the strikes. If you have time, send someone to restore it. Zhou Cheng quickly replied, understood. I will arrange it immediately. The communication ended. Zhou Cheng lifted his head to look at the figure on the screen. At this moment, Chen Yuan was surveying his surroundings, and the originally lush back mountain was now in ruins. Trees had been reduced to charcoal, rocks shattered, and the ground bore black cracks. Especially around where he stood, it had directly formed a nearly 100-meter wide black pit. Chen Yuan scratched his head. Seems like it's a bit tragic. He smiled, and with a flash of his figure disappeared from the spot. In the monitoring room, Zhou Cheng stared at Chen Yuan's disappearing figure, unable to help but marvel. Chen Siju really is getting stronger and stronger. He turned to his subordinates. Once the rain stops, send a team with tools to restore the environment in the back mountain. Understood. Chen Yuan returned to his residence after transcending the thunder tribulation. Although his exterior had fully restored, the tingling sensation from being tempered by lightning still coursed through his veins, making him feel utterly relaxed. Zhao Wenyuan hurriedly served hot tea. Sir, the commotion you caused earlier was quite large. Oh, we felt it all the way in the residence. Dragon Abyss Mountain shook all over the side hall of the main palace. Zhao Wenyuan hurriedly served hot tea. Sir, the commotion you caused earlier was quite large. Oh, we felt it all the way in the residence. Dragon Abyss Mountain shook all over. Chen Yuan chuckled. Just stretching my muscles and bones. The torrential rain influenced by the 9th level thunder fruit had already ceased, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed to reveal a corner of the starry sky. Then upon seeing Chen Yuan's return, the shadow on his shoulders suddenly yawned. Boss, what are we having for dinner tonight? Chen Yuan glanced at it. Didn't you just eat? The shadow licked its lips. That was just afternoon tea. Well, I haven't had dinner yet. Chen Yuan shook his head. This creature's stomach was like a bottomless pit. However, having raised it for so long, he had gotten used to it. After all, with his current wealth, he could easily afford to raise a few more shadows. After casually storing the 100,000 spirit crystals that Lin Wei had personally delivered during this time into his infinite storage space, he said, Alright, I'll take you to Lidu City for a meal later. The shadow's eyes lit up. Long live the boss. Meanwhile, in the eastern sea of the Great Xia Kingdom, about 300 kilometers from the coastline, a massive heavenly rift was suspended above the sea surface. The rift had an irregular shape, approximately 100 meters long and several hundred meters wide, its edges shimmering with a strange blue light. A dense aura from another realm continuously surged from the rift, mixing with the mist above the sea, forming a bizarre foggy area. This was the large heavenly rift that had appeared 3 days ago, named Angry Waves Heavenly Rift by the Dragon Martial Division. At this moment, a fierce battle was raging beneath the Angry Waves Heavenly Rift. Countless corpses floated on the sea, some human and others from different races. blood stained large areas of the ocean glimmering with an eerie dark red under the moonlight. The human defense line was established on several islands about 10 kilometers from the Heavenly Rift. These islands were originally deserted, but during the past 3 days the naval engineering team of the Dragon Marshal Division had worked day and night to build temporary fortresses, artillery platforms, and defense formations atop them. The defense line was ablaze with fire. Countless martial artists were engaged in fierce combat, with the alien races surging from the sea. These alien races were referred to as the Sea Clan. They possessed bizarre shapes. Some resembled fishmen, others looked like evolved shrimp or crabs, and some were a hybrid of octopuses and humans. However, the commonality was that they all came from the sea. The physical bodies of the Sea Clan were generally stronger than those of human martial artists, especially in terms of defense. It was difficult for human martial artists to penetrate the scales of the Sea Clan at the same level. Yet humans had formations, firearms, and cooperation. At this moment the artillery on the island was crazily spewing fire tongues, and the large-caliber armor-piercing shells exploded within the Sea Clan army, each shot claiming several Sea Clan lives. The martial artist armies relied on the defensive structures, engaging in close-quarters combat with the Sea Clan that charged forward. The clashing of blades and the shouts of battle thundered in the air. In the most intense area of the battlefield, two figures were colliding wildly. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves, sending massive waves of seawater soaring dozens of meters into the air. One of the figures had disheveled hair and held a blue longsword. Every swing released a sharp sword energy that tore through the sky. It was Lin Ziyao. His opponent was a gigantic 9th-level early Sea Clan. This Sea Clan resembled a giant shrimp walking upright clad in dark red armor, with two massive pincers swinging creating a whistling sound. The current state of this 9th-level Sea Clan was very poor. Its shell was riddled with sword marks, and blue blood continuously seeped from its wounds. One eye had been stabbed blind by sword energy, leaving only a bloody cavity. Its breath was chaotic and it was in a dire state. In contrast, while Lin Ziyao was slightly out of breath, his momentum was thriving, growing more vigorous as the battle progressed. Damn beast. Today is your day of doom. With a loud roar, Lin Ziyao's blue longsword transformed into countless sword shadows enveloping the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan swung its pincers desperately to defend, but the wounds on its body continued to increase. Suddenly it crossed its pincers, emitting a piercing shriek. Buzz! A bizarre force erupted from its body. Lin Ziyao's expression changed, and he swiftly retreated. But that force was too fast, crashing into him in an instant. Oomph! Lin Ziyao grunted, and was knocked back several hundred meters, his blood and chi surging. When he steadied himself and looked again, the Sea Clan was already turning tail, fleeing towards the angry waves' heavenly rift. Human, I will remember this grudge today. The Sea Clan shouted back, while fleeing, its voice filled with venom. Once I recover, I will flatten your great Xia coast, ensuring you all can never find peace. Its body was covered in blood, one eye was blind, and its shell was full of cracks. Its escape was staggered, looking as if it would fall from the air at any moment. It looked utterly wretched. Lin Ziyao watched the figure about to dive back into the heavenly rift, his heart racing. If it escaped back, it would be challenging to kill it again. The interior of the heavenly rift was a realm of the alien races. Some human martial artists who entered would be suppressed. The angry waves' heavenly rift was one of those. Moreover, once it hid deep inside the rift, it would be impossible to find. But a scene suddenly flashed in Lin Ziyao's mind of Chen Yuan in the Netherworld heavenly rift from a few days ago. He had punched the peak 9th-level Netherworld Demon Lord into a cripple, killing it with several shots. There were also Chen Tianling and the others who slaughtered all the alien races inside the heavenly rift. That scene, that momentum. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyao's blood surged. Lin Ziyao was also a martial saint. Why should he only watch Chen Siju and the others achieve merit? This Sea Clan had been heavily wounded, and the battle report from the Dragon Marshal Division clearly stated that only this one 9th-level alien's aura was detected within the angry waves' heavenly rift. Even if there were other stronger beings, they were likely restricted and unable to act. Let's do it. Lin Ziyao gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Trying to escape? No way. He raised his wrist, swiftly issuing orders through the communication ring. I am temporarily transferring command to Deputy Commander Han Wanli. Everyone hold the defense line. I will slay this beast. An urgent voice came from the communication ring. Elder Lin, do not underestimate the enemy and act rashly. Before the words were finished, Lin Ziyao had already turned off the communication. He gripped the blue longsword, his figure flashing as he transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the Sea Clan. Ahead, the wounded Sea Clan noticed the pursuing figure behind it, a strange smile curling at the corners of its mouth. That smile vanished in an instant, and with its bloodied, wretched appearance, no one noticed. It staggered into the heavenly rift. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, plunging in after it. Inside the heavenly rift, it was a grayish world. The sky was an eerie dark blue, and beneath him was boundless sea water. The water was deep black, emitting a faintly rancid odor. Occasionally, enormous skeletons would surface from the depths, the remains of unknown creatures. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, he felt an oppressive aura enveloping him. The alien rules within the heavenly rift indeed suppressed human martial artists. But he was prepared. With the operation of his spiritual power, the sense of oppression immediately lessened significantly. Where did that beast go? Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a wretched figure fleeing across the sea surface ahead. It was the 9th level Sea Clan. It was fleeing slowly, staggering, looking like it would collapse at any moment. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Chase! He dashed out, pursuing the figure. The distance was closing in. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Lin Xiao gripped the longsword tightly, his spiritual powers surging madly. This strike would take its life. Just as he was about to make his move, the fleeing Sea Clan suddenly stopped. It turned around, and the wretched expression on its face had completely vanished, replaced by a strange smile. Its injuries were rapidly healing. The blind eye grew back, the cracks on its shell were disappearing quickly, and its aura was beginning to swell. Its voice was hoarse and piercing. Human, you really followed me in. Your injuries are fake. Your real cultivation is not actually at the 9th level early stage. Lin Xiao's heart raced with alarm, but it was already too late. Outside the heavenly rift, the battle on the island's defense line continued. Deputy Commander Zhou Haishan was commanding the troops to fend off the fierce attacks from the dense Sea Clan forces. Several hours later, the rift suddenly flashed with light. A bloodied figure charged out from within and plummeted straight towards the sea. Elder Lin. Zhou Haishan's pupils constricted. His figure flashed out in an instant, catching the figure midair. Lin Xiao was drenched in blood. His breath was incredibly weak. He had several deep wounds visible to the bone, his left arm twisted at an odd angle, and there was a gaping hole in his chest, blood gushing out. If it hadn't been for the 9th level mid-grade healing pill that Chen Yuan had given him during his previous visit, which kept him alive, he would have likely perished by now. Zhou Haishan felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Lin. Elder Lin. Lin Xiao struggled to open his eyes, his lips moving. Retreat. Back to the second defense line. Quickly. After saying this, his head tilted, and he fainted. Zhou Haishan felt a cold shiver throughout his body. He looked up at the heavenly rift. Inside, a terrifying figure was approaching. All units retreat. Give up the first defense line. Fall back to the second defense line. He shouted with all his might. Just as his words fell, a Sea Clan with a real cultivation level of 9th level midstage stepped out from the rift. It looked down at the panicking and fleeing human army below, a cruel smile curling at its lips. Kill. Boom. More Sea Clan forces surged out like a tide, and the originally stable defense line collapsed in an instant. In the deep of night, Dragon Abyss Mountain, the Holy Lord's residence. Chen Yuan did not plan to sleep tonight, preparing to take the shadow to Lidu City for a stroll and enjoy the nightlife. He suddenly stopped at the entrance of the residence. The Holy Lord's order at his waist vibrated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times. An urgent transmission. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and picked up the Holy Lord's order to check. A light curtain popped up, displaying an urgent battle report sent by the Dragon Martial Division to all elders. Chen Yuan scanned the report, and his brow immediately furrowed. Urgent battle report, Eastern Sea Angry Waves Heavenly Rift combat situation. 13th Elder Lin Xiao underestimated the enemy and advanced recklessly, lured into the interior of the Heavenly Rift by the alien races and ambushed by 9th level aliens. The 13th Elder was heavily injured and escaped. He has now been sent to the rear base for emergency treatment. There is currently no danger to his life, but he is unable to fight again. Due to the 13th Elder's severe injuries, the first defense line has collapsed. Our martial artist army and naval forces have suffered heavy casualties, with preliminary estimates of over 6,000 dead and countless wounded. Current situation: the Sea Clan has occupied the first defense line islands and is advancing towards the second defense line. An urgent dispatch has been sent for the 6th Elder Ning Yutong stationed at the Bibo Heavenly Rift in the Eastern Sea to provide support, expected to arrive within an hour. All elders, please be vigilant. Should you encounter this situation again, do not underestimate the enemy and act rashly. After reading the battle report, Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. The shadow on his shoulder also peeked out to see the content on the light curtain. Its eyes widened. This Elder Lin has been too careless. Chen Yuan momentarily did not know what to say. Underestimating the enemy and advancing recklessly, being lured by alien races, ambushed, heavily injured, and escaping. The defense line collapsed, over 6,000 dead. Those were vibrant lives. Such a thing happened in just a few days. Chen Yuan shook his head, eager for merit indeed. He understood Lin Ziyou's feelings. Just breaking through to Martial Saint was indeed a time of high spirits. Seeing him slaughtering in the netherworld heavenly rift, he too wanted to achieve great merit and showcase his strength, only to be outsmarted by the alien races. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the mansion gazing towards the east sea. The dark clouds in the night sky had already dispersed, revealing a sky full of stars. The outline of Longyuan Mountain loomed faintly in the moonlight. However, at this moment his thoughts had drifted thousands of miles away to the sea. Ewing crouched on his shoulder, its small eyes spinning. Boss, shall we go take revenge for old Lin? Chen Yuan glanced down at it. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Ewing puffed out its chest. Although old Lin acted impulsively, he treated me quite well. Chen Yuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Lin Ziyou, who had gone to great lengths to please him, had been ambushed, resulting in over 6,000 casualties and a collapsing defense. The situation in the East Sea was precarious. Although Zhou Qing had not yet sought his help as the strongest protector of the Great Xia, it would be unreasonable to pretend he didn't see it. Moreover, Chen Yuan's mind stirred as various profound meanings of the 9 nether clone technique flashed through his mind. Each of the 9 clones possessed 70% of the main Boda's combat power. This technique had never been tested in actual combat after being mastered, and it was just right to try it out on the heavily injured Lin Ziyou's old foe from the Angry Tide Heaven Cave. Chen Yuan nodded. All right then, let's go for a trip. All right, boss. Chen Yuan raised his wrist, and the purple gold sacred order shone with brilliance, directly dialing Zhou Qing's communication. It was almost a second before it was answered. A light curtain appeared, revealing Zhou Qing's resolute face. He clearly had not been sleeping. Behind him, the lights of the demon suppression fortress could still be seen. Zhou Qing was somewhat surprised. Master Chen, it's so late. I've seen the battle report from the East Sea. Chen Yuan spoke directly. I plan to personally head to the Angry Tide Heaven Cave and deal with that mid-stage 9th tier sea tribe creature. Zhou Qing was taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. Master Chen, you're going to take action personally. Chen Yuan nodded. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. To be honest, although the situation in the East Sea is urgent, it hasn't reached the level of a riot in the Netherworld Heaven Cave yet. I originally planned to handle it myself. After all, you just finished the Martial Arts School League. I can't have you personally involved in everything. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since you killed the Netherworld Demon Lord last time and reinforced the seal with top-grade spirit crystals, the demons inside the Demon Suppression Heaven Cave have been very obedient with no movements at all. I can't leave here for the time being, but dealing with a mid-stage 9th tier creature in the East Sea is no problem. Since you have volunteered, I can rest assured. Zhou Qing set his face, showing a look of relief. He truly felt at ease. If he were to handle it himself, he wouldn't have 100% confidence in defeating that cunning mid-stage 9th tier alien. But if Chen Yuan, when it wouldn't just be handling it, it would be crushing. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, I will set off now. Just have Elder Ning stabilize things, and I'll talk when I arrive. Understood. Zhou Qing nodded seriously. The communication ended. Chen Yuan put away the sacred order and looked at Yu Ying on his shoulder. You survived. Yu Ying instantly perked up, flying off his shoulder and hovering in midair. In the next moment, boom. Its form began to swell. In the blink of an eye, a 300-meter-long colossal beast loomed over the Sacred Order mansion. Chen Yuan's divine sense moved, instantly covering the entire mansion. Sacred Dragon Guards assemble. Chen Tianling and others stationed at various positions in the villa moved. In the next moment, 11 figures shot out from different parts of the mansion and lined up neatly behind Chen Yuan. Chen Tianling stepped forward. Boss, everyone is present. Chen Yuan nodded and stepped forward, instantly appearing on Yu Ying's broad back. Chen Tianling and the other 11 figures followed closely behind and landed in unison, their solemn presence rustling in the night wind. Chen Yuan gazed towards the East Sea. Let's go. Yu Ying flapped its wings. Boom. The 300-meter-long giant beast instantly vanished into the void, leaving only a faint purple streak in the night sky. In the next second, they had already appeared a kilometer away. The night wind howled on Yu Ying's back. The mountains and rivers below swept by under the cover of night, and occasionally the lights of towns could be seen twinkling. Chen Yuan estimated the distance. Longyuan Mountain to the Angry Tide Heaven Cave was much closer than the Demon Suppression Fortress in the western region. With Yu Ying's current speed, they would definitely arrive within an hour. He then looked down at the spirit-gathering pearl at his waist and felt the surge of physical strength in his body after being tempered by the lightning tribulation. Midstage 9th tier. To be honest, he had even killed 9th tier peak creatures, so a midstage 9th tier was truly nothing to worry about. Just then, the purple gold sacred order at his waist suddenly vibrated. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Again 5 times. An urgent message. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and picked up the sacred order to check. The light curtain popped up and another urgent battle report appeared with red text that stung the eyes. Emergency battle report from the Baibo Sky. Elder Lu was ordered to support the angry Tide Heaven Cave, but the originally calm Baibo Heaven Cave suddenly showed signs of disturbance. The internal aliens are mobilizing in large numbers, suspected to be responding to the recent emergence of the angry Tide Heaven Cave. The defense of the Baibo Heaven Cave is an urgent need. Elder Ning Yutong has been forced to return and re-establish command at the Baibo Heaven Cave. After reading the battle report, Chen Yuan fell into contemplation. The aliens in the Baibo Heaven Cave responding to the angry Tide Heaven Cave. Although these two heaven caves were both in the east sea, the distance between them was still over 1,000 kilometers. How were the aliens inside able to synchronize their actions? It seems that there is indeed some unique form of communication between these heaven caves, and this operation seems to have been premeditated. Chen Yuan muttered. This made him ponder another question. How did these heaven caves come to be? 100 years ago, when spiritual energy revived, spatial rifts suddenly appeared all over the world, and a large number of aliens surged out from within. But why did they suddenly appear? Who opened these rifts? Or is it possible that the rifts existed from the beginning and were only discovered 100 years ago? Chen Yuan thought for a while and realized he knew too little about this, let alone himself. Even the strongest experts of the great Xia Zhouqing and others who had studied the heaven caves for half a lifetime could not explain the exact reasons for the formation of the heaven caves. Everyone only knew one thing. They suddenly appeared 100 years ago, and as time went on they became more frequent and larger. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Chen Yuan shook his head. Anyway, with the system and my cultivation, I won't be afraid, even if there are more heaven caves. When the day comes that I break through the realm above Martial Saint, no matter how many rifts there are, I'll flatten them all. Speaking of realms above Martial Saint, Chen Yuan suddenly thought of something. The pair of eyes deep within the netherworld heaven cave. He still vividly remembered the feeling of being gazed at by its sight for an instant. Although he didn't know the exact level of that being's cultivation, it was definitely stronger than the peak of 9th tier netherworld demon lord. Could it be that it is an existence above Martial Saint, but for some reason it cannot personally cross over, only able to stare blankly from deep within the heaven cave? It's possible. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, it would explain why, despite the many heaven caves on Blue Star, the aliens inside have never been able to truly occupy this world. Those truly terrifying existences cannot come over. But the question is, when can they come? As the rifts grow larger and the restrictions weaken, one day those things will truly descend. At that time, just then the sacred order at Chen Yuan's waist vibrated again. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Again 5 times. Chen Yuan frowned. Today the great Xia really isn't peaceful. He then picked up the sacred order to check. The light curtain opened and the glaring red battle report text made one's heart tighten. Emergency battle report from the angry Tide Heaven Cave. The second line of defense has collapsed. The offensive from the aliens within the angry Tide Heaven Cave is too fierce, and under the personal leadership of that mid-stage 9th tier alien, the Sea Tribe Army has broken through our second line of defense. The second line of defense was completely breached 2 minutes ago. The station martial artist army suffered heavy casualties with preliminary estimates of over 12,000 dead. There are countless injured. Currently our remaining forces are retreating towards the third line of defense, but the third line of defense has not yet been fully established, and its defensive strength is weak. Without timely support from Martial Saint-level combat power, it will be difficult to withstand the next wave of assaults from the Sea Tribe. Chen Yuan's expression darkened after reading the battle report. 12,000 lives lost. How long has it been? Since Lin Xiao was heavily injured until now, it has only been a few hours at most. In just a few hours, 12,000 lives were lost. And this is just a preliminary estimate. The real number will be even higher. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. To be honest, the current situation could largely be attributed to Lin Zuyou's overconfidence and recklessness. If he hadn't been lured into the Tian Cave and severely injured while escaping, the first line of defense would not have collapsed, and the subsequent casualties would not have been so severe. But now that it has come to this, it is too late to say anything. Chen Yuan sighed and patted Yu Ying's back. Full speed ahead to the third line of defense. Yu Ying sensed the urgency in his tone and refrained from talking further. With a sudden flap of its wings, its massive body carved a long purple streak through the void, moving at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, at the east, see the third line of defense. This is the last barrier established by the Longwu Division Navy around the periphery of the furious Tide Tian Cave. Though called a line of defense, it resembled a hastily constructed temporary position. Several small islands featured some walls and gun platforms, while the sea was littered with underwater mines and anti-landing nets. The engineers on the shore were desperately reinforcing the structures, but it was clear to everyone that without the support of high-level experts, this defense would not hold for long. On the surface of the sea, the moonlight was obscured by thick fog. In the far distance, the crack in the furious tide Tian cave resembled a gigantic eye floating in midair and shimmering with an eerie blue light. Below the crack, the sea was churning violently. "They're coming," a young warrior at the lookout shouted, using the communication device to relay the situation to everyone. As soon as his words fell, boom, the sea erupted. Countless sea creatures surged from the water. Fishmen, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and countless unidentifiable monsters swarmed in a dense mass. And behind them, a massive figure slowly rose from the water. It was a humanoid creature nearly 5 meters tall, covered in dark red scales, with a pair of gigantic fish fin-like wings on its back. Its head resembled a combination of a deep-sea fish and a reptile, with 2 vertical pupils emitting a ghostly green light. Its sharp teeth glinted coldly in the moonlight. It was the Angry Tide King, a mid-level leader of the sea tribe at the 9th tier. It spread its arms and let out a long howl, its voice sharp and piercing, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Roar! The sea creatures behind it were instantly energized by this sound, crazily charging towards the third line of defense. "Fire!" A middle-aged officer on the shore barked an order. Boom, boom, boom. The gun platforms fired in unison. Countless armor-piercing rounds exploded within the sea tribe's ranks, each shot claiming multiple lives. However, the number of sea creatures was overwhelming. Those in front fell, but those behind immediately filled their ranks, trampling over their fallen comrades to continue the assault. In the span of a stick of incense, the first batch of sea creatures had already reached the beachhead. Kill! The human warriors drew their weapons and charged forward. Blades flashed as blood and flesh flew. But the human defense was simply too weak. The third line of defense was not yet fully constructed, the defensive formations only half set, and the firepower points insufficiently dense. More importantly, there was no martial saint to oversee. A single mid-level Angry Tide King hung over everyone like a sword poised above their heads. It didn't even need to strike. Merely standing there emitted an aura that was enough to shake the spirits of all lower-tier warriors. The Angry Tide King stood above the sea, coldly observing the massacre. It felt a deep sense of regret. That human martial saint had almost perished in the Tian cave. If it weren't for the life-saving trump card it possessed, that body would have already been swallowed and digested. But that's fine. Killing more humans would also relieve its frustration. A cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth as it moved toward the shore. "Those who stand in my way shall die." It swiped a claw. Boom. A gun platform was shattered. The few gunners inside didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to a mist of blood. Damn beast. A peak martial venerable man clenched his fists and rushed out from the command center. He was Han Wanli, the deputy commander who had been urgently appointed. He watched in horror as the dark red figure rampaged through the defense line, his eyes bloodshot. It was too fast. Everything was happening too quickly. From the moment the Sea Tribe launched their charge until now, it had only been half an hour. But the third line of defense was already on the verge of collapse, and the casualty numbers were skyrocketing at a visible rate. Han Wanli's eyes burned with rage. He glanced at the communication ring on his wrist. Although Chen Siju had already set off, he was still en route. There was no time to wait any longer. If this continued, the defense line would be torn apart like the previous two. "Everyone listen up. Hold the line. I will go stop that beast." "Commander Han." The adjutant beside him changed color dramatically. "You're walking to your death. That thing is a mid-level 9th tier." Han Wanli did not look back. Every second counts. He moved, unleashing his spiritual energy as he charged towards the Angry Tide King. The Angry Tide King stood on a pile of ruins, reveling in the thrill of the slaughter. Upon seeing Han Wanli charging towards it, it tilted its head with a mocking glint in its eyes, saying, "A mere peak martial venerable dares to come to die." Han Wanli did not respond. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the long knife in his hand, and the blade instantly ignited with blood-red flames. His momentum surged. "Kill!" He shouted fiercely, and the long knife transformed into a blood-colored blade of light, slashing towards the Angry Tide King. But the Angry Tide King couldn't even be bothered to dodge. It raised a paw and casually swiped. Clang! Han Wanli's long knife struck its claw, sending, "Is this all you've got?" The Angry Tide King grinned, and with its other paw it struck out violently. Bang! Han Wanli was hit hard in the chest, sent flying as he crashed into a city wall. Cough cough. So strong. Is this the gap between peak martial venerable and martial saint? It's truly like an impassable chasm. He struggled to rise, his chest plate already dented, and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. "Not bad, a bit tougher than I expected." The angry Tide King lunged again. Han Wanli gritted his teeth and stood up, the long knife positioned defensively before him. He knew he was no match, but he could not retreat. Behind him lay the third line of defense, and those warriors still fighting desperately. He had to hold it back. Even delaying for a second would be worthwhile. Come again. Han Wanli charged forward once more. The angry Tide King's claw tore through Han Wanli's shoulder armor, and another claw left 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes across his chest. Han Wanli was knocked to the ground, the long knife slipping from his grasp and landing in a pile of rubble where he could no longer rise. That's enough. The angry Tide King stood over him, looking down with disdain. Kill you, then flatten this line of defense, and this mission can be considered a complete success. It raised its claw, aiming for Han Wanli's head. Han Wanli closed his eyes. Zhou Siju. Just at this critical moment, a cold voice echoed from the night sky. You've done your best, I leave the rest. Han Wanli suddenly opened his eyes. A figure appeared out of thin air in the night sky. The silver-white celestial garb shimmered with a cold luster under the moonlight, making the figure appear as if it were a celestial being. He floated in midair. Behind him, a 300-meter-long giant beast slowly emerged from the void, dark purple constellations swirling in the night. 11 figures stood neatly on the back of the giant beast, their auras deep and heavy. Han Wanli's pupils constricted sharply, and his eyes suddenly felt warm. Chen Siju. Chen Yuan's gaze swept across the battlefield. Corpses lay everywhere, blood running like a river. His eyes grew cold. With a single thought, he unleashed Jiqi Tianya to its utmost. The next instant, he stood beside Han Wanli. Nuteo Wang's claw still hung in the air, barely 3 feet from Han Wanli's head. Chen Yuan reached out and dragged Han Wanli from the rubble. Nuteo Wang's claw struck air, crashing into the ground and gouging a pit many meters deep. It lifted its head, the vertical pupil contracted in alarm. So fast, it had not even seen how this human had appeared. Chen Yuan did not meet its gaze, instead glancing down at Han Wanli in his arms. 3 deep claw marks raked his chest to the bone, shoulder armor shattered, breath faint. Without aid, he would not survive a single incense stick. Chen Yuan reached into his boundless storage and produced a pill. An 8th-rank top-tier healing pill, pearly white and exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. He had refined it casually before concocting his breakthrough pill, never expecting to use it so soon. Open your mouth. Han Wanli obeyed by instinct. The pill melted on his tongue, and a warm current surged through his limbs and bones. The wounds on his chest and shoulders began to knit with visible speed. The pallor of his face returned to a faint flush. Chen Siju. Han Wanli croaked. Do not speak. Rest. Chen Yuan handed him over to Chen Yi, who had just arrived. Take care of him. Chen Yi nodded and moved Han Wanli aside. Chen Yuan then turned to face Nuteo Wang. Under the moonlight, the mid-9th rank leader of the Sea clan finally revealed its full form. Nuteo Wang appraised Chen Yuan in return. It felt the overwhelming aura radiating from him, its vertical pupils snapped tight. The peak of a martial saint. Damn it! How could human reinforcements arrive so quickly? The pressure it felt was stronger than the occasional sense of those ancient ones in the heavenly cavern. Run! Nuteo Wang wasted no hesitation. Its body recoiled, and it plunged into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves. Retreat! A sharp roar echoed through the water. The Sea Clan forces battering the lines heard the order and turned in panic, diving en masse back into the ocean. Nuteo Wang fled frantically beneath the waves, moving far faster than on land. If it could reach the heavenly cavern, even a martial saint at its peak might be powerless against it. Chen Yuan watched the dark red silhouette vanish across the sea, and a cold smile curled his lips. Trying to run, he focused his mind, and his spiritual sense instantly blanketed the entire sea. Chen Tianling. Present. Take the Shenglong Way and clear those minnows out. Yes. Chen Tianling waved. 10 figures darted from Yuying's back like 10 blades, plunging into the Sea Clan ranks. Yuying would not be outdone. Its massive form dove, and with one claw crushed the skull of an 8th-rank sea creature, then opened its maw and swallowed a dozen corpses whole. Boss said clear them out. It roared in excitement, rampaging through the ocean. Chen Yuan himself became a streak of light and pursued Nuteo Wang. Jiqi Tianya, a single step spanning 1,000 meters. Chen Yuan's figure flickered across the sea. Nuteo Wang fled desperately, astonishingly swift. But Chen Yuan was faster. Within a few breaths, he was ahead of Nuteo Wang. The beast slammed on the brakes, horror flashing through its pupil. So fast, it had used its greatest speed and still been overtaken. I asked, trying to run. Chen Yuan said calmly. Nuteo Wang did not answer. This battle could not be avoided today. So what if he was Marshal St. Peak? He was mid-9th rank, and fighting on his home turf, he might still have a chance. The horror in its vertical pupil hardened into murderous intent. Human, do you think I fear you? It hissed, its scales bristling. A dark red glow bled from the seams of its scales, as if something burned within. The next moment Nuteo Wang opened its maw, and a terrifying energy coalesced inside. Winds howled over the sea, and waves boiled. The energy grew brighter and stronger until it condensed into an eerie blue column over 2 meters across, hurtling toward Chen Yuan. Boom. Where the pillar struck, the sea was furrowed in a deep trench, and the water vaporized into mist. The very air trembled for miles around Sea Clan, and human warriors were staggered by that oppressive might. Nuteo Wang had thrown everything into the blow. Even a pinnacle 9th rank struck heated by that would be grievously wounded. Yet Chen Yuan stood without moving. Watching the blue pillar descend, he activated the undying golden body. Nuteo Wang rejoiced inwardly. Seeking death was it, confident in its defense, and thus failing to dodge. Then die. Boom. The pillar slammed into Chen Yuan, who shone with golden light. The horrific explosion swallowed his location. The sea was blasted into a crater hundreds of meters across. Shockwaves radiated outward, raising waves tens of meters high. Ha ha ha. Nuteo Wang laughed aloud. What of a martial saint at the peak? Not dodging my full strike, and yet, its laughter cut off. As smoke and spray cleared, a figure still stood at the center of the sea, unmoving. The silver Sanxiong sacred armor remained intact, not a crease to be seen. Chen Yuan looked down at his chest. Not even a mark. The defensive power of the Sanxiong sacred armor was already absurd, and the undying golden body elevated bodily defense to a terrifying degree. On top of that, his flesh had been tempered by the Jujia Thunder Fruit. The 3 defenses stacked together made a mid-9th rank's full force feel like a mere annoyance. He raised his head to the stupefied Nuteo Wang. Is that all? The beast's vertical pupil slit to a thread. Impossible. Even a martial saint peak could not so easily weather its exhausted, all-out strike. Unless this human's defenses exceeded the bounds of 9th rank. A bone-deep chill crept from Nuteo Wang's tailbone to its crown. It turned to flee, but this time Chen Yuan gave no chance. My turn, he thought, and invoked Jiuyofenshin Shu 9 Nether Clone technique. 9 figures burst into existence beside him. Not only did their auras and faces match his exactly, but each wore the same Sanxiong sacred armor. 10 Chen Yuans in total encircled Nuteo Wang. Nuteo Wang froze in place. 10 martial saint peaks. No, 9 of them were slightly weaker than the original, but still unquestionably mid-martial saint or above. 10 against 1. How was it to be fought? Elder 13 of Long Wuxi, I appreciate your hospitality, Chen Yuan said calmly, yet a naked killing intent lay beneath his tone. All 10 Chen Yuans raised their fists together. Their opening form, Shengshu Zhenshi Fist. 10 terrifying auras burst forth in unison. The sea boiled violently, clouds above were torn apart by that force, revealing a sky full of stars. Every living thing for dozens of miles felt a soul-deep shudder. Nuteo Wang's scales bristled as it desperately marshaled its power, weaving layer after layer of defenses before it. Scale armor, spirit shields, curtains of water. It used every defensive means at its disposal, yet it was far from enough. 10 fists fell at once. Boom. A hush fell over heaven and earth as a pillar of light shot skyward. The sea was cleaved into a crater over 500 meters across, exposing the seafloor below. Boom. A hush fell over heaven and earth as a pillar of light shot skyward. The sea was cleaved into a crater over 500 meters across, exposed. At the distant 3rd defense line, everyone felt that dreadful tremor. Han, wanly supported by Chen, he stared at the towering column, his lips quivering. Chen Siju. This is too terrifying. A young warrior beside him collapsed to the ground, dumbfounded, staring toward that direction. Is this still something a human can do? The pillar lasted 10 full seconds before fading. The great crater slowly filled with surrounding seawater, throwing up massive waves. In the center of the pit, Nuteo Wang was gone. Only a few broken scales drifted down to the seabed in the moonlight where it had stood. A mid-9th rank. Reduced to ash in a single strike. Chen Yuan retracted his fist, nodding in satisfaction as he felt the consumption of spiritual power within his body. With 9 clones, and his main body launching a full-force attack, the energy expenditure was well within acceptable limits for his current stature. As for the power, he glanced at the massive pit on the sea surface that was still slowly refilling. A slight smile crept onto his lips. It was sufficient. The distant sea creatures that had miraculously survived since the complete disappearance of their leader's aura instantly erupting into chaos. The king is dead. The king is dead. Run, run. They desperately fled towards the cave, wishing they had more legs to escape. Chen Yuan cast a cold glance at the figures frantically fleeing in the sea. Kill. He moved, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the sea creature army, with 9 clones trailing closely behind. Wherever he passed, sea creatures fell one after another. These sea creatures had just killed so many warriors from the Great Xia on the front line, and now it was time to settle the score. Chen Tianling led the Sacred Dragon Guard in a pincer maneuver from the other side. Chen Tianling slashed down a level 8 sea creature without looking back, shouting. Yingying blocked the left side. Coming. Yingying's massive body charged wildly. The pursuit was relentless, the slaughter unyielding. The seawater turned crimson with blood and corpses floated across the surface. From the third defensive line to the cave's fissure, in just a few dozen miles the sea was covered with the bodies of sea creatures. Those who ran fast and were positioned further back had managed to slip into the cave's fissure, disappearing into the bluish light. Meanwhile, those who were slower were all left in this blood-soaked sea. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan stood in the deep sea, his gaze fixed on the 100-meter-long fissure of the cave. A dense aura from another world continuously surged from the fissure, mixing with the seawater to create an indescribable sense of oppression. Behind Chen Yuan, Chen Tianling and the others were drenched in blood, their breath steady. Yingying hovered nearby, its large eyes intently focused on the fissure. Chen Tianling took a step forward, saying, "Boss, should we charge in and wipe out the sea creatures inside, turning it into a controllable secret realm?" Yes, let's charge in. I want a feast." Yingying chimed in. Chen Yuan remained silent, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the fissure. The intelligence from the Dragon Martial Division indicated that only the Rage Tide King, a level 9 Holy Realm being, was detected inside the cave, with no other level 9 auras present. Logically, with his strength and the Sacred Dragon Guard, he would likely be able to clear it out. But the issue was, the cautionary tale of Lin Ziao was right before his eyes. That old man had been overly confident and fell into a trap, nearly losing his life. Was there an ambush inside this newly appeared information-scarce large cave? Were there stronger entities hidden within? Were there any strange traps? He did not know. Moreover, this cave's internal suppression on human warriors was real. Entering would definitely diminish his strength. If something truly formidable was hidden inside, it would be a great problem. Large caves were never simple. Chen Yuan shook his head. "There's no rush, let's not go in yet." Chen Tianling was taken aback. "Boss, do you mean? Have you forgotten how Lin fell?" Chen Tianling fell silent. Indeed, Lin Zuyao had been overly confident and got trapped when he rushed into the cave, now charging in recklessly. Who knew what awaited them inside? Yingying shrank back. "Boss is right. Are we just going to wait here?" Chen Yuan calmly replied. "Yes, let's seal this fissure first before anything else." "Seal it." Chen Tianling and Yingying exchanged glances, somewhat stunned. Sealing a cave fissure. This was a large cave, not a small fissure a few meters wide. Across the entire Blue Star, the means to seal large caves were few and far between, and the success rate was extremely low. However, thinking about it, the boss was a holy level formation master. The formations he had arranged in the residence were already outrageous. Perhaps, just as Chen Yuan was about to take action, an unusual aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the cave fissure. That aura carried a unique rhythm resembling the special fluctuation emitted when certain rare treasures matured. It was rich, pure, and enticing. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the depths of the fissure. The aura grew stronger. He could sense that the quality of that object was exceptionally high, at least level 9, and possibly even higher. Moreover, the energy contained within that aura surprisingly held some attraction for him, a peak martial saint. "Boss." Chen Tianling's eyes lit up. "There must be some rare treasure maturing inside this cave, right?" Yes. Rare treasures of level 9. "Boss, should we go in and seize it?" Yingying became excited. Chen Yuan remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. So coincidental. He had only just arrived at the cave, and the rare treasures were already maturing. Why hadn't Lin Zuyao discovered them before? Why was there not a single word about it in the intelligence from the Dragon Martial Division? He closed his eyes to carefully sense that aura. It was indeed alluring, and its quality was undeniably high. If he could obtain it, it would certainly enhance his strength. Although not by much at his level, even a slight increase was a good. But the problem was, this was too coincidental. It felt as if someone was deliberately luring him in. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing in his gaze. Just a level 9 rare treasure, it was not worth taking such a significant risk at this moment. Besides, perhaps next month the system would sign something even better. Whatever rare treasure it is. Chen Tianling nodded upon seeing that Chen Yuan had no intention of going in. "Alright, then we'll listen to the boss and not go in." Alright, if we're not going in, then we won't go in." Yingying also deflated. Chen Yuan chuckled and patted it. "Don't be disheartened. Once I seal this fissure, no matter how good the things inside are, they will be of no use." Sealing the fissure. Chen Tianling and Yingying exchanged looks again, their eyes full of anticipation. Chen Yuan's gaze fell once more on the 100-meter-long fissure of the cave. The large cave had appeared for less than a week. Cave fissures have a characteristic. The shorter the time they have been present, the easier they are to seal, even to be closed. For old ones like the Netherworld cave, which had existed for decades, it was difficult to seal, let alone close. For him, who was now a holy level formation master, while he could close it, it would require a considerable amount of time and preparation. But this rage-tide cave was different. Its time of appearance was still very short. Although the difficulty of closing a large cave was exponentially higher than that of a small cave, so far no large cave had been closed on Blue Star, only sealing had been achieved. However, given his proficiency as a holy level formation master along with sufficient energy supply, it might not be impossible to try. Chen Yuan concentrated, retrieving a pitch-black crystal with faint purple patterns swirling within from his infinite storage space. It emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, a peak level 9 quality, the core of the Netherworld demon. After slaying the Netherworld demon, he had kept this core unsure of how to use it. Now it was just the right time to put it to use. I wonder if one peak level 9 core is enough. Chen Yuan. He reached into the storage space again and pulled out two slightly smaller crystals. These two were of early level 9 quality, left behind by the two unfortunate beings that Chen Tianling and the others had casually killed in the cave. 3 level 9 cores plus. He concentrated again. Clatter. 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals floated into the seawater. Dense and transparent under the reflection of the bluish light from the fissure, they refracted a dazzling brilliance. 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals and 3 level 9 cores. Chen Yuan looked at the energy-rich items before him and nodded. That should be enough. He then closed his eyes. In his mind, the various profound meanings of the holy level formation rapidly circulated. Among the sealing formations he mastered, the one best suited for sealing cave fissures was an ancient sealing formation called the Nine Heavens Dragon Locking Formation. This formation was specifically designed to close spatial fissures, requiring precise control over the direction of each formation pattern, the position of every formation base, and a massive supply of energy. Given his current proficiency, deploying it was not a problem, but it would require time. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, his expression sharp. Sacred Dragon Guard, Ying, protect me. Do not let anything approach before I complete the sealing. Understood. Got it, boss. Chen Tianling waved his hand, and 10 Sacred Dragon Guards quickly spread out surrounding Chen Yuan and the cave fissure, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Ying expanded back to its full form, its 300-meter-long body looming over the sea, watching fiercely. Chen Yuan nodded and raised his hands. Buzz. 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals trembled simultaneously, beginning to move slowly along an arcane trajectory under the guidance of the 3 level 9 cores. Deep within the cave, this was a boundless dark ocean. The seawater was as black as ink, with no light penetrating this abyss. Only in the extremely deep and distant places could some bluish light spots occasionally be seen flickering, resembling bioluminescence emitted by certain deep-sea creatures. And at the very bottom, a gigantic figure was quietly suspended in the darkness. That figure was at least 100 meters long, resembling some ancient deep-sea behemoth. Its head bore 3 pairs of ghostly green eyes, now coldly gazing into the distance. Its gaze pierced through the darkness, seawater, and the cave fissure, landing on the young figure, setting up the seal. Humans. It murmured, its voice low and thunderous, echoing through the water. You killed my subordinate. And you wish to seal my entrance. Its 3 pairs of eyes narrowed simultaneously, the ghostly green light flickering in the darkness. The aura of the rare treasure was indeed released by it. Those were its old scales shed during molting, which after a century of nurturing held considerable energy. It had intended to use this to lure that human martial saint, and who once inside the cave it would have a way to deal with him. Even if it couldn't kill him, it could make him suffer a significant loss. Unexpectedly, that human actually wasn't fooled. Damn. Its voice bore a suppressed rage. Although the rage-tide king was merely its servant, it had been with it for over 100 years. Having been killed by someone left it feeling unsatisfied. More importantly, that human was now trying to seal the fissure. A cold smile curled at the corners of its mouth. Seal the fissure. Just relying on a peak martial saint. Those so-called seals by humans would at most only delay the expansion of the fissure. It wouldn't be long before it would be pushed open. Especially with such a newly appeared fissure, the spatial power inside was still in violent turbulence, making it impossible for human strength to seal it. Overestimating oneself. It snorted coldly, its 3 pairs of eyes slowly closing. This fissure had been opened with considerable effort on its part. Seal it then. When your seal is broken, you will understand what it means to be futile. As for now, it felt the invisible pressure on its body, its eyes flashing with impatience. It would need more time. Once the pressure weakened further, it could approach the fissure, even kill from within. But it opened one eye, glancing at the young figure from afar. At that moment, I will personally take your life. At dawn in a certain area of the East Sea, a streak of fish-belly white appeared on the horizon, dyeing the inky sea a deep blue. The surface was still littered with scattered debris and bloodstains, but no complete bodies of the sea creatures could be seen. Those had been swept away by the tide or devoured by the shadows and the chaos. Yet before the 100-meter-long rift in the sky, Chen Yuan's figure remained suspended there. He had not moved an inch for an entire night. 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals had been completely exhausted, and 3 ninth-tier magic cores had also dimmed, their energy nearly drained. In their place were the densely packed and spine-chilling array patterns surrounding the rift. They intertwined like a web, each radiating a faint golden glow, tightly locking the edges of the rift. Just one last step remains. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, suddenly accelerating the speed of his hand seals. Buzz! The last batch of spirit crystals shattered simultaneously. Just one last step remains. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, suddenly accelerating the speed of his hand seals. Buzz! The last batch of spirit crystals shattered simultaneously, transforming into pure energy that surged into the array patterns. Those faint golden lines instantly blazed brightly like red-hot iron chains, tightly binding the edges of the rift. 9 Heavens Dragon locking array, seal it for me. He bellowed, bringing his hands together forcefully. Boom. The entire sea area trembled violently. The rift, which had already shrunk to its limits, began to close at a visibly rapid rate under the combined pressure of all the array patterns. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Bang! The moment the last sliver of gap vanished, a visible shockwave erupted on the sea surface. The shockwave radiated outward in all directions, raising waves several meters high, extending for miles, before gradually subsiding. The massive rift that had once spanned the sea was now completely gone. The sea surface returned to calm. The morning light shimmered on it just like any other day. Deep within the 100-meter-long massive figure with 3 pairs of ghostly green eyes fixated on the direction where the rift had vanished. The mocking expression on its face had been gradually replaced by unease since midnight. Then came shock. And finally, disbelief. As the last sliver of gap was completely sealed, it suddenly stood up from the darkness. Boom. The entire seabed trembled. Impossible. The voice echoed like thunder, crazily reverberating through the water. This is impossible. It thrashed wildly in the darkness, its massive body writhing, 3 pairs of eyes wide, the ghostly green light nearly spilling from its eye sockets. Closed. Not sealed, but completely closed. That damned human shut the rift that it had painstaking. How did he close it? Didn't those guys say that the humans on Blue Star had no means to close such a wide rift? It muttered to itself, its voice filled with astonishment and rage. How much effort had it expended? How long had it taken to tear open this rift on Blue Star? This was not one of those naturally occurring rifts. It was a passage that it had painstakingly carved through the spatial barriers using its own strength. And what was the result? In just one night, that damned human closed it. Damn it. Damn it. It suddenly slammed its claw against the seabed. Boom. The seabed was struck, creating a pit several hundred meters deep. Countless fragments and silt surged forth, stirring the surrounding water into a muddy turmoil. But it didn't care at all. What it cared about was that rift. Its efforts and plans were all ruined. Humans, you wait for me. Its voice was low and full of resentment, 3 pairs of eyes glimmering with a mad light in the darkness. I will remember this grudge. Once the suppression on me completely dissipates, I will personally come to your world and tear you apart. It panted heavily, slowly calming its raging posture and sinking back into the darkness. Anger was of no use. Right now it couldn't even get close to the rift, let alone break free. All it could do was wait. Wait for the suppression on it to weaken a bit, gather enough strength, and then open another rift. By that time, I will make you understand the price of provoking me. In the darkness, 3 pairs of ghostly green eyes slowly closed, leaving only the last flicker of light in the depths. On the surface of the sea, Chen Yuan, of course, had no idea that the creature deep in the rift was in a state of impotent rage. He gazed in the direction where the rift had disappeared, exhaling a long breath. Finally closed it. He moved his somewhat stiff body. The mental strain from focusing on setting up the array for an entire night was indeed considerable. As for the results, a smile crept onto his lips. Spending a whole night on this wasn't bad. If this were to be heard by other array masters on Blue Star, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. Closing a large rift in one night. And it was not bad. Since records began, there were only a handful of array masters capable of sealing large rifts. Moreover, the so-called seal was at most a temporary closure of the rift using an array. A few years or a decade later, it would loosen and the creatures within could still break free. Some might even loosen within a year. As for closing, that had never happened before. Yet Chen Yuan had accomplished it in just one night. Although the rift had appeared for a very short time, although he had used a pinnacle 9th-tier magic core, 2 early-stage 9th-tier magic cores, and 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and though he was a holy level array master. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he had done it. Just then a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has closed a large rift for the first time, triggering hidden achievement complete closure. Received additional reward, holy level pinnacle Sea Control Pearl 1. Sea Control Pearl once worn can traverse freely in the sea. Overall strength increases by 30%, ignoring certain special environmental suppressions. Does the host wish to claim it immediately? Chen Yuan's smile widened. This can trigger a hidden achievement. He felt a sense of delight within. There was nothing more satisfying than unexpectedly triggering a hidden achievement. If there were, it would be signing in every month. Claim it immediately. With a thought, a fist-sized pearl appeared in his hand. It was entirely azure crystal clear, with waves seemingly surging within. Cradling it in his palm, he could feel a gentle coolness and a faint oceanic aura. Chen Yuan examined it from various angles, nodding in satisfaction. He hung the Sea Control Pearl at his waist next to the Spirit Gathering Pearl. One blue, one white, quite a good match. The moment the pearl was hung, a strange sensation washed over him. He could clearly feel that the surrounding seawater no longer posed any resistance. No, it wasn't the absence of resistance, rather the resistance had transformed into a kind of assistance. Every movement he made was bolstered by the seawater. Strength, speed, and reaction time had all increased by around 30%. Moreover, the oppressive feeling that had existed since he entered the deep sea had completely vanished. That was the residual suppression of the otherworldly rules near the rift. Although the rift had closed, the residual effects lingered. But now the Sea Control Pearl simply ignored this suppression. Good stuff. Chen Yuan moved his body, feeling quite satisfied with the enhancement. He glanced down at the decorations at his waist. Spirit Gathering Pearl, Sea Control Pearl plus the Holy Golden Order. He already had 3 hanging there. He chuckled to himself. I'm accumulating more and more decorations on me. However, he didn't mind having more, as these were all the foundation of his survival. Boss. The shadow was the first to approach, its 300-meter-long body, shrinking to a few meters as it circled around him, its large eyes filled with admiration. Is the rift gone? Chen Yuan nodded. Gone. The shadow's eyes widened. Really gone? The boss is that was a large rift. Closed in one night. Chen Tianling also approached with the Holy Dragon Guards. He glanced at the direction where the rift had disappeared, then looked at Chen Yuan, a rare excitement showing on his face. Boss, no one on Blue Star can do what you just did. Chen Air added from behind. Not only can no one do it, but I've never even heard of it. The other Holy Dragon Guards echoed. The boss is mighty. If he can close a large rift, is there anything in this world the boss can't do? Chen Yuan listened to the flurry of praises. His smile grew even wider. Then he waved his hand. All right, enough flattery. Let's head back to the defensive line and check things out. All right, boss. The shadow instantly expanded to its full form, and Chen Yuan stepped onto its back, followed closely by Chen Tianling and the others. At the 3rd defensive line, the sky had brightened significantly. The remaining warriors on the sea surface were clearing the battlefield. Some were transporting the bodies of their comrades, some were assisting the injured, and some were repairing the damaged fortifications. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, yet everyone wore expressions of relief at having survived. When the 300-meter-long monstrous beast appeared on the horizon, the entire defensive line erupted in excitement. Its chief, Chen, returning. Countless people looked up at the figure descending from the back of the giant beast, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. If it weren't for Chief Chen, these people would likely have died at the hands of those sea creatures last night. Chen Yi stepped out of the crowd to greet him quickly. Boss. Chen Yi clasped his fists in greeting. Commander Han is fine now. The effect of the 8th-tier healing pill is excellent. His wounds have completely healed, and his breath is stable. Chen Yuan nodded. Take me to see him. In the medical tent, Han Wanli was lying on the bed. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but he had improved significantly since last night. The wounds on his chest and shoulder had scabbed over, his breathing was steady, and he looked well. Next to him was a bowl of porridge that had been half consumed. Upon seeing Chen Yuan lift the curtain and enter, Han Wanli suddenly sat up. Chief Chen. His voice was hoarse, but his vitality was much stronger than last night. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Lie down, don't move. Han Wanli dared not remain lying down, hurriedly getting off the bed, his voice trembling. Chief Chen, if you hadn't arrived in time last night, I would have lost my life. Chen Yuan reached out to help him up. Enough, let's talk while standing. You contributed to the defense, and it's you who deserves the thanks. Han Wanli's lips trembled a few times, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. He was truly frightened. That claw had been less than 3 feet from his head. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's timely appearance, his name would now have been on the casualty list. Chen Yuan nodded slightly at the words and patted Han Wanli on the shoulder. Rest well, and take care of your body. I have completely closed the Fury Tide cave. The alien beings inside should not be able to open a second crack in the short term. Even if they can open it, it won't be as large as this time. The waters here are now safe. Han Wanli stood there in a daze listening to these words. He raised his head, confusion filling his gaze. Master Chen, you mean? You closed the Fury Tide cave. Closed it? He thought that perhaps his severe injuries had affected his hearing. A large cave closed. Since the appearance of caves on Blue Star, there had never been such a precedent. Those experts had long since concluded that small caves could be closed. Medium caves were extremely difficult to close and large caves were impossible to close. At most they could only be sealed. Now Master Chen was telling him that the 100-meter-long large cave had been closed. Closed it? Chen Yuan nodded, his tone calm. You can go out and take a look later. That crack is gone. Han Wanli was still processing this information, but Chen Yuan had no time to wait for him to regain his senses. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the tent's exit. Take care of your injuries and don't overthink things. Master Chen. Han Wanli wanted to say something, but Chen Yuan had already lifted the curtain and walked out. He hurried to the tent entrance and saw Chen Yuan step onto the back of the Shadow Phantom, followed closely by Chen Tianling and 11 other figures. The Shadow Phantom's wings flared, rising into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that massive silhouette disappeared into the horizon. Han Wanli stood at the tent entrance, staring at the receding figure, lost in thought. After a long moment, he suddenly turned his head and shouted to a young warrior beside him, quick. Go check the Fury Tide cave. Is that crack still there? The young warrior was taken aback for a moment, then sprinted toward the control room. A few minutes later, he rushed back, panting, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Report. Commander Han. It's gone. It's really gone. That crack has disappeared. There's nothing left in the depths of the ocean. Han Wanli's pupils constricted sharply. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Master Chen really closed the large cave. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with shock. This could completely change the future landscape of Blue Star. If even the large caves could be closed, then those old monsters within the borders of the Daxia Kingdom that had existed for decades, constantly spewing out aliens, might also have hope of being completely resolved. Thinking of this possibility, Han Wanli's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his excitement and turned back to the tent, picking up his communication ring to personally report to the Dragon Marshal Division. On the back of the Shadow Phantom, Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, flying toward the northwest against the morning breeze. Below was an endless expanse of ocean shimmering with golden waves under the morning light. The coastline in the distance was already vaguely visible. That was the easternmost military base of Shuzhou, where Lin Ziyao had been settled to recuperate after being brought back. At the speed of the Shadow Phantom, it only took the time of a meal to get from the 3rd defense line to the base. Sure enough, not long after, a sizable military base appeared in view. The base was built on a hill by the coast, covering a vast area. It was equipped with various defensive works, artillery positions, and radar stations, and several large warships were docked in the port. Although it couldn't compare to the level of the Demon Suppression Fortress, it was still considered a top military stronghold along the East China Sea coast. The Shadow Phantom slowly descended from the sky, casting a massive shadow over the base. The martial artists practicing on the ground paused their movements and looked up. What is that? A huge alien beast. Are you blind? That's Master Chen's mount. Can't you see there's someone standing on top? Why did Master Chen suddenly come to our base? Elder 13 is recuperating here. Master Chen must have come to see him. The murmurs among the crowd rose. Many young martial artists were seeing Chen Yuan's true form for the first time, each stretching their necks to look up, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. The Shadow Phantom landed steadily in the central square of the base. Chen Yuan stepped down with Chen Tianling and others closely following. Almost instantly, a figure hurriedly approached from the direction of the command center. The person was in his 40s, stoutly built, dressed in a crisp Dragon Marshal Division uniform, and the badge on his shoulder indicated that he was the highest authority at this base. 2 deputies followed behind him, 1 male and 1 female, both at the late stage of martial sovereign, moving with steady steps and remarkable presence. Master Chen, we apologize for not welcoming you properly. The middle-aged man quickly approached Chen Yuan and respectfully bowed. I am Huang Jingwa, the base commander, and I have met Master Chen. These 2 are my deputies, Zhao Yong and Sun Yun. The 2 behind him also hurriedly bowed. We have met Master Chen. Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over Huang Jingwa. Latest-stage martial sovereign with a solid foundation, he was an experienced veteran. Unfortunately, he had no hope of breaking through to martial saint. Commander Huang, how is Elder Lin's condition? Huang Jingwa quickly replied, Master Chen, although Elder 13's injuries are severe, thanks to that 9th-grade medium-grade healing pill, he has managed to hold on to his life, and his condition has stabilized. The head of the medical team is personally supervising there shouldn't be any life-threatening issues. He paused, adding, however, he's injured too severely and will need a long period of recovery. The medical team estimates that it will take at least half a month before he can get out of bed, and it may take around 6 months to fully regain his combat power. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing more. He hadn't expected that the 9th-grade, medium-grade healing pill he had casually given out would unexpectedly save Lin Ziyou's life. Take me to see him. Yes. This way, Master Chen. Huang Jingwa stepped aside to lead the way, taking Chen Yuan and his group deeper into the base. Deep within the base stood an independent small building guarded by 10 armed martial artist sentinels. This was the highest standard medical area in the entire base, specially designed to house severely injured high-ranking personnel. Surrounding the small building were soundproof and temperature-regulating formations, creating a quiet and comfortable environment, a stark contrast to the makeshift medical tents set up at the 3rd defense line. Huang Jingwa led Chen Yuan through the corridor to the innermost patient room. He knocked on the door, and a weak voice came from inside, "Come in." Upon opening the door, a faint medicinal scent wafted over. The patient room was spacious, decorated like a high-end hotel suite. The outer area was a reception area, with the inner area being the actual patient room. However, at this moment, the entire room was occupied by various medical devices. Heart monitoring machines, spiritual energy replenishment devices, wound repair chambers. All sorts of instruments cluttered the floor. Various tubes extended from the devices connecting to the person on the bed. Lin Xiao lay on the hospital bed, his upper body wrapped in bandages, his left arm in a sling, and a glowing healing ointment patch placed on his chest. He looked older than a decade. He was a far cry from the spirited martial saint elder he had been a few days ago. Yet his eyes still shone brightly. Seeing Chen Yuan enter, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Master Chen. He struggled to sit up, but as soon as he moved, pain shot through his wounds, causing him to gasp in discomfort. Chen Yuan quickly stepped forward to press him back down. Lie down and don't move. Lin Xiao had no choice but to lie back down, his expression somewhat complex. There was surprise, gratitude, but more of an indescribable emotion, almost like shame. Master Chen, why have you come? His voice was hoarse. Aren't you at Longyuan Mountain? How did you end up in the east? I heard you were in trouble, so I came to take a look. Chen Yuan sat down on the chair by the bed, speaking calmly. And I dealt with the matter regarding the Fury Tide Cave. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Who dealt with it? He opened his mouth, wanting to ask how he had dealt with it, but the words caught in his throat. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but he felt ashamed. He lowered his head, his voice very soft, as if he were talking to himself. Master Chen. Chen Yuan looked at him and sighed inwardly. He understood what Lin Xiao was thinking. This old man had been holding in a lot of pressure since breaking through to Martial Saint, wanting to prove himself before the Dragon Martial Division. As a result, eager to achieve merit, he had nearly lost his life, causing the deaths of over 10,000 soldiers. This kind of blow was difficult for anyone to bear. Chen Yuan glanced at Chen Tianling and the others behind him, then looked at Huang Jingwa. You all go out first, I need to talk to him privately. Chen Tianling nodded, waved his hand, and led the Holy Dragon Guard out. Huang Jingwa also tactfully took his 2 deputies and left, closing the door behind him. The room fell silent, with only the faint humming of medical devices remaining. The shadow phantom crouched quietly in the corner. Lin Xiao lay in bed in silence for a long time before slowly speaking. Master Chen, this great defeat is entirely my fault. His voice was filled with deep regret. I underestimated my opponent too much. That sea tribe pretended to be severely injured and fled, and I believed it. I rushed in without understanding the situation inside. He closed his eyes, his corners damp with tears. If I had thought it through more, if I had waited a bit longer, I wouldn't have fallen into their trap. The lives of over 10,000 soldiers. All because of me. His voice grew softer, eventually turning into a mutter. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for myself. But instead I ended up exposing my backside. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched slightly at these words. This old man, even after being so severely injured, could still say such things. However, it also showed that he truly felt regret. Without waiting for a response to the silence, the Shadow Phantom spoke first. Old Lin, do you know how that midstage 9th grade sea tribe died? Lin Xiao opened his eyes in confusion and looked at it. The Shadow Phantom proudly said, it was killed by my boss, shattered with a single punch, avenging the fallen warriors. And that Fury Tide Cave has also been completely closed by my boss. That crack is gone now. Lin Xiao was utterly stunned upon hearing this. He widened his eyes in disbelief at Chen Yuan. Closed. A large cave. Closed. Chen Yuan didn't give him time to digest this information and continued, you need to remember this debt. Use it as a lesson in the future. Lin Ziyou's lips trembled, unable to speak. Then Chen Yuan changed his tone. But speaking of which, that Fury Tide King is midstage 9th grade, a small step higher than you, and it was laying ambush on its own territory. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to withstand it. The fact that you were able to live to escape is already a skill. Lin Ziyou's eyes turned red. Chen Yuan waved his hand enough. I'm not saying this to comfort you. I'm saying it so you understand that a mistake is a mistake, but you can't just give up because of this. You still need to recover well and kill more aliens in the future to avenge those fallen warriors. He stood up and looked down at the old man on the bed. I've already killed the Fury Tide King for you, and the cave is closed. Your current task is to recover well. Lin Ziyao looked at him and finally nodded heavily. Yes, I will listen to Master Chen. Chen Yuan pushed the door and walked out of the ward, closing the door behind him. Outside, Huang Zhenghua and 2 assistants were still waiting, while Chen Tianling and others stood quietly to the side. Master Chen, Elder 13. Huang Zhenghua cautiously began. Calm his emotions, it let him recuperate properly. Chen Yuan said lightly, if there's anything needed in terms of medical treatment, just apply to Longwu Division and say I approved it. Lin Ziyou's recent defeat caused by his own actions would surely lead to severe punishment from Longwu Division, but for now recovering from injuries was the most important. Huang Zhenghua quickly nodded, saying understood. I will convey it. Chen Yuan stepped forward. Huang Zhenghua hurried to follow him as they crossed the corridor and arrived at the plaza. The shadow on his shoulder rubbed against Chen Yuan's neck. Boss, are we heading back to the residence? Chen Yuan shook his head, saying not returning. He looked up towards the northwest with a deep gaze. Since we are here, we should stabilize the situation in Donghai completely first. The shadow was taken aback, then quickly responded, boss, do you mean? Chen Yuan pointed towards a certain direction in the distant sea, where dark clouds loomed and faint lightning flickered. Bibo Tianku, go assist Elder 6. The shadow instantly perked up, saying no problem. Boss, hop on. It promptly expanded to a size suitable. Chen Yuan stepped up, followed closely by Chun Tianling and the other 11 figures. Let's go. The shadow flapped its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished into the horizon. In the plaza, Huang Zhenghua looked up at the receding figure, lost in thought for a while. Master Chun is heading to Bibo Tianku. The assistant Zhao Yong beside him swallowed hard. It looks like it. Isn't Elder 6 in urgent need? With Master Chen taking action, those alien races in Bibo Tianku probably won't last long. Chen Yuan stood on the shadow's back, facing the sea wind with his hands clasped behind him. Below was the vast East China Sea, with surging waves occasionally revealing a few small islands emerging from the surface. Bibo Tianku was located in the northern part of the East China Sea, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the base he was currently at. With the speed of the shadow, it wouldn't even take half an hour. Chen Yuan raised his hand and activated the sacred command, sending a message to all the elders of Longwu Division. The Rage Tide Tianku has been completely closed, and the mid-level leader of the Sea Tribe has been killed. The situation in the East Sea is basically stabilized, and I am now heading to Bibo Tianku to assist. After sending that, he also sent a separate message to Ning Yutong Elder 6. The Rage Tide Tianku has been dealt with. I am on my way now and will arrive in about half an hour. Just a few seconds after the message was sent, the sacred command began to vibrate wildly. Replies popped up one after another, all filled with shock and questions from the other elders. What? The large Tianku has been closed. Master Chen, is what you said true? That is a large Tianku. Chen Yuan glanced at them. Not wanting to reply to each one, he directly sent another message. I will explain the specific situation later. I am going to assist Elder 6 now. After sending this, he put away the sacred command and let the elders go into a frenzy in the communication channel. Meanwhile, at the Bibo Tianku defense line, this was a large military stronghold located in the northern waters of the East China Sea. Unlike the hastily constructed temporary defense line at Rage Tide Tianku, Bibo Tianku had existed for over a decade, even longer than the Netherworld Tianku, and its defenses had long been built to be impregnable. Several large islands had been transformed into military fortresses. The island was dotted with fortifications, artillery positions, and layered defensive formations. A wide range of blocking formations and anti-landing nets were laid out on the sea surface, with dense underwater mines surrounding the sea area within dozens of miles of the Tianku fissure. However, at this moment, the entire defense line was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The figure inside Bibo Tianku had once again begun to stir restlessly. Defense Command Center. A solid fortress built inside the mountain of the main island. In the command hall, various monitoring screens and communication devices were in operation, with dozens of staff and operators performing their duties in an orderly manner. At the front of the hall, a figure was intently watching the large monitoring screen on the wall. The screen displayed real-time images of the fissure in Bibo Tianku. This figure radiated a heavy mountain-like aura, a mid-level martial saint, the stabilizing force of the entire Bibo Tianku defense line. Elder 6 Ning Yutong. She appeared to be in her 30s. Of course, her real age was certainly more than that. Tall and slender, she wore a form-fitting mid-level 9th grade battle armor specially designed by Longwu Division, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. Her long black hair was tied up high in a ponytail, revealing a beautifully shaped neck and a delicate profile. She exuded a sense of competence and steadiness honed from years in battle. Elder 6 Ning Yutong approximate depiction. At this moment, she was staring at the fissure on the screen, her brows slightly furrowed with a hint of impatience in her eyes. It had already been most of the day. Last night she had been ordered to go to Rage Tide Tianku for support, but just halfway there the figure inside Bibo Tianku had come out to attack. She had no choice but to turn back. After returning, that thing shrank back into the Tianku, leaving only some small minions flitting around outside the fissure. If she didn't leave, the other side wouldn't come out. If she dared to leave, the other side would definitely rush out at once. It was clearly a tactic to stall her, preventing her from going to support Rage Tide Tianku. This kind of play was infuriating. Elder 6. A voice came from behind her. The reconnaissance team at the front reports that 3 8th grade Sea Tribe are swimming around the fissure, seemingly testing our response. Ning Yutong sneered, let them loiter, ignore them. Tell the frontline troops that no one is allowed to take action without my orders. The assistant looked worried, but Elder 6, if they suddenly launch an attack while we are unprepared, they won't. Ning Yutong shook her head, her tone firm. That thing's goal is not to break through the defense line, but to delay me. As long as I don't leave, it won't move. The assistant nodded without saying more. Ning Yutong's gaze returned to the screen, but her mind was racing. She was completely tied down here and couldn't leave. If this continued. Just then the sacred command at her waist suddenly vibrated. Ning Yutong looked down and saw a message from Chen Yuan. She opened the holographic display, and as she scanned through, her whole being froze in place. The Rage Tide Tianku has been completely closed, and the mid-level leader of the Sea Tribe has been killed. A large Tianku has been completely closed. Ning Yutong's pupils constricted, her brain momentarily unable to process. She certainly knew Chen Yuan was powerful, so powerful that no one on the entire Blue Star could match him. But closing a large Tianku, no one had ever accomplished that. But now Chen Yuan was telling her it was done. In just one night, he managed to close a newly emerged large Tianku. Ning Yutong, excited, continued to read. I am now heading to Bibo Tianku to assist Elder 6. Upon seeing this sentence, her eyes instantly lit up. Chen Yuan was on his way to support, and he would arrive in half an hour. Her heart raced, a wave of joy surged from deep within. She turned to look at the fissure, still exuding alien energy, a smirk slowly forming on her lips. Good. You want to stall me, right? Then let's just drag this out slowly. When Master Chen arrives, let's see how you can still be so reckless. Ning Yutong suppressed her excitement and raised her hand to reply to Chen Yuan. Master Chen, the situation here at Bibo Tianku is temporarily stable. The 9th grade mid-level alien has been playing hide and seek with me. It comes out when I leave and shrinks back when I return. Currently, it still doesn't know the situation at Rage Tide Tianku. I will continue to keep it occupied until you arrive. The message was sent out, and within seconds Chen Yuan's reply came back. Just 3 words, understood. Ning Yutong looked at those 3 words, and the last thread of anxiety in her heart dissipated. She put away the sacred command and looked back at the screen. Her expression had changed from impatience to composure. There was even a hint of playfulness. Come here. Elder 6. The assistant hurried forward. Notify all frontline troops to remain alert, but do not provoke. Ning Yutong's voice was calm and steady. Also have logistics prepare a cup of tea for me. The assistant was taken aback. Tea? Yes, tea. Ning Yutong smiled slightly. We have plenty of time to slowly enjoy our tea from here on out. Though the assistant was a bit puzzled about what had happened, seeing Elder 6's calm demeanor, he hurried off to fulfill her request. Ning Yutong sat down at the command platform, crossed her legs, and gazed at the fissure on the screen with a seemingly amused expression. She silently murmured, Go ahead and continue to drag this out. Now it's my turn not to be in a hurry. Inside Bibo Tianku. This was a grayish sea area, the sky a strange dark red, and the water murky, giving off a faint smell of sulfur. Unlike the deep and dark style of Rage Tide Tianku, the interior of Bibo Tianku resembled a polluted Dead Sea. Everywhere were floating bones and decaying seaweed, with occasional sightings of deformed jellyfish emitting a pale light in the darkness. Near the inner edge of the Tianku fissure, not far from the exit, a massive figure was floating in the murky water. It was a creature resembling a giant octopus combined with a deep-sea fish. Its upper body barely had a human shape, but its skin was covered with numerous suckers and scales. 4 murky yellow eyes protruded from its head. Its lower body had 8 thick tentacles, each several dozen meters long, slowly writhing in the water. 8 tentacles, mid-level 9th grade. Bibo King. At this moment, it was squinting its 4 eyes, peering through the fissure with great interest at the human figure stationed at the defense line. Still putting on an act. Its voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Are you anxious? Are you uncomfortable? After all these years of fighting against me, let's see how you manage this time. Bibo King's mood was excellent. After the fissure at Rage Tide Tianku appeared, this human martial saint was indeed hurrying to provide support. But it certainly wouldn't let her have her way. Enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is tired, I disturb. This tactic had been played for over a decade, and it had long mastered it. As long as it didn't come out that human martial saint couldn't do anything to it. If she dared to leave, it would rush out immediately. If she returned, it would shrink back. It was a matter of dragging it out until the situation at Rage Tide Tianku was settled, at which point Bibo King conceived that plan, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in its four eyes. With the Emperor and that great person collaborating, this mere human martial saint was truly insignificant. As long as the plan succeeded, the entire East Sea of Daxiao would become their territory. And as the key piece in this operation, its rewards would certainly be considerable. Thinking of this, Bibo King couldn't help but emit a low, strange laugh. It extended two tentacles, reaching out through the fissure, waved them around, then pulled back. Sure enough, the human figure stationed at the defense line immediately stood up, its aura surging violently, as if ready to charge over at any moment. Bibo King felt even more exhilarated. What's the rush? I never said I was going out. It murmured softly, its four eyes filled with mockery. I enjoy seeing you in this state of wanting to fight, but unable to do so, haha. Time passed slowly. Bibo King continued to loiter inside the fissure, occasionally poking its tentacles out to provoke before retracting. Every time it saw the human martial saint outside appearing tense, it couldn't help but want to laugh. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Unlike the calm and reserved aura of Ning Yutong, this was domineering, fierce, and unrestrained. Bibo King trembled all over. The four murky yellow eyes instantly widened, the pupils rapidly constricting. What is this? Its voice trembled, its 8 tentacles unconsciously curled up. The power contained in that aura struck it with a bone-chilling dread from the depths of its soul. It felt as if it were being targeted by some kind of natural enemy. The King of Waves frantically sensed the source of the aura. Soon it found it. A purple streak of light was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. On the back of a massive beast within the streak of light stood a young man clad in silver-white battle armor. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura as deep and profound as a bottomless abyss. He calmly gazed this way. Even though they were still quite far apart, the King of Waves felt as if those eyes had already locked onto him. That human is... A myriad of information flashed through the mind of the King of Waves, finally settling on a name. The Holy Lord of the Great Xia, Chen Yuan. The strongest warrior of the Blue Star. It was said that even the peak-level 9th Order Nether Demon Lord was killed by him with just a few shots. It had originally thought that was merely an exaggeration from the human race. But at this moment, feeling that aura, it understood that the information was not only not exaggerated, but had even underestimated him. The King of Waves felt a chill run through its body. 8 tentacles involuntarily curled into a ball, and 4 murky yellow eyes were filled with terror. No. Its mind spun wildly, and it quickly came to realize a crucial issue. If the Fury Tide Cavern was fine, Chen Yuan should have dealt with that first. After all, the Fury Tide Cavern was a newly emerged large cavern where the alien races were frantically attacking the human defensive line. The situation there was far more urgent than that of the King of Waves Cavern. Yet Chen Yuan had come here directly. This indicated that the situation at the Fury Tide Cavern no longer required his attention. Either the King of Fury Tide had died, or that Lord's contingency plan had gone awry, failing to lure the great Xia martial sage who had come to assist. The King of Waves dared not think further. Regardless of which possibility it would mean imminent doom for him. Damn it. The King of Waves let out a low growl, a trace of determination flashing in its 4 eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. Retreat. All units retreat to the clan's territory immediately. Hurry. The voice echoed inside and outside the cavern fissure, carrying an unmistakable terror. Outside the fissure, those sea creatures still probing around were instantly thrown into chaos upon hearing this command. In an instant, all the alien races quickly retreated. But it was too late. Chen Yuan stood on the back of the shadow, his gaze piercing through the water and the cavern fissure, directly locking onto the massive figure hiding inside. That creature with 8 tentacles. Mid-level 9th Order. On par with the King of Fury Tide. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth. Did these aliens really think they were clever hiding in the fissure to be safe? He concentrated his thoughts. 9 Nether Clone Technique. Buzz. 9 shadows instantly appeared beside him. Together with his main body, there were a total of 10 Chen Yuans perfectly suspended above the surface of the sea, each clone exuding a terrifying aura at the mid-level martial sage. Chun Tianling and the 11 Holy Dragon Guards stood on the back of the shadow, watching this scene, their eyes filled with shock. Although it was not the first time they had seen it, every time they witnessed their leader perform this move, it still felt utterly outrageous. 9 mid-level martial sage clones. Who could withstand this? Meanwhile, everyone in the command center was already dumbfounded. Is that Chen Siju? How did he become 10? What kind of technique is this? Clone technique. You can even create 9 of them. Ning Yutong was also stunned. Although she had heard that Chen Yuan was very powerful, witnessing this scene left her speechless. Each of the 9 clones had the aura of a mid-level martial sage. Immediately, Chen Yuan did not give the King of Waves any time to react. The 10 figures simultaneously raised their fists. The starting move. Holy Ruin's Suppression Fist. 10 terrifying auras erupted at once. The surface of the sea churned violently, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this aura, causing all living beings within several dozen miles to feel a shudder from the depths of their souls. The pupils of the King of Waves suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. It felt that each of those 10 fists could take its life, and now they were all crashing down simultaneously. No. The King of Waves let out a desperate roar, its 8 tentacles frantically interweaving in front of it, trying to form a defense. Spiritual power shields, tentacle barriers, armor hardening. All defensive measures available were used. The 10 Chen Yuan's fists fell simultaneously. Boom! The world fell silent. A terrifying beam of light erupted from the fists of Chen Yuan and the others, directly crashing into the cavern fissure. The beam pierced through the layered defenses conjured by the King of Waves, striking it squarely. The King of Waves let out a heart-wrenching scream, the piercing sound echoing within the sky. The 8 tentacles instantly snapped, turning into blood mist under the terrifying energy impact. The upper half of its body, including armor, suckers, and skin, was peeled away layer by layer. Fries burst. Its entire body shattered inch by inch within the beam. Yet the beam did not stop. After penetrating the body of the King of Waves, it continued to roar deep into the cavern, carving a massive trench in the water. Wherever it passed, the seawater evaporated and the rocks shattered. Seconds later, the beam dissipated. Inside and outside the cavern fissure, there was a dead silence. Those sea creatures that hadn't managed to flee were obliterated by the shockwave, and the once mighty figure within the cavern fissure had completely vanished. The body of the King of Waves was blasted into pieces, scattered throughout the seawater within the cavern, slowly drifting away with the undercurrents. The 8 tentacles were broken into dozens of segments, rolling in the murky water. The upper half of its body only had a few fragments of its shell left, with the largest piece barely the size of a basin. Fries had long since exploded. Only 4 bloody sockets remained. Even the position where it stood was blasted into a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. Some sea creatures that had taken refuge deeper and were lucky enough to survive felt the complete disappearance of their leader's aura and were terrified, desperately fleeing towards the deepest part of the cavern. The seawater before the cavern fissure was still surging, but it was gradually calming down. Chen Yuan retracted his fist, assessing the spiritual energy consumption within his body. It was slightly greater than the consumption at the Fury Tide Cavern, but still within an acceptable range. After all this time, he was blasting through the fissure. The energy loss was indeed greater. He looked down at the ocean pearl at his waist, which emitted a faint blue glow, allowing him to traverse the deep sea with ease. Let's go take a look. Chen Yuan patted the back of the shadow. The shadow understood, and its massive body began to sink, taking Chen Yuan and Qin Tianling into the depths of the sea. The seawater grew darker, and the surrounding light dimmed. Soon they arrived at the cavern fissure. The fissure, wider than the Fury Tide Cavern, loomed in the deep sea with alien energy continuously surging from within. Chen Yuan stood outside the fissure, peering through the gap. The residual energy from that punch still echoed inside, and he could sense the chaotic flow of energy. But the aura of the King of Waves had completely disappeared. Chen Yuan stared at the fissure for a while, not rushing to enter. Who knows if there are any other ambushes inside? The lesson from Lin Ziao was right before his eyes. He would not make the same mistake. Boss, is that thing dead? The shadow leaned over, its big eyes peering inside. The aura is gone, Chen Yuan replied calmly, but it's uncertain if there are others inside. Should we go in and take a look? The shadow was eager to try. Not yet, Chen Yuan shook his head. He stared at the fissure for a few more seconds before turning to swim towards the surface. Let's go back first. The shadow was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. The boss was being cautious, not giving the enemy a chance to ambush him. All right, boss. It hurriedly followed. Qin Tianling and the others also closely followed behind. Deeper within the depths of the King of Waves cavern, in that dark abyss where even 8th-order sea creatures dared not approach, a pair of enormous eyes slowly opened. The eyes were the size of lanterns, emitting a dark golden glow, coldly staring in the direction of the fissure. Another one has died. A deep voice echoed in the abyss, revealing no emotions. But it doesn't The suppression on me is nearly at its end. I believe the other fellows are the same. When the time comes. That pair of eyes slowly closed, sinking back into darkness. The defense line of the King of Waves. Everyone in the command center was stunned. From Chen Yuan casting the clone technique to that punch being thrown to the heartbreaking scream that came from within the cavern fissure. The entire process took less than a minute. Died. A young officer mumbled, his voice trembling. The King of Waves. Just died like that. One punch. Just one punch. No one could answer him, as everyone was still in. They certainly knew Chen Yuan was strong. The strongest warrior of the Blue Star, a fierce man who killed the peak 9th Order Nether Demon Lord. But knowing was one thing, witnessing it was another. Especially for those ordinary martial artists and warriors who had only seen Chen Yuan on the news before, they were now so shocked they couldn't speak. Killing a mid-level 9th Order alien leader with a single punch from across the cavern fissure was something even Elder Liu couldn't achieve. My goodness. Chen Siju is just too fierce. That was a mid-level 9th Order, not a cabbage. The discussions erupted and the command center was as lively as a market. However, Ning Yutong had no time to pay attention to these. She stood on the command platform, her gaze firmly fixed on the monitoring screen. When she saw Chen Yuan leading the Holy Dragon Guards into the deep sea, and then pausing for a moment before turning back, the last stone in her heart finally fell. Chen Siju did not go in. This meant he was very clear-headed and had not let victory cloud his judgment. Thank goodness. Ning Yutong patted her chest. Having been stationed here for many years, she knew all too well how dangerous the King of Waves cavern was, as something terrifying seemed to be hidden deep inside that could not come out. She then quickly walked out of the command center. On the surface of the sea, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the depths. Dark purple star patterns flowed in the morning light, as the 300-meter-long body obscured the sky and the gusts of wind generated by the spread of its wings stirred up layers of waves on the water. Chen Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him on the back of the shadow. The silvery white heavenly garment billowed in the morning wind while 11 figures stood in neat formation behind him, their presence as solid as a mountain. This scene was reminiscent of a god descending from the heavens in myth. At the defense line, everyone looked up at that figure. Ning Yutong, who had just walked out of the command center, also witnessed this spectacle. She paused slightly, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Although she had known Chen Yuan was young, seeing him in person still left her taken aback by his demeanor. It was not the kind of pretentiousness put on deliberately, but a calmness and confidence that radiated from within. The shadow slowly descended onto the main island square. As it landed, the massive body caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Yuan stepped down. Following him were Chun Tianling and the 11 Holy Dragon Guards, forming a neat line behind him. Ning Yutong quickly approached, her face beaming with joy. Commander of the Bibo Tiankong defense line, Elder Ning Yutong greets Master Chen. She cupped her hands in respect, her voice clear and bright. Chen Yuan nodded. Elder Ning, you flatter me. Ning Yutong straightened up, sizing up Chen Yuan, unable to refrain from exclaiming, Master Chen, today, I have finally seen your true self. Chen Yuan smiled. Elder Ning seems younger than I expected. Ning Yutong was taken aback by his words, then laughed. That should be what I say instead. She touched her face self-deprecatingly, saying, I'm almost 70, I can't really claim to be young anymore. Almost 70. Chen Yuan glanced at her. Her level of upkeep was indeed commendable, making her look like a woman in her 30s. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Yutong gradually collected herself, replacing her smile with a serious expression. Master Chen, although the Bibo King is dead, the crack still remains. She turned to look at the crack shimmering with a blue glow on the sea's surface, her eyes showing a hint of worry. As long as the crack exists, new alien races will emerge sooner or later, and it will lead to great trouble again. She paused, glancing at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation as she expressed her thoughts. Master Chen, if you can completely seal the Nuda Tian Cave, then the Bibo Tian Cave. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan replied, it can be sealed. Ning Yutong's eyes brightened. However, Chen Yuan's next words froze her expression. But it will require a significant amount of time and resource. He pointed at the distant crack, explaining, the Bibo Tian Cave has existed for over a decade. The crack has long stabilized, unlike the newly appeared cracks of the Nuda Tian Cave. New cracks are still in violent turmoil, and as long as the energy is strong enough, they can be forcibly sealed. But the structure of this old crack has already been fixed. Sealing it requires a gradual process, consuming time and effort. Moreover, the resources needed are at least 10 times more than what is required for sealing the Nuda Tian Cave. Chen Yuan was speaking nothing but the truth. Having existed for over a decade, the spatial barrier at the edge of the Bibo Tian Cave crack had solidified long ago. Forcibly closing it would not only require vast amounts of energy, but also a great deal of time to set up formations. In comparison, enhancing the seal would be much more economical. Furthermore, Chen Yuan had another layer of consideration in his heart. He wanted to wait until his strength grew even stronger before personally venturing deep into these caves to take a look. What were those beings hiding deep within, unable to come out due to certain restrictions? Above Martial Saint? Or something else? These questions weighed heavily on his mind. He felt uneasy without seeing it with his own eyes. After hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, the anticipation in Ning Yutong's eyes turned into resignation. Indeed, sealing a newly formed Nudatian cave took you an entire night and 80,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The old Bibotian cave is indeed a tough nut to crack. She pondered for a moment, then looked up at Chen Yuan earnestly. Then, Master Chen, could you help us reinforce the seal of the Bibotian cave? She pointed at the dimming formation patterns around the defense line, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. As long as you are willing to lend a hand, all the resources in the Bibotian cave defense line storeroom are at your disposal. If that's not enough, they'll personally apply to the Dragon Martial Command for more. All right, reinforcing the seal is no problem, Chen Yuan said, looking at her serious expression. Without refusing, it was just a small effort. Ning Yutong's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, Master Chen. In the storeroom of the Bibotian cave defense line. The storeroom was large, divided into several areas. Areas for spirit crystals, pills, materials, weapons. Each area was filled to the brim. Chen Yuan walked around, getting a rough idea of its contents. The Bibotian cave defense line had existed for over a decade, and its foundation was indeed substantial. Although it couldn't compare to the level of the Demon Suppression Fortress, it was much stronger than an ordinary military base. He selected from the materials area and the spirit crystal area, ultimately taking away 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals along with a large batch of rare materials for setting up formations. Master Chen, is this enough? If not, I can find a way to get more, Ning Yutong asked from the side. It's sufficient, Chen Yuan nodded. In the deep sea in front of the crack of the Bibotian cave, Chen Yuan floated before the blue crack, his gaze calm. The sea-controlling pearl at his waist emitted a faint blue light, isolating the surrounding seawater and allowing him to move as if on solid ground. Not far behind Ning Yutong, and the 11 holy dragon guards spread out vigilantly, watching their surroundings. The shadow also shrank to a suitable size, crouching behind Chen Yuan, its large eyes fixated on the crack. Let's begin. Chen Yuan concentrated, taking out those materials and spirit crystals from his storage space. 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals floated in the seawater, densely packed and crystal clear, refracting brilliant light under the glow of the blue crack. Various rare materials also appeared one by one, arranged around the crack according to some arcane pattern. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, envisioning the existing sealing structure of the Bibotian cave. Many parts of this seal had already been worn down by the onslaught of alien races. No wonder Ning Yutong was so anxious. At this rate, even if there were other formation masters to reinforce it, this seal wouldn't hold for long. First dismantle a portion, then re-establish the formation. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, raising his hands. Buzz! 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals trembled simultaneously. Those rare materials also began to move slowly along some arcane trajectory. Wisps of light, golden array patterns flowed from his fingertips like spiritual serpents, diving into the seals surrounding the crack. Inside the Bibotian cave, that pair of huge eyes opened again. The dark golden pupils narrowed slightly, coldly gazing at the direction of the crack. That human did not enter. Instead, he was outside. Reinforcing the seal. Reinforcing the seal. A deep voice echoed in the abyss, laced with a hint of mockery. Just you. It sensed the energy fluctuations of the array patterns outside, and a disdainful curve formed at the corner of its mouth. But soon that disdain froze. Something was off. The complexity of these array patterns far exceeded any seals it had seen before. Every array pattern was drilling deep toward the edge of the crack, seeming to lock the whole crack tightly. Moreover, the orientation of the array patterns was actually shrinking the crack's range. Damn it! It suddenly stood up from the darkness. Boom. The entire seabed trembled. He wants to shrink the crack. Make it harder for me to get out. Not a chance. It opened its mouth wide, letting out a thunderous roar. Kill your way out. Stop that human. The densely packed alien army trembled at this command. Who dared to disobey the Emperor's orders? In an instant, countless aliens surged from the dark seas deep within the cave, frantically rushing. Before the crack in the cave, Chen Yuan was fully focused on reinforcing the seal, when suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. The seawater inside the crack began to surge violently. A surge of violent auras emanated from within, growing nearer and more intense. They're coming. Ning Yutong sensed the anomaly first, her expression darkening. She gripped her longsword tightly, her gaze fixed on the crack. Sure enough, the next second, boom. Countless sea creatures surged out from the crack. At the front was a group of peak 8th tier sea creatures, each with blood-red eyes roaring as they charged toward Chen Yuan. "Protect Master Chen," Ning Yutong shouted, drawing her sword. A sharp sword aura swept out, cleaving the foremost few 8th tier sea creatures in half. Chen Tianling and the 11 holy dragon guards also sprang into action simultaneously. Blade lights and sword shadows intertwined, with spiritual energy surging. Those sea creatures that rushed out were immediately sliced into pieces. But there were simply too many sea creatures. After one batch fell, another surged up immediately. They pressed forward, fearless of death. Chen Yuan's movements did not stop, but his brow furrowed slightly. Although these sea creatures couldn't harm him, their constant interference was indeed affecting the progress of reinforcing the seal. He cast a cold glance at the crack, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. With a thought, he activated the 9 nether clone technique. Buzz! 9 figures instantly appeared beside him. The 9 clones flickered directly, plunging into the sea creature army like 9 meat grinders operating simultaneously. Ning Yutong was astounded. Aside from Chen Yuan, there were only 13 martial saint elders in the entire dragon martial command, yet Master Chen could summon 9 clones during battle. Time passed second by second. The sea creatures' assaults came wave after wave, never ceasing. But with the addition of the 9 clones, the defense was as strong as iron. Those sea creatures couldn't even reach Chen Yuan. They were cleared out from a distance. Chen Yuan was fully focused on reinforcing the seal, the array patterns in his hands growing denser and more complex. The energy of the 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals was rapidly depleting. The seals around the crack were visibly strengthening. The previously dim array patterns glowed again, even brighter, denser, and more secure than before. The range of the crack was also gradually shrinking. Although it wasn't as obvious as sealing the Nudatian cave, it was indeed contracting. Afternoon turned to dusk. The setting sun painted the surface of the sea in a golden red hue. In the deep sea, Chen Yuan finally halted his actions. He exhaled a long breath. Looking at the sealing formation that had been reinforced before him, he nodded in satisfaction. The range of the crack had shrunk by about 1/3. The strength of the seal increased by at least 2-fold. With the current strength of the seal, only 8th tier aliens could break through, and they would have to exert considerable effort to do so. Moreover, the seal incorporated his mastery of sacred level formations, which would automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for self-repair. As long as it wasn't subjected to continuous violent assaults from within, this seal could last for decades. "It's done." Chen Yuan retracted his hands and turned to Ning Yutong. Inside the Bibo-Tian cave in the dark abyss, that pair of dark golden eyes coldly gazed toward the crack. The sea creatures still attacking were already withdrawing. It wasn't that they wanted to retreat, but it was the Emperor's order. Because it had become meaningless, the seal had already been reinforced. Charging further would only lead to needless deaths. "Damn human." A deep voice echoed in the abyss, filled with uncontrollable anger and hatred. It watched helplessly as that human shrank the crack and reinforced the seal. Now it couldn't even approach the crack. That reinforced seal stood before it like an iron wall. "Just wait." It gritted its teeth, its voice filled with resentment. Its eyes slowly closed, sinking back into the darkness. But before it completely closed, the last wisp of dark golden light remained fixed on the direction of the crack, watching the figure that it loathed to the bone. In the deep sea before the crack, Chen Yuan was about to leave when a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding." Detected that the host has aroused hatred from multiple mysterious strong beings in the caves. If the hidden achievement, surrounded by enemies, has been achieved. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He was surprised that such a small effort could trigger a hidden achievement. And what about this hatred from multiple mysterious strong beings in the caves? He pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. The guy deep within the Yuming Tian cave, the one deep within the Nudatian cave, plus this one deep within the Bibo-Tian cave. Wasn't that multiple? This trip to the East Sea had offended those old monsters hiding in the depths quite a bit. But what did it have to do with him? The angrier the enemies were, the happier he was. Received additional rewards: Sacred Level Supreme True Essence Pill 1. True Essence Pill. After consumption, it can increase the internal spiritual energy reserves and expand the spiritual energy limit. The medicinal properties are gentle with no side effects. Does the host wish to claim it immediately? Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Expanding spiritual energy reserves. Increasing spiritual energy limits. This was a great item. Although he was already at the peak of martial saint with top-tier spiritual energy reserves among those of the same realm, who would refuse more? "Claim it," Chen Yuan said without hesitation. With a thought, a completely pearly white pill appeared in the palm of his hand. The surface shimmered with faint golden patterns, and holding it in his hand, he could feel a warm and rich energy. Chen Yuan stored the pill in his infinite storage space, planning to consume it after returning to his residence. He raised his head, taking one last look at the reinforced crack, a smile appearing on his lips. Those beings hiding in the depths want to come out. They can wait a little longer. It's done. Ning Yutong felt the renewed seal deep in the sea, her face brimming with joy. She never expected Chen Yuan's array skills to be so superb. In less than a day, the obstinate Bai Bo Tianku was thoroughly subdued. The 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals and the resources from the treasury were truly worth it. She sensed the state of the seal, her heart filled with astonishment. With the current strength of the seal, even an 8th-tier alien would have to exert considerable effort to break free, let alone those 9th-tier behemoths. Even if 1 or 2 9th-tier aliens were born or awakened inside, they could only stare helplessly from behind the cracks. Master Chen. Ning Yutong swam to Chen Yuan's side, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Your array skills are truly unparalleled, even among the strongest array masters of Blue Star. She spoke sincerely. I've seen many array masters reinforce seals, but none could reach your level. Compared to those so-called array masters, you make them seem like mere novices. Chen Yuan smiled at the praise, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Being genuinely complimented feels good to anyone. However, if this continued, it would never end. All right, Elder Lu, no more flattery. It's just a small effort, nothing to fuss over. Ning Yutong's lips twitched, but she thought that for this esteemed person, even killing a mid-tier being was just a small effort, and she felt relieved. A group returned from the deep sea. As they surfaced, the sunset had already bathed the entire ocean in golden hues. On the Bai Bo Tianku defense line, those martial artists who had witnessed Chen Yuan's prowess erupted in thunderous cheers. Master Chen has returned. Master Chen is magnificent. The cheers echoed in waves lingering in the evening breeze. The shadowy figure carried Chen Yuan and the Holy Dragon Guard slowly flying over the sea, landing on the main island's plaza. Chen Yuan stepped down, glanced at the setting sun, and turned to Ning Yutong. Elder Lu, it's getting late. Ning Yutong was taken aback and quickly urged him to stay. Master Chen, it's already evening. Won't you rest for the night before leaving? I can prepare a banquet. Chen Yuan shook his head. No, I have some personal matters to attend to. His words were not merely an excuse. The holy level supreme true essence pill was still in his storage space, and he was eager to return and absorb it. Seeing Chen Yuan's determination to leave, Ning Yutong hesitated to retain him further. Then take care on your journey, Master Chen. She clasped her hands in salute and said solemnly, thanks to you, Bai Bo Tianku can enjoy peace for a while. Chen Yuan nodded and turned to mount the back of the shadowy figure, which unfurled its massive wings and soared into the sky. Chen Tianling and the 11 Holy Dragon Guards followed closely behind. 12 figures transformed into a stream of purple light under the sunset, vanishing into the horizon. Ning Yutong stood in the plaza gazing at the retreating figure, her gaze lingering for a long time. After a while, she turned to look towards the deep sea. The Kraken by Bo Tianku was firmly locked by the reinforced seal, its emitted light dimmed significantly. Next. It can remain stable for a long time now. She murmured, a smile appearing on her lips. She had been stationed at Bai Bo Tianku for over a decade, battling against the Bai Bo King for years. Now that the Bai Bo King was dead and the seal reinforced, she could finally sleep soundly. Before the sun completely set, the shadowy figure successfully carried Chen Yuan and his group back to Longyuan Mountain. In the backyard of the Saint Lord's residence, Chen Yuan jumped off the shadow's back and stretched his limbs. Although this trip to the East Sea only took a day and a night, the gains were indeed substantial. He had closed the Rage-Tide Tianku, killed the Rage-Tide King, defeated the Bai Bo King, reinforced the Bai Bo Tianku seal, and additionally obtained a true essence pill. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. The internal intelligence reporting system of the Longwu Division compiled Chen Yuan's achievements from that day into briefs and sent them to all high-ranking officials. The Rage-Tide Tianku has been completely closed by Master Chen, a first in Blue Star. The Midnight-tier Rage-Tide King has been killed, and the Midnight-tier Bai Bo King has also been slain. The seal of Bai Bo Tianku has been reinforced by Master Chen, with the crack area reduced by 1/3. Each piece of news was like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar among the high-ranking officials of the Longwu Division. Soon after, the news spread from the Longwu Division to the high echelons of the Great Xia, and from there to the intelligence agencies of other nations. America, the Western European Alliance, the Polar Bear Nation. All the powerful nations with martial saint-level combat power received this intelligence immediately. For a time, the entire martial world of Blue Star was discussing one name, Chen Yuan. The Saint Lord of the Great Xia actually managed to close a major Tianku. That's impossible, right? Could it be that the Great Xia is releasing false information to deceive themselves? Didn't they say that major Tiankus cannot be closed? The intelligence clearly states that the cracks have disappeared. How can it be fake? Just how powerful is this Chen Yuan? Various discussions shock fear and envy wildly fermented among the high-ranking officials and martial circles of different countries. Yet Chen Yuan was completely unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. Because the system did not trigger any hidden achievements, his attention was solely focused on that true essence pill. In the backyard of the Saint Lord's residence on the Lake Island. In the cultivation tower, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon and night fell. Chen Yuan arrived at the 9th floor and sat cross-legged. In the cultivation tower, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon and night fell. Chen Yuan arrived at the 9th floor and sat a good item. Chen Yuan examined it for a moment before opening his mouth and placing the pill inside. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged into his limbs and bones. This current was not as violent as the 9 tribulation thunderfoot, nor as overwhelming as the sacred soul pill. Rather, it was gentle and enduring, like a quietly flowing river, slowly merging into every inch of his meridians and every acupoint. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, immersing himself in this mysterious sensation. He could clearly feel the spiritual power reserves within him gradually expanding. It was as if a pond that was already filled with water was slowly expanding its walls outward. Yet the water level did not drop. Instead, more water continued to flow in. That sensation was so pleasurable that one would not want to stop. Time flowed by second. As night deepened, Chen Yuan remained motionless, breathing steadily, his aura calm and concentrated. The spiritual power reserves within him were growing at a visibly discernible rate. The next day at noon, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing before quickly fading. He exhaled deeply, stood up, and moved his body. The true essence pill had been completely absorbed and refined. The effects were even better than he had anticipated. His spiritual power reserves had at least expanded by 30%. What does this mean? At the peak of martial saint level, every slight improvement is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A 30% increase in spiritual power reserves means he could unleash more high-level martial techniques in battle, endure longer in prolonged fights, and use those energy-draining killing moves more freely. Refreshing. Chen Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the abundant spiritual power within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pushed open the cultivation tower's door and walked out. The noon sun was warm, and Chen Yuan took a deep breath of the fresh air. "Boss!" A shadow dashed in from the side, nearly knocking Chen Yuan off his feet. The shadowy figure, now shrunk to the size of a small dog, spun around him excitedly, its tail wagging like a propeller. "Boss, you finally came out. I've been waiting all morning." "What were you waiting for?" Chen Yuan chuckled and patted its head. "Waiting for you to emerge." The shadow leaped around, its big eyes filled with excitement. "Boss, I feel like you've become stronger again." It leaned in, sensing the aura emanating from Chen Yuan, looking utterly astonished. "No, it's not just a feeling, it's definitely true. Your aura is so much richer than when you went in yesterday." "Wow. Boss, you're just too monstrous. It's only been one night." Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh at its excitement, giving it a light slap on its forehead. "What do you mean by monstrous? Can't you talk properly?" The shadow covered its forehead, looking aggrieved. "I was complimenting you, boss." Chen Yuan shook his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. "Of course." He gazed towards the distant Lonyuan mountain, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. "Who is your boss?" The shadow blinked for a moment before reacting, quickly responding. "My boss is the Saint Lord of the Great Xia, the strongest of Blue Star, a fierce person who can punch mid-tier beings and kick Major Tian cuss." It rattled off a long list without pausing for breath. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh again at its words. All right, enough flattery." He stepped towards the residence, with the shadow following closely behind. "Boss, what are we having for lunch today? You've been inside all morning. I'm starving." "You can still starve." "Of course. Look, I've lost a whole circle." "I don't see any difference." "That's because your eyesight is bad, boss. I think you're just being naughty." No. Boss, I was wrong. I'll eat anything." The two, one man and one beast, joked and laughed as they disappeared down the path on the lake island. After lunch, Chen Yuan lay on a sunbed in the backyard, basking in the warm sunlight. A pot of spiritual tea sat on a small table beside him, and the shadow creature, shrunk to the size of a palm, lay on his stomach snoring. As he was dozing with his eyes half closed, Chen Yuan suddenly sensed a familiar aura entering Lonyuan Mountain, heading towards the master's residence. Lin Mingyao. Why is she here? Chen Yuan slightly opened his eyes, but did not rise. Sure enough, it wasn't long before there was a knock on the front gate. Zhao Wenyuan went to open the door, and soon led Lin Mingyao through the front yard to the backyard. "Sir, Miss Lin has arrived." Chen Yuan nodded, and Zhao Wenyuan tactfully withdrew. Lin Mingyao was dressed simply today in a light blue long dress with her hair tied back loosely. Her face did not carry the usual lively smile, but instead bore a heavy expression. "Teacher Chen." She walked up to Chen Yuan and softly called out. Chen Yuan sat up straight and picked up the shadow creature from his stomach, placing it aside. The shadow creature grumbled in dissatisfaction and then rolled over to continue sleeping. "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan looked at Lin Mingyao. "Is there something you don't understand about your training?" Lin Mingyao shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and said, "Teacher Chen, I have something to ask of you." Chen Yuan guessed her shy demeanor already. "Speak up." Lin Mingyao seemed to have made up her mind. She knew that Chen Yuan preferred directness, so she spoke plainly. "The recent defeat at the Angry Waves defense line resulted in heavy casualties among the soldiers. I understand that a large part of the reason was due to my great-grandfather underestimating the enemy and falling into a trap. Next, the Longwu division will certainly impose penalties. My great-grandfather is quite old and has just recently broken through to Martial Saint, and this mistake was due to his eagerness to achieve merit. Teacher Chen, I hope you can show mercy at that time and speak a good word for him to lessen the punishment as much as possible." She looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with pleading. With Chen Yuan's current strength and status, as long as he spoke up, the internal punishment from the Longwu division towards her great-grandfather would undoubtedly be much lighter. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Given his current position as the Saint Master of the Great Xia and honorary leader of the Longwu division, if he spoke up, not to mention a lighter punishment, even exempting Lin Ziyao from any penalty wouldn't be an issue. However, if he did so, it would chill the hearts of the Great Xia's martial artists and betray the thousands of soldiers who perished at the Angry Waves defense line. But if the punishment was too harsh, it would hurt this girl's feelings. Moreover, it was quite unfair for Lin Ziyao in this matter. If the Angry Waves king had displayed his true strength from the start, Lin Ziyao would still have been at a disadvantage. Chen Yuan pondered for a while and slowly said, "Mingyao, I understand this matter. The punishment will be discussed in a special meeting by the Longwu division. I will consider the opinions of other elders and set the punishment within a reasonable range." He did not directly agree nor reject, but this response already gave Lin Mingyao a sense of assurance. At least Teacher Chen did not outright refuse and was willing to intervene in this matter. With Chen Yuan's current status, as long as he was willing to speak, the outcome would surely not be too bad. "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Lin Mingyao's eyes turned slightly red as she bowed respectfully. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Then, changing the subject, he asked in a lighter tone, "Have you encountered any problems with your training recently?" Lin Mingyao was taken aback. She did not expect Chen Yuan to suddenly ask this. However, she quickly regained her composure and nodded yes. "Then tell me about it." Lin Mingyao organized her emotions and began to ask about her training issues. Chen Yuan patiently answered her one by one and pointed out a few of her techniques and details on how to operate spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Lin Mingyao stood up satisfied to take her leave. "Teacher Chen will be going now." Lin Mingyao walked a few steps, turned back to glance at Chen Yuan, and softly said, "Thank you." She then hurried away. Chen Yuan watched her retreating figure and lay back on the chair. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face. He closed his eyes, but his mind was pondering. How should he determine the punishment for Lin Ziyao? It couldn't be too light nor too heavy. This matter needed careful consideration. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone. During this half-month, Chen Yuan's life remained leisurely, and there had been no major incidents of large-scale cavern riots within the Great Xia. As for Lin Ziyao, after half a month of recuperation, his condition had improved significantly. The news from Shuzhou military base stated that Elder 13 could now get out of bed and move around, albeit not in peak condition, but he was fine for daily life. The discussion within the Longwu division regarding how to punish Lin Ziyao also gradually evolved over the past half-month. Finally, one noon, the official online meeting commenced. On this noon, Chen Yuan was lying in the backyard basking in the sun. The shadow creature lay on his belly, as usual, snoring, while a pot of freshly brewed spiritual tea sat on the small table. Suddenly, the purple gold Saint Master token at his waist vibrated. Chen Yuan picked it up and saw it was a meeting invitation from Zhou Qing. "Master Chen, regarding the punishment for Elder 13 Lin Ziyao, all elders are requested to attend the online meeting." Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. Here it comes. He focused his mind on the Saint Master token, and his consciousness instantly entered a virtual meeting room. This was the online meeting system used by the high echelons of the Longwu division, capable of simulating a real meeting room scenario, allowing all participants to appear in the same space in virtual form. Chen Yuan's virtual image appeared next to the main seat in the meeting room, which was specially reserved for the honorary leader. The meeting room was spacious, with a long rectangular table surrounded by a dozen chairs. Zhou Qing was already seated at the main position, showing no discernible expression. The virtual images of the other elders also gradually appeared: Elder 3, Elder 4, Elder 5, Elder 6, Elder 7, Elder 8, Elder 9. One by one figures solidified in their chairs. Including Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing, there were a total of 13 people. All Marshal Saint-level combatants of the Longwu division were present except for Lin Xiao. Everyone is here. Zhou Qing glanced at those present, his voice steady. Today I have convened this meeting to discuss a matter regarding the punishment of Elder 13 Lin Xiao for underestimating the enemy and causing the defeat of the defense line during the battle at the Angry Waves Cavern. He paused for a moment, scanning each person with his gaze. Elders, feel free to share your thoughts. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair and remained silent. He wanted to hear the opinions of others first. Elder 3 spoke first. He was an elderly man with graying hair and a straight character. Master Elder 13 indeed made a significant mistake this time. Over 10,000 soldiers perished, and many more were injured. This responsibility is not trivial. I suggest stripping him of his position as Elder 13, imposing a penalty of 10 years' salary, and sending him to the General Affairs Department to receive 30 strikes from the soul-settling whip. The compensation for the soldiers who died at the Angry Waves defense line should also be borne by the Lin family. As soon as he spoke, the meeting room erupted in discussions. Elder 5 was a middle-aged woman with a relatively gentle personality, and she was the one who represented the Longwu division to congratulate Lin Xiao when he broke through to Marshal Saint. Old 3 Elder Lin was just eager to prove himself after recently breaking through to Marshal Saint. I can understand that feeling. Moreover, he himself was also seriously injured, nearly losing his life. I think we can afford to be lenient. Let's exempt him from the 30 strikes of the soul-settling whip. Elder 7 shook his head. Elder 5, over 10,000 martial artists have lost their lives. The soul-settling whip cannot simply be waived. How will the parents of those sacrificed soldiers view us? I think Elder 3 is right. If a penalty is warranted, it must be enforced. Otherwise, who will take the discipline of the Longwu division seriously in the future? Elder 8 added, stripping him of his position is necessary, but is the 30 strikes of the soul-settling whip too harsh? Also, the loss of the Angry Waves defense line cannot be attributed entirely to Elder 13. If the Angry Waves King had shown his true strength from the start, Elder 13 would still not have been able to stop him. Then let's reduce it to 10 strikes and proceed with the dismissal. I still think we should dismiss him first, and the matter of the soul-settling whip can be discussed once Elder 13 has recovered. In an instant, the meeting room was filled with noise, each holding their own views. Elder 3, Elder 7, Elder 10, and Elder 11 favored severe punishment. Elder 5, Elder 8, and Elder 12 leaned towards leniency. Elder 4 and Ning Yutong held a middle ground attitude, believing punishment was necessary, but it should not be too severe. Chen Yuan remained silent, listening quietly. He observed that there were 4 elders leaning towards severe punishment, 3 towards leniency, and 4 in the middle. Adding Zhou Qing, who had not expressed his stance, yet along with himself, there were 13 in total. Currently, the severe punishment faction had the upper hand. The discussion continued for nearly a stick of incense without any conclusion. Zhou Qing listened to the opinions and cleared his throat to prepare a summary. I have heard everyone's opinions. Overall, most elders believe we should. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his gaze unintentionally drawn to Chen Yuan, who was stretching his neck. Since the meeting began, this honorary leader had not spoken a single word. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. Did Master Chen have thoughts on this? He quickly shifted the conversation. Master Chen, do you have any opinions? The meeting room fell silent, instantly all eyes focusing on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan spoke slowly. The recent defeat at the Angry Waves defense line was indeed caused by Elder 13 underestimating the. However, I believe Elder 8 is correct. If the Angry Waves King had revealed his true strength from the beginning, Elder 13 would still not have been his match, and the situation at the Angry Waves defense line would still have been dire. I believe there can be punishment, but it cannot be too severe. After all, we cannot blame Elder 13 entirely. These few sentences were impartial. There was neither cover-up nor call for blood. The meeting room fell silent once again as everyone began to reevaluate their wording. Master Chen spoke, and his stance was clear: it should not be too harsh. Those who had previously supported severe punishment had to think carefully now. Elder 3 opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Though he was straightforward in character, he was not foolish. Who would dare offend Master Chen? Elder 10 and Elder 11 exchanged glances and also closed their mouths. At that moment, a figure suddenly stood up with a rush. Elder 9, a square-faced man with thick brows and big eyes, appeared rather honest and simple. At this moment, his face was filled with smiles and his voice was so loud that the whole meeting room shook. What Master Chen said is absolutely right. He pounded the table, looking righteous. I just wanted to say, although Old 13 made a mistake, it's not entirely his fault. We can't place the blame for the loss of the Angry Waves defense line solely on him. Moreover, he himself was greatly injured, nearly losing his life. This lesson has already been profound enough. I believe it is better to be lenient. It shouldn't be overly harsh. He spoke with such fervor as if he had never supported severe punishment. The meeting room fell into complete silence. Elder 3's mouth twitched a couple of times, and Elder 5 widened her eyes. This change of attitude was too swift, wasn't it? Ning Yutong couldn't help but mutter under her breath, Elder 9, you weren't saying this just now. Elder 9 remained calm and composed, his face serious. I was merely throwing out a bait to inspire discussion, allowing everyone to express their opinions first, and then I summarize. Now that Master Chen has pointed the way, of course I fully support it. He smiled at Chen Yuan in a flattering manner. Zhou Qing sat at the head of the table. Seeing the righteous expression of Elder Zhu, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The speed at which this old nine could change his face was truly astonishing. Just a moment ago, he had been shouting alongside Elder San for punishment, claiming that not punishing severely enough would not convince the masses. Now as soon as Master Chen spoke, he immediately switched to a different argument without even pausing for breath. Zhou Qing lightly cleared his throat to suppress the helplessness in his heart. But it was for the best. Now that Master Chen had spoken, the matter would be easier to handle. He glanced at the other elders. Elder San remained silent while Elder Shi and Elder Shi also quiet. The remaining few didn't need mentioning. They had always leaned towards leniency or neutrality, and now they were even happier to go with the flow. Zhou Qing had a good sense of the situation. He looked at Chen Yuan and tentatively spoke, Master Chen, what do you think of this? Let's waive the 30 soul-quieting whips, temporarily retain the position of Elder Shi-san, and impose a 1-year salary deduction. As for the compensation for the fallen soldiers of the Rage Tide defense line, and the subsequent treatment costs for the injured, they will be borne by the Lin family. Once Elder Shi-san recovers, he should publicly acknowledge his mistake and give an explanation to all the soldiers. If he offends again, he shall be punished doubly. What do you think of this plan? He spoke, cautiously taking care of Chen Yuan's face, while not completely letting Lin Ziao off the hook. A 1-year salary deduction compensation and a public acknowledgement of error, these punishments were not overly harsh, yet not too lenient either. After all, a martial saint was a true high-level combat force. The key was that the soul-quieting whips were waived and the position was preserved, which was already the best outcome for Lin Ziao. Chen Yuan nodded after hearing this. It's acceptable. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. There was punishment, but it wasn't excessive. It was fair to the fallen soldiers while not making it too hard for Lin Mingyao. Seeing Chen Yuan nod, Elder Jiao immediately chimed in, I agree. Master Chen is wise, truly wise. His words flowed smoothly. Elder Sin glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitched again, but he ultimately said nothing. I agree, Elder. Agreed. No objections. Let's do it this way. The other elders also expressed their agreement. Zhou Qing scanned the room. Confirming that everyone nodded, he finalized the decision. Then it's settled. Once Elder Shi-san recovers, the Longwu department will formally issue a notification. Today's meeting is concluded. Thank you all for your hard work. After his words fell, the figures in the conference room began to dissipate one by one. Chen Yuan's virtual image also vanished at the last moment. At the Sacred Lord's mansion in the back courtyard, Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to his body as he opened his eyes, the sun still warmly shining upon him. Yuying was still lying on his belly, snoring softly, while the spirit tea on the small table was still steaming. All done, Chen Yuan stretched lazily. This matter went relatively smoothly. Just as he was about to take another nap, the Sacred Lord's order vibrated again at his waist. A moment later, it was a regular message. Chen Yuan picked it up and saw it was a communication request from Elder Jiao. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and accepted the call. A light screen popped up. Elder Jiao's square face appeared on the screen. He had evidently just exited the meeting, with the background being the command room of the Bingshu Tianku in Pingzhou. Master Chen. Elder Jiao's face was filled with smiles, his voice enthusiastic as if he had just met a brother. Thank you for your help during the meeting earlier. If it weren't for you speaking up, Elder Shi-san would have been in deep trouble. Chen Yuan waved his hand. It's nothing, Elder Jiao. Just speak your mind. Elder Jiao chuckled a couple of times, rubbing his hands together. Master Chen, I wanted to chat with you. I've heard about your deeds in the East Sea, closing the Rage Tide Tianku, killing 2 mid-tier beings, and reinforcing the seal of the Bibo Tianku. To be honest, in the entire Blue Star, you're the only one capable of such feats, he said while giving a thumbs up, his expression genuine. And your alchemy skills, TSK Tisk, are truly the best in Blue Star. That breakthrough pill that Elder Shi-san took was refined by you, right? Its effects were incredible. Listening to this shower of praise, Chen Yuan had already figured out 7 or 8 points. This Elder Jiao definitely had something to ask of him. Elder Jiao, just say it directly. Chen Yuan smiled. I will do my best to help. Elder Jiao's eyes lit up, and he no longer beat around the bush. Master Chen, since you say so then. He'll be bold and speak up. He lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. Not long ago, I had a fortuitous encounter in a secret ice field in the Polar Bear Nation and obtained a precious item, a midnight tier ice soul ginseng. This item grows in 1,000-year-old ice, having remarkable effects for breaking through realms. I have been preparing for many years to break through to mid-Martial Saint, gathering various heavenly materials and treasures. But to be honest, I still don't have confidence. If I could have a breakthrough pill like the one Elder Shersan took, my chances of breaking through to mid-Martial Saint would increase significantly. He took a deep breath and spoke his true intention. Master Chen, I would like to ask you to help me refine a breakthrough pill. I will provide all the materials. That ice soul ginseng will be the main ingredient, and I have prepared all the auxiliary materials. As for the reward, I am willing to offer 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals. 500,000. It's worth it for a breakthrough to mid-Martial Saint. After hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly calculated in his heart. The ice soul ginseng is a mid-tier ingredient growing in extreme cold, and is indeed an excellent main ingredient for refining a breakthrough pill. With the other auxiliary materials ready, the ingredients were sufficient. As for the alchemy itself, it was really no challenge for him. His current alchemy skills made refining 9th-tier pills feel like child's play. 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals as a reward. Chen Yuan's lips curled slightly. This deal was definitely worthwhile. His silence made Elder Jiao extremely anxious. Seeing Chen Yuan silent, Elder Jiao thought he found it difficult or that the reward was insufficient, feeling a pang of worry in his heart. He had already waited many years for a breakthrough to mid-Martial Saint. Having finally obtained a treasure like the ice soul ginseng, he had encountered a master with outrageous alchemy skills like Chen Yuan. If he missed this opportunity, he truly didn't know how long he would have to wait. Master Chen. Elder Jiao gritted his teeth, his expression as if he were sacrificing flesh. He'll add another 100,000. 600,000 high-grade spirit crystals. As long as you agree to lend a hand, 600,000 spirit crystals will be, without a doubt. After speaking, he nervously stared at the light screen, fearing that Chen Yuan would shake his head. Chen Yuan came back to his senses, looking at Elder Jiao's desperate expression, and couldn't help but smile. Elder Jiao, there's no need to add. 500,000 is enough. Elder Jiao was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. Master Chen Yu, you agreed? Chen Yuan nodded, agreed. You can send someone to deliver the materials and spirit crystals to Longyuan Mountain tomorrow. They'll notify you once it's done. Elder Jiao was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Master Chen, I truly don't know how to thank you. His voice trembled. Rest assured, the materials will be delivered first thing tomorrow. 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals, every single one. They'll go prepare now. Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand. All right, then, it's settled. Great. Master Chen, you continue your work. I won't disturb you. Elder Jiao nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress the smile on his face. The communication ended. Chen Yuan put away the Sacred Lord's order and lay back in his chair. Yuying turned over sleepily, asking, Boss, who was it? Elder Jiao, asking me to refine pills. Oh. Yuying mumbled and fell back asleep. Chen Yuan closed his eyes with a slight smile on his lips. Being able to gain 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals for something so simple was indeed a worthwhile deal. The next day at noon, in the northern part of the Xia Kingdom at the Bingshuetianku defense line, a silver-white class fighter jet took off from the Pingzhou military base, cutting through the sky as it headed south. There was only one person aboard the fighter jet. Lu Qinjuan, a trusted aide of the Ninth Elder and a peak martial sovereign warrior, tightly clutched a spatial ring containing a portion of the Ninth Elder's accumulated belongings over the years. 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Additionally, there was a precious ice soul ginseng and a pile of supplementary herbs. Lu Qinjuan glanced at the ring in his hand, feeling both nervous and expectant. Whether his lord could break through to the mid-Martial Saint stage depended on this trip. At Longyuan Mountain in the Holy Sovereign's residence, Chen Yuan had just finished lunch and was sipping tea in the front courtyard. Yuying lay on the nearby stone table, a large basin of spirit fruits in front of it, munching away with juice splattering everywhere. Sir, someone outside requests an audience. Zhao Wenyuan approached from the direction of the gate and said respectfully, It is said to be sent by the Ninth Elder delivering something. Chen Yuan nodded. Let him in. Zhao Wenyuan acknowledged and turned to go out. After a short while, a burly middle-aged man followed Zhao Wenyuan. Dressed in the standard battle armor of the Dragon Martial Division, he walked steadily with a calm aura, obviously a seasoned veteran. Upon reaching Chen Yuan, Lu Qinjuan respectfully bowed. Master Chen, my subordinate Lu Qinjuan sent by the Ninth Elder to escort this journey. He took out the spatial ring from his bosom, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Chen Yuan. Inside are all the materials for refining the breakthrough pill, along with 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals as payment. Please check, Master Chen. Chen Yuan casually gestured. The ring flew from Lu Qinjuan's hands and landed steadily in his palm. As Chen Yuan's divine sense probed into the ring, he saw the 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals neatly stacked in a corner, their quantity more than sufficient. He did not count them. With the ninth elder's status, it was impossible for there to be any shortfall in this matter. Chen Yuan focused on examining the materials. The ice soul ginseng lay at the center of the ring, completely snow-white, about the size of a palm, resembling a miniature ginseng covered with a thin layer of frost. Even through the ring, he could feel the chilling aura emanating from it. Not bad, Chen Yuan nodded. Indeed, a mid-tier 9th grade, and the age is sufficient. He scanned the supplementary herbs. The 8th grade premium cold jade spiritual mushroom, ice heart lotus, and xianbing fruit. With his alchemy skills, these materials were more than enough to refine a mid-grade 9th tier breakthrough pill. In fact, it could even elevate the quality. The materials are fine. Chen Yuan stored the ring and looked at Zhao Taizhan. Lu Chenjun let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Master Chen, I shall take my leave now. Please inform my lord when the pill is ready, and I will come to collect it then. As he spoke, he bowed again and turned to leave. However, Chen Yuan suddenly called out to him. Where are you going? Are you not taking the breakthrough pill? Lu Chenjun paused in his tracks. Turning back, his face was full of confusion, not understanding Chen Yuan's meaning. Master Chen, do you mean? Just wait. Chen Yuan stretched lazily and stood up from his chair. It will be ready shortly. Lu Chenjun thought he had misheard. A mid-grade 9th tier breakthrough pill, even the top-level Saint-grade alchemist would need several months to produce right. Moreover, the success rate might not be very high. The 9th elder had previously consulted several Saint-grade alchemists, and the fastest quote was also 3 months, only guaranteeing no explosions, not the quality. Now Master Chen says it will be ready shortly. Lu Chenjun opened his mouth to ask something, but the words got stuck in his throat. Forget it. Whatever Master Chen says he would do. After all, with Master Chen's status, he wouldn't joke about such matters. Chen Yuan paid him no mind. With a thought, he took out the Saint-grade alchemy furnace. Immediately, the ice soul ginseng and various supplementary herbs flew out from the spatial ring arranged neatly around the alchemy furnace. The rich spiritual energy emitted from the high-grade spirit vein buried beneath the residence continuously supplied energy to the alchemy furnace. Lu Chenjun watched dumbfounded. Chen Yuan raised both hands. Boom! The primordial sacred fire erupted from his palms, instantly enveloping the alchemy furnace. The temperature of the flames was astonishing. Yet mysteriously, there was not a hint of heat in the surrounding air. All heat was precisely controlled around the alchemy furnace, with not a trace leaking out. Lu Chenjun stepped back a few paces, his eyes fixated on Chen Yuan's movements. Though he was an outsider to alchemy, he could feel how terrifying Master Chen's techniques were. The strength, direction, and temperature of the flames were all changing rapidly under Master Chen's mental control. Every material's timing, order, and quantity for entering the furnace were pinpointed to perfection. The moment the ice soul ginseng entered the furnace, a burst of frigid air erupted, but it was immediately suppressed by the primordial sacred fire. The cold jade spiritual mushroom, ice heart lotus, xianbing fruit. One after another, the supplementary herbs were added. The alchemy furnace began to tremble, emitting a low humming sound. Lu Chenjun's heart was in his throat. He didn't understand alchemy, but he could feel the energy inside the alchemy furnace was wildly operating, fusing and condensing. It was an extremely complex, yet harmonious process, as if invisible hands were weaving something inside. Time passed second by second. Lu Chenjun didn't dare to breathe, afraid of disturbing Chen Yuan. Yu Ying, however, was indifferent, lying on the stone table, continuing to eat its spirit fruits, occasionally glancing up before burying its head in the task again. It's almost done. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Lu Chenjun was stunned. Only then did he realize half an hour had passed. From the moment Master Chen began refining until now, only half an hour had gone by. Half an hour to refine a 9th grade quality breakthrough pill. If this were to be known, all the alchemists in the Blue Star would go crazy. Just then, Virum, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently, and a rich, intense pill fragrance surged from the furnace. The fragrance was crisp with a hint of sweetness, instantly filling the entire Holy Sovereign's residence. Then it shot straight into the sky. Above Lonyuan Mountain, a visible pillar of fragrant cloud formed. Lu Chenjun inhaled deeply, feeling refreshed, his internal spiritual power invigorated. Just inhaling a whiff of the pill's fragrance had this effect. What about the pill itself? He dared not think further. Open! Chen Yuan called out lightly, and the alchemy furnace lid flew off. A pill with faint golden patterns swirling on its surface flew out from the furnace, hovering in midair. Then he reached out and caught it securely, landing it in his palm. He looked at it with satisfaction and nodded. Today feels good. He examined the pill in his palm, speaking to himself. If the 9th elder could get 1 or 2 more 9th grade quality supplementary herbs, I could refine it to supreme quality. But high grade is also good, it's sufficient. High grade. Lu Chenjun's pupils constricted, and he froze in place. His lord's original expectation was for Master Chen to refine a low-grade breakthrough pill. As long as it didn't explode and wasted the materials prepared for years, he would be grateful. After all, those Saint-grade alchemists often took months, only guaranteeing no explosions, not the quality. But now, half an hour, merely half an hour. A 9th-grade high-grade breakthrough pill was refined just like that. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Yet the shock could not be suppressed. He finally understood why his lord would rather spend 500,000 high-grade spirit crystals to ask Master Chen to refine the pill rather than seek those Saint-grade alchemists with lower prices. All being Saint-grade, Master Chen's techniques were simply on a different level compared to others. Master Chen, Chen Yuan's voice trembled, Is this really a 9th-grade high-grade breakthrough pill? Chen Yuan glanced at him and handed over the pill. See for yourself. Chen Yuan carefully took the pill in both hands, feeling the warm energy seeping through his skin into his body, making all his spiritual power start to joyfully circulate. 9th-grade high-grade, there could be no mistake. Master Chen. Chen Yuan raised his head, excitement evident in his expression. On behalf of the 9th Elder, thank you. He was genuinely happy for the 9th Elder. Having followed the 9th Elder for so many years, he knew better than anyone how much the 9th Elder had sacrificed to break through to the mid-martial saint stage. Now with this pill, the hope of breaking through had increased by at least 50%. Chen Yuan waved his hand. All right, enough sentimentality, you can go back. Yes. Chen Yuan carefully stored it in another spatial ring on him. Then he turned and strode out. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, looking back. Chen Yuan had already returned to his chair, leisurely sipping tea, as if the one who had just refined a 9th-grade high-grade breakthrough pill was not him. Master Chen refined a high-grade saint pill without any consumption at all. Chen Yuan's heart was overwhelmed with emotions. This Master Chen not only had unparalleled skills and formations, but could even close large sky rifts. His alchemy skills were also exceptional, fast and high quality. Chen Yuan boarded the return flight with a heart full of shock and excitement, the jet taking off and flying north. Sitting in the cabin, a smile crept onto his lips. With this 9th-grade high-grade breakthrough pill, his lord's breakthrough to the mid-martial saint stage was secured. Night falls. In Sizis Qingshi City, 30 miles outside the city, a massive spatial rift stretches across the valley, its edges flickering with a dark red light. This is a medium-sized secret realm registered by the Longwu Division. The internal space of the secret realm is stable, with the highest level of foreign races reaching only the 7th tier, and it is one of the training grounds specifically used by Lidu Martial University for students. Every so often, the Martial University organizes a batch of outstanding students to conduct practical training here. This time there are exactly 37 students. The team is led by 2 peak-level martial emperors from the Martial University, which should be sufficient to handle any unexpected situations in the secret realm. However, no one expected that an accident would still occur. Inside the secret realm, this is a gray-red wasteland where the sky hangs low and the air is filled with a faint smell of sulfur. In the distance, mountains rise and fall, the ground covered with cracks, and occasionally dark red magma seeps out from fissures, casting eerie, flickering shadows around. At this moment, a thrilling chase unfolds across the wasteland. A young figure frantically escapes among the rocks, drenched in blood and in utter disarray. Jiang Fan, a third-year student at Luodu Martial University, is at the early stage of Martial King. 3 years ago, he entered Lidu Martial University with the top score from Jingzhou, recognized as a genius prodigy throughout the school. But at this moment, only terror remains on the face of this genius. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Fan runs while glancing back, his eyes filled with despair. Behind him, a gigantic creature is hot on his heels. This beast is the size of a small mountain, with limbs as thick as pillars, shaking the ground with every step it takes. Its appearance resembles that of a rhinoceros, but it is more than 10 times larger. Its body is covered with dark golden scales, 3 curved giant horns protrude from its head, and a pair of blood-red eyes are fixed on Jiang Fan, exhaling a hot sulfuric breath. This is the iron-armored horned rhinoceros king, a 7th-tier peak foreign race comparable to a martial emperor. No, Jiang Fan can clearly sense that the aura emanating from the beast behind him is not 7th tier at all. It is 8th tier, a royal level. Just yesterday, this iron-armored horned rhinoceros king was still at the peak of the 7th tier, tightly monitored by the Longwu Division. But who could have imagined it would silently break through to the 8th tier, avoiding everyone's surveillance? And the reason Jiang Fan is being pursued. The reason is even more absurd. He had just casually killed a 3rd-tier iron-armored horned rhinoceros cub. That was the child of this iron-armored horned rhinoceros king. I just killed a small monster, how was I supposed to know it was your son? Jiang Fan bitterly thought, grinding his teeth as he desperately urged the spiritual energy within his body, weaving left and right among the rocks. But the iron-armored horned rhinoceros king's speed was too fast. The difference between 8th tier and 6th tier is like a chasm. Boom. A dark golden energy wave erupted from the iron-armored horned rhinoceros king's mouth, grazing Jiang Fan's left shoulder and crashing into the ground. The ground exploded into a large pit, with debris flying everywhere. Jiang Fan was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily against a giant rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough. He struggled to get up, his left shoulder a bloody mess, his entire arm numb. He cannot stop. Stopping means death. Jiang Fan grits his teeth and continues to run forward, his gaze wildly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he spots a fissure in the mountain wall ahead. It is a hidden cave, the entrance narrow, far too small for the iron-armored horned rhinoceros king's massive body to enter. There's hope. Jiang Fan, enduring the excruciating pain, swiftly darts into the cave. The cave entrance is indeed tight. When the iron-armored horned rhinoceros king rushes to the entrance, its enormous body gets stuck outside, only able to roar in fury. Roar. That sound shakes the cave, causing rubble to rain down. But for the time being, it cannot enter. Jiang Fan slumps in the depths of the cave, gasping for breath. Blood continues to flow from his left shoulder, and his internal spiritual energy is nearly depleted. But he cannot afford to care about this. He trembles and raises his right hand, looking at the seemingly ordinary ring on his ring finger. The ring is dark silver with some ancient patterns etched on its surface, resembling an ordinary piece of handicraft at first glance. But Jiang Fan knows that this ring hides a tremendous secret. His breathing quickens, his lips trembling as he opens his mouth. Master, please save me. This ring was a birthday gift from his father when Jiang Fan turned 15. At that time, he was just an ordinary boy in a small city in Jingzhou with some martial talent, but no background resources or connections. In a land overflowing with geniuses, he was practically unnoticeable. Until one day, while cultivating, he accidentally touched the ring, awakening a slumbering remnant soul. This remnant soul claimed to be a martial saint from ancient times who had perished due to treachery, leaving only a wisp of residual soul to linger in the ring, struggling to survive. He referred to himself as Xian Lao, saying that he saw potential in Jiang Fan's bone structure and was willing to take him as a disciple to guide him in cultivation. From that day on, Jiang Fan's life seemed to have opened up. Xian Lao taught him techniques, pointed out paths for cultivation, and helped him avoid various detours in his. In just 3 short years, Jiang Fan's strength soared, transforming him from an inconspicuous, ordinary martial artist in a small city to the first in Jingzhou, successfully entering the top martial academy in Desolate Martial University. In Jiang Fan's heart, Xian Lao is his guiding light in life and existence, closer than family. He had also considered whether to report the matter of the ring to the Longwu division. But Xian Lao warned him, disciple, I am now just a remnant soul. To a martial saint, I would be an excellent tonic. If the Longwu division were to discover my existence, those martial saint elders would not spare me. Could you bear to see me be refined by them? Jiang Fan hesitated. Of course he could not bear it. Moreover, to be honest, he had his own selfish reasons. A Xian Lao was his fortune, his trump card to surpass everyone else. This fortune he did not want to share with anyone. Thus he chose to keep it a secret. Over the years, he had been nourishing the ring with his blood. Xian Lao said this would help restore the power of his remnant soul. Jiang Fan followed suit, never doubting it. At this moment, he slumps in the cave, his voice trembling. Save me. The ring glows faintly, and an ancient voice echoes in Jiang Fan's mind, tinged with helplessness and reproach. Disciple, I warned you earlier that the aura in this area was not right, and urged you to leave quickly. But you did not listen, insisting on staying to hunt more foreign races to earn points. Now look, you've provoked something you shouldn't have, right? Jiang Fan, full of regret, says, Master, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please save me. That beast is guarding outside. I can't get out. He speaks while biting his fingertip, preparing to drip his blood on the ring. In the past, every time he needed his master to intervene, it required nourishing with blood. Xian Lao said that the spiritual energy in the blood could help him maintain his remnant soul. But this time, Xian Lao's voice suddenly changed. Disciple, there's no need to be so troublesome. That voice was no longer helpless, but carried an indescribable meaning. Today I will transfer all my cultivation and memories to you, helping you overcome this tribulation. Jiang Fan was stunned, then overjoyed. Really, Master? You're going to transfer your cultivation to me? Of course it's real. Xian Lao's voice was gentle and kind. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. But there will be a bit of side effect. Side effect? Jiang Fan didn't care at all. It was normal to have some side effects when receiving a transfer of power, right? At most, he would feel weak for a while or faint for a few days. That had happened before. Master, come on. Jiang Fan's voice trembled with excitement. Thank you, Master. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. He did not ask what the side effects were. Because he trusted Xian Lao, he trusted him completely. You're welcome. Xian Lao's voice remained gentle. Get ready, it's starting. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous power surged from the ring, rushing wildly into Jiang Fan's body through his fingertips. Boom. Jiang Fan felt his whole body tremble as a terrifying energy exploded within him. That energy surged like the sea, instantly filling his limbs and bones. His aura began to rise wildly. Early stage of Martial King. Mid-stage of Martial King. Late stage of Martial King. Peak of Martial King. And still rising. 7th tier, Martial Emperor. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with ecstatic joy. Is this the power of a Martial Emperor? No, wait. Xian Lao is a martial saint. The cultivation he transferred to me is far more than 7th tier. At the same time, countless fragments of memories surged into his mind like a tide. Profound techniques, intricate martial skills, ancient secret arts. Those inheritances were exquisitely brilliant, far surpassing anything he had learned before. This is amazing. This is amazing. Jiang Fan trembled in excitement. With these he could not only survive, but also hold an unparalleled position in the world of martial arts and daxia. Even surpassing the most dazzling existence in daxia in the future would not be impossible. The peak of a martial saint at the age of 20. At this rate he could do it. But soon, his smile froze. Jiang Fan realized something terrifying. His own memories were gradually fading away. Those past experiences belonging to him. Scenes of his father teaching him to practice boxing, the taste of the meals his mother cooked, the cheers of the whole village when he was admitted to Lidu Martial University, were all rapidly fading, as if someone was erasing them from his mind with an eraser. Master. Jiang Fan panicked, his voice trembling. I have enough power. No need to transfer anymore. And my memories are disappearing. But Xian Lao did not stop. Not only did he not stop, but the speed of the transfer accelerated. That immense power surged into Jiang Fan's body like a flood breaking a dam. At the same time, Xian Lao's voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. The voice was no longer gentle and kind, but carried a long-repressed excitement and pride. Disciple, this is the side effect I mentioned. Don't worry, your master will definitely take care of that beast outside. Jiang Fan's whole body went cold. A bone-chilling chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. He finally realized something was wrong. This time Master did not seem to be transferring power, but was trying to seize his body. You are not transferring power. You are stealing my body. Jiang Fan wanted to resist, to cut off the flow of that power. But his body had completely stopped obeying him. Xian Lao's power was too strong, so strong that he could not resist, plus he was wounded at this moment. Hee. Xian Lao's laughter echoed in Jiang Fan's mind, full of triumph. At this point he no longer hid his intentions. Disciple, you only just realized it now. Don't you think it's too late? Guess why your master had you nourish the ring with blood all these years. Do not blame me, disciple. I originally wanted you to enjoy yourself a bit longer, but you chose to seek death, forcing me to act ahead of schedule. Jiang Fan's pupils shrank. Nourishing with blood. From the very beginning this was a trap. Every drop of blood was helping this remnant soul establish a connection with his body, and paving the way for today's body snatching. No. Jiang Fan struggled desperately, but it was futile. His memories were rapidly slipping away. His father's face became blurry. His mother's voice was inaudible. The day he was admitted to Lidu Martial University was nothing but a blank. He fell to the ground, hands on his head, letting out a painful howl. No. Yet his aura was rising wildly. Mid-stage Martial Emperor. Latest stage Martial Emperor. Peak Martial Emperor. Outside the cave. Roar. The iron-armored horned rhinoceros king, seeking revenge for its offspring, continues to angrily slam against the mountain wall, its immense power shaking the entire mountain. But it remains unaware that what is happening inside the cave is 1,000 times more terrifying. The entire process of transmission of skills was astonishingly quick. From start to finish it took less than 2 minutes. Jiang Fan knelt on the ground, his hands clutching his head in a posture of agony, suddenly froze. Then he fell silent. The heart-wrenching cry of no still echoed in the cave, but the one who had spoken had already changed. After a moment Jiang Fan slowly raised his head. The terror, pain, and despair on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a calm and seasoned expression. It was a young face, but the depth in his gaze was not something belonging to a person in their early 20s. He looked down at his hands. He clenched his fist, and then released it. After that he moved his neck and shoulders, as if adjusting to a new piece of clothing. Not bad, he murmured to himself. The voice was still Jiang Fan's, but the tone had completely changed. This fool, I didn't intend to seize the bodies. He felt the surging power within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But this body is indeed well chosen, its foundation is impressive. His aura stabilized at the initial stage of martial sovereign. He could still ascend further, but he deliberately suppressed it. Otherwise this body wouldn't be able to bear it. Let's maintain the aura at the initial stage of martial sovereign for now. He muttered to himself, his gaze flickering. Raising my strength too quickly is unstable and carries additional risks. I'll wait for a suitable moment to gradually increase it. As he was pondering, the entire mountain suddenly shook violently. Boom. Debris from the ceiling of the cave began to fall. Jiang Fan frowned and turned to look towards the cave entrance. The iron-armored horned rhinoceros king was still outside. Its massive body crashed against the mountain wall repeatedly, its blood-red eyes filled with madness. It sought revenge for its child. Jiang Fan's expression turned cold, a frosty smile creeping onto his lips. How dare a beast raised by humans ruin my plans? He raised his hand. A terrifying power began to gather in his palm. Initial stage of the 8th rank. To him, it was just a slightly larger insect. Just as he was about to act, two intense waves of energy suddenly surged from afar. Immediately, two figures rushed through the sky. Jiang Fan is in that cave. Hurry. Hold on. Don't let. Two voices called out in succession, filled with undeniable urgency. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, instantly retracting the power in his palm. It was the two leading mentors from Luodu Martial University. At the peak of Martial Emperor, his eyes flickered rapidly as he calculated in his heart. He could not reveal himself now. If these two mentors discovered any anomalies, all of his previous plans would be in vain. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, and with a single thought, a mysterious technique to conceal his aura was activated. His aura began to drop rapidly. Initial stage of Martial Sovereign, peak of Martial Emperor, late stage of Martial Emperor, mid stage of Martial Emperor, initial stage of Martial Emperor, peak of Martial King. Finally, it stabilized firmly at the initial stage of Martial King, exactly the same as before he seized the body. Then he had another thought. The wound on his left shoulder reopened, blood gushing out. His battle armor was completely ruined and deep bloodstains marred his face. In a few breaths, he transformed back into the disheveled and barely alive Jiang Fan. The entire process flowed smoothly and took less than 3 seconds. Jiang Fan adjusted his breathing and with all his strength shouted towards the cave entrance, "Teacher, save me." His voice was weak and trembling, filled with the hope of surviving a disaster. The performance was perfectly timed. Outside the cave, two figures landed almost simultaneously. One was a burly middle-aged man, Zhao Tiexing, a mentor from Luodu Martial University at the peak of Martial Emperor. The other was a slender old man, Chen Yuan, also a mentor from the outer court, likewise at the peak of Martial Emperor. The two had originally been leading a team at the other end of the secret realm when they received the distress signal and rushed over desperately. Jiang Fan is inside. He's still alive. Hearing the voice coming from the cave, Zhao Tiexing's tense expression relaxed slightly. But the next moment his gaze fell upon the massive creature that was madly crashing against the mountain wall. The iron-armored horned rhinoceros. Sun Xingyuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his voice changed. The aura of this creature. It's at the 8th rank. It has broken through to the rank of sovereign. The two exchanged glances, both seeing horror in each other's eyes. The highest rank of the alien creatures in the secret realm was confirmed to be only 7th rank by the Dragon Martial Division. But now an 8th rank alien creature stood before them. Save the person first. Zhao Tiexing gritted his teeth and took the lead in attacking. A long knife was drawn, turning into a brilliant arc of light, slicing towards the iron-armored horned rhinoceros. Sun Yuan followed closely, his palms flipping and waves of spiritual energy slammed down. Roar! The iron-armored horned rhinoceros was forced to turn around, abandoning the cave. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the two new enemies, letting out an angry roar. The 8th rank against the peak of Martial Emperor had a disparity in levels. However, the iron-armored horned rhinoceros had just broken through, its aura still unstable and its power not fully mastered. The 8th rank against the peak of Martial Emperor had a disparity in levels. However, the iron-armored horned rhinoceros had just broken through, its aura still unstable and its power not fully. Zhao Tiexing shouted while attacking. Sun Yuan nodded through gritted teeth, his palms flipping as spiritual energy poured forth, tightly entangling the iron-armored horned rhinoceros. 3 figures collided fiercely on the wasteland, each exchange bursting forth with astonishing waves of energy. Although the iron-armored horned rhinoceros was of a higher rank, facing 2 peak martial emperors, it was momentarily unable to break free. 5 minutes later, a figure broke through the sky from the horizon. It was a middle-aged man in a Dragon Martial Division uniform, his aura solid, and his killing intent palpable. Midstage Martial Sovereign. The director of the Dragon Martial Division's Secret Realm Security. Beast. The Martial Sovereign Director was in midair, slapping down with one palm. A gigantic palm print of spiritual energy descended from the sky, crashing down heavily on the back of the iron-armored horned rhinoceros. Boom. The massive body of the iron-armored horned rhinoceros staggered, deep cracks appearing on its dark golden scales. It let out a painful roar and turned to flee. But the Martial Sovereign Director would not give it the chance. A second palm followed closely. A third palm. A fourth palm. After 4 strikes, the massive body of the iron-armored horned rhinoceros crashed to the ground, its aura dissipating rapidly. Initial stage of the 8th rank. In front of a true martial sovereign, it was insufficient. Huff. Zhao Taixing let out a long breath, sheathing his knife. He couldn't care to wipe away his sweat, and turned to rush into the cave. Jiang Fan. How are you? Inside the cave, Jiang Fan leaned weakly against the stone wall, covered in blood, his complexion pale. Seeing Zhao Taixing come in, a glimmer of survival flashed in his eyes. Teacher Zhao. I'm still alive. Zhao Taixing hurried forward to check his injuries. The wound on his left shoulder was deep, but not fatal. The spiritual energy in his body was nearly exhausted, his aura weak. The external injuries looked alarming, but with a warrior's recovery ability, after some time, he would be fine. It's okay, it's okay. Zhao Taixing sighed in relief, supporting him as they walked out. You brat have a tough life. Oh, luckily you hid in this cave. Jiang Fan smiled weakly, but said nothing. As they exited the cave, Chen Yuan and the martial sovereign director were dealing with the corpse of the iron-armored horned rhinoceros. Seeing Jiang Fan being supported out, Chen Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're alive. If anything had happened, we wouldn't know how to explain it. The martial sovereign director glanced at Jiang Fan's injuries. Then he nodded. Let's head back for now. Oh, an 8th rank alien appeared in the secret realm, and we need to investigate this matter thoroughly. An hour later, at Luodu Martial University. Inside the medical room, Jiang Fan lay on the bed, his wounds treated, his left shoulder wrapped in bandages, and his complexion still somewhat pale. But his aura had stabilized. The door was pushed open, and a few people walked in. Leading the group was Jiang Fan's mentor at the Martial University, Professor Chen Yuan, at the initial stage of Martial Sovereign. He quickly walked to the bedside, inspecting him from head to toe, confirming that his disciple was not seriously injured before sighing in relief. Xiao Fan, how are you feeling? Jiang Fan smiled weakly. Teacher, Zhou, I'm fine, just a bit injured, I'll be okay with some rest. Chen Yuan nodded, a trace of lingering fear flashing in his eyes. An 8th rank alien appeared in the secret realm, and the Dragon Martial Division is already investigating this matter. It's a blessing that you managed to return alive. Jiang Fan was about to speak when a few more people entered from outside. It was his classmates. Fan Ge, you scared us to death. I heard you were chased by an 8th rank alien. Amazing you managed to come back alive. Were you seriously injured? Are you okay? A few people surrounded him, chattering with concern. Jiang Fan responded one by one, his weakness mixed with a hint of relief at surviving, his performance flawless. He knew Jiang Fan too well. After 3 years of living together, he was thoroughly familiar with every habit, every expression, and every tone of Jiang Fan's speech. No one noticed anything unusual. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Take a good rest, and don't think too much. The school will grant you leave, just focus on recovering. Jiang Fan nodded. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. The crowd gradually left. The last person closed the door, and the medical room fell silent. Jiang Fan lay on the bed, listening to the footsteps outside gradually fading away. He closed his eyes, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. No one noticed. A genius from Luodu Martial University had been seized by the old man in the ring. Who would believe such a thing if it were told? He opened his eyes, calmly gazing at the ceiling. Next, he needed to plan carefully. Previously, he could only hide in the ring, relying on Jiang Fan's hands to accomplish everything. Now it was different. He had his own body and cultivation, allowing him to take matters into his own hands. Lin Mingyao. He whispered this name, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The great-granddaughter of the newly promoted 13th elder of the Great Xia. It is said, she is also the disciple of that Chen Yuan. If he could get close to her, he could approach Chen Yuan through her. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. No rush, take it slow. He closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Days later. Midnight. Luodu City, Liuli Pavilion. This is the most upscale spiritual spring club in Luodu City, luxuriously decorated with top-notch service. Oh, just one soak in the spiritual spring costs over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. But to Chen Yuan, this amount of money was merely a drop in the bucket. At this moment, he was lying in a VIP room on the 2nd floor, enjoying the most relaxing time of the day. The room was large, elegantly and comfortably arranged. In the center was a steaming spiritual spring pool, the water crystal clear, exuding a faint aura. Beside the pool was a wide lounge chair draped with a soft white bath towel. Chen Yuan reclined on the chair, wearing a loose silk robe. The robe was deep blue, slightly open at the collar, revealing sharply defined collarbones and a small expanse of solid chest. The hem barely covered his thighs. His long and powerful legs were casually resting on the footstool beside the chair. The whole person appeared lazy and casual, yet exuded an irresistible charm. Behind him, 2 young female technicians were massaging him. Both wore cool outfits with short silk tops barely covering their chests, revealing slender waists. Their lower bodies were in matching short skirts, just covering their hips, with 2 long fair legs prominently displayed. Underneath the tops they wore nothing, and the thin soft silk swayed gently with their movements. The robe was deep blue, slightly open at the collar, revealing sharply defined collarbones and a small expanse of solid chest. The hem bare. Mr. Chen, is this pressure okay? Asked the girl, massaging his shoulders softly, her voice sweet. I'm good, Chen Yuan lazily replied. The two girls exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. This Mr. Chen looked much better in person than in the news. Moreover, his demeanor and physique. The girl massaging his calves secretly stole a glance at Chen Yuan's open collar, her ears slightly reddening. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! The number of check-ins for this month has been refreshed. Would the host like to check in immediately? Chen Yuan's eyes instantly opened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The most anticipated moment of the month had finally arrived. Chen Yuan silently thought in his mind, system check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following rewards: Eye of Void Breaking, Holy Level Perfect Substitute, Jade Talisman 1, and full comprehension of the Holy Level Perfect Healing Art, Revival of All Things. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. Each of the three rewards was more intriguing than the last. He quickly scanned through the description provided by the system. Eye of Void Breaking can see through all illusions and disguises. Illusions, invisibility, transformation, possession, body snatching. Any hidden methods will be rendered ineffective under the Eye of Void Breaking, and the range of perception will expand as the host's cultivation improves. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. See through all illusions and disguises. Illusions, invisibility, transformation, possession, body snatching. That's quite a wide range. With these eyes, anyone who dares to perform any tricks in front of him would be humiliating themselves. He continued to look at the second item. Substitute Jade Talisman. When worn, it can withstand a single lethal attack regardless of the strength of the attack, even surpassing a martial saint. The talisman will block a fatal strike for the host and teleport the host to a safe location 1,000 kilometers away. After use, the talisman shatters and becomes permanently ineffective. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted. This is impressive. Regardless of how strong the attack is, even surpassing a martial saint, this means that even if those old monsters in the depths of the heavenly cavern personally strike, this talisman can still save his life. Although it can only be used once. But at a critical moment, this is equivalent to a second life. Chen Yuan continued to look at the third item. Revival of All Things can channel spiritual energy to heal all injuries, including the rebirth of severed limbs, reconstruction of meridians, and soul repair. Consumption increases with the severity of the injury. It has an extremely high success rate for fatal injuries, but is ineffective for injuries that result in instant death. Rebirth of severed limbs, reconstruction of meridians, soul repair. Chen Yuan took a deep breath. This technique is extraordinary. With it, not only can he fight and endure, but he can also save others. As long as he isn't killed instantly on the battlefield, he can bring them back. Good things, all good things. Chen Yuan felt secretly delighted. He struck it rich with this check-in. He then smiled at the two young ladies behind him who were working diligently. All right, let's take a break for now. The two technicians quickly stopped and obediently stood to the side. Chen Yuan sat up from the recliner and casually took out 10 high-grade spirit crystals from his storage space, giving 5 to each of them. Take this and wait for me outside for a bit. 5 high-grade spirit crystals. The two young ladies' eyes widened in surprise. This was equivalent to more than half a month's salary for them. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The two thanked him repeatedly, joyfully holding the spirit crystals as they exited the private room, gently closing the door behind them. The private room fell silent. Chen Yuan leaned back on the recliner and closed his eyes. System claimed the rewards. The moment he finished speaking, a torrent of information surged into his mind. That was the profound meaning of revival of all things. The circulation route of spiritual energy, the principles of healing, the key to the rebirth of severed limbs, and the secrets of soul repair. Countless arcane knowledge was engraved deep within his soul like a brand. At the same time, a warm energy surged towards his eyes. That was the power of the Eye of Void Breaking. Chen Yuan felt a slight heat around his eyes, followed by a spreading cool sensation. He opened his eyes. The world had changed. Everything in the private room became clearer in his sight. The flowing trajectory of every strand of spiritual energy in the spiritual spring pool, the energy distribution of the array patterns on the walls, all became distinctly visible. Chen Yuan looked down at his hands. The circulation route of spiritual energy beneath his skin was clear at a glance. Those things that previously could only be perceived with divine sense could now be seen through at a single glance. Chen Yuan raised his hand. He took out the substitute Jade Talisman from his storage space. The talisman was about the size of a palm, with faint golden patterns flowing across its surface. It felt warm and smooth in his hand. He could sense a gentle and resilient energy circulating within. Chen Yuan admired it for a moment before keeping the talisman close to him. Although he was confident in his own strength, having such a life-saving treasure is always better in greater numbers. Just then the holy respect order at his waist vibrated twice. Chen Yuan picked it up to check. It was a message from the Longwu division. Chief Chen, your monthly salary has been issued, 2 billion great xia coins have been transferred to your account, and 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals will be delivered to Longyuan Mountain Manor tomorrow by a designated person. After reading, Chen Yuan's smile deepened. More funds have arrived. Now the nearly 900,000 high-grade spirit crystals piled up in his infinite storage space, along with the vast amount of great xia coins, were more than enough to spend. The monthly issuance from the Longwu division was just a cherry on top for him. Having so much money that one can't spend it all is a kind of worry too. Chen Yuan stretched and muttered to himself. He stood up and flexed his muscles. Then he walked to the door and opened it. The two technician young ladies were still waiting at the door, and upon seeing him come out, they quickly bowed in respect. Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan smiled and said, call for more people over. Him in a good mood today, let's continue for a while. The eyes of the two young ladies brightened, and they quickly responded, yes. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. Shortly after, 4 more technicians entered the private room. 6 beautiful young ladies surrounded him, with some pressing shoulders, some kneading legs, and others pounding his back. Chen Yuan reclined back in the chair, closing his eyes to enjoy. As time passed, their movements became more gentle, gradually shifting from professional massage to something more soothing. Chen Yuan kept his eyes closed and said nothing. The private room was filled only with their even breathing and the subtle friction of fabric. The next morning, having had a great time the night before, Chen Yuan had breakfast at the Lily Pavilion. After individually tipping the 6 technicians from yesterday with 50 high-grade spirit crystals, each, he left with the Holy Dragon Guard and the Shadow Phantom. The 11 Holy Dragon Guards stood neatly behind him. The Shadow Phantom shrank to the size of a palm, lying quietly on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Just as they reached the entrance of the Lily Pavilion, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached quickly. Dressed in a sharp suit with meticulously combed hair and a face full of smiles, he was the owner of the Lily Pavilion. Chief Chen, are you leaving already? He nodded and bowed, his tone extremely respectful. Were you satisfied with last night's service? If anything was lacking, please let me know, and I will rectify it immediately. In a good mood, Chen Yuan waved his hand. It was good, no need for changes. Upon hearing this, the owner of the Lily Pavilion smiled, so wide that his eyes squinted into slits. That's great, that's great. Chief Chen, take care. We welcome you to come again next time. He escorted Chen Yuan all the way to the door, and only after the group disappeared at the end of the street did he realize something, and immediately said to the approaching manager beside him, from now on, whenever Chief Chen comes, arrange the best private room directly, and all expenses will be waived, including special services. In Luodu City, on Changning Street. This is one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Luodu City, with shops lining both sides and a throng of people. As Chen Yuan and his group walked down the street, they immediately caused a sensation. Look, is that Chief Chen? It really is Chief Chen. And the Holy Dragon Guards. Passers-by and martial artists on the roadside all stopped in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon them. Some were excited and flushed, some took out communication rings to take photos, while others whispered among themselves. That little thing on Chief Chen's shoulder must be his mount, the Shadow Phantom, right? I heard the complete form is 300 meters long. The Shadow Phantom lying on Chen Yuan's shoulder perked up its tail high while listening to these discussions. Boss, you're way too popular, aren't you? It muttered quietly, filled with pride. But then again, my boss is the holy respect of the great Xia, the strongest in Blue Star. Being popular is only natural. Chen Yuan smiled and ignored it. He was in a good mood today and wanted to stroll around the street before returning, just in time to test the effect of the Eye of Void breaking. He concentrated, and a faint golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Eye of Void breaking, activate. Every passerby's aura, cultivation, and spiritual energy circulation route became clear at a glance. Most people were normal, but soon. Chen Yuan frowned. His gaze fell upon a middle-aged man buying breakfast at the street corner. That man was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, looking like an average passerby. But under the Eye of Void breaking, Chen Yuan could clearly see that within the man's body there was a black aura that did not belong to him, entwining around his soul. That aura seemed to move like a living creature, slowly writhing, merging with the host's soul. Possession, or more accurately, being controlled. Chen Yuan remained composed and continued walking forward. The Eye of Void breaking swept through the crowd. Another one. A young woman at the street corner waiting for the red light also had a black aura within her. Further ahead, a commuter at the bus stop checking their phone also had one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chen Yuan's frown deepened. In just a short street, he had discovered at least 7 people possessed or controlled by otherworldly beings. And among them, his gaze landed on a Longwu Division officer patrolling across the street. The officer was dressed in the Longwu Division uniform, bearing the rank of lieutenant, leading a squad of soldiers for routine checks. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, he immediately stopped and respectfully saluted. Chief Chen. His attitude was proper and his expression natural, showing no signs of abnormality. But under the eye of void-breaking, Chen Yuan could see clearly that this officer also harbored a black aura within. It was larger, denser, and deeper than the previous ordinary individuals, almost merging with his soul. This indicated that he had been controlled for a longer time. Faced with this situation, Chen Yuan did not act hastily. His gaze lingered on the lieutenant for less than a second before he withdrew it, nodding calmly. The lieutenant respectfully stepped aside, watching Chen Yuan and his group pass by. His demeanor was beyond reproach. Standing straight, eyes level, his face bore the respect due to his superior. He only averted his gaze once Chen Yuan's figure disappeared around the corner, turning to continue his patrol. His steps were steady and his expression natural. Yet at the moment he turned, a barely perceptible oddity flickered deep within his eyes. That strange flicker vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Chen Yuan walked along Chongning Street, his gaze calmly surveying the surrounding scenery. However, everything he had seen through the eye of breaking reality had stirred tumult within his heart. Luodu City, the heart of the Great Xia. The headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division, the most heavily guarded place in the nation. Even this place had been infiltrated. Even mid-level officers within the Dragon Martial Division had been compromised. What about other areas? Jingzhou, Pingzhou, Shuzhou, Zhou. How many such people lurked in the shadows of the entire Great Xia? A chill rose from the depths of Chen Yuan's eyes. These foreign races had not only infiltrated, but had done so deeply. If it were not for the eye of breaking reality he had acquired today, he would have never discovered it. 7 were lurking in just one street. How many were there in all of Luodu City? In the entire Great Xia? Just thinking about this number sent chills down his spine. With such a profound infiltration by these foreign races, there must be some earth-shattering conspiracy behind it. Chen Yuan halted his steps. No emotion showed on his face, but his mind raced. The control of so many individuals could not be mere coincidence. There had to be an organization or source behind it. It must be investigated as soon as possible. Let's go. Chen Yuan's figure flashed as he sped towards the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division. Chen Tianling and the other 11 members of the Holy Dragon Guards followed without hesitation. 12 figures zipped across the skies of Luodu City, moving so swiftly that the pedestrians below did not notice at all. At the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division, at the main entrance, a team of fully armed elite warriors stood guard. Upon seeing Chen Yuan and his group descend from the sky, the leading warrior was momentarily taken aback, then quickly changed his expression and stepped forward to salute. Director Chen, I will report this immediately. No need. Chen Yuan raised his hand to interrupt him. I'm here to handle some matters, no need to disturb others. The warrior was startled, but seeing Chen Yuan's expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut and complied with Chen Yuan's request. Chen Yuan strode into the headquarters, heading straight for an independent command room. This was the office area exclusively for the honorary director, typically only visited by cleaning staff. In fact, the cleaning staff had come here more often than he had as the honorary director. Closing the door, Chen Yuan sat down in a chair. The shadow on his shoulder could no longer contain itself. It used divine sense to communicate, its tone filled with confusion. Boss, what exactly is going on? You've been acting strange since just now. Chen Yuan did not hide anything, relaying everything he had seen on the street through divine sense to the shadow. The shadow shivered upon hearing it. What? Those people were controlled by foreign races? Even the Dragon Martial Division's personnel have been compromised. It nearly shouted, but was silenced by a glare from Chen Yuan. Boss, this is too terrifying, right? The shadow's voice trembled. How did these foreign races, and how did they hide so deeply? Chen Yuan remained silent. He raised his hand to activate the holy order, directly contacting Zhou Qing. It was quickly connected. A light screen appeared, revealing Zhou Qing's resolute face. The background was the command room of the Demon Suppression Fortress in Zhezhou, filled with surveillance screens and strategic maps. He wore a faint smile, his tone relaxed. Director Chen, what brings you to contact me today? Chen Yuan skipped the pleasantries and spoke directly. Director Zhou, something has happened. Zhou Qing's smile immediately vanished. He knew Chen Yuan too well. For him to utter the word something has happened was undoubtedly a serious matter. What happened? Chen Yuan detailed his discoveries on Chongning Street. The ordinary people who had been possessed and controlled the lieutenant from the Dragon Martial Division, the black aura revealed by the eye of breaking reality. Every word struck Zhou Qing's heart like stones. His expression grew increasingly somber. By the time Chen Yuan finished speaking, his demeanor had completely changed. Not shock, but dread. a deep-seated dread. Director Chen, are you sure? His voice was tense. Sure. Chen Yuan nodded. My abilities won't make mistakes. Zhou Qing fell silent. He knew Chen Yuan wouldn't joke about such matters. If what Chen Yuan said was true, it meant that a type of foreign race he had never noticed had quietly infiltrated the heart of the Great Xia. Even mid-level officers of the Dragon Martial Division had been controlled. What about the higher-ups? What about other departments? What about the entirety of Great Xia? If Chen Yuan had not discovered this matter by the time these foreign races felt it was time to reveal their fangs, Great Xia would face an immeasurable blow. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the chill in his heart. Director Chen, thank you for this. His voice carried a raspy tone, genuine gratitude. If you hadn't discovered this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Yuan shook his head. Director Zhou, no need for formalities between us. Let's discuss how to resolve this. Zhou Qing nodded quickly, entering a state of seriousness. After a discussion, the two quickly reached a consensus. First, do not act hastily. The enemy is hidden, and we currently do not know the number, origins, or motives of these foreign races. Acting recklessly would only alert them, allowing the lurking beasts to escape. Second, conduct covert investigations. First, ascertain how many people have been controlled. Where is the source? What is manipulating from behind? Third, strike with thunderous force after clarifying everything. Once the full situation is grasped, we will use the fastest speed and the strongest power to capture them all. The situation at the Demon Suppression Fortress is very stable. Zhou Qing glanced at the surveillance screen behind. Ever since you killed the Nether Demon Lord last time, and left behind 2,000 top-grade spirit crystals to reinforce the seal, the demonic creatures inside have been very obedient, not making any movements at all. I will immediately depart quietly back to Lidu, and my deputy can keep watch here. Chen Yuan nodded. All right. Contact me when you arrive. The communication ended. Chen Yuan put away the holy order and stood up, hearing Chen Tianling, who had been listening to the entire process, step forward to salute. Boss, let us Holy Dragon Guards handle this mission. His tone was calm, but his eyes sparkled with eagerness. The Holy Dragon Guards had always served in a protective role. Although they were powerful, they rarely had the opportunity to take charge. This task of covert investigation was just what they needed to prove their capabilities. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. You want to take it? Yes. Chen Tianling did not waste words. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. The Holy Dragon Guards were already strong enough, they just lacked experience. Although this task was important, it was not dangerous, as it was merely an investigation and not a direct confrontation. Besides, with him and Zhou Qing watching from behind, there wouldn't be major issues. Alright, I'll leave it to you this time. Chen Tianling's eyes lit up. Thanks, boss. Chen Yuan waved his hand, signaling him not to rush. However, you must first have this ability. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Eye of breaking reality. This time it was not to see through disguises, but to share. Chen Yuan raised his hand, condensing a small golden sphere of light at his fingertips, which though small contained the special energy of the Eye of Breaking Reality. He flicked his fingers, causing the sphere to burst and transform into 11 thin golden rays, entering the eyes of Chen Tianling and the other 11 Holy Dragon Guards. As 11 people simultaneously trembled, they felt a slight warmth in their eye sockets. After a moment, they opened their eyes, discovering that the world had changed. This is... Chen Tianling's pupils constricted. Part of the ability of the Eye of Breaking Reality, Chen Yuan retracted his hand and said calmly, "It will help you see through those who are possessed and controlled. As long as there is foreign race aura within them, you will spot it at a glance. However, the duration is limited, about a week. Within that week, uncover what needs to be uncovered. If you can't manage it, don't force it. I'll take over when the time comes." Chen Tianling took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Understood. Within a week, we will definitely uncover everything. Chen Yuan looked at him and added, remember, only investigate, try not to act. If you find anything, do not alert them. Just note the targets. When Director Zhou arrives, cooperate with him in action. Understood. Chen Tianling cupped his fists. Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the figures of the Holy Dragon Guards quickly disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, at Luodu Martial University in the medical room, Zhang Fan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing steadily. His injuries had mostly healed. With the physique of a martial lord in the initial stage, his recovery speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet he did not rush to be discharged. A student who had been pursued and severely injured by an 8th-tier foreign race coming back to life in just a few days would attract too much attention. So he continued to lie there, occasionally coughing or displaying a weak expression. He was acting very earnestly. At this moment, with his eyes closed, his mind was calculating his next plan. The sunlight outside the window streamed and falling on his young face. His face was filled with calm and weakness, showing no signs of abnormality. No one knew that the soul within this body had already been replaced. Outside the medical room, footsteps of nurses and the laughter of students could be heard in the corridor. Everything seemed normal. Yet the undercurrents had already begun to surge. Chen Yuan did not linger much at the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division. Let's go back to the manor. He stood up and patted the still dazed Yu Ying on the shoulder. Yu Ying came to his senses, a hint of doubt in his small eyes. Boss, are we just leaving this matter to them? What else can we do? Chen Yuan walked out. They need to practice their skills. Yu Ying thought for a moment and decided to keep quiet. 5 days quickly passed, and the investigation into the possessed alien races was proceeding more smoothly than expected. Chen Tianling, accompanied by the Holy Dragon Guard, worked quietly, with Zhou Qing taking 5 days to thoroughly inspect the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division and key areas of Lidu. The good news was that all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Martial Division were not under control. The highest-ranking officials that were parasitized were only mid to low-level officials, and their numbers were not many. Zhou Qing sighed in relief, but felt even heavier in his heart. The fact that the high-ranking officials were fine indicated that the infiltration by these alien races had not yet reached a critical level. However, the control of the mid to low-level officials meant that the daily operations information relay and grassroots execution of the Dragon Martial Division had already been affected. During these 5 days, Zhou Qing and the Holy Dragon Guard captured those controlled officials one by one. At first, these individuals tried to argue. Director Zhou, I'm innocent. I really don't know anything. I am loyal to the Dragon Martial Division. But when Zhou Qing directly intervened and forced the parasitic energy out of their bodies, everyone fell silent. It was a mass of black mist the size of a fist forcefully stripped from the officials' bodies, floating in midair and slowly wriggling. It seemed alive, constantly trying to burrow back into its host. But more strangely, these parasitic energy bodies had no independent consciousness. They did not speak, plead for mercy, or show fear. After being separated, they instinctively sought to reparasitize, showing no other reactions. The consciousness is singular. Zhou Qing's face looked grim. These energy bodies only have one command: to parasitize and hide. The true manipulator behind them is the real threat. All those officials who had their parasites removed fell into a coma. Their bodies bore no external injuries, but their souls were damaged to varying degrees. Zhou Qing's gaze turned cold. We must make the alien race behind this pay the price. He paused, furrowing his brow. And we must do it quickly. Once we act, the entity behind them will likely notice something is off after a while. If it hides, finding it again, well, the problem is, how do we find it? These parasitic energy bodies won't say anything. In such a vast great Xia, who knows where the entity behind is hiding? The investigation hit a standstill for a moment. Just then, Chen Tianling suddenly spoke up. Director Zhou, I have a discovery. Zhou Qing turned to look at him. What discovery? Chen Tianling pointed to the mass of black mist sealed in a special container, his eyes flashing with a faint golden light. The power of the broken void eye that the boss gave us can see the faint connection between this entity and the alien race behind it. He paused, slightly frowning. It's like a line extending from this mass of mist leading to a far-off place. But my power is too weak. I can only sense its faint existence and cannot trace it back to the source. Zhou Qing's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that if Director Chen personally intervenes, he can follow this line to find the alien race behind? Chen Tianling nodded affirmatively. With the boss abilities, it should be no problem. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, feeling relieved. Quick contact Director Chen. Lonyuan Mountain, in the backyard of the Holy Lord's mansion. The sun shone brightly, and the lake's surface sparkled. The artificial lake in the backyard was specially dug during the construction of the mansion, drawing water from the spiritual spring on the mountain with crystal-clear water. The lake was home to many spirit fish, each plump and delicious, usually managed by Zhao Wenyuan and his servants. At this moment, a delicate barbecue grill was set up by the lakeside. The charcoal used was top-grade spirit wood charcoal, and the grilled food emanated a fragrant aroma. Zhao Wenyuan was deftly scaling, gutting, and butchering the fish, then brushing a thin layer of oil on their bodies before placing them on the grill. The charcoal licked the fish's body, producing a sizzling sound. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was reclining on a chair fishing. Several skewers of grilled spirit fish, emitting a rich aroma, were already placed beside him. Yu Ying was lying nearby, his belly round, and still stuffing his mouth. Boss, give me this one. This one is fat. Can you eat more? I can. Even 10 more would be fine. Chen Yuan shook his head with a smile, just as he was about to hand the freshly caught fish to Zhao Wenyuan. Suddenly, the Holy Lord's token at his waist vibrated. He put down his fishing rod and picked it up, seeing it was Chen Tianling. He connected the call. Boss. Chen Tianling's voice came through the light screen, crisp and straightforward. The investigation has made progress. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Speak. Chen Tianling quickly reported the situation over the past few days. Only mid to low-level officials were controlled. The parasitic energy bodies had no independent consciousness. The host's souls were damaged after being stripped, and the investigation hit a standstill. In the end, he reached the crucial point. Boss, the power of the broken void eye you shared with us can see the faint connection between these parasitic bodies and the alien race behind them. But my power is insufficient. I can only sense it, but cannot find the source. I need you to intervene personally. Chen Yuan nodded after listening. Understood, I will be there immediately. The communication ended. He put away the Holy Lord's token and glanced at Yuing, who was still devouring grilled fish beside him. Let's go, it's time to work. Yuing, mouth full of half a fish, asked ambiguously, Where to? To the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division. Yuing looked at the last fish on the grill, then at Chen Yuan's expression. Finally, he swallowed the fish meat hard, reluctantly bidding farewell to the fish that was yet to be grilled. Sorry, brother fish, I will eat you when I return. Then he leaped into the air. Boom. The little Yuing, just the size of a palm, suddenly expanded. The mansion's servants were already accustomed to this. They glanced up and then continued with their work. Chen Yuan stood up from the lounge chair and instructed Zhao Wenyuan. You all can share the remaining fish. Zhao Wenyuan quickly nodded, yes sir. Chen Yuan's figure flickered and instantly appeared on the broad back of Yuing, whose eyes were filled with longing. My fish! Yuying's face showed sorrow and his wings flapped. Buzz! The massive figure broke through the air, leaving a long purple streak across the sky above Longyuan Mountain. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. At the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division, Zhou Qing's brow was tightly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. 5 days. It took 5 days to comb through Luodu City, and they only caught these small fish. The big fish behind them had not even cast a shadow. Moreover, as time passed, the risk of exposure grew increasingly severe. Those controlled officials suddenly lost contact. The alien race behind them could not remain unaware forever. Once it reacts, it will either hide deeper or flee outright. By then, capturing it will be challenging. If this matter is not resolved, it would be like a thorn deeply embedded in the palm, and no one in the Great Xia knows how many people have been possessed. Director, Zhou, don't worry. Chen Tianling stood nearby to comfort him. Once the boss arrives, everything will be manageable. Zhou Qing smiled bitterly. I know that Director Chen's arrival can solve this, but my heart. He had not finished his sentence. Suddenly, the outside darkened. It was not nightfall as something blocked. Zhou Qing looked up. A 300-meter-long purple behemoth was flying in from the horizon, its wings spread wide, blocking the sun. Yuing and Director Chen have arrived. Zhou Qing's tense expression finally relaxed. They're here, he whispered, turning around and striding out. The headquarters of the Longwu Bureau, 3rd subterranean level. This was a specially designated isolation zone for detaining anomalous subjects, rarely activated under ordinary circumstances. Yet tonight the corridor blazed with light, thick with palpable tension. Inside a sealed interrogation chamber at the corridor's end, Zhou Qing and Chen Tianling stood before a long table. Neatly arranged upon it were over a dozen custom-made, transparent containers, each palm-sized, their surfaces inscribed with intricate sealing arrays. Within each container, swirling masses of black mist pulsed slowly, like living things trapped in stasis. Nearby on the cold floor lay the former Longwu Bureau officials, stripped of their parasitic hosts. Eyes shut, faces pallid, breath shallow and faint. Chen Yuan entered with Zhou Qing. His gaze swept across the containers on the table, then lingered on the 18 figures lying motionless on the floor. The lieutenant who had greeted him on Chongning Street now rested quietly in the corner. Tianling, brief me en route. Chen Yuan said, stepping to the table and lifting one container for close inspection. Now all that remains is locating the source behind them. Zhou Qing gave a wry smile. Indeed, these parasites utter nothing, even under coercion, and once severed their hosts fall into deep unconsciousness. The trail ends here. Not refusal, just silent certainty. He set the container down, drew a slow, deep breath, and activated his void-piercing eye. A soft golden radiance flared deep within his iris. Not refusal, just silent certainty. He set the container down, drew a slow, deep breath, and activated his void-piercing eye. A soft golden radiance flared deep within his irises. This time he did not seek to unveil deception, but to trace origin. Through the void-piercing eye's vision, the black mist inside the container ceased to appear as formless chaos. It resembled a severed rope at its broken end, faint residual energy filaments stretched outward, tenuous, yet unmistakably directional. These filaments were finer than spider silk, undetectable to the naked eye, even to a martial saint's spiritual sense, unless augmented by extraordinary means. Yet beneath the void-piercing eye they stood revealed, unmasked, undeniable. Chen Yuan followed their course through container walls, through reinforced concrete, through the entire Longwu Bureau headquarters. They extended eastward, unbroken. The cityscape of Lidu receded rapidly within his vision. Mountains, rivers, plains, coastlines, all flowing past like fleeting brushstrokes. Still they stretched, beyond the sea. Zhou Qing stood frozen beside him, scarcely daring to breathe. He watched the golden light shimmer in Chen Yuan's eyes, awestruck, yet burning with hope. This young saint regent of the state possessed not only overwhelming strength, but also an ability so unfathomable it defied comprehension. Without Chen Yuan, this hidden bomb buried deep within Daxiao might detonate at any hour, unseen, unanticipated. Given the scale of alien infiltration, the consequences of eruption would be catastrophic. Mid- and low-rank Longwu Bureau officers compromised ordinary citizens across Daxiao's provinces ensnared. Just envisioning that scenario sent a chill down Zhou Qing's spine. Whether this explosive threat could ever be fully excavated now hinged solely upon Chen Yuan. A minute passed. The golden luminescence in Chen Yuan's eyes gradually faded. He lowered the container, brow furrowed in quiet contemplation. Well, Zhou Qing asked urgently. Chen Yuan glanced at him, calm, composed. I saw it. The entity controlling these parasites lies to the east. Not within Daxiao's borders. Zhou Qing's posture sharpened instantly. East? Can you pinpoint its exact location? Chen Yuan shook his head. Too distant. The residual connection from these parasites is exceedingly faint. Even I can only discern the general direction. Its precise hiding place remains veiled. He paused, then added, moreover, that entity proceeds with extreme caution. The link is unidirectional. It commands them, yet they possess no awareness of its true whereabouts. I traced the filaments to that eastern bearing, but beyond the coastline they dissolved entirely. Zhou Qing absorbed this disappointment, tempered by profound relief. Thank you, Director Chen. Merely identifying the direction is invaluable. He murmured, already calculating swiftly in his mind, outside Daxiao, eastward. His gaze hardened. East. Islands. Capable of such covert infiltration. Zhou Qing had already narrowed his suspicion to a single likely culprit, when Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the 18 figures sprawled on the floor. He knelt beside the nearest one to assess his condition. The lieutenant he'd met earlier now exhibited a feeble pulse and steady respiration, but his soul bore clear damage. When forcibly extracted, the parasites had torn themselves from their host's spiritual essence, leaving varying degrees of trauma. Without intervention, these individuals risked prolonged coma. Upon awakening, many would suffer amnesia or mental fragmentation. In severe cases, permanent unconsciousness. Yet Chen Yuan's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The newly mastered saint-level cultivation art, 10,000 things rejuvenation, was perfectly suited for precisely this. Soul damage, exactly its domain. Director Zhou, I'll treat them. Zhou Qing blinked in surprise. Director Chen, you practice medicine too? Chen Yuan's smile held quiet confidence. No explanation, only action. He placed his palm upon the lieutenant's forehead. A gentle emerald light bloomed across his palm. Warm, tender as spring sunlight, the light carried an unmistakable vitality. Life itself distilled and channeled. 10,000 things rejuvenation, activated. The verdant luminescence flowed from Chen Yuan's palm into the lieutenant's mind. A tranquil stream gliding softly over wounded soul terrain. Where it passed, lacerations sealed visibly, shattered soul fragments reassembled, dimmed spiritual radiance reignited, bright and steady. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. The lieutenant's ashen complexion flushed with healthy color, his furrowed brow smoothed into repose. This? Zhou Qing's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed the lieutenant's soul wounds healing at an astonishing pace. Director Chen's medical art. He drew a slow, deep breath. It transcends even the threshold of saint-level mastery. Meanwhile, Yuying perched atop Chen Yuan's shoulder, tail held high with pride. Of course, just look who my master is. It puffed its chest, basking in praise meant for another. You've yet to witness half my master's true capabilities. Zhou Qing's reverence for Chen Yuan deepened further, but Chen Yuan paid no heed to the exchange, his hands never still. One after another, emerald light bloomed anew. For him, energy expenditure posed no constraint. After expanding his spiritual energy reserves by 30%, the minuscule cost of channeling 10,000 things rejuvenation upon non-Saint Martial cultivators amounted to less than a mote of dust. 2 minutes later, all 18 individuals lay healed. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and rose. Nearly done. They should awaken shortly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the lieutenant nearest him stirred, eyelids fluttering, then opening slowly. He stared blankly at the ceiling. After several seconds of disorientation, he bolted upright. Where am I? Clutching his head, confusion clouded his face. His gaze swept the room. The unfamiliar chamber, the transparent containers on the table, Zhou Qing and Chen Yuan standing before him. What in the world happened? Director Zhou. Director Chen. His voice was hoarse, uncertain. What happened to me? One by one, the other 17 stirred awake. Some massaged their temples, others leaned against the wall to rise, each wearing identical bewilderment. I remember I was on patrol. Then suddenly, nothing. Blankness. Same here. I was drafting a report in my office, and then, what happened? Zhou Qing waited patiently until they'd all steadied themselves, then spoke. You were previously controlled by extraterrestrial entities. Controlled. The lieutenant's expression darkened. Instinctively his eyes darted to the containers on the table. Upon seeing the slowly undulating black mist within, his pupils constricted violently. What is that abomination? A parasitic entity extracted from your body, Zhou Qing replied, evenly. You were possessed, some possibly for months. All 18 faces paled. One touched his own chest reflexively, another stepped back 2 paces, putting distance between himself and the containers. How? I had no awareness whatsoever. Nor did I. Absolutely no sensation. What truly occurred? Zhou Qing looked to Chen Yuan, who nodded, granting permission to proceed. Zhou Qing faced the group, voice stern. Before your possession, did you encounter anything, or anyone, out of the ordinary? Think carefully. Every detail matters. Silence fell as 18 minds strained to recall. Seconds later the lieutenant broke it. I remember. All eyes converged on him. 3 months ago the Dongyue diplomatic delegation visited Longwu Bureau for exchange, and gifted every officer a token. He paused, straining to retrieve specifics. A tea set, claimed to be Dongyue's famed spirit ceramic, were exquisitely crafted. I accepted it without hesitation. A week later I began noticing anomalies, sudden lapses in consciousness. I'd blink and hours would vanish, yet retain no memory of what transpired. His voice trembled with dawning dread. I assumed it was cultivation imbalance, so I underwent medical evaluation. Nothing abnormal was found. Eventually I grew accustomed, and stopped questioning it. As he finished the others chimed in. Me too. I received the tea set. So did I. The Dongyue Spirit Confectionery gift. Mine was a hanging scroll, purportedly by a Dongyue master painter. Mine a scholar's set, brush ink, paper, and inkstone. Their gifts varied, but every single one originated from the same source, the Dongyue diplomatic mission. All 18 had accepted gifts from Dongyue diplomats, and the timeline aligned perfectly. Anomalies began shortly after receipt. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with icy light. Dongyue. Zhou Qing's expression darkened. This result coincided exactly with what he had just thought. The Easterning nation, that island nation relying on the backing of the United States, had always been at odds with the Great Xia. The relationship between the two countries had never been good, and disputes over the ownership of the Eastern Sea's secret realms occurred every few days. Their mutual dislike had lasted for quite some time. Recently, after Chen Yuan emerged and joined the Dragon Martial Division, the other side had indeed restrained themselves somewhat. However, the matter of controlling officials of the Dragon Martial Division using alien energy bodies had clearly been done before. Zhou Qing clenched his fists. The Easterning nation. As a human race, they actually collude with aliens. His voice was low, filled with suppressed anger. When they are not our match in the open, they resort to underhanded tactics in the dark. Using aliens to deal with their own kin, do they have no bottom line? Truly a bunch of beasts. Chen Yuan remained silent, but the coldness in his eyes spoke volumes. Zhou Qing took a deep breath to suppress his anger and turned to Chen Yuan. Director Chen, since the general area has been confirmed, let's act quickly. This hidden danger cannot be left lingering, it must be removed as soon as possible. Chen Yuan nodded. Indeed, he had the same intention. He turned to Chen Tianling with a sharp gaze. Tianling, take people to the Easterning nation's embassy and control the entire diplomatic mission inside. Chen Tianling cupped his fists and replied yes. With a wave of his hand, 10 figures followed closely behind, striding out of the interrogation room. After confirming that the controlled officials had returned to normal and could leave on their own, Zhou Qing followed in Chen Yuan's footsteps. After confirming that the controlled officials had returned to normal and could leave on their own, Zhou Qing followed in Chen. The Easterning nation's embassy, in Luodu. It was an independent Easterning-style building located in the embassy district of the eastern part of Luodu City. The entrance displayed the flag of the Easterning nation, with 2 Easterning martial artists standing guard at the door, their long knives at the ready, eyes vigilant. The afternoon sun shone on the vermilion pillars, and everything appeared calm and ordinary. However, this calm was soon shattered. Chen Tianling along with Chen Yi to Chen Shi descended fiercely in front of the embassy's main entrance. The 11 men exuded a fierce aura, their eyes cold, radiating an oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. The expressions of the 2 Easterning martial artists at the door changed, and they immediately drew their blades to block the entrance. Who are you? One of them shouted in fluent Great Xia language, his tone arrogant. This is the embassy of the Great Easterning nation. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Leave immediately. Chen Tianling couldn't be bothered to reply, not even slowing his pace. How dare this tiny territory claim such authority? Suddenly the aura of a martial saint erupted violently, and that terrifying pressure bore down like a tangible force. Boom. The 2 Easterning martial artists had no chance to react and were sent flying. Their bodies crashed into the wall behind bricks shattered, and both spat blood and lost consciousness. Chen Tianling didn't even glance at them as he stepped into the embassy. The Easterning staff inside the embassy were thrown into chaos upon witnessing this scene. Some screamed and ran backward while others pulled out communication rings to call for support. But the actions of the Holy Dragon Guard were even quicker. Chun Yichen Air Chen San. 10 individuals darted like 10 sharp swords, instantly infiltrating various parts of the embassy. They swiftly subdued everyone inside the embassy. At that moment, a figure shot out from the depths of the embassy. It was a middle-aged man dressed in Easterning warrior attire with a heavy aura, clearly at the peak of martial sovereign strength. He was the military officer of the Easterning Nation's embassy in Lidu, the highest combat power on the surface here. Baka, who dares to attack the embassy? He roared, preparing to strike. But in the next second his expression changed, for he recognized the identity of the intruders. The Holy Dragon Guard. Chen Yuan's personal guard. Could this be Chen Yuan's intention? You all. His words were not finished when Chen Tianling had already made his move. A slap struck across. Smack. The sound was crisp and resonated in the embassy hall. The martial sovereign officer had no chance to react. His body spun 3 times before collapsing on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and 2 teeth had been knocked out. Chen Tianling retracted his hand, expressionless. Noisy. In the innermost office of the embassy, Yamamoto Ichiro, the ambassador of the Easterning Nation in Luodu, sat at his desk. With his signature mustache and gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared cultured. However, his expression was now extreme. He had heard all the commotion outside. The sounds of footsteps, screams, and shattering objects. The entire embassy was being taken over. Yamamoto Ichiro's hands trembled. He stood up, intending to escape through the back door, but as he reached the entrance, the door was kicked open. Chen Tianling stood at the doorway, looking at him with cold eyes. Yamamoto Ichiro. Yamamoto Ichiro's face turned ashen, desperately maintaining his composure. Who are you? Do you know where this is, eh? Chen Tianling did not respond. He raised his hand with a wave, and a vast surge of spiritual power erupted directly, forcing Yamamoto Ichiro to kneel on the ground. Yamamoto Ichiro struggled desperately, but in front of a martial saint, he, a martial emperor diplomat, couldn't even move a finger. Baka, what is the meaning of this? He knelt on the ground, unable to move, but still shouting. Attacking our Easterning Nation's embassy. Injuring our Easterning diplomats. Are you trying to start a war with us? The United States will not sit on you, great Xia. Smack. Chen Tianling's hand struck his face. Yamamoto Ichiro's head jerked to the side, 2 bloodied teeth flying out, and his mustache was askew. His face swelled visibly. Ugh, you. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes filled with tears from the pain his words slurred. But this time he dared not shout again. Chen Tianling looked at him as if he were dead. At that moment 2 figures walked in from outside. Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. Director Zhou. Director Zhou. He struggled to shout, his voice leaking due to missing teeth. What are you, great Xia, trying to do? Attacking our Easterning Nation's embassy is a serious diplomatic incident. I demand the immediate release of my people. I will report you to the international community. Zhou Qing stood before him, looking down at him. Enough with the theatrics. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. You know well what your Easterning Nation... Yamamoto Ichiro was taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained the demeanor of a victim. I don't understand what you are saying. Our Easterning Nation has always strictly adhered to international law and maintained friendly relations with the Great Xia. Zhou Qing was too lazy to listen to his nonsense any longer. He took out a specially made transparent container and held it in front of Yamamoto Ichiro. Inside the container, a mass of black mist was slowly writhing. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice abruptly ceased. His eyes fixed on the black mist, his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. His expression shifted from anger to terror, then to disbelief. Yamamoto Ichiro knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The bone-chilling cold washed over him from head to toe, and he knew this time he was truly finished. But he did not want to die. Director Zhou. I can tell you. He swallowed hard, a hint of a fawning expression squeezing out on his swollen face. But I have a condition. Condition? Zhou Qing interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. Yamamoto Ichiro, you are not in a position to negotiate conditions with me. Yamamoto Ichiro's face stiffened. Zhou Qing looked down at him, his gaze leaving no room for negotiation. I give you 2 choices. First, tell me everything you know right now. Second, I will take you to the military headquarters and interrogate you slowly. Once there, even if you want to die, you won't be able to. Yamamoto Ichiro's face turned completely white. The military headquarters. He had heard of it. The interrogation methods of the Great Xia military headquarters were among the most notorious in the world. No one who entered could withstand it. He slumped to the ground, the last shred of hope shattered. I will tell you. He opened his mouth ready to confess. Who? A mouthful of black blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes widened, his hands gripping his throat as if something inside him had exploded. His body began to convulse violently, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Veins beneath his skin bulged like snakes writhing madly beneath the surface, and then they burst one by one. His life force plummeted rapidly. Zhou Qing's face changed dramatically. Seal. He recognized at a glance that a seal had been planted on Yamamoto Ichiro. This kind of seal was specifically designed to keep secrets. Once the host attempted to reveal a certain secret, the seal would activate automatically. Moreover, within seconds after activation, the host would perish. Ruthless, precise, and leaving no survivors. Damn it. Zhou Qing clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Was the intelligence about to be cut off again? After all the effort to track down this lead, after prying this person's mouth open, the result. In front of me, dying won't be easy. A calm voice rang out. Chen Yuan stepped forward and placed his palm on Yamamoto Ichiro's head. A green light instantly illuminated. All things revitalized. The light was soft and warm, bringing forth a surge of life, like a spring rain descending upon parched earth. The vessels in Yamamoto Ichiro's body, which were on the verge of exploding, were forcibly stabilized by this power. The shattered meridians began to reconnect. The withered life force was forcibly pulled back. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Yamamoto Ichiro's convulsions stopped, and the black blood from his orifices ceased. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face slowly regaining a hint of color. Zhou Qing watched this scene, his pupils constricting slightly. He had almost forgotten in the excitement that Chen Yuan was also proficient in a high-level sacred healing technique. That kind of method capable of repairing the soul. Naturally, saving a person on the brink of death was not a problem. Director Chen, good technique. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, hope rekindling in his eyes. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand. He looked at Yamamoto Ichiro with indifference. Now you can speak. Yamamoto Ichiro lay on the ground, breathing heavily. In his eyes, besides the relief of surviving a disaster, there was something more complex. Anger. Not anger towards Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing, but anger towards the organization behind the scenes. He had served as a diplomat in the Great Xia for years, and though he had no contributions, he had endured hardships. What was the result? His own people had secretly planted a seal on him. Once he fell into enemy hands, he would instantly die if he tried to speak. They never intended for him to expose anything and live. Yamamoto Ichiro let out a bitter laugh, the black blood at the corner of his mouth still not wiped clean. Well, all right. He raised his head to look at Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing, the last trace of struggle fading from his eyes. At this point, continuing to struggle was meaningless. It would only bring more suffering. I will tell everything, I will say it all. For the next half hour, Yamamoto Ichiro revealed everything he knew. Those alien energy entities. They were brought into the Great Xia by the diplomatic mission from the Eastern Kingdom 3 months ago, hidden within various souvenirs. Once the items reached their targets, the energy entities would complete their parasitism within 7 days, silently controlling the hosts. His task was to control the mid-level officials of the Longwu Division and ordinary people in Luodu City. If possible, control the higher-ups as well. As for why these people needed to be controlled, the upper echelons meant to infiltrate first, then wait for the right moment. When the time comes, these controlled individuals will create chaos internally, coordinating with the attacks from outside. At that time, with internal chaos and the Great Xia, gaps in the defenses will emerge. Zhou Qing's face turned ashen, yet he did not interrupt him. What is the name of the organization behind you? Dark Abyss, Yamamoto Ichiro replied. The organization behind us is called Dark Abyss, specializing in aiding aliens to infiltrate the Great Xia. Zhou Qing's gaze turned cold. Dark Abyss. That name did not sound like something good. Where are the aliens that created these energy entities hiding? Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head. I don't know. My authority is insufficient to reach that level. I only know that the headquarters of Dark Abyss is in our Eastern Kingdom. He paused and added, there is an inconspicuous military base beneath an island near the East Sea where the core members of Dark Abyss are located. I suspect the aliens that create the energy entities are also likely hiding there. Zhou Qing and Chen Yuan exchanged glances. East Sea Island military base. The information matched up. What about the other provinces of the Great Xia? Zhou Qing asked, who is responsible for the infiltration in other places? Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head again. I don't know. The various groups of Dark Abyss operate independently without contact between each other. I am only responsible for the Longwu Division and Luodu City. Dealing with the Longwu Division alone is enough to give me headaches, while other provinces have other people in charge. But I have no knowledge of their identities or information. Zhou Qing frowned, but was not too surprised. This kind of organization with clear divisions of labor did indeed match their style of operation. At this moment, Chen Tianling strode in. Boss, we've made a discovery. He carried a sealed special metal box in his hand and placed it on the table to open. Inside were neatly stacked more than a dozen transparent containers, each containing a mass of black mist identical to what had been extracted from the bodies of Longwu Division officials before. Zhou Qing's pupils constricted. These are found in the basement, Chen Tianling replied, hidden very deep with an additional layer of disguise outside. He looked at Yamamoto Ichiro. They haven't had a chance to be used yet. Zhou Qing turned to Yamamoto Ichiro with a sharp gaze. Is that all? Is there anything else? Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head honestly. No, aside from what has already been spread out, everything remaining is right here. You have already searched everything. What else could I possibly hide? Zhou Qing stared at him for a few seconds, confirming he was not lying before retracting his gaze. He straightened up, spreading out his divine sense. Outside the embassy, the dragon warriors he had summoned had already sealed off the entire street. Teams of fully armed warriors stood ready, waiting for his command. Zhou Qing's voice echoed in his divine sense. Come in and take the person away. As soon as he finished speaking, teams of elite warriors poured in. The commander in front quickly approached, Zhou Qing respectfully saluting. Director, take everyone here into custody and bring them to the military headquarters. Zhou Qing pointed to Yamamoto Ichiro, who was slumped on the ground, and the subdued personnel from the Eastern Kingdom. Yes. The commander waved his hand, and the warriors swiftly moved into action. Yamamoto Ichiro was lifted by two people. He took one last look at the office he had been in for more than 3 years without saying a word. He knew his political career had come to an end. However, since he had been so clear in his confession, the Great Xia would likely show him leniency. At the Longwu Division headquarters, Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing returned to the command room, followed by Chen Tianling and the Holy Dragon Guards. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair and stretched. Now it's good, the location is set, and the target is clear. He looked at Zhou Qing, his tone much lighter. As long as we find that mastermind, the alien possession crisis in the entire Great Xia will likely be resolved. Zhou Qing nodded, but still looked serious. Director Chen is right, but now the arrow is on the string and must be released. He paced in the command room, frowning tightly. We have made our move. The organization called Dark Abyss will certainly not be unaware. Even if Yamamoto Ichiro and the others had no chance to relay messages, those controlled officials suddenly going missing would eventually alert the alien behind all this. Once they react, find another place to hide, it will be difficult to locate them again. He stopped and looked at Chen Yuan. So we must act quickly and strike with overwhelming force. Chen Yuan stood up, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Then let's not wait any longer. He walked to the window and opened it. The warm midday sunlight streamed in, and the shadowy figure immediately crouched on the windowsill. Boss, are we about to set off? It jumped up excitedly. Chen Yuan smiled. He stepped out of the window. The shadow instantly understood his intention and leaped into the air. Boom. The palm-sized little shadow expanded to 300 meters in the blink of an eye. Chen Yuan's figure flickered and appeared on the wide back of the shadow. Chen Tianling, 11 Holy Dragon Guards, and Zhou Qing followed closely behind. Chen Yuan transmitted the coordinates to the shadow through his divine sense. Go. The shadow flapped its wings. Buzz. The 300-meter-long giant beast soared through the sky, leaving a purple streak of light across Ludu City. A shadow swept across the East Sea, leaving a faint trail of purple light high in the heavens. Below, the ocean rushed backward. Occasionally a cargo ship or fishing boat drifted like an ant across the vast blue. After more than an hour, a scattered chain of isles appeared ahead. Boss, we're almost there, the voice of Yuying echoed through the void. Chen Yuan stood upon Yuying's broad back, his gaze serene as he looked toward the distance. Beside him, Zhou Qing frowned out of habit. Chief Chen, should we try to negotiate with Dongyingguo first? He mused. After all, this is their territorial sea. If we act rashly. Chen Yuan waved his hand, cutting him off. Zhou Qing, still trapped in old cautions, froze and half-asked, you mean? Chief Zhou, even the diplomatic envoy stationed in the Daxia embassy has defected to the UN organization. Do you really think Dongying was a— Chief Zhou, even the diplomatic envoy stationed in the Daxia embassy has defected to the UN organization. Do you really think Dongying was officials have no collusion with them? Zhou Qing fell silent. Chen Yuan continued, if you go to negotiate, they won't help. On the contrary, they'll quietly warn on UN to flee. Dongyingguo and Daxia had never had good relations. If On Yuan could build a military base on their soil, the officials could not be unaware. Dongyingguo and Daxia had never had good relations. If On Yuan could build a military base on their soil, the officials could not be unaware. Rather than rouse the snakes, it was better to act directly. Chief Chen is right. Zhou Qing nodded, saying no more. At that moment, Yuying's form began to descend. Boss, we're here. Chen Yuan's eyes hardened as he looked down. Below lay an unremarkable islet, small in scale, cloaked in dense vegetation. indistinguishable from the countless uninhabited islands of the East Sea. Chen Yuan's eyes hardened as he looked down. Below lay an unremarkable islet, small in scale, cloaked in dense vegetation. Indistinguishable. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and let his spiritual sense slip out without a sound. Every blade of grass, every stone, every inch of earth on the isle appeared to him in immaculate detail. At the base's deepest recesses, two auras stood out. One was brutal and cold, bearing the oppressive quality peculiar to an alien race, Ninarink early stage. The other was at the base's deepest recesses, two auras stood out. One was brutal and cold, bearing the oppressive quality peculiar to an alien race, Ninarink early stage. The other was composed and restrained the aura of a human cultivator. Wuxing early stage. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, a faint golden gleam flashed within their depths. The eye that pierces the void, activate. The underground base's outlines grew transparent in his vision, and the two presences became clear. One was a humanoid alien cloaked in dark purple scales, lanky in build, bone spikes jutting from its joints, and a pair of narrow vertical pupils that glowed with an eerie green light. The other was a woman clad in 9-rank battle armor, fair of countenance, a tachi hung at her waist, an official Wuxing of Dongyinghua. Found them. Chen Yuan's voice was calm, though a cold edge gleamed in his eyes. There is a military base beneath this island. One 9-rank alien and one Dongyinghua Wuxing. He turned to Zhou Qing, a bitter smile curling his lips. So Dongyinghua's authorities truly are colluding with Yuan. Meanwhile, in the underground base's monitoring room, an observer in an Yuan uniform watched the screens with bored indifference. Suddenly his eyes widened. On the screen, a gargantuan purple beast hovered over the island. A dozen silhouettes were clearly visible upon its back. The observer leapt from his chair, pupils contracting as he stared at the images and the data scrolling across the monitor. That was a 9-rank beast, the mount of Daxia's Zheng Guoxingzu and Chen Yuan, and those people on its back. His hand trembled as he reached for the comm button, his heart pounding. They've been exposed. They've been exposed. How could the people of Daxia find this place? Just as his finger was about to press the button, boom, the entire island shook violently. The lights in the monitoring room shattered, cracks ran through the walls, the observer was thrown to the floor. The image on the screen wavered wildly and then dissolved into static. Over the aisle, Chen Yuan withdrew his fist and said to Zhou Qing, "Leave the rest to me." He then turned to the Shanglong way behind him, his gaze razor sharp. "Tear this place open and drag every ant out from under it." "Yes." Chen Tianling cupped his fist. With a wave, 11 figures streaked from Yu Ying's back like drawn blades, plunging toward various points across the island. Chen Yuan flashed and appeared 100 meters above the islet. From that commanding height, he regarded the seemingly tranquil land below and slowly raised his fist. He assumed his opening stance, the Xingshu world-quelling fist. His fist fell. Boom. The heavens shifted color. A terrifying column of light erupted from his knuckles and slammed into the island's center. The isle convulsed as if struck by a colossal hammer. Tremors racked the ground, rocks shattered, trees were uprooted. The shockwave fanned outward, churning waves tens of meters high. One punch, just one, and a vast depression was blasted from the island, collapsing the outer structure of the underground base. But he did not stop. Fist after fist, relentless. With each strike, the isle quivered, the pit deepened, and parts of the subterranean complex crumbled. For a full minute he pounded without pause or breath. When Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, the island beneath him was unrecognizable. The once lush vegetation had vanished, replaced by charred ruin. 1/3 of the isle had been blasted away. At the center yawned a crater nearly a kilometer across, its bottom opened straight into the wreckage of the base. Seawater rushed in, forming a small bay within the pit. Rubble, debris, twisted rebar, and shattered equipment lay scattered everywhere. As for the Yuan person, the vast majority had died the instant Chen Yuan's first fist struck. The remainder were crushed, buried, or killed by the subsequent onslaught. Except for the two presences at the base's deepest core, no living soul remained in the underground complex. Then boom. The ruins exploded open. Two figures shot from the earth, one dark purple, one dark red. The 9-rank alien and the Dongyinghua Wuxing finally revealed themselves. The alien's body was sheathed in dark purple scales, its limbs were thin and long spikes protruding from its joints. Its narrow vertical pupils brimmed with terror. The instant it surfaced, it felt the overwhelming sacred might, the peak of a Wuxing. Not an ordinary peak, but a presence so terrifying it made its soul tremble. Its body began to shudder uncontrollably. Run. That thought flashed madly through its mind. It tried to move, but two figures blocked its escape. Zhou Qing and Chen Tianling stood to left and right, their gazes icy. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Qing's voice was devoid of feeling. The alien's pupils shrank violently, its scales bristling as it hissed low. On the other side, the woman in dark red armor hovered in midair, The armor's close fit accentuated her graceful form, though her face was ashen with fury. Intricate patterns were carved upon the scabbard of the tachi at her waist. Her name was Yingjing Meihe, one of Dongyinggua's 6 wuxings charged with guarding the East Sea. Her face was stormy now, eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. They had been so careful. On Yuan's base had been hidden on an uninhabited isle. All supplies moved through undersea channels. External contact passed through layers of encrypted relays. For 3 years there had never been a leak. How could the people of Daxia have found this place? She drew a breath, forcing down her shock, and tried to steady her voice. Chief Zhou, Chief Chen, what do you mean by this? Her Daxia speech was flawless, though a slight tremor betrayed. You trespass into Dongyinggua's territorial waters, assault our military facility, and slay our people. Is Daxia seeking war with Dongyinggua? Zhou Qing stared at her, his gaze cold as winter. Colluding with aliens while claiming to be human. Yingjing Meihe, do you still have the face to talk about war? Yingjing Meihe's expression shifted, then quickly returned to a posture of righteous indignation. Chief Zhou, do not slander me. She pointed at the trembling alien behind her, her voice rising a notch. We are not colluding with aliens. We were conducting experiments on it here. Research into how to control aliens and harness their power. It was your attack that ruptured the seals. Now the alien is loose, and you blame us. She spoke with righteous severity, casting herself as the aggrieved party. The 9-rank alien hovered close behind her, its pupils flickering with a strange light, but it did not expose her lie. It knew that as long as she kept up the charade, there might be a chance of falling into the hands of a Daxia wuxing. Zhou Qing was almost amused by the inverted logic. Experiments. In a national military base, experimenting on a 9-rank alien. Yingjing Meihe, do you take me for a child? Her color stiffened, but she stuck to her story like a stubborn duck. Believe what you will. Every word I say is the truth. Chen Yuan had remained silent, hovering with arms folded, a faint smile that was neither playful nor kind on his lips as he watched the scene. Without anyone noticing, the eye that pierces the void had quietly opened. He looked east toward the horizon, for auras were rapidly approaching. All were wuxing level 2 wuxings at early stage, 1 mid-stage, and 1 latest stage. Dongyinggua's reinforcements. Besides Dongyinggua's own wuxings, there was even a wuxing stationed in Dongyinggua by Amelika. Amelika maintained a long-term garrison there. The whole world knew it, had even sent a latest stage wuxing to hold the post. A meaningful curve touched Chen Yuan's mouth. No wonder the woman was stalling. She was buying time. But that suited him perfectly. He glanced at the quivering 9-rank alien, then at the woman, forcing her composure. The smile on his lips deepened. Let them stall. When their reinforcements arrive, he would wipe them out in a single breath. As the 4 ominous auras drew closer in the vision of the Eye of Void, Chen Yuan calmly conveyed a message to Zhou Qing through his divine sense. Zhou Sect Master, hold off for now. Zhou Qing was just about to stop talking and directly apprehending Yingjing Meihe. Though confused by Chen Yuan's transmission, he still restrained his imminent attack. He glanced at Chen Yuan, interpreting something from the latter's nonchalant expression. It seemed Chen Yuan was waiting for something. So Zhou Qing continued to banter with Yingjing Meihe. Yingjing Meihe, you know very well what schemes your Eastern Japan country is plotting in the shadows. Yingjing Meihe's face turned pale, yet she still stubbornly defended herself. I said believe it or not. Our Eastern Japan country has always abided by international law. Never. She was arguing on the surface, but inside she was praying fervently. Quicker, faster. She and the 9th-tier alien creature known as Shadow Devourer faced the combined might of Chen Yuan, Zhou Qing, and the Holy Dragon Guards, and it was a delusion to think they could break free. The only hope for survival was to wait for reinforcements. Soon. At that moment, 4 terrifying auras swept from the eastern horizon. Yingjing Meihe's eyes lit up with wild joy. They were here. Finally arrived. For figures rapidly approached, appearing above the island in the blink of an eye. Leading them was a man from Eastern Japan clad in black battle armor, exuding the aura of a mid-stage martial saint. The strongest martial saint of Eastern Japan, Yamada Masakazu. Behind him were 2 early-stage martial saints from Eastern Japan, 1 male and 1 female, both wearing solemn expressions. Among the 4, the most striking was a tall white man. With blonde hair and blue eyes donned in silvery battle armor, his aura reached the late stage of martial saint. The martial saint of America stationed in Eastern Japan, Mike Allen. Seeing this lineup, the tension on Yingjing Meihe's face dissipated significantly. 3 martial saints from Eastern Japan had arrived, plus Mike Allen from America, totaling 4 martial saints. The Shadow Devourer could not fall into the hands of the Great Xia nation, no matter what. As Yamada Masakazu landed, his gaze swept over the ruins below. The underground base that had been operating for 3 years was now a massive pit. The sea water surged and debris scattered everywhere. His eyelid twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. Stop, he shouted, his voice echoing in the air. Chen Yuan turned to look in the direction they were coming from, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Finally here, he murmured to himself, his voice only audible to him. Mei, he could no longer suppress the joy on her face upon seeing the reinforcements arriving. She immediately flew to Yamada Masakazu's side, portraying a victim's demeanor. Yamada-kun, you finally came. The people of Great Xia. She pointed at Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing, her voice rising a pitch. They attacked our military base without provocation. They killed our people. And they were going to attack me. Yamada Masakazu raised his hand to interrupt her, his gaze deeply fixed on Chen Yuan and Zhou Qing. Mike Allen stepped forward with a professional smile, speaking in fluent Great Xia language. Honorable Marshal Saint of Xia, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. He spread his hands, adopting an innocent posture. Eastern Japan is our ally, your sudden assault on their territory. Misunderstanding your mother's A cold voice interrupted him. Chun Tianling's expression was indifferent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Get lost. Mike Allen's smile froze on his face. A flicker of anger passed through his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. As a martial saint of America, he was accustomed to being admired wherever he went in America. It was even more so within the borders of Eastern Japan. Being openly told to get lost today was a slap in the face. Yet he did not explode. Because he recognized who had insulted him, the Holy Dragon Guard, Chen Yuan's personal bodyguard. When dealing with a dog, one must see its master. He glanced at Chen Yuan, hoping the latter would give him a way out. But Chen Yuan didn't even glance at him. Instead, one of the early-stage martial saints from Eastern Japan behind Yamada Masakazu couldn't hold back any longer. To show off in front of Mike Allen, he stepped forward and pointed at Chun Tianling, angrily shouting, Baka, who do you think you are, daring to speak to the esteemed Mike like that? Moreover, you openly invaded our Eastern Japan territory, attacked our military base, and killed our people. You Great Xia nation is truly too arrogant, he said, spitting as he spoke with righteous indignation. Chen Yuan finally moved his gaze. He looked at the Eastern Japan martial saint, who had spoken. His expression was calm, as if he were observing a buzzing fly. The next moment, Chen Yuan's figure vanished from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, the early-stage martial saint of Eastern Japan fell to blur before his eyes, and a hand had already grasped his head. 5 fingers like an iron hoop tightly clamped around his skull. The Eastern Japan martial saint's pupils constricted sharply, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He desperately urged his spiritual power to break free. But the strength of that hand was outrageous, like a mountain pressing down on his head. The armor on his body activated automatically, and the protective shield lit up. But it was of no use. Chen Yuan's fingers pressed slightly. Crack! The helmet of the armor shattered like an eggshell. You, the Eastern Japan martial saint, could only utter one word. Since when did insects dare to interrupt? Chen Yuan said coldly. Immediately he tightened his grip. Puff! A dull sound echoed. The head encased in armor burst apart, like a ripe watermelon, with red and white splattering from between Chen Yuan's fingers into the air. The headless corpse swayed in the air, then plummeted straight down, crashing into the murky seawater below and splashing a spray of water. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. Yamada Masakazu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinheads, instinctively taking a step back. Mei's face drained of color in an instant. Her lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Another early-stage martial saint from Eastern Japan stood rigidly in place. Mike Allen's smile had completely vanished, replaced by deep-seated wariness and fear. He was closest and saw the clearest. That Eastern Japan martial saint went from being captured to having his head crushed in less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds. An early-stage martial saint was killed without even having a chance to react. What kind of speed and strength was this? Zhou Qing was also stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Yuan to act so decisively and so ruthlessly. In his impression, although Chen Yuan was terrifyingly strong, he usually appeared lazy and easygoing. Today, however, Zhou Qing suddenly understood as he looked at Chen Yuan's back. It wasn't that Chen Yuan had a bloodthirsty nature, but rather that in this situation, he had to establish authority. With 3 martial saints from Eastern Japan and 1 from America, if he didn't show some intensity, they might think the Great Xia nation was easy to bully. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. That chicken was the short-sighted early-stage martial saint. Chen Yuan shook off the blood on his hands, his expression unchanging as he glanced at the remaining martial saints. The Eastern Japan country colludes with alien races, endangering the Great Xia nation. He raised his hand. The dawn gun appeared out of nowhere in his palm, emanating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Death penalty. The 2 words dropped, and the air seemed to solidify. Mike Allen's expression changed repeatedly. He glanced at the gun in Chen Yuan's hand, then at the sinking corpse on the ground, finally realizing something. This young man was not just trying to scare people. He truly dared to kill, and he was the type to follow through on his words. Mike Allen took a deep breath, making a decision. He took 2 steps back, sheathing his weapon, and raised his hands to signal that he bore no ill will. Sect Master Chen, I believe there must be a misunderstanding here. This matter has nothing to do with our America. We were completely unaware of it. He distanced himself from the situation. Yamada Masakazu's expression changed. Mike Allen raised his hand to interrupt him. His tone turned. Yamadakan, we in America truly were unaware of your collusion with alien races. You must resolve this matter yourselves. After saying that, he directly retreated hundreds of feet away, clearly indicating he had no intention of getting involved. Yamada Masakazu's face turned ashen. Mike Allen had benefited greatly from them in eastern Japan, yet at this critical moment, he directly shirked responsibility. But he had no time to scold Mike Allen for his ungratefulness, as Chen Yuan's gaze had already fallen upon them. That gaze was as calm as water. Yet it sent a bone-chilling fear down Yamada Masakazu's spine. He tightened his grip on the knife and quietly said to Ing Jing, may he and the remaining martial saint prepare to fight to the death. Ing Jing, may he turned pale, her fingers trembling as they rested on the katana. It seemed they wouldn't be able to leave today. Chen Yuan glanced at them, then at the 9th-tier alien creature cowering behind. He gestured to Zhou Qing and the others, indicating them not to intervene, then said flatly, let's go together. He held the dawn gun in one hand, the gun's tip pointing downward. As long as you can injure me, I will give you the chance to live. A flicker of humiliation crossed Yamada Masakazu's eyes. He was the strongest martial saint of Eastern Japan, respected wherever he went, yet today, he was being told in such a tone to let's go together. But the other party had that capital. The previous display of crushing a martial saint's head had already said it all. Kill! Yamada Masakazu roared, drawing his katana. A dazzling blade of light sliced through the air, carrying a fierce, killing intent as it struck towards Chen Yuan. The remaining few also exerted their utmost, unleashing their own martial saint pressure. They attacked from 4 directions simultaneously. Chen Yuan curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. The first move of the Dawn 9 techniques. He remained still, merely flicking his wrist, causing the Dawn spear to carve an eerie arc in the air. Clang! Yamamoto Masao's katana was struck by the spear tip, causing his entire arm to go numb, and the blade nearly flew from his grip. The spear's momentum continued, sweeping horizontally. Boom! Sakurai Miwa was sent flying, both her and her sword spitting blood from her mouth. Chen Yuan turned, positioning the spear across his front. Bang! The palms of the early-stage martial saint slammed against the spear shaft, causing his own hands to split and sending him flying back. 3 moves, and all 3 were forced to retreat. From start to finish, Chen Yuan didn't even take a step. Yamamoto Masao gripped his numbed hand, his eyes filled with horror. He had long known that Chen Yuan was powerful. The strongest in the Blue Star, a fierce man who killed the peak-level spectral demon lord. He had heard these titles countless times. But hearing about it was one thing. Facing it personally was another. That last spear was so fast that he didn't even see how it was executed. It was too fast. Fast enough that his eyes simply couldn't keep up. Continue, Chen Yuan said, gripping his spear with a flat tone. Yamamoto Masao gritted his teeth and charged again. Sakurai Miwa also burst forth from the sea, soaked and with armor shattered, yet unwilling to give up. The 2 coordinated, seamlessly launching their attacks with all their might. Chen Yuan stood still, the dawn spear in his hand, moving like a living creature. Thrust, jabs, sweeps, crashes, points, slashes. Every strike was perfectly timed. 3 minutes later, Sakurai Miwa's corpse lay on the ruins not far away, and the other 2 martial saints from the Eastern Island had already floated motionless on the sea. All 3 Eastern Island martial saints had perished from beginning to end. It took less than 3 minutes. The Lord of Shadow Devour trembled, despair filling its vertical pupils. It hadn't dared to strike earlier. Before Chen Yuan, it didn't even have the courage to attack. That human martial saint was simply a monster. Chen Yuan approached the Lord of Shadow Devour, stepping over the rubble. The spear tip pressed against its forehead. The cold metal sensation made the scales of the Lord of Shadow Devour stand on end. Don't kill me. Its voice was sharp and piercing. You can't kill me. If you do, those possessed people from the Xia Kingdom will never return to normal. Those energy entities are all split off from me. If I die, they will also dissipate. Those people will never wake up again. Zhou Qing's expression changed. This threat hit their most vulnerable spot. The officials and ordinary people from Ludu City who had been controlled. Though 18 had already been cured, there were many more. If the Lord of Shadow Devour died, would those people really never wake up? He instinctively looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's gaze remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. His eye of void had already seen through the situation. Still trying to threaten him. Boring trick. Chen Yuan coldly spoke, pushing the spear tip forward by a fraction, piercing through the scales of the Lord of Shadow Devour, dark purple blood seeping out. Did you think I didn't know? If you die, those split-off energy entities will also die, but the possessed people will only lose control, they won't die with you. Once the energy entities die, the hosts will regain their consciousness. He lowered his head, looking down at the terrified vertical pupils of the Lord of Shadow Devour. Am I right? The pupils of the Lord of Shadow Devour suddenly constricted. How? How do you know? Its voice trembled, panic overtaking it. How could this martial saint from the Xia kingdom know this secret? It had initially planned to use this as leverage, believing that these people were unaware of the specifics. As long as it threatened, if I die, those people will die too, they wouldn't dare to act against it. But Chen Yuan had directly shattered its last card. Zhou Qing sighed in relief upon hearing Chen Yuan's words. His gaze towards Chen Yuan had transformed from mere admiration to complete faith. Then the dawn spear thrust out. The spear tip pierced through its skull, exiting from the back of its head, dark purple blood splattering. The body of the Lord of Shadow Devour froze for a second, the light in its vertical pupils rapidly dimming, then it limply hung on the spear tip. Chen Yuan flicked his wrist, sending the corpse flying, smashing into the sea, and creating a splash of blood. 100 zhang away. Mike Allen witnessed everything. From Chen Yuan repelling 3 martial saints with 3 moves to killing 3 in 3 minutes, and finally shooting through the Lord of Shadow Devour. He felt his legs trembling. Not from the cold, but from fear. Oh God! He muttered softly, his voice only audible to himself. Is this person a devil? He glanced at the few floating corpses on the sea, his throat tightening. There were a total of 6 martial saints from the Eastern Island today. Chen Yuan had single-handedly taken down 4, and the remaining 2, who hadn't come, would probably be of no consequence. With 4 gone, the Eastern Island was essentially crippled. But that was not his primary concern. What he cared about most was whether he could leave here alive. Chen Yuan's gaze turned towards him. Mike Allen shivered all over, feeling as if his heart had skipped a beat. But he quickly forced himself to calm down, managing to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Chief Chen, you are truly magnificent beyond compare. His voice wavered, but he tried to maintain composure. These martial saints from the Eastern Island colluded with foreign races, endangering the great Xia. They truly deserve death. They deserve death. He nodded as he spoke, as if trying to bolster his own courage. Once I return, I will immediately investigate the entire Eastern Island. We will root out all those connected to the abyss and provide an explanation to the great Xia. Besides that, he swallowed hard and began to state numbers. On behalf of the United States, I am willing to offer compensation to the great Xia on behalf of the Eastern Island. 1 large secret realm, 5 medium secret realms, and 10 small secret realms. Plus 30 million top-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 premium spirit crystals. After he finished speaking, he cautiously observed Chen Yuan's expression, calculating rapidly in his heart. 4 of the 6 martial saints from the Eastern Island had been killed by Chen Yuan today. This country was effectively finished. But for the United States, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The weaker the Eastern Island became, the more they would rely on their protection. In the future, they could grip this country even tighter. From this perspective, they might even thank Chen Yuan for clearing out all the high-level combat power from the Eastern Island. Mike Allen was calculating in his heart, but he dared not show a hint of it on his face. Chen Yuan stared at him in silence for a few seconds. The Abyss Organization and the Eastern Island Martial Saints conspiracy against the Xia Kingdom. Whether the United States had directly participated or not, they must have silently condoned it. Otherwise, it would not have developed so smoothly. They had to deliver a heavy blow. Those few seconds of Chen Yuan's contemplation felt like a century to Mike Allen. Not enough. Chen Yuan finally spoke. Mike Allen felt a thrill of joy. The fact that the other party didn't directly refuse, but found it lacking, meant there was room for negotiation. He quickly said, "So Chief Chen means no need to be so troublesome." Chen Yuan interrupted him. I have 3 conditions. Mike Allen perked up his ears. First, from today onwards, all your United States troops in the Eastern Island must withdraw, and we from the Xia Kingdom will take over guarding the rift of the secret realm. Mike Allen's smile froze on his face, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Chen Yuan's condition was no longer just a lion's share, it was outright robbery. Withdraw all troops. Turn the Eastern Island over to the Xia Kingdom. This was equivalent to uprooting the foundation they had built in the northeastern part of the central continent for decades. But Chen Yuan hadn't finished speaking. He had only stated one of the 3 conditions. Second, Chen Yuan continued, his tone unhurried. Among the 6 saints of the Eastern Island, 4 are colluding with foreign races, and the remaining 2 might also have issues. After you return, capture those 2 and escort them to the headquarters of the Longwu Division in the Great Xia for examination. Mike Allen's expression darkened further. This was aiming to capture the last martial saints of the Eastern Island in one swoop. The key was that they were not sending him to do it. This was not a good task at all. Third, Chen Yuan raised 3 fingers. The secret realms and spirit crystals you mentioned must be provided by your United States. Within 3 days, deliver 30 million top-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 premium spirit crystals to the territory of the Great Xia. Also prepare the selected secret realms for transfer. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Mike Allen, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Otherwise, he left the sentence unfinished. He merely looked down at the dawn spear in his hand, the tip still stained with the blood of the Lord of Shadow Devour. The meaning was clear. I am robbing you, and do you dare to refuse? Mike Allen felt a chill all over. He understood. Otherwise, Chen Yuan would personally visit the United States to collect these items. And if things truly escalated to that point, what Chen Yuan would take would be far more than these. Mike Allen felt his blood pressure spike instantly. This was too much. These conditions were simply too oppressive. Withdraw troops, hand over people, pay compensation. What did they think the United States was? A defeated nation? When had the United States, as the strongest force in the Blue Star, ever been humiliated to this extent? He wished he hadn't gotten involved in this matter. His face turned red, his lips trembling, and his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. He wanted to say no, but that word got stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. As soon as he uttered that word, the spear in Chen Yuan's hand would pierce through his chest in the next second. In front of Yamamoto Masao, he was a powerful figure in the late martial saint stage. But before Chen Yuan, he was merely a slightly larger insect. Mike Allen took a deep breath, forcing the rising blood pressure back down. In the end, he didn't dare to resist, and that smile on his face returned, which was even uglier than crying. Chief Chen, such a big matter, I can't make a decision alone. His voice tried to sound steady, but anyone could hear the bitterness within. I need to discuss this with other martial saints in the country. Chen Yuan looked at him for a full 5 seconds. Then he nodded. All right. He sheathed the dawn spear. The killing intent around him receded like a tide. That lazy and casual demeanor returned, as if the one who had just killed 3 martial saints in 3 minutes was not him. 3 days. He raised 3 fingers. Give me an answer in 3 days. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling Mike Allen that he could leave. Mike Allen felt as if he had been granted a great pardon. He struggled to maintain his composure. Thank you for your understanding, Chief Chen. I will return to discuss this with my country and definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer. After saying that, he turned and left, his figure transforming into a stream of light that vanished into the horizon, moving faster than when he had arrived. Mike Allen dared to slow down only after fleeing several hundred miles. The sea breeze howled, chilling his soul. He spread out his divine sense to confirm that no one was pursuing, then let out a long breath. Damn Eastern Island. He gritted his teeth, cursing softly. Did they not say it was very covert? Didn't they say it would absolutely not be discovered by the Great Xia? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Those martial saints from the Eastern Island had promised him that the Abyss organization's plan was flawless and would never be exposed. He had only turned a blind eye and allowed this matter to proceed. And what was the result? It was all exposed. Not only had the Eastern Island blown themselves up, but they had dragged the United States down with them. Mike Allen cursed internally, yet his frustration remained. Because the United States inexplicably had to suffer this disaster. Withdraw troops, hand over people, pay compensation. Each condition was harsher than the last. Especially the troop withdrawal. That was their foundation, built over decades in the northeastern part of the central continent. Just handing it over like this. What kind of situation is this? Mike Allen sighed, his face pale. He looked at his still trembling hands, recalling Chen Yuan's eyes that were as calm as those looking at corpses, and couldn't help but shiver. He then sped up, flying towards the Eastern Island's homeland. This matter needed to be reported to the country quickly. Meanwhile, above the ruins of the island, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had witnessed the pitiful appearance of Mike Allen. However, he did not care. If the United States of America was wise and obedient, this matter would be settled. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Then they could not blame him for being ruthless. Master Chen. Zhou Qing flew to his side, glancing in the direction where Mike Allen had disappeared, his brow slightly furrowed. The United States of America has been operating in the land of the rising sun for so many years, they are unlikely to give up so easily. They might bargain, or even collude with other countries to apply pressure. Chen Yuan shrugged, his tone casual. It doesn't. When the time comes, I will personally go to the United States of America and engage with the countries that dare to stand with them to negotiate properly. He deliberately emphasized the word negotiate. I believe they will agree. Zhou Qing was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Master Chen, your diplomatic approach is quite direct. Chen Yuan chuckled. Isn't being direct better? It saves time. Zhou Qing opened his mouth, but then thought better of it. Discussing diplomatic etiquette and international rules with Chen Yuan. He simply wouldn't accept that. He would only say one thing. Do you agree? If not, I will personally take it. What does that mean? Truth lies only within the realm of fists. Alright, let's go. Chen Yuan turned and flew towards the shadow. Being arrogant requires skill, and he had just that. Go back and make arrangements to prepare a martial artist army to take over and see how those possessed individuals are doing. Zhou Qing nodded and followed. The shadow's wings trembled, its massive body soaring into the sky, transforming into a purple streak of light that pierced the horizon heading west. The sea breeze howled. Chen Yuan admired the boundless blue sea below. As for how frustrated and angry the United States of America and the land of the rising sun were, it had nothing to do with him. The 3-day deadline had arrived, or if they acted as he said, everyone would be at peace. If they did not, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. Then they would feel even more frustrated and angry. In the capital of the land of the rising sun, at the command center of the United States military, Mike Allen sat at one end of the long table. On the virtual screen in front of him, 13 figures gradually appeared. All 13 martial saints of the United States were present except for him. Each person's expression was grave. Suddenly gathering them for a meeting would certainly not be for anything good. Mike, what's the urgent matter? An old man with white hair asked with a frown. He was the most senior martial saint of the United States and was slightly stronger than Mike Allen, being at latest stage cultivation. He was also the host of this meeting. Saint Smith. Mike Allen took a deep breath and recounted everything that had, from the destruction of the Dark Abyss base to Chen Yuan killing 4 martial saints of the land of the rising sun in 3 minutes, to the 3 conditions he offered. He tried to be as objective as possible, but the bitterness in his voice could not be concealed. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. The faces of the 13 martial saints were increasingly grim. What did you say? Chen Yuan killed 4 martial saints by himself in 3 minutes. A middle-aged martial saint asked incredulously. Yamamoto Masao is a mid-stage martial saint, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Mike Allen forced a smile. I saw it with my own eyes. Yamamoto Masao couldn't withstand even 3 moves in front of Chen Yuan. That alien was even worse, shot in the head and hung on the gun's tip like a dead fish. The meeting room fell silent again. A young martial saint couldn't help but speak up. What should we do? Agree to his conditions. Agree. Another martial saint slammed the table. Withdraw all troops, hand over the remaining 2 martial saints of the land of the rising sun, and pay so many spirit crystals and secret realms. If we agree to that, where will the face of the United States of America be placed? If we do not agree. Mike Allen looked at him, his voice somewhat bitter. Then tell me, how do we refuse? The martial saint opened his mouth, but could not speak. How to refuse? Chen Yuan said that if there was no response in 3 days, he would come to take it personally. By then what he took would be more than just this. The old man with white hair tapped the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Let's discuss it. Do we fight or negotiate? Fight. When has the United States of America ever been humiliated like this, eh? How can we fight? Can you defeat Chen Yuan? He killed 4 martial saints by himself without breaking a sweat. We have 13 martial saints. Plus those 2 from the land of the rising sun. Those 2 from the land of the rising sun are currently struggling to survive, and didn't you hear what Mike said? Chen Yuan also has a martial saint at the initial stage of cultivation, the leader of the Sacred Dragon Guard, and the other 10 members are all peak martial lords. Moreover, there are Zhou Qing, the other elders of the Dragon Martial Department, and Lin Xiao, who just recently broke through. The number of martial saints in the Great Xia country is now considerably higher than ours. The key is Chen Yuan. This person is no longer something that numbers can solve. Mentioning Chen Yuan, everyone fell silent again. A monster that can kill 4 martial saints in 3 minutes, no matter how many people you send, they would just be... The old man with white hair sighed. Bring up the latest intelligence. Mike Allen pulled out a report and projected it on the screen. Current martial saint list of the Great Xia country. Chen Yuan, peak martial saint, combat power, unaccessible. Known achievements include killing the peak 9th tier Nether Demon Lord, the mid 9th tier Blue Wave King, the Raging Tide King, killing 4 martial saints in 3 minutes, closing large-scale heavenly caverns, and being a saint-level alchemist. Zhou Qing, latest stage martial saint. Chen Tianling, initial stage martial saint. Lin Xiao, initial stage martial saint, recently injured. Plus the original 11 elders of the Dragon Martial Department. The Great Xia country currently has a total of 15 martial saints. Meanwhile, the United States of America, including Mike Allen, only has 14, thus falling behind in terms of numbers. In terms of quality, don't even mention it. The atmosphere in the meeting room dropped to freezing point. Go to war. What are we fighting with? A martial saint said softly, his voice filled with helplessness. Chen Yuan alone can hold us all down. Oh, what about the rest? Zhou Qing, Chen Tianling, and the 11 elders of the Dragon Martial Department. What can we use to block? No one answered. Because everyone knew the answer: we cannot block. Then, negotiate, someone tentatively asked. Negotiation is fine, but we cannot simply accept everything they say. The old man with white hair said solemnly. The United States of America cannot appear too cowardly. So what do you mean? The old man with white hair's eyes gleamed. There is a saying in the great Xia country, a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. The two martial saints from the land of the rising sun. Hand them over and withdraw the troops. These have always been their mess, we don't need to clean it up for them. As for compensation, he paused, a pained expression on his face. 30 million high-grade spirit crystals, 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and a few secret realms. That's too much. Let's talk to the great Xia country and see if we can reduce some. At the very least, we can't just accept everything they demand. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Although it was frustrating, this was already the best outcome. At Longyuan Mountain, the Saint Lord's residence, Chen Yuan had just finished dinner and was lying on a lounge chair in the backyard enjoying the moonlight. Suddenly, the Saint Lord's order vibrated. Chen Yuan picked it up and saw it was Zhou Qing. He connected the call. Master Chen. Zhou Qing's voice came through the light screen, tinged with a hint of amusement. The United States of America has replied. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. So soon? Could it be otherwise? Zhou Qing laughed. They are more anxious than you. What did they say? First, they agreed to withdraw troops. The martial artist army stationed in the land of the rising sun will hand over to our great Xia country. From now on, they will completely withdraw from the land of the rising sun. Second, the remaining two martial saints from the land of the rising sun will be escorted to the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Department within 3 days for us to handle. Zhou Qing paused and his tone became subtle. Third, about the compensation, they want to discuss it. Discuss? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhou Qing's voice carried a hint of helplessness. They said 30 million high-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals is too much. They asked if they could reduce some or replace them with US dollars and heavenly materials. They also hoped to hand over fewer secret realms. After hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. No need for discussion. Not a single one of the things I mentioned can be lessened. Spirit crystals are spirit crystals, and secret realms are secret realms. Whether it's one less crystal or one less realm, that is unacceptable. Zhou Qing was taken aback. What if they? Then let them come find me personally to discuss it. Chen Yuan leaned back in the lounge chair. Zhou Qing, just tell them that this is my stance, and they can speak directly to me about anything. Zhou Qing couldn't help but laugh and cry. He realized that the upper echelons of the United States were clearly terrified by Chen Yuan not daring to speak directly to him, and thus sought him, who seemed to be easy to talk to, as an intermediary. All right, I understand. Zhou Qing nodded. He'll reply to them right away. Chen Yuan replied, suddenly remembering something. By the way, how are those possessed individuals doing? A smile appeared on Zhou Qing's face. They have all returned to normal, just as you said. Once the Lord of Shadow devouring died, the energy bodies within them dissipated along with it. Everyone has returned to their senses, including the 18 individuals you healed previously, all in good condition. The crises in the various states of our Xia country have been completely resolved. The moonlight bathed Longyuan Mountain in tranquility. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the land of the rising sun, the martial saints of America were troubled by Chen Yuan's words. Not a single one can be spared. The white-haired elder looked at the message from Mike Allen and let out a bitter smile. This Chen Yuan truly gives no face at all. What should we do now? As someone inquired. The white-haired elder remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. What can we do? Follow orders. He instructed. Within 3 days, gather the items and deliver them to the great Xia nation, and select the secret realms for handover with the Xia nation as soon as possible. As for those two from the land of the rising sun, please make the effort to bring them over. He looked at Mike Allen with a hint of apology in his eyes. Mike Allen's mouth twitched, but he still nodded. I understand. Yet he was bitterly laughing inside. Capturing the remaining two martial saints from the land of the rising sun. This task was anything but pleasant, but there was no choice. If they couldn't deliver within the specified time to the headquarters of the Longwu division in the Xia nation, Chen Yuan would definitely cause trouble. On the morning 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Longwu division in the main square, a completely silver SS-class warplane flew in from the eastern horizon, landing steadily on the tarmac. The hatch opened. Mike Allen stepped out. His complexion was not good, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well over the past 3 days. 2 fully armed American martial artists followed behind, escorting 2 individuals down from the aircraft. They were the last 2 martial saints from the land of the rising sun. One at the early stage, the other at the mid-stage. Both were injured. The early stage one had his left arm bandaged with bruises on his face, limping as he walked. The mid-stage one fared worse. He was bound with several specially made sealing chains with dried blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with unwillingness and humiliation. From their battered armor, it was evident that Mike Allen had put in considerable effort employing some underhanded tactics to capture these two. However, he was the final victor. Zhou Qing was already waiting in the square. He glanced at the two martial saints from the land of the rising sun, then looked at Mike Allen and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Mike Allen's mouth twitched, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "It's no trouble. It's only right." His voice was dry, making it clear to anyone how insincere his words were. Zhou Qing didn't mind. He waved his hand. The martial artist from the Longwu division stepped forward, taking the two martial saints from the Americans. Their mouths were sealed by power, only able to make muffled sounds, their eyes filled with despair. They still couldn't understand. How could such a covert plan be discovered? Moreover, the America they had relied on had sold them out so ruthlessly. Director Zhou regarding the troop handover. Mike Allen forced himself to maintain his composure and began discussing serious matters. "Our people are already packing up and will completely withdraw from the land of the rising sun within 3 days. Your people can come anytime to take over. And those compensation spirit crystals." He paused, a pained expression flashing across his face. 30 million high-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals are already on their way and will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I also brought the list of selected secret realms. He pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Qing. "Our people have fully withdrawn, and you can proceed with the handover at any time." Zhou Qing took the document and glanced at it. 1 large secret realm, 5 medium ones, and 10 small ones. Although each secret realm on the list was in a remote location and ranked lower among its peers, they were all genuinely high-quality resource points. America truly invested heavily this time. "All right, I understand." Zhou Qing put away the document. Mike Allen visibly relaxed upon seeing him take the items, feeling fortunate that Chen Yuan wasn't present today. Otherwise, seeing the list of secret realms they provided, he would definitely find a reason to pick a fight. He could already imagine what the other party would say. "Are you trying to fool me with these shabby places?" "So, Director Zhou, may I leave now?" he asked, unconsciously glancing around, as if confirming that a certain terrifying person had not appeared. Zhou Qing found it amusing, but did not show it on his face. "Safe travels." Mike Allen felt as if he had been pardoned, turning swiftly toward the warplane, moving faster than he had come. He didn't want to stay in this place for a minute longer. The warplane ascended into the sky. Soon it disappeared into the horizon. With the secret realm list accepted and no objections, they couldn't trouble America anymore. Zhou Qing stood in the square, watching the warplane disappear into the distance, shaking his head. He then picked up his communication ring and sent a message to Chen Yuan. "Director Chen, the matters have been handled. The spirit crystals will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, and the list has been obtained. The handover work is being arranged now." After sending the message, he turned to look at the two captured martial saints from the land of the rising sun. "Take them down, send them to the military department, and interrogate them properly." "Yes." Lonyuan Mountain Saints residence. Chen Yuan had just woken up and was sitting at the stone table in the front yard for breakfast. Chen Yuan picked it up to take a look. It was a message from Zhou Qing. He glanced at it, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Handled. Quite fast." Chen Yuan picked it up to take a look. It was a message from Zhou Qing. He glanced at it, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Handled. Quite fast." He put away the saint's order and took a sip from his teacup, though a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "So obedient. I thought they would resist a bit." He set down his teacup and sighed. To be honest, he had been looking forward to America refusing. If they had rejected, he could have gathered a few allies to resist together, giving him a legitimate reason to visit them one by one. Then it wouldn't be something this little could satisfy. "I didn't expect America, once claimed to be the strongest power in the Blue Star, to be so cowardly." Chen Yuan shook his head, his tone filled with regret. "Looks like the compensation will be less." Yu Ying looked up, half a spiritual fruit in his mouth, and asked indistinctly, "Boss, what is going to be less?" Chen Yuan glanced at him. "Compensation." "How much?" 30 million high-grade spirit crystals, 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and over 10 secret realms. Yu Ying's eyes lit up. "So much? What do you mean by so much?" Chen Yuan shot him a glance. "It will be less." Yu Ying paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Boss is right. Next time there's such an opportunity, we must ask for more." Just then, ding. Detected that the host's notoriety has intimidated all forces in the Blue Star. The hidden achievement notoriety shocks Blue Star has been completed. Chen Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Notoriety that intimidates all forces in the Blue Star. He had eliminated the martial saints from America and the land of the rising sun, forcing America to compensate obediently. Once this news spread, other forces on the Blue Star were indeed shaken. The originally restless neighbors surrounding the Great Xia nation had been as quiet as quails these past few days. He didn't expect this would trigger a hidden achievement. Extra reward Saint level top grade Wanxiang Avatar Core 1. Wanxiang Avatar Core after bloodletting to acknowledge the master it can create an energy avatar with 70% of the host's combat power. The avatar has no self-awareness and is directly controlled by the host's consciousness, can exist for extended periods, and does not consume the host's spiritual power. Note if the core is destroyed the avatar will dissipate, and the avatar cannot cultivate bound to the host's level currently capped at the peak of Martial Saint. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise after reading the introduction. Isn't this an avatar that can exist for a long time without consuming one's spiritual power? Moreover, it is an avatar at the peak of Martial Saint possessing all his martial techniques and skills and entirely controlled by his consciousness. This means he could have another self at any time and anywhere. Furthermore, this avatar wouldn't tire or consume spiritual power. As long as the core wasn't shattered, it could keep fighting. What a great item. Awesome. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. He had previously killed the Lord of Shadow Devourer and several martial saints from the land of the rising sun, hoping to see if he could trigger a hidden achievement like Massacre. He hadn't triggered it back then and felt quite disappointed. Who would have thought that light would shine through the darkness? Those martial saints had indeed played their last value. Claim it. With a thought, a crystal core the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm. The crystal core was faintly golden with mysterious patterns flowing on its surface, and he could feel a gentle energy when holding it. Chen Yuan examined it for a moment, then extended his finger to draw a drop of blood onto the crystal core. The moment the blood touched the core's surface, it was swiftly absorbed. The crystal core glowed with a soft golden light. It then transformed into a stream of light and vanished into Chen Yuan's palm. A peculiar connection established itself in Chen Yuan's heart. He could feel that the core had acknowledged its master and was quietly waiting in his body to be awakened at any time. Come out, Chen Yuan thought. A figure suddenly appeared before him. It had the same height appearance and even the same gaze as him. Dressed in black garments that appeared to be made of energy. Yuying was so startled that he dropped the spiritual fruit, staring wide-eyed at this Chen Yuan before him. B-boss. Two bosses. Chen Yuan ignored him, focusing on feeling the avatar. This feeling was incredible. It felt like having an additional body, allowing him to control two bodies simultaneously to do different things. The avatar looked at its palm, clenched its fist, and then relaxed. Its cultivation was at the peak of Martial Saint. It was not like the mid-Martial Saint whose power was diluted like the Nine Nether avatar. Although it was still considerably weaker than his main body, that power was still terrifying. Moreover, the avatar raised its hand and launched a punch. The Saint Ruin's suppressing world fist. The fist wind exploded in the courtyard, rippling through the air, but caused no damage to the surroundings. Because Chen Yuan had restrained his strength at the last moment. Not bad. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Martial techniques, skills, and combat experience were all inherited by the avatar. This Wanxiang Avatar Core was essentially a perpetual motion machine. When recalling the avatar, the core remains inside him. This Wanxiang Avatar Core was essentially a perpetual motion machine. When recalling the avatar, the core remains inside him. When releasing the avatar, the core resides in the avatar. Chen Yuan recalled the avatar leaning back against the chair, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. This time it's not a loss. Meanwhile, at Luodu Martial University, in the medical room, Jiang Fan, or rather the existence occupying Jiang Fan's body, was lying on the bed. His injuries had mostly healed. According to the normal progress, he would be discharged today. But he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he continued lying there pretending to need rest. Because he was waiting for a message. To be precise, he was waiting for news from the Dark Abyss. That guy Shadow Devourer had always been very covert in his actions, and with the land of the rising sun secretly assisting, it shouldn't have gone wrong. The next second his pupils suddenly constricted. 4 martial saints from the land of the rising sun have fallen, suspected to be related to the great Xia nation. The next second his pupils suddenly constricted. 4 martial saints from the land of the rising sun have fallen, suspected to be related to the great Xia nation, saint of the nation, Chen Yuan. America has announced the withdrawal of all troops stationed in the land of the rising sun to be replaced by the great Xia nation. Chen Yuan creates another legend, killing 3 martial saints and 1 9th-tier alien in 3 minutes. America has made a huge compensation to the Great Xia Nation, including 30 million high-grade spirit crystals, 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and over 10 secret realms. News after news struck Jiang Fan's heart like a hammer. His hands began to tremble. Shadow Devourer had been exposed. No way. How could this happen? The plan of the Dark Abyss was flawless, and the land of the rising sun had been operating without a hitch. How on earth did the Great Xia Nation discover it? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Continuing to read, when he saw the detailed report of Chen Yuan killing 4 martial saints in 3 minutes, his pupils constricted again. 3 minutes. For martial saints. One of them was even at the mid-martial saint level. Such strength. Zhang Fan's expression turned extremely grim. Even among the ruins of the myriad realms, being able to achieve this was a rare feat. And Chen Yuan on this planet where spiritual energy had just recently revived actually accomplished it. The speed at which his strength has increased is completely abnormal. And the means he possesses are overwhelming. The speed at which his strength has increased is completely abnormal. And the means he possesses are overwhelming formations, alchemy combat. Each aspect is outrageously strong. Could it be? A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Has he also obtained the inheritance of some powerful existence? This thought took root in his mind. There were indeed many ancient strong inheritances scattered throughout the ruins of the myriad realms, even ones that they themselves found hard to locate. If the human race of the Blue Star was fortunate enough to obtain one, they could indeed gain terrifying strength in a short time. But the methods Chen Yuan had displayed were just too comprehensive. It was impossible for an ordinary inheritance to cover so many fields, unless that inheritance was of an astoundingly high level. The more Zhang Fan thought about it, the more he believed in the possibility. Indeed, many ancient strongholds' legacies were scattered throughout the ruins of the myriad realms, and even for the native beings of these ruins, encountering just one in a lifetime was not guaranteed. Yet the beings of Blue Star had fortuitously obtained such a level of opportunity. A flicker of envy, even a tinge of jealousy, flashed through his heart. But he quickly pulled his thoughts back. Now was not the time for such musings. The death of the Lord of Shadow Devouring served as a warning bell for him. The original plan would have to be postponed. I can't be reckless anymore. He muttered to himself, his gaze flickering. That guy from Shadow Devouring was simply too overconfident, thinking he had everything perfectly planned. But what happened in the end? He didn't even know how he was exposed. He lowered his head to look at his hands, feeling the strength of a martial sovereign in the early stage within this body. It was too weak. In front of Chen Yuan, this level of power could hardly be considered anything more than an ant. From now on, I can only be cautious, even more cautious, Loki, even more Loki. He took a deep breath and his expression grew solemn. Although my true strength is a tier above that of Shadow Devouring in Chen Yuan's hands, I estimate I wouldn't last a minute. Moreover, this body hasn't reached the perfect state envisioned in the original plan. I can't rush this, so I must take my time. Zhang Fan lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes, his face once again assuming that weak, pale, harmless expression. He was never Chen Yuan's match to begin with. Coupled with the limitations of his body, he couldn't fully unleash his true strength, making him even less of a match for Chen Yuan. Noon. Longyuan Mountain, the Holy Lord's mansion. Chen Yuan finished the last sip of spiritual tea and stood up. Yu Ying lay on the stone table, and the pile of spirit fruits before him had already been mostly devoured, leaving his belly round and swollen. Boss, where are we going? The headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division. Yu Ying's eyes brightened. Are we going to fight again? What fight at the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division? We're just picking up something. Oh. Yu Ying seemed a bit disappointed, but obediently flew into the air, expanding to an appropriate size. Chen Yuan stepped up onto its back. Today he didn't bring the Holy Dragon Guards. It was merely to fetch some items from the National Treasury. There was no need for such grand gestures. Although the core of the Myriad Forms avatar granted him a peak martial saint avatar, it only provided him with human form, not equipment. Compared to the 9 Nether avatar technique, it had its pros and cons. At present, he only had a set of Sky Dome holy armor. If his main body wore it, the avatar couldn't wear anything. It wouldn't do to send his awe-inspiring peak martial saint avatar into battle bare-chested, would it? Therefore, it was quite necessary to go to the treasury to retrieve a set of equipment. After all, with his authority in the Dragon Martial Division, he could take whatever he wanted from the entire treasury. Let's go. Yu Ying flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Dragon Martial Division headquarters. Zhou Qing was processing documents in a grand hall when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura descending from the sky. He set down the pen in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Master Chen has arrived. He stood up and exited the grand hall just in time to see Chen Yuan jumping down from Yu Ying's back. Master Chen. Zhou Qing greeted him with a smile. Why did you come personally? You could have just sent a message to ask. He assumed Chen Yuan was there to inquire about the progress with the Eastern Yamato nation. I was just about to tell you that everything has been arranged. Elder Lu has already taken the Navy and Martial Artist Legion to the Eastern Yamato nation to take over from the American country. Regarding the Bai Bo Heavenly Cave, after you reinforced the seal last time, it has stabilized greatly, so Elder Lu temporarily leaving for a while is completely fine. With the Navy and Martial Artist Legion stationed there, it will be more than sufficient to hold off until the 13th Elder is healed. I plan to have him guard the Bai Bo Heavenly Cave once he recovers. Additionally, those secret realms that the American country compensated us for have also been assigned to someone for management. He added, by the way, the two martial saints from the Eastern Yamato nation are very stubborn and still refuse to admit anything. Chen Yuan shook his head. What does it matter if they don't admit it? Do they really think we will let them go just because they refuse to admit it? He paused, his tone casual. But I'm not here for that today. Zhou Qing was taken aback. Then for what? Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Because Chen Yuan, who stood before him, suddenly split into two. Identical in appearance, identical in height. The two Chen Yuans stood side by side, both exuding the aura of peak martial saints. Zhou Qing was completely stunned. He had seen Chen Yuan's 9 nether avatar technique before, which could produce 9 mid-stage martial saint avatars, and that scene was indeed shocking. But the situation before him was entirely different. The avatars produced by the 9 nether avatar technique only had 70% of the main Bodhi's cultivation, which meant they were mid-stage martial saints. But now standing before him were two beings, both exuding the aura of peak martial saints. Although one was stronger than the other, they were both peak martial saints. Zhou Qing's mind struggled to comprehend this. Chen Yuan watched his dazed expression with a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He focused his thoughts and transferred his consciousness to the avatar. After considering a suitable explanation, he controlled the avatar to speak. Master, Zhou, don't be nervous. This is a new ability I've just mastered. My 9 nether avatar technique has recently advanced further, allowing me to condense an avatar that can exist for a long time. The cultivation level is the same as my main body, both being peak martial saints, and it doesn't consume spiritual energy, allowing it to exist indefinitely. Zhou Qing finally came to his senses and took a deep breath. Master Chen, this. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. A peak martial saint 9 nether avatar. And it doesn't even consume spiritual energy. What does that mean? This means that starting from today, the Great Xia Nation effectively has an additional top-tier combat power of a peak martial saint. Moreover, this top-tier combat power also possesses all of Chen Yuan's battle experience and martial skills. Zhou Qing struggled to suppress the shock within him, looking at Chen Yuan's avatar with a glint of envy in his eyes. But it was merely envy. This ability was something only Chen Yuan could achieve throughout the entire Blue Star. Master Zhou, I'm here today to equip this avatar with a set of gear. Is that all right? Zhou Qing came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, no problem. He thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What a coincidence. The treasury just happens to have a top-grade 9th tier spear and a set of top-grade 9th tier armor. Though their quality isn't on par with your Sky Dome holy armor, they are still considered top-notch in Blue Star. He paused, his tone sincere. Master Chen, you have done so much for the Great Xia Nation. This little bit is nothing at all. To be honest, if there were holy grade supreme gear in the treasury, I would have wanted to gift you a set. Chen Yuan chuckled, then I won't be polite. The two of them walked side by side toward the treasury. Yu Ying shrank down to the size of a palm and perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, curiously looking around. On the way, Chen Yuan took the initiative to introduce the capabilities of this avatar to Zhou Qing. The distance limitation covers the entire Blue Star. The cultivation level is the same as my main body, and all martial skills and techniques are inherited. As long as the core isn't destroyed, it can fight indefinitely. The core is hidden within the avatar, unless someone can precisely locate and destroy it. This avatar is essentially immortal. Chen Yuan didn't treat Zhou Qing as an outsider, sharing the avatar's detailed situation with him. Because with his current strength, it would be very easy to eliminate Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing nodded repeatedly. As he trusted Chen Yuan without reservation, the shock in his eyes grew more intense. Having an additional peak martial saint immortal avatar within the entire Blue Star means that as long as Chen Yuan can manage these two places simultaneously. Master Chen, this avatar of yours is simply a national treasure. Zhou Qing exclaimed sincerely. Chen Yuan smiled and said nothing. In the treasury of the Dragon Martial Division, this was one of the most tightly guarded places in the entire Great Xia Nation. 3 levels underground with specially constructed walls, layers of formations, and multiple elite martial artists on 24-hour guard duty. However, since Zhou Qing personally brought Chen Yuan here, they naturally passed through without any hindrance. The interior of the treasury was vast, divided into several areas: spirit crystal area, elixir area, equipment area. Each area was packed full. Zhou Qing led Chen Yuan directly to the depths of the equipment area, retrieving 2 items from a specially designed safe: a spear and a set of armor. The spear was entirely black, long and slender, with a cold light gleaming at the tip. Its design resembled Chen Yuan's Dawn spear, both featuring a simple yet sharp style named the Shadow Chaser spear. Chen Yuan reached out to take it and weighed it in his hand. It was not light and the feel was decent, but compared to the Dawn spear, the gap was apparent. The Dawn Spear felt like an extension of the arm when held seamlessly integrating with the wielder. While this Shadow Chaser Spear was also a fine piece among the top-grade 9th-tier weapons, it fell short by a whole tier compared to the Holy-grade Supreme weapon. The feel is acceptable. Chen Yuan nodded and stored the spear in his storage space. He then picked up the initial form of the armor. It was also black, entirely ink-like, well-crafted, clearly a product of a Holy-grade blacksmith. Zhou Qing introduced from the side. This set is called Nightshade, a top-grade 9th-tier armor made from materials obtained from a large heavenly cave and crafted by several holy-grade blacksmiths. It has strong defensive capabilities. Even a full-strength strike from a typical peak martial saint would not break through. Chen Yuan touched the surface of the armor and nodded. Although it couldn't compare to the Sky Dome Holy Armor, it was more than enough for the Avatar. He stored the armor in his storage space and smiled at Zhou Qing. "Thank you, Master Zhou. No need to be polite." Zhou Qing waved his hand. "What you've done for the Dragon Martial Division is worth far more than 10 sets of such equipment." Just as the two were about to head out, Zhou Qing suddenly stopped. He hesitated for a moment, as if making a firm decision. "Master Chen." "Wait a moment." Chen Yuan turned to look at him. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and retrieved something from his spatial ring. It was a light golden armor, only palm-sized in its initial form, but it emanated a frightening wave of energy. "Holy Great Supreme." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhou Qing held the armor with a serious tone. "Master Chen, this armor has been with me for many years. I discovered it in an ancient relic's heavenly cave. I've always kept it as a trump card, only wearing it in the most critical moments. Since you killed the Lord of the Underworld cave has quieted down, and I won't be needing this armor for the foreseeable future." He handed the armor to Chen Yuan with sincere eyes. "I want to gift it to your avatar. While its quality doesn't match your Sky Dome Holy Armor, it is still a Holy Grade Supreme armor, providing additional assurance for your avatar." Chen Yuan looked at the light golden armor in Zhou Qing's hands and fell silent for a moment. Holy Grade Supreme armor. It was exceedingly rare throughout the Blue Star. For Zhou Qing to keep it all these years, it was clear he regarded it as a last resort lifesaver. Now he was willing to part with it for himself. This gesture of friendship Chen Yuan appreciated, but he did not reach out to take it. "Master Zhou, I understand your good intentions." Chen Yuan shook his head, his tone calm yet firm. "You should keep this armor for yourself. This avatar only needs a top-grade 9th-tier armor. Having a Holy Grade Supreme item on me is just an embellishment, but for you, it would be a timely assistance." Zhou Qing opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Chen Yuan's unyielding expression swallowed his words. He knew Chen Yuan spoke the truth. An avatar could be recondensed if lost, and equipment could be sought again. But Zhou Qing's life was singular. Seeing Chen Yuan's resolute attitude, Zhou Qing had no choice but to take back the light golden armor. "Fine then." He forced a wry smile. "They'll keep this for now, but Master Chen, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. They'll always keep it for you." Although Chen Yuan likely wouldn't need it in the future, he didn't refuse Zhou Qing's goodwill and nodded. "All right." The two walked side by side out of the treasury's main door. Outside, the sunlight was just right, illuminating the bluestone square of the Dragon Martial Division brightly. Chen Yuan stopped, and with a thought the avatar reappeared beside him. This time Zhou Qing had mentally prepared himself, but still couldn't help but take an extra look or two. That identical appearance, identical aura, even the way they stood was exactly the same, like looking into a mirror. Since the avatar and the infinite storage space were not interconnected, Chen Yuan took out a spatial ring from the storage space and handed it to the avatar. It contained all the 8th-tier pills he had previously refined. Although their grade wasn't high, they could still be useful in critical moments. The avatar took the ring and put it on. Chen Yuan then took out the Shadow Chaser Spear and the Nightshade armor, handing them to the avatar. The avatar took the Shadow Chaser Spear, twisting his wrist. The spear tip traced a cold light in the air. Then the Nightshade armor unfolded on him, transforming into a set of black attire. The armor fit snugly, looking no different from ordinary clothing, yet its powerful defensive capabilities were evident. Then the Nightshade armor unfolded on him, transforming into a set of black attire. The armor fit. Chen Yuan inspected the avatar up and down, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned to Zhou Qing and shared his plan. "Master Zhou, I have an idea." Zhou Qing listened intently. "I want this avatar to accompany Elder Lu to oversee the Eastern Yamato nation. Although we've eradicated the Dark Abyss over there, there are still several large heavenly caves within the territory. While the overall strength may not be as high as that of the Great Xia side, relying solely on Elder Lu and the Station Martial Artist Legion may not suffice. With my avatar stationed there, it can at least ensure that no major incidents occur." Zhou Qing's eyes suddenly brightened after listening. He had been troubled by this matter. With America withdrawing its troops and the 6 martial saints of the Eastern Japan being taken out all at once, the entire country now lacked any decent high-end combat power. Although the Great Xia Kingdom took over the defense, it was like picking up a fat piece of meat for free, but all the pressure was on the shoulders of the 6 elders. He had been pondering whom to send for assistance these past few days. However, the elders of the Dragon Martial Division each had their own guarding tasks. Each one was tied to their own post, and there simply wasn't any manpower to spare. If he went himself, he wouldn't feel secure leaving the Great Xia Kingdom unattended. Now that Chen Yuan had voluntarily proposed it, it was like a pillow offered to a sleeping person. Of course, no problem. Zhou Qing quickly nodded, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Master Chen, your avatar can go oversee Eastern Japan, that would be perfect. He silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With Chen Yuan's avatar stationed in Eastern Japan, he didn't have to worry about any unexpected incidents over there. When America was stationed, they had the local martial saints of Eastern Japan cooperating. Now that all the martial saints of Eastern Japan were gone and the Great Xia Kingdom took over, it was equivalent to building a defense line from scratch. Without top-tier combat power stationed there, he indeed felt uneasy. But now it was different. Chen Yuan's avatar was at the peak of martial saint cultivation. With this great deity in Eastern Japan, not to mention the strange races in the heavenly caves, even if America and Eastern Japan wanted to pull any tricks, they would have to think twice. Then it's settled. Chen Yuan smiled. Zhou Qing suddenly remembered something and tapped his forehead. By the way, Master Chen, wait a moment, I have something to give you. He raised his hand and tapped the communication ring on his wrist, sending his divine sense deep into a certain area of the national treasury to issue a command. After a moment, a low rumbling sound came from the direction of the treasury. An entirely silver-gray SS-class fighter aircraft slowly rose from the underground hangar of the treasury, its streamlined body long and sharp, with wide wingspan. The tail was emblazoned with the emblem of the Dragon Martial Division. The fighter aircraft landed steadily in front of Chen Yuan, and the cabin door slid open silently. Zhou Qing pointed at the aircraft with a tone of pride. Master Chen, this is the second gift I'm giving you. It's codenamed Gale, an SS-class high-speed fighter. Although its speed cannot compare to Shadow, it is definitely top tier on Blue Star. It's just right for your avatar to use as a means of transportation. You mustn't refuse it. He paused and added, since you just accepted that piece of battle armor, if you don't take this, you'll really feel bad. Chen Yuan looked at the fighter before him. He glanced at Zhou Qing's expression of, you must accept this time, and smiled. Alright, I'll take this. He indeed needed it. With the avatar going to oversee Eastern Japan, Shadow had to stay by his main body, as he couldn't expect the avatar to fly there by itself. Although the peak of martial saints could fly, it would take at least half a day from the Great Xia to Eastern Japan. With the SS-class fighter, it would take only 3 to 4 hours. Much more convenient. Thank you, Master Zhou. Chen Yuan patted the aircraft's body, feeling its cold, smooth surface, which was indeed well-crafted. Zhou Qing waved his hand, saying, what thanks? It's only right. The avatar stepped towards the aircraft, and with a flash it slipped into the cockpit. The cabin was spacious, the seats comfortable, and the control panel had a large curved screen displaying various data clearly. The Gale's artificial intelligence system has been activated. Please give your commands. A neutral electronic voice sounded in the cabin. The avatar leaned back in the seat, glancing at the control interface. Destination Eastern Japan, fly at full speed. Command confirmed, flight path being planned. Planning complete, estimated flight time 3 hours and 20 minutes. Departing. The cabin door closed. The engine of the Gale emitted a low rumbling sound. The silver-gray fighter aircraft vertically ascended from the square, hovering for a moment before the rear emitted a light blue tail flame, transforming into a streak of light that streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds of the east. Chen Yuan turned and walked towards Shadow, stepping up onto its back. Master Zhou, I'm heading back now. Feel free to contact me if anything comes up. All right. Zhou Qing nodded. Shadow's wings trembled, soaring into the sky. Chen Yuan sat on Shadow's back, glancing down at the gradually shrinking headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With this avatar, many things would become much more convenient. The main body could oversee the Great Xia, while the avatar patrolled the lands. Both tasks could be accomplished simultaneously. He could even explore the depths of the heavenly caves that had always piqued his curiosity. Even if there were some terrifying things inside that could lead to the avatar's demise, it wouldn't affect him at all. At most, he would lose a precious treasure. Meanwhile, inside an S-class fighter over the East Sea, Elder Ning Yutong was currently inside, facing a massive electronic sand table marked densely with the locations and levels of various heavenly caves within Eastern Japan. 3 large heavenly caves were marked in red, 15 medium ones in yellow, dozens of small ones in green. Each marker had the latest monitoring data beside it. Ning Yutong's brows were tightly knitted. Although she was at the mid-level of martial saints managing 3 large heavenly caves, and 15 medium ones alone, was truly arduous. Although the country had dispatched martial artist legions over the legions, could at most handle medium-sized heavenly caves. If any major issues arose with the large ones, they would still need the support of martial saint-level power. If only Elder 13 wasn't injured. She murmured to herself, then let out a bitter smile. That old man Lin Ziyao was still lying in bed. Just then the communication ring on her wrist vibrated. Ning Yutong looked down to see it was Zhou Qing. She quickly connected. Master, Elder 6. Zhou Qing's voice came through the communication ring laced with a hint of laughter. I have good news for you. Ning Yutong paused. What good news? Master Chen's avatar is on its way to your side, and should be joining you soon. Ning Yutong blinked, thinking, Master Chen's avatar. That's right. Zhou Qing's tone was relaxed. Master Chen has recently mastered a new ability that allows him to condense an avatar that can exist for a long time. Its cultivation is at the peak of martial saints, just like his main body. He proactively offered to send the avatar to help you oversee Eastern Japan. Ning Yutong's eyes instantly lit up. An avatar at the peak of martial saints. Does that mean she would have an additional top-tier combat power on her side? Master, are you serious? Her voice even rose a few pitches. Would I lie to you? Zhou Qing laughed. Master Chen's avatar has already set off. You should prepare to meet up. By the way, this avatar's strength is only slightly weaker than Master Chen's main body. With him stationed by your side, handling the 3 large heavenly caves should be no problem. Ning Yutong tried to suppress the excitement in her heart. Understood. The communication ended. Ning Yutong stood in the fighter, the fatigue on her face vanished, replaced by an unmistakable joy. Master Chen's avatar. Peak of martial saints. She murmured to herself, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Now she had to bear the pressure of 3 large heavenly caves alone. Although she didn't say it, she had been worried in her heart. But now it was different. With Master Chen's avatar coming to oversee, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Master Chen, she said softly with a smile. Although it's just an avatar coming, it's more than enough. Ning Yutong stood in the command room of the warplane, taking a deep breath to suppress the excitement within her. She turned and walked out onto the fleet's deck. The sea breeze howled. Below, a massive naval fleet was cutting through the waves. Relay the order. The entire army slowed down. Ning Yutong commanded into the communication ring. Elder Lu, how much should we slow down? Reduce speed, waiting for someone. Although she didn't know who they were waiting for, the fleet immediately complied with the order. The gigantic iron beast gradually slowed on the water, raising layers of white waves. 2 hours passed. Ning Yutong stood on the deck, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the western horizon. Finally, a silver-gray streak of light burst through the clouds, moving at an incredible speed, reaching above the fleet in the blink of an eye. The swift wind. The engine sound of the SS-class warplane was deep and powerful. After hovering in the air for a moment, it slowly descended onto the flagship deck, where Ning Yutong stood. The cabin door slid open. A black figure emerged. Ning Yutong's gaze immediately fell on that figure. The appearance was identical to Chen Yuan's, with the same aura, lacking the usual lazy nonchalance, and exhibiting a more formidable presence. However, thinking it over made sense. This avatar was here to oversee the Eastern Japan nation, not for a vacation, hence the different attire. Elder Lu. The avatar spoke, voice calm and composed, just like its original. Ning Yutong quickly stepped forward, cupping her fists in salute. Master Chen. She couldn't help but take a few more glances, her heart filled with wonder. What was this but an avatar? It was as if Chen Yuan stood right before her. If she hadn't known that Chen Yuan's original was still basking in the sun at Longyuan Mountain, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Elder Zhou has informed me, Ning Yutong smiled. With you overseeing the Eastern Japan nation, I feel much more at ease. The avatar nodded slightly without saying much. Ning Yutong didn't mind. She understood Chen Yuan's nature. He would not waste words on matters he could resolve with action. Master Chen, since we still have some time on the way, I have a few cultivation questions I'd like to ask you. Ning Yutong tentatively began. The avatar glanced at her. Speak. Ning Yutong's eyes brightened. She quickly poured out the questions she had bottled up for a long time. All were about the circulation of spiritual power and comprehension of realms in the midstage of martial saint. She had been stuck at this bottleneck for years without finding a way out. Chen Yuan's avatar casually offered a few pointers. Each sentence was short, yet every word precisely hit the mark. The issues that had troubled Ning Yutong for years suddenly became clear with Chen Yuan's brief words. So that's how it is. Ning Yutong murmured, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Master Chen, I have greatly benefited. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Chen Yuan's avatar waved his hand, showing no intention of taking credit. After more than 2 hours, the coastline finally appeared ahead. The massive naval fleet majestically sailed into the territorial waters of the Eastern Japan nation. Dozens of warships lined up, the flag of the Great Xia Kingdom fluttering in the sea breeze. He gritted his teeth, cursing softly. Did they not say it was very covert? Didn't they say it would absolutely not be discovered, considering that they would face not only the alien races within the celestial cave, but also potential disruptions from local forces in eastern Japan? Thus, the Dragon Martial Division directly dispatched the elite forces of the Great Xia Kingdom, each martial artist being a top-notch expert selected from hundreds. The port had long been cleared. McCowran stood on the dock, followed by a dozen officers from the American nation. Beside him stood a man from eastern Japan with pinnacle martial venerable cultivation. McCowran stood on the dock, followed by a dozen officers from the American nation. Beside him stood a man from eastern Japan with pinnacle martial venerable cultivation. His name was Kobayashi Hirakuni, one of the few remaining high-level officials in eastern Japan. Originally, there were 6 martial saints overseeing eastern Japan, and now, with some dead and others imprisoned, he had become the highest-ranking representative. In the distance, the massive fleet was gradually approaching. The silhouettes of warships emerged from the sea, mist, 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. Densely packed, almost without end. Kobayashi Hirakuni's complexion grew paler, his legs trembling uncontrollably. McCowran's face wasn't much better. He had managed this territory for many years, having everything he wanted like a local emperor. He could make a dream come true overnight. His status was even higher than in the American nation. Now he had to hand all of this over to the Great Xia Kingdom, and his heart was bleeding. But there was no choice. Who made them offend the Xia Kingdom? Lord McCowran. Kobayashi Hirakuni leaned in closer, lowering his voice, filled with pleading. Is there really no way for the American upper nation to remain in eastern Japan? We are willing to pay any price. McCowran glanced at him and shook his head. We have done our best. His voice was low, carrying a hint of barely perceptible bitterness. Kobayashi can abandon those unrealistic fantasies. He did not say out loud that otherwise who would want to leave here. It was so comfortable to stay here. But the problem was that the young man named Chen Yuan gave no room for bargaining. Kobayashi Hirakuni's lips trembled slightly, the last glimmer of hope extinguished. Over the years he had followed the American nation and often provoked the Xia Kingdom. Now the American nation could withdraw at will, abandoning them like pawns. He had no idea how the arriving Xia Kingdom martial saints would treat him. Fear had completely spread through him. You can leave freely, but what about me? The American nation's current stance was to offer eastern Japan any assistance except help. Just then, the fleet docked. The massive warships slowly came to rest at the dock, the gangway. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed as groups of Great Xia martial artist troops disembarked from the warships, quickly lining up on the dock. Their momentum was like a raging torrent. Then Ning Yutong walked down. Kobayashi Hirakuni's gaze fell upon her, feeling the oppressive aura of the mid-stage martial saint, causing him to catch his breath. Then he saw the black figure behind Ning Yutong. Kobayashi Hirakuni's pupils constricted sharply, his body involuntarily began to tremble. The man was dressed in black formal attire, youthful in appearance, his demeanor indifferent. Though following behind the Great Xia Kingdom's elder Lu, he was impossible to ignore. Chen Yuan, the saint venerable of the Great Xia Kingdom, Chen Yuan. He actually came in person. McCowran also spotted that figure, his already troubled expression turning even grimmer. How did Chen Yuan arrive? Wasn't it said that only an avatar would be sent? This was clearly the original. Wait. McCowran carefully sensed the aura of that figure. It was definitely the pinnacle of martial saint, but the oppressive feeling he sensed last time on the island was significantly weaker. It was an avatar. McCowran let out a sigh of relief, but his heart was still racing. Even if it was just an avatar, it was still Chen Yuan's avatar. Was he here to cause trouble because he was dissatisfied with the chosen secret realms? Why was his fate so bitter? A dignified pinnacle martial saint revered wherever he went, and now he had to act like a subordinate. McCowran took a deep breath, suppressing the unfortunate emotions within. He forced out a smile that was more painful than crying and proactively approached. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your hard work on the journey. Ning Yutong nodded expressionlessly. Chen Yuan's avatar merely glanced at him. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your hard work on the journey. Ning Yutong nodded expressionlessly. Chen Yuan's avatar merely glanced at him, not even nodding. McCowran, forcing a smile, introduced the nearby Kobayashi Hirakuni. This is Lord Kobayashi Hirakuni from Eastern Japan. Any issues regarding the garrison in Eastern Japan can be addressed to him, and he will fully cooperate with you. Kobayashi Hirakuni visibly trembled when his name was mentioned. He hurriedly stepped forward, bending at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling. Hi, please take care of us, both of you Great Xia saints, from now on. His Great Xia language was spoken very accurately, but his terrified demeanor was utterly pitiful. Ning Yutong and Chen Yuan glanced at him without speaking. Cold sweat broke out on Kobayashi Hirakuni. He had no idea what kind of treatment awaited him. These years Eastern Japan had followed the American nation, causing no small amount of trouble for the Great Xia Kingdom. Now that the latter had come knocking, any excuse could be used to deal with him. But he dared not run or resist. For standing before him was a being capable of killing 4 martial saints in 3 minutes. Even if it was just an avatar, crushing a pinnacle martial venerable would be no harder than squashing an ant. Macauran, sensing the atmosphere had soured, quickly changed the subject. Saint Ning, Saint Chun, our troops stationed across Eastern Japan have assembled and are ready to hand over to your... He paused, cautiously observing the expressions of both. Do you have any questions? As he spoke, his heart raced uncontrollably, fearing that Chen Yuan might suddenly ask, what's going on with those secret realms? Did you eat too many red beans and get lovesick? Ning Yutong turned to look at Chen Yuan's avatar. Chen Yuan's avatar glanced at Macauran and said indifferently, then let's proceed with the handover. Macauran felt a surge of joy, his smile becoming more natural. Yes, let's proceed with the handover. Chen Yuan's avatar added, once the handover is complete, your people must withdraw. If I find you behind the scenes doing anything sneaky. He did not finish his sentence, merely casting a cold glance at Macauran. Macauran's whole body chilled, and he quickly waved his hands. No. That will never happen. We, the American nation, are the most trustworthy. As he said this, he felt guilty inside, but dared not show a hint of it on his face. Ning Yutong's lips twitched slightly, but said nothing. Then let's begin. She turned and waved her hand at the officers behind her. The Great Xia martial artist troops immediately took action, beginning the handover with the American station troops. The port's defensive works, control of military bases, deployment maps of the Celestial Cave. One by one the handover proceeded in an orderly manner. Macauran stood aside, his smile becoming increasingly stiff. With each handover his heart bled. These had taken the American nation years of effort and resources to build. Now they were simply giving them away. Yet he dared not utter a word of dissent, nor did he dare to sabotage anything before leaving to deny the Great Xia army. The handover continued until deep into the night. By noon the next day the final item was handed over. Macauran stood on the dock near Sakura City, watching the last American soldier board the transport ship, letting out a long sigh. He turned to Ning Yutong and Chen Yuan's avatar, forcing a smile. Saint Ning, Saint Chen, all matters have been handed over. We are leaving now. Chen Yuan's avatar nodded. Macauran felt as if a great burden had been lifted and hurried towards the transport ship, grateful that his worst fears had not come to pass. Kobayashi Hirakuni and the remaining few pinnacle martial venerable officials stood in place, watching the American transport ship slowly depart, their expressions complex to the extreme. From this moment on, the Eastern Japan nation had completely changed. The future days were uncertain. The transport ship sailed away from the dock, heading towards the ocean's horizon. Macauran stood at the ship's stern, watching the gradually fading coastline, the smile on his face completely vanishing. He muttered a curse under his breath, a sound only he could hear. Those fools in Eastern Japan have caused me to lose even my stronghold. Maiku Ailand's transport vessel slipped beyond the horizon, and the pier fell utterly silent. Only then did Chen Yuan's duplicate shift his gaze toward Xiao Yesi Ping and the others who had been sidelined since their arrival. The look was tranquil, revealing no discernible emotion. Yet when that gaze swept over Xiao Yesi Ping, the relief he had only just allowed himself evaporated, and his heart rose to his throat. What are your usual responsibilities? Chen Yuan asked with a cool tone. Xiao Yesi Ping bowed hastily, his voice strained. Replying to Chun Xingzun, your subordinate ordinarily oversees the defense coordination of Yingdu and its surrounding districts, as well as the allocation of supplies for the various Tianku defensive lines across Dongyin country. Chen Yuan understood at once. That was logistics and rearline management, was it not? The 5 senior figures from Dongyin country behind him also began to speak in turn. I am responsible for intelligence gathering and external affairs liaison. I oversee the training and deployment of the warrior corps. I am in charge of. Each man disclosed his remit in meticulous detail, fearful of hiding even the smallest thing. Chen Yuan listened and nodded. Your positions will not change. I'll continue to do what you are meant to do. Serve Da Xiao faithfully. There will be rewards for your service. Xiao Yesi Ping froze. He thought he had misheard. Not killed. Not punished. Not even stripped of his post. He had already steeled himself for the worst, to be stripped of everything, imprisoned, perhaps even executed on the spot. After all, in recent years Dongyin country had been a constant thorn in Daxia's side alongside Amailika country. Now Da Xiao had come knocking, or it would have been trivial to find an excuse to deal with him. And yet Chen Yuan had only said lightly, do your work well. The dread and despair that had gripped Xiao Yesi Ping loosened, almost entirely replaced by a complex surge of feeling. Relief, gratitude, and a rapturous joy at having survived a catastrophe. Hi. His voice trembled with emotion as he bent even lower, nearly folding himself in two. I will devote myself utterly to serving Da Xiao. I will not be lax. The Dongying seniors behind him bowed in unison, their voices crisp and resolute. We vow to die in loyalty to Daxia. The transformation was rapid, so fast that Ning Yutong was slightly surprised, though on reflection it made sense. Daxia had no intention of settling scores later. The present outcome was already the best possible. Who cared whom one served? Besides, Daxia had seized Aimai position as the world's preeminent power. And standing before them now, Chen Yuan was the strongest on Blue Star. To be subordinate to the world's most powerful was no humiliation. Xiao Yesiping comforted himself inwardly, his expression shifting from terror to respect, and then to obsequiousness. His manner matched exactly how he had comported himself before my Koalin. Chen Yuan noticed it all, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint arc. After the handover was complete, Chen Yuan and Ning Yutong led a squad of warriors toward Yingdu. The mess left behind by Aimai was considerable. 3 large Tianku defensive lines, control of military bases, inventories of various stockpiles. Each of these would need to be taken over, catalogued, and managed. Fortunately, the warrior corps had already moved ahead. For the moment, every Tianku defense line had Daxia troops cooperating with Dongying's local garrisons, so there was no immediate cause for alarm. As the group neared Yingdu city, a sudden clamor rose ahead. Chen Yuan lifted his eyes. Outside the city gates, the plaza was packed, a black mass of several hundred people. There were warriors in standardized armor and ordinary townsfolk in civilian dress. They stood in 2 neat lines, leaving a broad channel between them. When Chen Yuan came into view, the assembled crowd erupted in coordinated shouts. Welcome, the Daxia Xingzuan. Welcome, Chun Xingzuan, to Dongying. Their voices were loud and deferential. Chen Yuan paused and glanced at Xiao Yesiping. You arranged this. The smile on Xiao Yesiping's face immediately swelled into obsequious pleasure as he hurried forward. Sir, yes, though not entirely by my doing. He watched Chen Yuan's expression with care, weighing his words. I merely notified several influential warriors and families within Yingdu to announce that Chun Xingzuan would be stationed in Dongying country. I did not expect so many to come. He hesitated and added, not only Yingdu, throughout Dongying country. When word spread that Chun Xingzuan would be here, people were glad. Ning Yutong raised an eyebrow, amusement in his tone. Xiao Yesiping hurried to explain. It is like this, Ning martial sage. Chun Xingzuan is the strongest on Blue Star. With him stationed here, our prospects Dongying will be far more secure. He spoke without the slightest strain on his face. As for past matters, Dongying has always revered strength above all else. Now that Daxia is strongest and Chun Xingzuan is the strongest among them, we gladly submit and dare not be remiss. The words were blunt to the point of crudeness, yet they rang true of the Dongying mindset. Chen Yuan's mouth curved in the faintest of smiles. No wonder Dongying had not shown overt resistance to a Daxia garrison and had even been cooperative. That was the reason. In this martial world where the strong rule, the Dongying people had perfected the principle of bow to the stronger. The greater your power, the more they revered you. They respected only being stronger than themselves and looked down on the weak. The battle in the Eastern Sea, where he had felled 4 martial saints in 3 minutes and compelled Aimai to pay reparations, had flexed his strength more than enough. One must not be overly courteous with such people. The more politeness you show, the more they push their advantage. A single sharp slap, and they fall into line. Chen Yuan conveyed this thought to Ning Yutong through his spiritual sense. Ning Yutong nodded in full agreement. Master Chen speaks truly. Our dealings with Dongying over the years have revealed exactly this trait. Chen Yuan spoke no more. The oppressive aura of a martial saint at the pinnacle suddenly swept outward. That terrifying presence seemed almost tangible as it blanketed the plaza. Hundreds of Dongying warriors and citizens felt a mountain press upon their shoulders, their breaths caught. Yet on their faces there was not fear, but heightened excitement. Chun Xingzuan is mighty. Their cheers grew even more fervent. Chen Yuan exuded his pressure and strode into the city. Xiao Yesiping and his companions broke into a hurried trot to keep pace, their bows deeper than anyone else's. Yingdu, the headquarters of the Wudao Academy of Dongying. This was the supreme institution of martial arts in Dongying, roughly equivalent to Daxia's Longwu Directorate. At this moment the grand complex already flew Daxia's banners. Chen Yuan did not linger elsewhere, he went straight to the treasury. The vault lay at the innermost part of the academy, an independent building with thick alloy walls outside and multiple defensive formations layered within. There had originally been Aimai warriors posted at the entrance, now Daxia troops had taken over the guard. Open the gate, Chen Yuan said calmly. The Daxia officer on duty immediately opened the treasury doors. The heavy metal gate slid aside, revealing the space within. Chen Yuan stepped and Ning Yutong at his heels. The treasury was vast, divided into several sections: spirit crystals, elixirs, materials, equipment, each piled high to the rafters. Dongying was not among the greatest powers, but with the resurgence of spiritual energy and years of development, bolstered by Amalika's patronage, it had amassed a respectable reserve. Chen Yuan cast a glance around, then turned to Xiao Yesi-ping, who lingered at the doorway, unwilling to enter. Are the quantities inside accurate? Did my Koalin or his men take anything when they left? A troubled expression crossed Xiao Yesi-ping's face. Sir, he began carefully. Although this treasury is nominally Dongying's, over the years it has been overseen by Amalika's garrison. Not even I, let alone the 6 heads of the Saint Council, could enter the vault without reporting to Marshal Saint Michael Allen and obtaining temporary clearance. So, I truly do not know precisely how many resources are inside. He lowered his head in humility after speaking. Chen Yuan's only thought was astonishment. Good heavens, Dongying people had sunk to such abasement. They had to ask a foreigner to enter their own treasury. This was not alliance, but possession. Thinking of the Dongying penchant to obey the stronger, Chen Yuan decided to make his stance unmistakably clear. In a flash he stepped directly before Xiao Yesi-ping. Xiao Yesi-ping kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Smack! A palm landed across his face, the sound crisp as it echoed down the corridor outside the vault. The blow sent Xiao Yesi-ping's head askew. 5 red marks bloomed across his cheek. He did not flinch or resist. Instead he squared his stance more neatly and bent even lower. Hi. Your subordinate is inept. Please forgive me, Chen Xingzuan. No trace of resentment lay in his voice, only terror and reverence. Chen Yuan watched this and could not help a quiet inward smile. No wonder my Koalin had preferred to remain stationed here. It was a comfortable place to be in charge. He turned to the other Dongying officials behind Xiao Yesi-ping. Their bodies stiffened, but none dared step back. Chen Yuan went down the line. Smack, smack, smack. One by one each received a palm. Fair and impartial, no one spared. Each man reacted alike, head bowed, body bent, admission of fault, plea for pardon. Not one showed the slightest displeasure. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and regarded them coolly. Trash, wait outside. Hi. They answered in unison and obediently retreated to form a row outside the treasury. Their submissive posture was more precise than that of drilled soldiers. In their minds they did not contemplate resistance, but how best to soothe Chen Yuan's temper. Chen Yuan turned and re-entered the treasury, Ning Yutong following. The heavy gate slid closed behind them. Chen, that move of yours is effective, Ning Yutong murmured with a smile. Chen Yuan shrugged. Ning elder, you know how it is. One cannot be polite with people like this. The two set about auditing the treasury. Amalika had left a detailed ledger when they withdrew, and Chen Yuan checked each entry against the stock. The spirit crystal section held roughly 10,000 supreme spirit crystals, about 50 million high-grade crystals, and far larger numbers of mid and low-grade ones, all matching the ledger. The elixir section brimmed with pills of various grades from 3rd to 7th tier, but 9th tier elixirs were nearly absent. The finest goods had likely been moved by Maiku Alan beforehand. The materials section contained numerous celestial treasures, ores, and spirit materials of decent quality. The equipment section held armors, weapons, and defensive gear ranging from low to high tier, at best up to 8th tier supreme pieces. Chen Yuan made a rough estimate. Everything listed in the accounts was present. Maiku Alan had probably only taken items that had not been recorded. Even so, the reserves accumulated by Dongying and Amalika's garrison over the years were considerable. All of it now fell into his hands. Maiku Alan, who had treated Dongying's treasury as his own private storehouse, no doubt never imagined this day would come, otherwise he would not have logged everything so meticulously. Having roughly audited the contents, Chen Yuan had a clear picture in his mind. Have the records recatalogued, he told Ning Yutong. From today onward, this is our warehouse. Ning Yutong nodded and smiled. Understood. The two stepped out of the treasury. Xiao Yesi-ping and the others remained stiffly in place outside the gate. At Chen Yuan's appearance, they all bowed in unison. Sir. Chen Yuan gave them a quick look and said coolly, I've inspected the treasury, the accounts check out. Relief washed across their faces and their smiles relaxed slightly. Thank you, sir. Chen Yuan strode from the Wudao Academy, Ning Yutong at his side. Xiao Yesi-ping hurried to keep up, eager as an attentive retainer. Sir, lodging has been arranged. The finest residence within the academy. If there is anything you require, please command. Chen Yuan waved a hand. Lead the way. Hi. Xiao Yesi-ping moved briskly ahead, chest thrust forward with pride, his face alight with the glow of honor. Meanwhile, at Longyuan Mountain within the Shengzuan mansion, the afternoon sun sifted through the leaves, casting mottled patches of light across the garden's bluestone path. Chen Yuan himself lounged on a garden chaise, a cup of spirit tea held leisurely in his hand as he watched the spring splendor around him. Yuying had shrunk to the size of a palm and lay snoring on his belly. Life was blissfully untroubled. At that moment the mansion gate was knocked. Sensing a familiar aura, Chen Tianling emerged from the side courtyard and opened the door. Director Zhou. Chen Tianling inclined his head and stepped aside. Please come in. Zhou Qing smiled, nodded, and followed Chen Tianling through the front yard into the garden. Director Chen, you lead a comfortable life. Zhou Qing chuckled. Chen Yuan sat up and lifted Yuing off his belly, setting the little creature aside. Yuing grumbled a couple of discontented noises as he always did, then rolled over and resumed sleeping. Director Zhou, what wine brings you here? Chen Yuan smiled. You came in person all of a sudden. Is something amiss? Good news. Zhou Qing sat opposite him, produced a space ring from his bosom, and supported by his power, offered it to Chen Yuan. The Amalika nation has delivered the compensation. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. 30 million high-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 supreme spirit crystals, not a single one missing. Zhou Qing regarded Chen Yuan with sincerity. Director Chen, these were all earned by your efforts. Without you, the Amalika nation would never have paid so readily. Therefore, these spirit crystals rightly belong to you. Chen Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had assumed the compensation would be deposited directly into the Longwu division's treasury, yet Zhou Qing had brought them all to him personally, asking for nothing. Director Zhou, you are being overly formal. Chen Yuan accepted the space ring and probed it with his spiritual sense. The spirit crystals were arranged with meticulous order. The supreme spirit crystals exuded thick spiritual energy, while the high-grade spirit crystals were piled like a small mountain. He did not count them. Zhou Qing would not be mistaken about the quantities. With a thought, Chen Yuan drew 10,000 supreme spirit crystals and 10 million high-grade spirit crystals into his infinite storage. Then he returned the space ring to Zhou Qing. Put the remaining 20 million high-grade spirit crystals into the national treasury. Zhou Qing was stunned. 20 million high-grade spirit crystals were no trifling sum. Though the Amalika nation had paid handsomely this time, it was only because Chen Yuan had driven them into a corner. Without Chen Yuan's intervention, let alone compensation, Daxiao would have had to remain constantly vigilant against Dark Abyss infiltration. By rights, keeping all of this for himself would not have been excessive. Yet Chen Yuan not only declined to take everything, he returned a portion of it. Director Chen, this. Zhou Qing began mouth opening. How can this be? These were all yours. Director Zhou. Chen Yuan cut him off in a casual tone. Spirit crystals are useful only in the measure they are needed. I already have more than I could ever spend. Having so many more is pointless. He was telling the truth. In his storage were already 1 million high-grade spirit crystals. With the 10 million he had just taken, he could not possibly squander them all. Although supreme spirit crystals were rare and valuable for him, they were merely embellishment. Rather than have them lie dormant in his storage, it was better for them to be placed in the treasury, where those in need could make use of them. Left in the treasury, they will do more good than sitting with me. Chen Yuan sipped his tea. Don't refuse. Zhou Qing stared at the space ring in his hand and fell silent for a long moment. 20 million high-grade spirit crystals. Chen Yuan had simply declined them. Such magnanimity and broad-mindedness. Zhou Qing inhaled deeply, secured the space ring, rose, and saluted Chen Yuan with solemn respect. Director Chen, on behalf of Daxia, I thank you. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Enough. Don't be so formal. Sit and have some tea. Zhou Qing smiled and resumed his seat. The two chatted idly for a while. Chen Yuan recounted the situation in Dongying. Elder Six had smoothly taken charge, and his clone had been settled in Yingdu. The people of Dongying had been more cooperative than expected, and the likes of Onajuro Ping were almost servile in their attentions. Zhou Qing listened and only smiled without saying much. He had long since seen through the character of those in Dongying. Half an hour later, Zhou Qing rose to take his leave. Director Chen, I will not trouble your rest. Contact me if anything arises. All right. Chen Tianling escorted Zhou Qing from the mansion. After leaving Longyuan Mountain, Zhou Qing returned directly to Longwu Division headquarters and proceeded to the National Treasury. He retrieved the space ring containing the 20 million high-grade spirit crystals and handed it to the Treasury manager. Deposit it. The manager accepted the ring and swept his consciousness over it. He was left speechless. Director. 20 million high-grade spirit crystals. Yes. Meanwhile, back at Longyuan Mountain Xingzuan Mansion. Ding. Detection host has generously donated a large quantity of spirit crystals. Hidden achievement. Ding. Detection host has generously donated a large quantity of spirit crystals. Hidden achievement, generous donation, unlocked. Chen Yuan paused in surprise. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He had once deliberately slain those Wuxings in hopes of triggering a mass slaughter achievement, but nothing had come of it. Even when he forced the Amalika nation to compensate, no achievement had been triggered. Yet now, by casually donating 20 million spirit crystals, he had unlocked one. The system was inscrutable. Still, the delight of an unexpected reward far surpassed that of deliberate. An additional reward appeared, a Saint-grade supreme treasure, the function mirror. Function Mirror, a ceiling-class supreme treasure. It can forcibly confine all sentient beings below the Saint Realm into the mirror's inner space, and at peak effectiveness, can imprison adversaries at the apex of whooshing. The more debilitated the target, the higher the chance of successful confinement. The mirror's inner space is wholly under the host's control and may be used to subject the detained to various forms of torment. Current maximum capacity, 1,000 people. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened as he read the description. A ceiling-class supreme treasure. This was a fine acquisition. Although his previous methods had been many, they had largely been about killing outright. He had either punched foes to death or driven a blade through them. With the function mirror, he now had another option. Those he wished to keep alive could be sealed within and interrogated at leisure. Moreover, the mirror's inner world was entirely under his command. He could devise any torment he pleased. A world within the mirror. Chen Yuan reveled inwardly. Though at his present strength there were no enemies on Blue Star he needed to detain, there were old beasts in the depths of the heavenly abyss that might one day emerge. When that time came, the mirror would have its use. Claim. With a thought, an ancient bronze mirror manifested in his palm. The mirror was about the size of a palm, its body a muted gold, the surface smooth as water. Intricate runes were carved densely along its rim. It felt weighty in his hand, as if he were holding a miniature mountain. Chen Yuan probed the mirror with his spiritual sense. Inside was a gray, boundless space, an abandoned world stretching on without end. The space was entirely subject to his consciousness. He could summon wind and rain within, unleash thunder and lightning, or render it a desolate silence. Those imprisoned there could be made to endure 100 different treatments at his discretion. Not bad. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He studied the runes along the mirror's rim and gained an understanding. The mirror's ceiling was high, it could seal even apex whooshings. However, the success rate of confinement depended on the target's condition. The weaker the target, the easier they were to imprison. A whooshing at full strength would be difficult to capture. But should the opponent be gravely wounded, and near-death confinement would be effortless. I won't need it right away, I'll keep it for now. With that thought, the function mirror dissolved into a stream of light and entered his infinite storage. He reclined once more and sipped his tea. 20 million high-grade spirit crystals in exchange for a saint-grade supreme ceiling treasure. The bargain could not have been more favorable. A week later, the Great Xia Kingdom once again received joyful news that Elder Jiu Xia Zhenglong, stationed at the ice and snow cave, successfully broke through to the mid-stage martial saint. The message reached the headquarters of the Dragon Martial Division. Zhou Qing, who had returned to the underworld cave to continue his watch, wore a satisfied smile on his face. Many elders of the Dragon Martial Division had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years, and Xia Zhenglong was one of them. He had prepared for years to break through to the mid-stage martial saint, spending countless rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This time, thanks to Chen Yuan refining a boundary-breaking pill, he finally achieved his wish. The entire martial arts community of the Great Xia rejoiced. After all, having one more mid-stage martial saint meant an additional layer of strength to guard the cave. However, when this joyous news reached Longyuan Mountain, Chen Yuan merely nodded and said not bad before continuing to lie back in his chair and bask in the sun. Elder Jiu's breakthrough. It was to be expected. With the 90-year high-grade boundary-breaking pill, he personally refined. If he still couldn't break through, that would be strange. Instead, Yuing was more concerned, lying on his belly and muttering several times, "Boss, Elder Jiu has broken through. Shouldn't we celebrate with a meal?" Chen Yuan smacked its forehead. What does his breakthrough have to do with you? Besides, I have already accepted the spirit crystals given by him. Chen Yuan was too lazy to bother with this glutton. Late night. In Luodu City. Chen Yuan, rarely in the mood, took the Holy Dragon Guards for a stroll around Luodu City. 11 people followed him, exuding an impressive aura. Wherever they went, people recognized them, and enthusiastic citizens surrounded them to greet, making it feel like a celebrity was out on the street. As they strolled into the late hours, Chen Yuan finally felt it was getting dull and prepared to return home. Let's go back. He stepped onto Yuing's back. Sitting on its back, Chen Yuan looked down at the twinkling lights of Luodu City. Suddenly, Chen Yuan furrowed his brows. As his divine sense swept over the sitting on its back, Chen Yuan looked down at the twinkling lights of Luodu City. Suddenly, Chen Yuan furrowed his brows. As his divine sense swept over the city below, he caught a fleeting, unusual aura. The aura was very faint. So faint that it would have been impossible to detect, if not for his strong divine sense. Stop. Chen Yuan patted Yuing's back. Yuing immediately hovered in midair, looking back in confusion. Boss, what's wrong? Chen Yuan did not answer. He closed his eyes. His divine sense spread out like an invisible tide, instantly enveloping the entire area below. That fleeting aura was very cunning, disappearing in an instant. But Chen Yuan's locking speed was even faster. He found it. In the southern district of Luodu City, a young man was walking briskly in a secluded alley. Dressed in the uniform of Luodu Martial University, carrying a bag, he looked like a student just returning from a task. However, in Chen Yuan's divine sense, there was a vague, indescribable anomaly about this young man. It was not possession or control. Rather, it was something deeper. Interesting. Chen Yuan murmured, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The eye of breaking void activate. A faint golden light ignited deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, in the southern district of Luodu City, in a certain alley, Jiang Fan, or rather the entity that had taken over Jiang Fan's body, was walking briskly in the... He had just completed a medium-sized cave investigation task for a martial school tonight, and was quietly returning as the night grew deep, preparing to report back early in the morning. He was always cautious in his actions, never flaunting during the day to avoid drawing attention. When he reached the middle of the alley, he suddenly stopped. A powerful divine sense descended from above, locking onto him tightly. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to calm down discreetly, spreading his perception to check what was going on. It shouldn't be exposure. I've been so careful. It shouldn't be. He reassured himself while probing the next second his face completely changed. 11 figures descended from the night sky, surrounding him entirely. All 11 were fully armed, their aura solid like a mountain. The one leading them, clad in black armor, had a cold gaze and emanated the pressure of a mid-stage martial saint. The other 10, while slightly weaker, were also peak martial respect cultivators. The combined aura of the 11 formed an impenetrable wall. Jiang Fan's heart sank to the depths upon witnessing this sudden scene. He recognized these individuals. The personal guard team of the Great Xia Kingdom's Sacred Respect Chen Yuan. The one leading was the commander of the Sacred Dragon Guards, Chen Tianling. What worried him even more was that since the Sacred Dragon Guards had arrived, what about their master? Chen Tianling looked at the young man in the alley with a cold gaze. Where do you think you're going? His voice carried no emotion. I advise you to be honest. Jiang Fan's face paled slightly, but he quickly reverted to an innocent student demeanor. He took 2 steps back. His voice carried just the right amount of panic and confusion. Master, you've got the wrong person right. I am a law-abiding student who neither steals nor robs. Moreover, I'm a third-year student from Luodu Martial University, just back from a mission. He spoke fluently, his expression fitting perfectly. A common student suddenly stopped by a martial saint should look just like this, flustered and confused. While speaking, he hurriedly pulled out his student ID from his storage bag. But Chen Tianling's expression showed no change, he just coldly stared at him. Jiang Fan's heart sank deeper. He wanted to run, but dared not. Because another divine sense, even 10 times more terrifying than Chen Tianling's, had locked onto him. That divine sense surged like the sea, solid and heavy as a mountain, pinning him firmly in place. And only one person in Blue Star could possess such a level of divine sense. Chen Yuan. Sure enough, a figure appeared out of thin air above the alley, slowly descending. The silver-white holy robe shimmered with a cold light under the moon, and his young face bore a hint of laziness. But those eyes shone astonishingly bright. Deep within his gaze lingered a faint golden light. Jiang Fan's heart turned cold. Should I call you Jiang Fan? Chen Yuan approached him, examining him with great interest. Or should I call you an alien? Jiang Fan's body stiffened. It's over. Exposed. He didn't even know how he was exposed. His possession technique was far more advanced and concealed than the Shadow Devourer's energy body, who logically it should have been impossible to detect. He had been so cautious and low-key, even his plans hadn't truly unfolded yet. How did the other party discover him? Chen Yuan did not pay attention to the shock and despair in his eyes. The eye of breaking void swept over Jiang Fan, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Inside a human martial artist's body resides the soul of an alien. Is this possession? Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. He could hardly believe it. He finally experienced the feeling of the Shadow Devourer right before its death. In front of Chen Yuan, all your trump cards and disguises were instantly revealed, leaving no secrets. Resist. He glanced at Chen Tianling, then at the surrounding Sacred Dragon Guards, and finally looked at Chen Yuan. Peak martial saint. At his prime, he might have been able to last a few rounds against the other. But now, he had just taken over not long ago, and the cultivation of this body was only at the initial stage of martial respect, unable to exert even 30% of its true strength. Even if he forcibly raised his cultivation to match his true strength, he still couldn't win. Run. He couldn't escape either. Jiang Fan, exposed, took a deep breath and made a very pragmatic decision. He plopped down on his knees. Raising his hands high, he pleaded, Great One, spare me. His voice was urgent and trembling, starkly different from the earlier innocent student demeanor. Yu Ying lay on Chen Yuan's shoulder watching this scene, unable to help but mutter softly, Boss, this guy changes his face even faster than I do. Chen Yuan ignored it. He looked at Jiang Fan kneeling on the ground with no sympathy in his eyes, only indifference. Restore your original appearance, don't make me say it a second time. Jiang Fan trembled all over, not daring to hesitate. He gritted his teeth, forming a strange hand seal in front of him, using his racial innate secret method to switch freely between the host and himself. A dark purple light surged from his chest, enveloping his entire body. Once the light dissipated, Jiang Fan's appearance had completely changed. His original human features vanished, replaced by an alien humanoid face. He had black hair. His skin was dark purple, covered in fine scales. There were protruding bone ridges on both sides of his forehead, resembling incompletely formed horns. His vertical pupils were amber, glowing faintly under the moonlight. His figure had also grown a bit taller, with long limbs, and one could vaguely see the traces of bone spurs at the joints of his fingers. But overall, he still leaned towards a humanoid form. It was quite different from the completely non-human appearance of the Shadow Devourer. Chen Yuan assessed him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His vertical pupils were amber, glowing faintly under the moonlight. His figure had also grown a bit taller, with long limbs, and he did not expect it to resemble a human so closely. Moreover, he sensed an aura from the other that bore some resemblance to the Shadow Devourer, yet was not entirely the same. He did not expect it to resemble a human so closely. Moreover, he sensed an aura from the other that bore some resemblance to the Shadow Devourer, a deeply oppressive energy carrying some ancient rhythm. "What is your relationship with the Shadow Devourer?" Chen Yuan asked. The alien kneeling on the ground trembled, quickly speaking, replying to the Great One, "I am of the same lineage, but I am not of the same system as him. He is responsible for frontal infiltration, while I am responsible." Chen Yuan's expression was indifferent. Responsible for what? The alien bit his teeth, seemingly making a great decision. Responsible for infiltration. Seeking suitable human martial artists for possession to lay low in human identity and wait for the opportunity. Opportunity. Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold. What opportunity? The alien lowered his head, not daring to reveal the plan. He could only lie this. "I really don't know. I am just a low-level executor. The higher-ups only instructed me to infiltrate without telling me why." Chen Yuan stared at him for a few seconds. The alien trembled all over, fear evident in his vertical pupils. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuan discerned that he was lying. Directly killing him. That would be too easy. Moreover, there were many things to extract from this alien: his origins, his kin, the forces behind him, and that so-called opportunity. Keeping him alive for slow interrogation would be far more useful than killing him with a single strike. Chen Yuan's thoughts moved. A primitive copper mirror appeared in his palm. The Sealing God Mirror. The dark gold mirror surface flowed with a ghostly light under the moonlight, and the array patterns along the edges faintly glowed. The alien's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing the mirror. Although he did not know what it was, the aura emanating from the mirror made him feel a shiver from the depths of his soul. It was a rare treasure for sealing. Chen Yuan intended to capture him alive and seal him within. "Great One, please spare me. I will tell you everything. You cannot kill the donkey after using it." Chen Yuan ignored his pleas for mercy. The Sealing God Mirror pointed at the alien kneeling on the ground. A gentle golden light illuminated the mirror surface, the glow not blinding, but rather warm. But in the eyes of the alien, this golden light was far more terrifying than death. The golden light enveloped his entire body. The next second, his body began to twist and shrink as if being compressed and folded by an invisible force. "No." He could only let out a short exclamation before being drawn into the mirror surface. The surface of the Sealing God Mirror rippled briefly before returning to calm. Chen Yuan looked down at the mirror in his hand. Within the mirror surface, a tiny figure was struggling in a grayish space. He pounded against the invisible walls, screaming frantically. But no sound came out. Chen Yuan's thoughts moved. A raging wind immediately swept through the mirrored world, thunder and lightning clashing. That tiny figure was tossed around by the lightning in a state of utter disarray. Chen Tianling stepped forward, glancing at the divine sealing mirror in Chen Yuan's hands, and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, shall we not slay this alien?" He paused, then explained, "This being belongs to the same race as the Shadow Devourer sovereign. Could it have secretly controlled numerous individuals through fragmented energy constructs?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "Keep it alive for now. It still harbors many secrets yet ununcovered." His gaze drifted to the tiny, struggling figure imprisoned within the mirror, and he spoke calmly. "Though kin to the Shadow Devourer's sovereign, it walks a fundamentally divergent path. My void-piercing eyes detect no connection between it and those it might control. The method of splitting energy constructs, unique to the Shadow Devourer's sovereign, is beyond its capability." Chen Tianling nodded, asking no further questions. "Let us return to the estate." Chen Yuan carefully stowed away the divine sealing mirror and turned toward Yue. "Once back, we shall interrogate it thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Long Yuan Mountain, the Saint Sovereign Estate. Upon returning, Chen Yuan entered his private chamber without delay. Yuying shrank to palm size and crouched by the door peering curiously inside. Meanwhile, Chun Tianling stationed the Holy Dragon Guards throughout the courtyard to ensure absolute privacy. Chen Yuan seated himself and withdrew the divine sealing mirror. Within its surface, a dark violet silhouette huddled in a gray, desolate void. Charred black scales peeled and blistered by lightning, utterly broken. Of course, the observation was one way he could see inward, but nothing within could perceive the outside world. Your name, he commanded, his voice cold and imperious, echoing into the mirrored realm. The alien trembled violently and immediately prostrated itself. Are replying, Your Eminence. Ingrun. Ingrun. Chen Yuan arched an eyebrow. What is your relation to the Shadow Devourer's sovereign? We are kin. Both hail from the same origin. Ingrun's voice quavered. Chen Yuan merely nodded, offering no further inquiry into the location, shifting focus instead. What was the plan you mentioned earlier? Ingrun's body stiffened visibly. It was to lie dormant and await the opportune moment, it stammered. What moment? Chen Yuan's tone grew colder still. Ingrun fell silent. Chen Yuan did not press, merely willed a change. Instantly, the mirrored realm transformed, lightning vanished, replaced by a searing crimson sea of flame. Scorching fire surged from all directions, licking hungrily at Ingrun's body. Ah! It shrieked, thrashing wildly upon the burning ground. Its scales curled and blackened under the heat. Acrid smoke filled the air. I'll speak. I'll speak, it screamed hoarsely. The flames receded. Ingrun collapsed, gasping raggedly, its body steaming with smoke. Yet even after catching its breath, hesitation returned. If humanity learned of this plan, the king's grand design would collapse entirely, and the king would show it. Yet silence meant death now. Lifting its gaze toward the mirrored boundary, though unable to discern Chen Yuan's features, it felt that icy, unblinking scrutiny. Moreover, Chen Yuan possessed means to discern truth from falsehood. The moment it had lied moments before he had instantly perceived it. Deception was impossible. Ingrun clenched its jaw, steeling itself with grim resolve. Your Eminence, if I speak, will you swear not to kill me, or torment me further? Chen Yuan gave a humorless laugh. It seems you still fail to grasp your predicament. Lightning and flame descended upon the mirrored realm simultaneously. Ah! Ingrun's scream reverberated through the confined space. Lightning lashed its flesh, fire scorched its armored hide. Dual agonies compounding into unbearable torment. Worse still, Chen Yuan launched a soul-based assault. A silent psychic lance piercing Ingrun's mind, as if 1,000 needles drove deep into its very essence. I'll speak. I'll speak. Everything. I'll tell you everything. Ingrun's voice cracked into raw despair. The torture ceased. Ingrun lay sprawled, charred and skeletal, most of its scales sloughed away, dark violet blood oozing from gaping wounds. Its eyes were vacant, mouth opening and closing like a fish cast ashore. Listen well. Chen Yuan's voice echoed, cold and absolute. You hold no right to bargain with me. Ingrun shuddered, scrambling upright into obeisance, speechless, trembling, utterly subdued. Now state the plan. Ingrun drew a ragged breath, abandoning all pretense. The sovereign's plan, to lie dormant. Its voice, though hoarse, was clear. My task: locate a suitable human martial cultivator, approach him posing as an elder spirit residing within a ring, aid his growth, and earn his absolute trust. Once he ascends to the upper echelons of the great Xia realm, I shall fully possess him, assuming his identity, to continue infiltration from within. At the decisive hour, I shall coordinate with the invasion force to sow chaos from within the realm. Chen Yuan nodded slowly. He understood completely. The Shadow Devourer's sovereign pursued mass control, fragmenting energy constructs to subjugate countless lower-tier individuals, casting a wide net. Whereas Ingrun followed the singular masterpiece strategy, meticulously selecting one target, nurturing him over years, embedding deeply, awaiting the perfect moment to seize his body. Both methods shared the same objective, but diverged sharply in execution. Your race proves remarkably inventive, Chen Yuan observed coolly. Ingrun dared not respond. From which celestial rift do you originate? Ingrun fell silent. It refused to speak. That place was their ancestral stronghold, a sanctuary painstakingly forged by the king himself. To reveal it would be catastrophic. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed, preparing another punishment, when Ingrun shuddered violently and blurted out. The Eastern Extremity Ocean. Deep within the Eastern Extremity Ocean. Its voice rushed frantic, fearing delay would invite renewed suffering. 3,000 kilometers east of the Dongying nation lies an uninhabited island, and beneath it lies the celestial rift, which we call the Abyssal Shadow Realm. Its location is profoundly concealed. Moreover, the Dongying nation actively conceals our presence, making external discovery nearly impossible. Chen Yuan nodded, signaling it to continue. Ingrun swallowed hard, and poured forth every fragment of knowledge it possessed. Our king enticed 6 Dongying martial saints with priceless treasures, forging a pact. They conceal our traces and supply resources. In return, we grant them dominion over Planet Blue. Upon success, these 6 saints shall receive unparalleled rewards, and each shall ascend beyond the martial saint realm, attaining the rank of divine sovereign, second only to the king himself. A glint of icy contempt flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes. Their ambition was staggering, not merely targeting the Great Xia realm, but the entirety of Planet Blue. And now, Chen Yuan asked, how many of your kind remain upon Planet Blue? Ingrid shook its head. This, I truly do not know. Seeing Chen Yuan's gaze sharpen, it hastily added, Your Eminence, I swear it is true. Each of us operates in strict isolation. No communication, no shared intelligence. Shadow Devourer handles energy-based infiltration, I handle possession and deep cover infiltration. Our missions never intersect. We know nothing of each other's operations. And, its voice dropped to a whisper, now that Shadow Devourer and I have been exposed, our kin will grow infinitely more cautious. Their coordinates, their identities. I truly have no knowledge. Chen Yuan remained silent for a long moment. Though unsatisfying, the answer rang true. Such compartmentalized, single-threaded operational discipline perfectly matched the abyssal dark sect's modus operandi. Should any node be compromised, the entire network would remain intact. He shifted tactics. What cultivation realm does your king occupy? Ingrid hesitated, then faltered. The king stands beyond the peak of the martial saint realm. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. So it was confirmed. What is that realm called? Ingrid paused again, surprised. Hadn't Chen Yuan's profound celestial opportunity revealed this? It lifted its gaze, though unable to see Chen Yuan's face. Its tone edged with genuine astonishment. Your Eminence, you do not know. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. Dared this creature question him? In one fluid motion, he thrust his hand into the mirror's surface and seized Ingrid's skull, lifting it aloft like a helpless chick. Ingrid froze, paralyzed by terror, utterly immobile. Waste of breath, Chen Yuan intoned, voice frost-sharp, then struck its cheek with a thunderous slap. Crack. The sound echoed crisply within the mirrored void. Had I known, why would I ask you? Ingrid saw stars burst across its vision, but dared not even whimper, blurting out instantly. Martial God. Beyond the martial saint realm lies the martial God realm, also known as the 10th Order Divine Realm. Its voice trembled violently, terrified of another blow. The martial God realm. Chen Yuan released his grip. Ingrid crashed to the ground with a thud, scrambling frantically to kneel once more. Your king has attained the martial God realm. Why wise? Ingrid's voice quaked. The king transcended long ago, but now he is suppressed within the abyssal shadow realm by Planet Blue's world, will unable to unleash his full power or personally traverse the celestial rift fissure. It added cautiously. Thus he requires us to act on his behalf beyond the rift. Chen Yuan nodded. This explained everything. Why did those ancient beings dwell deep within the celestial rifts? Why, despite their immense strength, did they remain confined behind the fissures? Why resort to such circuitous infiltration? Because Planet Blue's world will suppress them, it barred their entry. At least not yet. Martial God Realm. He finally understood what the realm above Martial Saint was called. How many strong warriors are beside your king? Chen Yuan continued to ask. Shadowblade swallowed hard and honestly replied. There is a personal guard commander beside the king, who is at the half-step martial god level. A 9th-tier powerhouse. Around 20 or so. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. 29th-tier warriors plus 1 half-step martial god, and this is just the strength within a large cave. However, Shadowblade cautiously added, they are all suppressed by the will of the Blue Star world, trapped deep within the cave, and the king spent a great deal of effort to send us out to carry out this mission. Chen Yuan fell silent. Within a large cave there were 29th-tier powerhouses, plus 1 half-step martial god, as well as a true martial god. What about the entire Blue Star? If we combine dozens of large caves, how many such existences are there? If one day the suppression disappears, these guys will all surge out. The human race cannot be kept down. If he had been impulsive and attracted by the sudden appearance of the treasure aura in the Bai Bo cave, his fate would likely have been similar to Lin Zio's. A sense of crisis arose in Chen Yuan's heart. Fortunately, the will of the Blue Star is still suppressing, and the human race still has time to develop. How long can the suppression of the Blue Stars will last? A sense of crisis arose in Chen Yuan's heart. Fortunately, the will of the Blue Star is still suppressing, and the human race still has time to develop. How? Chen Yuan stared at him for a few seconds. Shadowblade trembled, looking as if he was not lying. All right. Chen Yuan changed the subject. How does one break through to the martial god realm? You must know this, right? Shadowblade was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He quickly calculated in his mind. Shadowblade did not dare to have any more thoughts, and spoke honestly. As for divine essence, Besides searching in the places where martial gods have fallen, this indicates that in the era where the inheritor existed, the realms and their corresponding breakthrough methods were common knowledge and did not require special mention. Shadowblade felt a bit more envy toward Chen Yuan. Such a level of inheritance is rare even in the myriad ruins, yet it was picked up by a human on the blue star. But he did not dare to show any expression on his face and spoke honestly. Breaking through to martial god requires meeting 3 conditions. First, the physical body must reach the 9th tier limit. Second, the soul's power must reach the 9th tier limit. Third, the energy of cultivation within must reach the 9th tier limit. By combining the 3, one can break through to martial god. Among them, the most difficult are the first 2. Achieving any one of them can be called a half-step martial god, but achieving the last one does not count. As Shadowblade spoke to this point, he looked up at Chen Yuan. Although he could not see the other's face, his tone still conveyed a subtle undertone. Although your strength is formidable, my lord, unless something unexpected occurs. The peak of the 9th tier will likely be your endpoint. He cautiously said, no matter how hard you try, it will be impossible to break through to martial god, and even reaching half-step martial god will be very difficult. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why? Because Shadowblade swallowed hard. There is no world origin power or divine essence on the blue star. These 2 things are indispensable for breaking through to martial god. Without them, the physical body and soul cannot possibly reach the 9th tier limit. His tone carried a hint of mockery, but more so a resigned statement. My lord, your talent is restricted by this small world. It's not that you are not strong enough, it's that this world cannot produce martial gods. After hearing this, Chen Yuan did not feel disappointment, or rather his eyes lit up. As long as there is a way to break through, that is good. The fear was having no path at all. Now he at least knows the direction. What are the world origin power and divine essence? He pressed. Shadowblade hesitated for a moment, a hint of barely noticeable sarcasm flickering in his eyes. These 2 things cannot be obtained on the blue star. He spoke with certainty. The world origin power is the foundation of a world. Only the world itself can give birth to it. For a world at the level of blue star, all of the origin power is used to maintain its operation and suppress us, so there can't possibly be any surplus for the native beings to use. As for the divine essence, it goes without saying that it is the remnant of the origin fragments left behind after martial god powerhouses fall, and is usually only found in ancient battlefield ruins in our world. On the blue star, there are fundamentally none of these things. After speaking, Shadowblade felt a sense of, though he could not defeat Chen Yuan, seeing the strongest of blue star being struck by reality brought him a sense of unspeakable pleasure. You are strong, so what? You will never touch the threshold of martial god in this lifetime. Chen Yuan looked at the figure in the mirror, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Does this guy not realize his current situation? How dare he speak to him in such a tone? He directly reached into the mirror's surface, grabbing Shadowblade by the neck and lifting him from the ground. Shadowblade's pride disappeared in an instant, replaced by bone-chilling fear. My lord, Chen Yuan did not give him a chance to speak. Lightning flames and soul shock descended simultaneously. Shadowblade's scream echoed in the mirror world more shrill than any time before. This time Chen Yuan did not stop quickly, but continued for a full minute. After 1 minute, Shadowblade collapsed on the ground, his entire body scorched, black scales nearly shed, and dark purple blood oozing from every wound. His gaze was vacant, his mouth open, but unable to make any sound. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and coldly looked at him. I ask you something, and you answer. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, you know what will happen next. Shadowblade lay on the ground, taking several seconds to catch his breath. In his heart, he cursed Chen Yuan 10,000 times. Damn Chen Yuan, damn Blue Star people, damn it. But on his face, he could only show a flattering and humble expression. My lord, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. He kept knocking his head, his voice hoarse and trembling. Chen Yuan did not continue the